Crossing over to the world of the Four Seasons Courtyard, Xiang Nan became a helpless little creature without any support. Although he became a martyr's relative, the beasts in the courtyard all wanted to pounce on him to suck his blood and take advantage of him. However, these miscalculated individuals soon realized that Xiang Nan was no longer the soft persimmon they could easily manipulate. He had become a staff member of the security department. Faced with those looking to take advantage, Xiang Nan only needed a glance to make them retreat in fear. Who dares to bully a martyr's relative? Xiang Nan defended his dignity and rights through action, determined to live his life brilliantly in this scheming courtyard, making all those who sought to suck his blood pay the price. Chapter 1. The helpless Xiang Nan. My head hurts. Xiang Nan woke up from his sleep, looking around with a dazed mind. Where's this? Why isn't it my home? Xiang Nan only remembered working overtime the day before and then taking a taxi home. He couldn't recall anything afterward. Did he fall asleep in the car? This driver is so irresponsible, not waking him up. Where has he brought him? He looked around. It was a very small room, about 5 square meters. There was hardly any furniture, just a bed, a wardrobe, and a table, which was missing a leg and propped up with bricks. Xiang Nan looked up at the ceiling and found a hole, meaning that if it rained, the room would get wet. What a run-down place. Where else could you find such a dilapidated house, besides an abandoned village? Xiang Nan tried to get out of bed, but froze when he looked down. Why are my hands so thin? Though he was just an ordinary person, at least he didn't have to worry about food and drink, and he had gained over 3 pounds this month, heading towards 180 pounds. But these 2 hands in front of him were skin and bones. He had never seen such thin hands in real life, only in photos. But now these hands were his. He looked at his belly. There was no little belly left, and he was so thin that his ribs were sticking out. Xiang Nan was shocked. He urgently needed to know what he looked like. Fortunately, there was half a mirror on the wardrobe that he leaned over to take a look and found a small, thin child in the reflection. So, I crossed over. It seems the original me died suddenly, and my soul has entered the body of a child. Having read countless web novels, Xiang Nan immediately understood his situation. At that moment, a voice devoid of emotion rang in his ears. Hello, number 200100504, Transmigrator. I am pleased to serve you. Xiang Nan felt a surge of joy. Indeed, having crossed over, how could there not be a system? He quickly asked, Hello, system. Where is this and who am I? Your original memories will be provided shortly. Please check. Xiang Nan wanted to ask how to check, but the next second, a stream of memories flooded into his mind. These were the memories of a child about 10 years old. Not many, but enough to be pitiful. This child was also named Xiang Nan, and he was 16 years old this year. Since childhood, Xiang Nan had never known who his father was. He had grown up with his mother. Due to her poor health, his mother could only do some light work, which meant their earnings were certainly not enough, and their life was very hard. However, things got worse soon after little Xiang Nan turned 10, as his mother passed away due to illness. Little Xiang Nan was left stunned. Fortunately, the local community helped to bury his mother outside the city. Seeing him so pitiful, the community wanted to send him to an orphanage, but little Xiang Nan refused to go, and the community had no choice but to let him continue living in the courtyard. Every month, the community provided him with 3.5 yuan for living expenses, and he managed to scrape by until he turned 16 by doing odd jobs. In those 6 years, none of the neighbors in the courtyard had ever helped him or given him a single bun. Instead, people from a neighboring courtyard had given him food a few times, which little Xiang Nan always remembered. Tea first, Xiang Nan found it strange. Logically, they were neighbors living in the same courtyard. How could they be so indifferent and unfeeling? But when he recalled the neighbors in the courtyard, he suddenly realized, well, this courtyard was full of beasts. It would be a miracle if they helped anyone. These people included Moral Master Yi Zhonghai, Domestic Violence Expert Lu Haizhong, and a Master of Calculations Yen Bugue, Blood Expert Su Dumao, Necromancer Jia Zhangshi, and the Saint of Thieves Bang Gung. Of course, there were also the male and female protagonists, Widow Enthusiast Shaju and the White Lotus Washing Machine, Chicken, Qin Huairu. Thinking of these names, Xiang Nan instantly knew he had entered the world of the Four Seasons Courtyard. He hadn't watched the TV series, but had read hundreds of fanfictions and had come across short videos about this show. Regarding the values of this show, they were undoubtedly skewed beyond belief. When Xiang Nan read the novels before, he felt like torturing these beasts 1,000 times. but he only thought about torturing them. He never imagined he would actually come here to die in this era, lacking everything. No phones, no beautiful girls like in the videos. How could he survive? At that moment, Xiangnan remembered the system and asked, "Can you take me back?" "Sorry, this system does not have that authority." "Then what use are you?" "This system is a sign-in system. You can sign in every day to obtain different things. Monthly and yearly sign-ins, as well as special days, will have critical hits. Please look forward to it." "Sign in?" "That's okay, better than nothing. By the way, doesn't your system have any newbie gift packs?" "Yes, please check for it." The next second, a gift box-like object appeared before Xiangnan. He clicked on it, and the box opened, revealing a system prompt. "Congratulations, host. You have received a storage space, unlimited space, a martyr's relative identity, and a work card." Then Xiangnan felt the storage space. How to put it? It was intangible, but he could feel it and immediately knew how to use it. He glanced at the table missing a leg and immediately made it disappear into the space. Then, with another thought, the table reappeared back in its original position. Xiangnan explored a bit and realized he could store everything within a meter around him the space, but anything beyond that wouldn't work. Xiangnan asked, "Can this space hold living things?" "No. All living things placed inside will die immediately." Xiangnan's mind raced. Isn't this a killing tool? If a person is thrown in, they die right away. Just find a deserted place to bury them, and no one would know. Warning: the host should not engage in illegal activities. If discovered, you could be executed, and this system cannot save you. Xiangnan quickly said, "I was just joking. I won't do anything illegal," he thought to himself. If anyone forced him into a corner, they might end up in the system space, and no one would find out. Xiangnan looked at the storage space. Only a card lay quietly there. He picked it up and saw it only had 3 words. Work card. Xiangnan asked, "Wasn't there supposed to be a martyr's relative identity? Where is it?" "The martyr's relative identity will appear in 3 days. Please look forward to it." Chapter 2. The first sign-in. Xiangnan looked at the work card and asked, "How do I use this work card?" "You can write the job position you want on the work card, then silently recite it, and a job will find you in 3 days. Can it be done this way?" "Let me think about what I want to do." Xiangnan began to think about what job he wanted to take on, and suddenly remembered something, that IT wasn't something he had experienced himself. But now that he had the memories of little Xiangnan, it was as good as his own experience. Just the day before yesterday, little Xiangnan had come back from outside and had bumped into Shaju. Because he had delayed moving aside for a moment, Shaju had slapped little Xiangnan directly. He had always remembered this incident. Looking back now, it didn't hurt physically, but the humiliation was something he would never forget in his life. Xiangnan gritted his teeth. "I want to join the security department. I want to take down Shaju." The system replied, "As you wish, in 3 days, a job will come knocking at your door." Xiangnan looked at the system. He hadn't signed in yet, so he asked, "How do I sign in?" "Just silently recite, 'Sign in your heart.'" "Sign in. Sign in successful. Since this is the host's first sign-in, it's a critical hit. You have obtained the following items: 1 strengthening pill, 1 mastery card for 8 extremes fist, and 10 big black tickets." Xiangnan felt a surge of joy. These were exactly the things he wanted the most. His body was too weak, let alone dealing with Shaju. He might not even be able to beat a sturdy child. Although that child was only 8 years old, he was fat and strong, full of energy, like a little calf. Xiangnan was 8 years older than him, yet their weights were not that different. If he went to the security department in his current state, he would definitely be kicked out. Without hesitation, Xiangnan took the strengthening pill, and before long, his body began to heat up. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, no longer as weak as before. However, looking at his frail body, he couldn't help but ask, "Why hasn't my body changed?" Your inner strength has already begun to grow. The external changes will take time to manifest, or else others will notice. Your external appearance will gradually change over the course of a year. After a year, you will reach a height of 1.8 meters, and your muscles will develop. Xiangnan nodded. He had to admit the system was quite thoughtful, even considering this aspect. Then he used a mastery card for 8 extremes fist, and in the next moment, many techniques and combat experiences flooded into his mind. Now, if he encountered Shaju again, he could easily defeat him. The last item he received from his first sign-in was 10 big black tickets, equivalent to 100 yuan. Having money was good, but in this day and age, everything required tickets, Just having money without tickets wouldn't work either. Xiang then asked the system, "Aren't there any tickets? You could get me some tickets too. In the future, there will be a chance to obtain various tickets through sign-ins. Please sign in yourself." Great. It seemed the system wasn't planning to give him any tickets. No tickets? No problem. Let's go outside and see if he could find some tickets. Xiang then opened the door. It was already past 8 in the morning, and everyone was up, washing up, cleaning, and busy with their tasks. Xiang Nan lived in a damp back room of the courtyard. His room was small and had a hole in the ceiling. He was so poor that he had no other place to live, which was why he stayed there. No one else wanted it. Even the most unreasonable Jia family didn't bother to snatch his shabby house. Xiang Nan was like a transparent person in the courtyard. No one wanted to talk to him. Everyone was afraid that if they talked to him for too long, he would take the opportunity to borrow money or food. But in fact, Xiang Nan had never borrowed money or food from them because, growing up, he had been deeply influenced by his mother's teachings. Even if he starved, he should never borrow money or food. Little Xiang Nan always remembered that. Perhaps because of this, he ended up starving to death. And then Xiang Nan crossed over. Xiang Nan didn't wash up and directly went out. When he reached the middle courtyard, he didn't see Sha Zhu, but he did see Jia Dongxu, who was still alive. It was now 1960, and Jia Dongxu was still alive. Xiao Dang was only 1 year old, and the locust flowers hadn't even formed yet. Jia Dongxu was eating breakfast, which wasn't anything good, just a steamed bun. When he saw Xiang Nan, he immediately rushed into the house, afraid that Xiang Nan would ask him for food. Jia Zhang asked, "Dongxu, why did you rush in?" The Xiang Nan from the back courtyard came out. "I'm afraid he would ask me for food, so I came in to eat." "He dares. If this little brat dares to ask you for food, I'll make sure he regrets it." Qin Huairu, standing nearby, spoke a fair word. "Mom, he hasn't borrowed food from us, right?" "Don't say that." Jia Zhang was displeased. She pinched Qin Huairu and said, "Whose side are you on? Do you have a crush on that kid?" Qin Huairu's eyes filled with tears as she said, "Mom, he's only 16. How could I possibly like him?" "You better not. I warn you. If you dare have any other thoughts, I won't let you off." "Got it, Mom." Jia Dongxu continued eating his steamed bun, seemingly oblivious to the scene. Xiang Nan was unaware that the Jia family had caused another uproar because of him. He had already left the front yard, as he had expected. Many people saw him, but they all pretended not to, and he couldn't be bothered to greet them. It was best for everyone to act as if they didn't know each other. Xiang Nan went to a nearby small grove where there were quite a few people. Of course, these people weren't exercising. In these times, everyone was struggling to get enough to eat, and only those who were full had the energy to exercise. These people were trading various tickets. They only dared to conduct transactions in the small grove and had people watching by the roadside. As soon as they spotted someone wearing a red armband, they would scatter. When Xiang Nan entered the small grove, someone saw him but didn't come over to greet him. To everyone, he looked thin and small, with patched clothes. He was clearly a child from a poor family and couldn't possibly be involved in ticket trading. But there are exceptions to everything. Xiang Nan approached a ticket dealer and asked, "What tickets do you have?" The dealer looked him up and down and said, "Do you have money? Why are you asking?" "Of course, if I didn't have money, why would I come find you? Am I just bored?" "You really have money." Xiang Nan could only pull out a big black ticket, and the dealer looked skeptical and said, "You didn't steal that from home, did you? I can't sell it to you. If your parents come looking for it, I'd be in big trouble." "Are you stupid? If I had stolen it, would I buy candy? It's just that the adults at home can't come, so they sent me to exchange for food tickets." The dealer finally understood. Some people were afraid of being caught, so they sent their children to buy tickets. That way, even if they got caught, they could say the child didn't know any better, and the inspection team wouldn't make things difficult for a child. After hearing Xiang Nan's explanation, the dealer felt reassured. He asked, "What kind of food tickets do you want?" "I have coarse grain and fine grain." "What's the price for coarse grain and fine grain?" "Coarse grain is 10 cents a pound, and fine grain is 30 cents a pound." "What? It's so expensive?" It was no wonder Xiang Nan was shocked. The prices of these tickets were a bit outrageous. You should know that right now, buying food at the grain store costs only 10 cents a pound for coarse grain and about 17 cents for fine grain. Yet just for these tickets, coarse grain was priced the same as the grain price, and fine grain was nearly double the market price. The ticket dealer rolled his eyes and said, "You should consider what time it is. Who knows when the disaster will end? This price is already quite good. It will go up even more after a while." That was the truth. It was the second year of the 3-year difficult period. Last year was tough too, but there was still some surplus grain, and by this year, most of that surplus had been consumed. No one knew how long the disaster would last. Although Xiang Nan had crossed over and knew that the difficult period lasted 3 years, he couldn't say it out loud. Even if he did, no one would believe him. After thinking for a moment, Xiang Nan said, "Give me 5 pounds of fine grain then." "Oh, looks like you have some money. Here are 5 pounds of fine grain. Where's the money?" "Here you go." Xiang Nan handed over a big black ticket, and the ticket scalper took a quick look, confirmed it was real, and then put it away, giving him back 8 yuan and 50 cents. After the transaction, Xiang Nan casually asked, "Do you have any meat tickets?" The ticket scalper rolled his eyes and said, "I wish I had meat tickets. It's been ages since I've had meat." Hearing this, Xiang Nan didn't ask further. With the grain ticket in hand, Xiang Nan immediately headed to the nearby breakfast shop. This was the only breakfast shop still open in the entire area. There were no other places selling breakfast. However, even though it was open, not many people came to buy. The reason was simple. It was too expensive and people couldn't afford it. But Xiang Nan didn't care. He was someone with a system, and if he ran out of money in the future, he could always sign in. Xiang Nan was starving, and as soon as he entered, he said, "Give me a pound of meat buns and a bowl of soup." A pound of meat buns costs 1 yuan plus a pound of grain ticket. "Do you have the money?" "Here you go." "Wow, you must have hit the jackpot." The shop assistant recognized Xiang Nan, which is why he was surprised. Xiang Nan replied, "I made a bit of money. I'm just craving meat, so hurry up and serve me." "All right, the soup is free. Just refill it yourself when you're done." "Thanks." Before long, a pound of meat buns was served. Though it was called a pound, it was actually just 4 buns. Nowadays, meat buns were quite hefty, each one bigger than Xiang Nan's 2 fists combined. Taking a big bite, he was met with a burst of meat juice. Xiang Nan devoured 3 in one go, but he couldn't finish the last one. However, that was fine. He could save it for lunch. Chapter 3. Fishing. After eating his fill, Xiang Nan returned to the courtyard. As soon as he reached the entrance, he spotted Bang Gong. Seeing the meat buns in Xiang Nan's hand, Bang Gong's mouth watered immediately. He ran in front of Xiang Nan and said, "Xiang Nan, give me the buns." "Why should I? If you don't give them to me, I'll tell my dad to beat you." Xiang Nan coldly replied, "Let him come. I want to see who beats him." Bang Gong was furious and tried to snatch the buns from him. However, Xiang Nan dodged, and Bang Gong ended up falling to the ground. He started crying, saying, "I'm going to tell my grandma you hit me." With that, he ran into the courtyard, and Xiang Nan sneered dismissively. At that moment, Yan Bu Gui, who was guarding the entrance, laughed and said, "Xiang Nan, you're going to be in trouble. Bang Gong's grandma is not a reasonable person. Am I afraid of her? Let her come." Yan Bu Gui said, "Xiang Nan, I have a way for you to avoid this disaster, but you have to give me those buns as a fee." Xiang Nan thought for a moment and said, "I can give you the buns, but you have to lend me your fishing rod for a day." Yan Bu Gui immediately agreed. Deal. After all, he was on work today, and the fishing rod would just be sitting at home doing nothing, so trading it for a bun seemed reasonable. Yan Bu Gui went inside and brought the fishing rod to Xiang Nan, who in turn gave him the buns. Then Xiang Nan turned to leave. He had already quit school and wasn't working, so he had plenty of time each day. Since the weather was nice, he decided to head to the river outside the city to try his luck. He didn't go to the small lakes in the city, as they were always crowded with dozens of people. The fish in those lakes had already been fished out long ago. Not long after he left, an old and a young person came from the courtyard, Jiazhong and Bang Gong. Jiazhong arrived at the gate, but didn't see Xiang Nan. She turned to Yan Bu Gui and asked, "Have you seen that little brat Xiang Nan?" "He left." "Where did he go?" Although Yan Bu Gui knew Xiang Nan had gone fishing, he didn't say so. Instead, he replied, "How would I know? He didn't tell me." "Humph. Does he think he can run away? As long as he comes back to the courtyard, I won't let him off. How dare he hit my grandson? I'll make sure he pays for it." Yan Bu Gui had seen the whole incident, but didn't plan to defend Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan hadn't given him any benefits, so why should he explain? Xiang Nan spent 10 cents to take the bus out of the city. When he got off, he walked a few steps and reached the city moat. There were people fishing here too, but far fewer than in the city. Xiang Nan found a spot without anyone around and started digging for earthworms. Before he crossed over, he had lived in the countryside, and during summer vacation, he would spend every day by the river. Whether it was fishing or catching crayfish, he never brought them home, but would cook and eat them on the spot. So he was no stranger to fishing. Before long, he dug up several earthworms and began to fish. He didn't know if it was his good luck or if he had found a spot where the fish gathered. but not long after, he started catching fish. The first one was a Christian carp weighing over 3 pounds. He pierced its gills with a piece of grass and tossed it in a small puddle beside him. After a little while, he caught another fish. Then came a third, fourth. The adults nearby were astonished, and a few idle people gathered around. Someone even asked Xiang Nan if he had any tricks. Xiang Nan started to make up some nonsense about baiting and attracting fish, sharing all the random things he had read online. Everyone could tell he was just talking nonsense, but he was entertaining to listen to, so they enjoyed his tall tales, since they had nothing else to do. By the end of the day, Xiang Nan had caught over 100 pounds of fish, and others had listened to a bellyful of jokes. When Xiang Nan was about to leave and took all the fish out of the small puddle, everyone finally became uneasy. They realized their whole day had been wasted, while this kid had caught so many fish. Was that fair? Everyone was so caught up in chatting that they forgot Xiang Nan was still occasionally catching fish. When Xiang Nan was about to leave, they finally noticed he had actually caught over 100 pounds of fish. Someone couldn't resist and asked, "Little brother, are you selling these fish?" Xiang Nan immediately replied, "No way, that's speculative trading." Someone caught on and said, Right, can't sell them. But how about trading?" Xiang Nan asked, "What do you have?" "I don't want money, I want tickets." "I have tickets. I have fabric tickets. Do you think that's suitable?" Xiang Nan nodded and said, "Sure, if you have other tickets, I'll take them all." Hearing this, everyone was eager. Those with tickets took them out, and Xiang Nan exchanged them for whatever he deemed appropriate. Before long, Xiang Nan had traded most of his fish for a pile of tickets. Of course, there weren't many, just some fabric tickets, sugar tickets, oil tickets, and so on. Though they seemed inconspicuous, they were essential items for living. Xiang Nan also kept a 5-pound black fish for himself, planning to make a sour fish dish and have a good feast. Carrying the fish home, when he returned to the courtyard, Yinbu Gui had already gotten off work. When he saw the fish in Xiang Nan's hands, his eyes widened. He asked, "Did you catch these?" "Of course. Or do you think it was you?" Yinbu Gui ignored Xiang Nan's rudeness and stared intently at the fish in Xiang Nan's hands, thinking about how to get a piece of the action. He smiled and said, "Xiang Nan, you caught this fish using my fishing rod. You see, hold on, I didn't use your fishing rod for free. I gave you a meat bun, so to fair trade." That meat bun had already gone into Yinbu Gui's stomach, and now he wanted more. He said, "How about this? You give me half, and when Jia Zhang comes looking for trouble, I'll say a few words in your favor." "You want half just for saying a few words? That's too expensive. I don't want it." "Then how much can you give?" Xiang Nan thought for a moment and said, "Just the innards. I can only give you the innards. By the way, you also need to help me gut the fish." Xiang Nan also catches fish, but he's too lazy to kill them. Instead, he trades the internal organs he doesn't eat for someone else to help him kill the fish, which is a good deal. "How about you add a little more? Then I can only add 1 fishtail at most, no more than that." Xiang Nan was afraid that Yinbu Gui would cut too much, so he drew a line on the fish and said, "Just this little bit. If you agree, I'll let you kill the fish. If you don't agree, I'll find someone else." Don't. "I agree." Yinbu Gui happily took the fishing rod and fish that Xiang Nan handed over and went home. Chapter 4. A big fight. Aunt San is busy at home. She sees the fish in Yinbu Gui's hand and exclaims, "Old man, did you catch this?" "What are you thinking? I have class today and no time for that." This was caught by Xiao Xiang in the backyard. He asked us to help him clean the fish, and he said the guts and tail are our payment. "Oh, really? That's fine. We can have fish soup tonight." "All right, you can clean it. Later, take the fish to Xiao Xiang. Remember, cut it here. We can't take advantage of others." Aunt Sen rolled her eyes and said, "What are you thinking? We never take advantage of others." If someone else had heard this, they would have laughed heartily, thinking it was the best joke of the year. However, the Yin family does not consider themselves to be taking advantage of anyone. They receive benefits from others, but also help them out. They believe they're the fairest family around. Xiao Xiang went alone to the backyard, and as he passed through the courtyard, Jia Zhangshi saw him and rushed over. "You little bastard, how dare you hit my grandson? I won't let you off." Xiao Xiang didn't strike back. He simply dodged lightly, and then with a flick of his left foot, he tripped Jia Zhangshi, sending her flying to the ground. Jia Zhangshi fell hard, breaking a tooth and filling her mouth with blood. She shouted, "You dare hit me? You unfilial thing. Just wait until I beat you to death." After saying that, she got up and charged at Xiao Xiang again. Xiao Xiang had already mastered Bajiquan. Hitting her was no different from hitting a child, but he did not strike. He merely sidestepped and tripped her again. His kick was so subtle that the onlookers didn't notice. They thought Jia Zhangshi had fallen on her own. After falling a second time, Jia Zhangshi didn't get up. She started screaming, "Old Jia, come and see. Everyone in the courtyard is bullying me. Come and deal with this little bastard Xiao Xiang." It was the first time Xiao Xiang saw Jia Zhangshi calling for help, and he watched with great interest. Just then, the people getting off work returned. Jia Dongxu, Yi Zhonghai, and Shaju came back together. As soon as Jia Dongxu arrived, he saw his mother sitting on the ground crying. He rushed over and asked, "Mom, what's wrong?" Seeing him so concerned for his mother, Yi Zhonghai nodded secretly. Yi Zhonghai chose Jia Dongxu as his apprentice and to take care of him because he was filial. Yi Zhonghai walked over and said, "Old sister, get up. If you've been wronged, I'll seek justice for you. Son, old Yi, you have to stand up for me. This little bastard Xiao Xiang dared to hit me. You must take revenge for me." "What? Xiao Xiang, you dare hit my mom? I'll kill you." Without saying a word, Jia Dongxu rushed over, fists raised. Yi Zhonghai did not stop him. He hated seeing young people bully the elderly. If Xiao Xiang dared to hit Jia Zhangshi today, he would dare to hit him tomorrow. So he had to teach him a lesson to make him respect the elderly. As for the respect for the elderly followed by love for the young, Yi Zhonghai overlooked that. Xiao Xiang watched Jia Dongxu rush over and didn't say much. He simply sidestepped and then tripped him with his foot. As a result, Jia Dongxu fell, just like Jia Zhangshi, landing hard on the ground. Shaju said, "Oh, you dare hit my brother Jia? You've got some guts. Come on, let us spar." Shaju approached, and Xiao Xiang immediately remembered what happened 2 days ago. He got angry and said, "All right, come on. Hey, I'll come." Shaju threw a punch, but Xiao Xiang dodged lightly and then executed an Iron Mountain lean, instantly sending Shaju flying. Everyone was shocked. The man known as the god of war in the courtyard was knocked away. Just like that, Shaju flew 5 meters before hitting the ground. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, but his tough skin didn't make it feel too bad. He shouted, "That was a sneak attack. It doesn't count. Let's go again." After saying that, he charged again. But the next second, he was sent flying once more, this time hitting the ground even harder, and it took him a while to recover. Yi Zhonghai shook his head. His intention was to let Shaju teach Xiao Xiang a lesson, so that Xiao Xiang would understand who was in charge of the courtyard. But this time, Shaju was too weak and got knocked down by Xiao Xiang so easily. There was no other choice. Yi Zhonghai had to step in personally. Of course, he wouldn't fight Xiao Xiang. His status was too noble for that. It would be beneath him to fight with a junior. Yi Zhonghai employed his usual tactics: moral coercion, brainwashing, and intimidation. He said loudly, "All right, Xiao Xiang, you dare hit people in the courtyard? It seems we can't handle you anymore. We'll have to call the police." For ordinary people, hearing the police would scare them. After all, people of this era were not used to dealing with the police. They still habitually thought that the police now were the same as the corrupt patrols of the past. But Xiao Xiang was different. He had crossed over from a future time where the idea was to call the police when in trouble, so he wasn't afraid of them. Xiao Xiang replied, "Great, you go call them." Yi Zhonghai was taken aback. Why was this guy not following the usual script? He asked, "Aren't you afraid of the police?" The police also seek justice. When they arrive, I want to ask how it's reasonable for several adults to bully a child. Yi Zhonghai's face twitched. "Are we bullying you? Clearly, you are the one hitting my people." He said, "You need to understand, you are the one hitting people now. The police won't be like you, ignoring facts and only caring about relationships. You haven't even got the facts straight, and you're talking nonsense here. How am I not clear? The situation is clear. You are hitting Jia Zhangshi. You are hitting an elderly person. Did I hit her? Did anyone see me touch her?" At this moment, Yin Bugue spoke up from the side. "Old E, I was watching from the side. Xiao Xiang didn't hit Jia Zhangshi. She fell over by herself." After saying that, Yin Bugue took a step back. In his heart, he felt he had repaid the favor Xiao Xiang did for him with the fish guts and tail. Yi Zhonghai was momentarily speechless, then quickly said, "But you hit Shaju. We all witnessed that. Hitting someone is against the law." Xiao Xiang smiled and said, "Oh, so you mean hitting someone is against the law?" "Yes, such a simple principle. You wouldn't misunderstand, would you?" "All right, Sudamao, did you hear that? Hitting someone is against the law. So why don't you go report it? How many times has Shaju hit you?" Each time Yi Zhonghai says to settle it in the courtyard. He doesn't let you report it. Now he agrees, and you still won't go? Su Damao, who was watching the commotion, was suddenly called out by Xiao Xiang. Normally, given Su Damao's personality, he wouldn't speak up in matters that didn't concern him. But now it was different. He could take down Xiaozhu. Without thinking, Su Damao began to cooperate with Xiao Xiang. He paused for a moment and then joyfully said, "Right? Uncle, you didn't say that before. Since you want to report it now, I'm going." How many times did he hit me without any punishment? This is unacceptable. Xiao Xiang added, "By the way, remember to tell the police that Xiaozhu hit me once 2 days ago. I also want to report it." Chapter 5, Confronting Heaven and Earth. All right, Xiao Xiang, don't worry. This time, I'll definitely make sure Xiaozhu goes in. Xiaozhu clutched his stomach and shouted, "Su Damao, you little bastard, you're kicking me when I'm down. Just wait. Once I recover, I'll make sure to beat you to death." Xiao Xiang said, "Look, Xiaozhu is threatening to hit someone again. Su Damao, you can report this to the police too." "Okay, I'll remember that," Su Damao said, and he dashed out. Yi Zhonghai felt a headache coming on. Why was everyone ignoring him today? He shouted, "Stop him," but no one moved. The 2 loyal supporters of Yi Zhonghai were Jia, Dongxu, and Xiaozhu, and neither of them had recovered yet. Besides the 2 of them, Yi Zhonghai couldn't command anyone else. Seeing everyone motionless, Yi Zhonghai felt a wave of desolation in his heart. He could already foresee his future. If the day came when he couldn't move, these people would definitely not take care of him in his old age. So only Dongxu was suitable to take care of him. As for Xiaozhu, he was just a fool. Someone who could be used as a thug to supervise Jia Dongxu. Unable to stop Su Damao, Yi Zhonghai could only turn his anger towards Xiangnan. He said, "It's all your fault. If this gets out, our courtyard's reputation will be ruined." Xiangnan replied, "It's really strange. Didn't you just say you wanted to call the police? Why are you against it now? Which of your words can be trusted? If you keep changing your mind like this, I think you're not suited to be the elder. I think the second elder is much better than you. At least he keeps his word, making him more suitable to be the elder." Lu Haizhong, who had been watching the commotion from the side, immediately felt pleased and said, "Xiao Xiang, I really didn't expect your judgment to be quite good. I'm really more suitable than old to be the elder? Of course. You're the fairest one, unlike some people who only favor the Jia family." Although Xiangnan didn't directly say who he was referring to, everyone knew who it was. Yi Zhonghai's face turned red with anger, and he said, "You're talking nonsense." "I didn't." Xiangnan praised Lu Haizhong not wanting to face the retirement group alone. In some novels, the protagonist confronts everyone and offends all the residents of the courtyard, which Xiangnan couldn't understand. The principle of the crowd can distort the truth, and 3 people can create a tiger should be understood by anyone who has read books. If everyone unites to falsely accuse you, the power is not to be underestimated. Xiangnan was smart. He knew to gather a group to fight against another group. He allied with Lu Haizhong, Su Damao, and Yin Bugui to confront the retirement group. Moreover, Xiangnan didn't need to pay a high price. Lu Haizhong was a fool and a sycophant, and as long as he said a few complimentary words that didn't cost money, he would lose himself in delight. As for Su Damao, it was useless to talk about anything else. As long as he mentioned dealing with Xiaozhu, that guy would eagerly jump in without Xiangnan needing to say much. As for Yin Bugui, he wasn't of much use, just a bystander. Xiangnan didn't expect him to do anything, as long as he didn't side with Yi Zhonghai. At this point, Su Damao had already called the police, and when the police arrived, they asked what's going on. "I heard that a few adults are bullying a child." Yi Zhonghai immediately said, "Officer, it's a misunderstanding. This is just a misunderstanding. We can resolve it within our courtyard." The police glanced at him and said, "If you could resolve it yourselves, why would someone call the police? The person who reported it isn't you, so stand aside." The police didn't care about any elder status. They first told everyone to be quiet and then questioned them one by one. They first asked Xiangnan, who didn't waste time and recounted everything that happened. After listening, the police were somewhat speechless. He said, "So this all happened just because a child said you hit him?" "Yes, they didn't confirm whether I actually hit him. And then Jia Laotai came to cause trouble for me." Jia Zhangshi shouted, "My grandson doesn't lie. If he said he was hit, then he was definitely hit." Xiangnan said, "There were witnesses. Third elder, you say something?" Yin Bugui didn't dare lie in front of the police, so he said, "I saw the whole thing. It was the stick who tried to grab the meat bun from Xiangnan's hand, but Xiangnan wouldn't give it up and dodged. The stick accidentally fell down. That's how it happened. Jia Zhangshi shouted, "Why did you dodge? My grandson wanted to eat the bun. Why didn't you just give it to him?" Upon hearing this, the police couldn't hold back any longer. He said, "It's his bun. Why should he give it to your grandson? If your grandson wants a bun, why don't you buy it for him? We're in such a difficult situation. We're a family of orphans and widows. It's not easy for us. Why doesn't he help us?" Xiangnan said, "Your family is a family of orphans and widows? Has Jia Dongxu died? You little orphan! How dare you curse my son? I'll scratch you to death." The police, seeing Jia Zhangshi about to rush over to hit someone, shouted, "Settle down. If you dare to move again, I will arrest you." Jia Zhangshi immediately became obedient, but she still said, "This little orphan cursed my son. You should arrest him." "What did he curse your son with? Didn't you hear? He cursed my son to die." Xiangnan said, "I'm asking you, has Jia Dongxu died? Even if he died, my son won't die. That means he hasn't died. So what are you all doing as orphans and widows?" Jia Zhangshi was stunned. She had been calling her family orphans and widows for over 10 years, and was so used to it that she didn't realize Jia Dongxu had grown up and was no longer suited to that label. Xiangnan said, "Speaking of which, I'm the true orphan. Both my parents are gone. I'm only 16 years old. I'm the one who's struggling the most. Why should I give her family buns?" Hearing this, the police's expression changed. He said, "You all really have some nerve, bullying a child who's lost both parents. And you, as the elder of the courtyard, not only did you not stop them from bullying others, but you also sided with the Jia family. Is this how you act?" Yi Zhonghai was scolded and couldn't say anything else. He could only accept it. The police then asked others, and the truth of the whole matter was consistent with what Xiangnan had said. Finally, he said, "Now the situation is clear. Xiangnan did not hit anyone from the Jia family. He didn't even touch any of your 3 people. This has been confirmed by eyewitnesses. Therefore, Xiangnan has no responsibility. The Jia family should apologize to him." Chapter 6. Settled. Jia Zhangshi was the first to be unhappy. She said, "Why should I apologize? I'm not apologizing." The police said, "Both you and your son need to apologize. If you don't, you'll come back with me to stay a few days. It's your choice. Apologize or go to jail." Jia Zhangshi was startled and said, "I won't go to jail. If anyone should, let my daughter-in-law go." Qin Huairu, who had been watching silently, found herself pushed forward by her mother-in-law. She couldn't blame Jia Zhangshi and could only say to Xiangnan, "Xiangnan, my mother-in-law has no other choice. Can you forgive her?" Xiangnan said, "No matter how hard it is for her, she has a son to support her. But I lost my parents at 10 and have to fend for myself. Is it harder for her than me? I'm not asking for much, just an apology." The police impatiently said, "Hurry up. If you don't apologize soon, you'll come back with me." After saying that, he took out the handcuffs. Jia Zhangshi was startled and could only say, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." The police angrily said, "Louder. Didn't you hear?" Jia Zhangshi had to raise her voice again and said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." The police said to Jia Dongxu, "And you also need to apologize." Seeing that his mother had apologized, Jia Dongxu could only follow suit and apologize as well. Once the police saw the 2 of them apologize, they put away the handcuffs and prepared to leave. Yi Zhonghai said, "Wait, are we just going to let this matter of hitting people slide?" The police glanced at Sha Zhu and said, "He was the one who started it, right? Xiangnan was just defending himself. That's not a crime. You're called Sha Zhu, right? I warn you, if I find out you bully someone again, you won't have a good outcome. A 30-something person bullying a 16-year-old child. You really have some nerve. And you didn't even hit him. How embarrassing." Sha Zhu's face turned red with shame, and he defended himself, saying, "I just wasn't prepared this time. Next time." Before he could finish, the police interrupted him. "Next time? You dare to have a next time? It seems you haven't learned your lesson yet. Come on, go back with me, and I'll give you a good education." Sha Zhu was so frightened that he immediately stopped talking, and Yi Zhonghai couldn't let his thug really go in. He said he knows he was wrong. There won't be a next time. The police didn't really intend to arrest him, so after scaring him a bit, they said, "It's best there isn't a next time. If I find out again, it won't be as simple as just a few days in jail." Yes, we understand," Su Damao replied. The police left, and Su Damao was very disappointed. Was that it? Why didn't they take Shizuhu away? He had actually told the police about being beaten when they arrived. But they told him that what happened in the past was in the past, and if Shizuzu didn't admit it, there was nothing they could do. Su Damao could only keep this in mind. If Shizuzu dared to hit him again next time, he would call the police. After the police left, everyone dispersed, and Xiangnan went straight back to the backyard. Yi Zhonghai felt very gloomy. After thinking for a moment, he also went to the backyard. Of course, he went to the deaf old lady's room. As soon as he entered, he saw a big ant sitting with the deaf old lady. Yi Zhonghai complained, "Old lady, why didn't you go out to help me just now?" Before the police arrived, he had hinted to the big ant to go to the backyard and bring help. But after the police left, the deaf old lady didn't go to the courtyard, which made him a bit dissatisfied. The deaf old lady said lightly, "What could I do if I went? It's clear that you guys are unreasonable. Everyone was watching. If I went, could I make the police speak for you? I don't have that kind of clout. But Xiangnan, when Xiang Xiaozai's mother passed away, I advise you to treat him a little better. He was only 10 years old then, without any support. As long as you showed him a little care, he would definitely be grateful. Besides, he has no parents, making him the best kind of caretaker. But you just wouldn't listen. Now look, he is grown up and doesn't have much feelings for you anymore. If you want to win him over now, he might not even listen to you." Chapter 7, Yi Zhonghai wants fish. Yi Zhonghai dismissed the deaf old lady's words. He knew very well that when Xiangnan was 10, winning his heart wasn't difficult. But that required a price. Back then, Xiangnan was just a 10-year-old boy, a half-grown kid who could drain his father dry. If he adopted or cared for him, Xiangnan would definitely take advantage of that. And he would know how much he would have to give. But Jia Dongxu was different. He had already entered the steel mill and could support himself, which saved Yi Zhonghai a lot of trouble. Even now, Yi Zhonghai didn't regret not choosing Xiangnan back then. That's just how Yi Zhonghai was. He only wanted to take advantage and wouldn't suffer a loss. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, the deaf old lady stopped trying. On the other side, Sandama had already killed the fish and was taking it to the backyard. Just as Yi Zhonghai came out, he saw Sandama carrying the fish and was momentarily stunned, then happily said, "Yan's family, are you bringing fish for the old lady? But you'd better cook it before bringing it over. The old lady is too old to cook." Sandama almost rolled her eyes. Didn't Yi Zhonghai know his family's rules? The Yin family, who feels cheated if they don't take advantage for a day, would randomly give things away? Sandama said, "This fish isn't mine, it's for Xiangnan. I'm just helping him kill the fish. Now that it's ready, I'm going to deliver it to him." After saying that, she ignored Yi Zhonghai and turned to go to Xiangnan. Yi Zhonghai felt bored, but he was still unwilling to give up. He followed Sandama to Xiangnan's place, where Xiangnan was making noodles with white flour. Xiangnan came from the future and wasn't accustomed to cornmeal. This morning, he had exchanged some grain tickets and bought a few pounds of white flour to prepare to make noodles. As soon as Sandama entered, she was taken aback and said, "Xiangnan, are you really living it up? Fish and white flour, this is too extravagant." If it were the Yin family, they would definitely have exchanged the white flour for cornmeal. 1 pound of fine grain could be exchanged for 2 pounds of coarse grain, which is a significant difference. Xiangnan replied, "Today is my birthday, so I'm treating myself. After today, I'll go back to eating cornmeal." In fact, it wasn't actually Xiangnan's birthday today. But no one else cared about when his actual birthday was, as no one had ever paid attention to him. Xiangnan decided to treat today as his birthday, since it was the first day he had crossed over, making it quite meaningful. However, Sandama didn't think much of it and said, "In our family, even if it's your birthday, at most you just get an extra steamed bun. This is still too extravagant." Xiangnan laughed and said, "It's different. Jie Cheng and the others have your care, but I don't have that. So I can only take care of myself." Sandama paused for a moment and had to admit that Xiangnan had a point. She put down the fish and said, "All right then, since it's your birthday, I won't disturb you." Yi Zhonghai had been waiting outside, and when he saw Sandama leave, he entered Xiangnan's house. Xiangnan said irritably, "Yi Zhonghai, can't you knock? You really have no sense of courtesy." Yi Zhonghai was taken aback and said, "What did you just call me?" "Yi Zhonghai, what's wrong? You dare to call me by my name? You're going too far. Isn't a name meant to be called? What? Are you the emperor and need to avoid it?" Yi Zhonghai's education level wasn't high, so he didn't know what avoiding taboo meant. However, when he heard the word emperor, he was startled and said, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm not any emperor." I'm the big uncle in the courtyard. At the very least, you should call me Big Uncle. Others recognize you as a big uncle only if I do. If I don't, you're nothing. Yi Zhonghai was infuriated, saying, Xiangnan, don't talk nonsense. Do you have anything to do? If not, go back to your courtyard and don't come to my house. Yi Zhonghai shook his head, deciding to swallow his anger. He said, since you're eating so well today, with white flour and fish, remember to send a portion to the ancestors. My ancestors are all dead. I can't send anything underground. What nonsense are you talking? I'm talking about our courtyard's ancestors, the deaf old lady living across from you. When did our courtyard have ancestors? I didn't know. She has always been it. I often tell you that we're a united and loving big family, and we should help each other. If anyone has some good food, remember to send it to the ancestors. Xiangnan sneered and said, united and loving, helping each other? Yi Zhonghai, don't you feel guilty saying this? What I have to feel guilty about? I've always said this, and I've done it. If that is the case, then why didn't you help me before? When my mother died, I was only 10 years old and had no income. I was eating just one steam bun a day. Where were you then? Yi Zhonghai was left speechless. This matter really couldn't be brought up, as it would make everyone in the courtyard ignore him. In those days, neighbors helped each other out. If anyone truly had a hardship, everyone would lend a hand. It was rare to see a courtyard as peculiar as this one. Yi Zhonghai could only say, what is in the past is in the past. Don't bring it up again. All right, let us not mention the past. Let us talk about the present. This fish was caught by me, and the white flour was also exchanged with fish. It won't last more than 2 days, and after that, I'll have no money for food. Are you going to help me? You still have some, right? Let's talk about it when it's gone. Just give me a straightforward answer. Will you give me food when I run out in 2 days? Yi Zhonghai wanted to brush it off and said, if you're really in difficulty, we'll definitely help you. All right, you said it. Everyone present is a witness. At this moment, there were quite a few people in the backyard, including Lu's family, Su Damao's family, and several minor characters who hadn't appeared much. Lu Haizhong said, Oldie, I heard that if little Xiang runs out of food in 2 days, he'll come to your house to eat. Xiangnan said, thank you, second uncle, for being this witness. You're fair and just. Seeing that there were witnesses, Yi Zhonghai could no longer pretend. He said, if you run out of food, you should go out and find work. Why come to me? Isn't that what you said? We should be united and loving, helping each other. As long as you nod to help me find a job, I'll deliver the fish and white flour to the old lady right away. Yi Zhonghai said with some headache, didn't we talk about the food shortage? Why is it suddenly about finding a job? Because I don't have a job. You're an 8th level worker at the steel mill. Getting the factory to hire a temporary worker is as easy as pie. If you can't even help with such a small favor, how can you say our courtyard is about mutual assistance? Chapter 8. Xiangnan starts cursing. Yi Zhonghai was contemplating whether it was worth it to trade a temporary worker for a bowl of fish. Honestly, there was no need to think about it. It definitely wasn't worth it. Moreover, Yi Zhonghai believed that if he really helped Xiangnan find a job, the subsequent troubles would be endless. Oh, so you helped Xiangnan, but you won't help my family in Jiecheng? Aren't you going against the concept of mutual assistance? Not only does Yin Jiecheng not have a job, but Lu Guangtian doesn't either. If I have to help everyone, how will I survive? So Yi Zhonghai could only refuse, angrily saying, if you don't want to help, then don't make so many excuses. Is this an excuse? You said it was mutual assistance. I can't always be the one helping others while no one helps me, right? That's not reasonable. Who would help someone as selfish as you? After Yi Zhonghai finished speaking, he ignored Xiangnan's rebuttal and walked away. Xiangnan coldly said, I'm selfish? Do I even have the ability to help others? I'm not even an adult yet. You old man. At this point, Yi Zhonghai could no longer hear what he was saying, and even if he did, he pretended not to. Yi Zhonghai ran away, and the others in the backyard saw there was no excitement left to watch, so they all went home. Xiangnan didn't care about anyone else and started preparing to make sauerkraut fish. Xiangnan's house was too small, and there was simply no way to cook inside. So he could only set up a small stove outside, doing the chopping in the house and cooking outside. In fact, Xiangnan initially wanted to make boiled fish, but that dish required too much oil. He had no choice but to change it to sauerkraut fish. However, he didn't have sauerkraut, but there were pickled vegetables at home, which I have to do. The fire was lit, and he poured in a little oil, then added the pickled vegetables to stir-fry. After a short while, he added water and put in the fish bones to boil. Once the water boiled, he added the fish meat, cooking it for just a few dozen seconds before taking it off the heat. Once the fish was ready, Xiang Nan didn't even wash the pot, just added a bit of water and started cooking the noodles. In no time, the delicious aroma filled the entire courtyard. Other people smelled the fragrance and just drooled a little before eating their own meals. But the Jia family was different. Jia Zhongshi immediately began to scold. Which family is so lacking in morals, cooking something so fragrant and not sharing with us? Don't they know our family is in trouble? Bang Gung said, Grandma, it's Xiang Nan from the backyard. I saw Yin Lao holding a fish and taking it to his house. Qin Huairu, standing nearby, said, Bang Gung, you should call him third uncle, don't call him Yin Lao. Jia Zhongshi became displeased and said, Yin Bugui is just an old miser. My grandson can call him miser. Besides, my grandson wants to eat fish. Go ask him for some. Qin Huairu hesitantly said, but we just offended Xiang Nan. He probably won't give it to us. Jia Dongxu snorted coldly and said, just go when I tell you to, stop talking nonsense. With no choice, Qin Huairu could only take a bowl and head out. However, Jia Zhongshi called out to her, saying, why are you taking such a small bowl? Is that enough for anyone? Take this bowl instead. Jia Zhongshi handed her a large bowl, which, if filled, would leave Xiang Nan with nothing to eat. Qin Huairu knew that wouldn't work, but she still took the large bowl and went out. By this time, Xiang Nan had already finished cooking the noodles and was eating them with the pickled fish. Qin Huairu arrived at his door, saw the fragrant food, and couldn't help but swallow. She forced a smile and said, Brother Xiang, stop right there. We're not that familiar. Just call me by my name. Xiang Nan, my Bang Gung is craving meat. Can you? Xiang Nan glanced at her, then put down his bowl and chopsticks, standing up. Qin Huairu felt a surge of joy, thinking Xiang Nan was really going to give her fish. Xiang Nan came to the door and said to her, you step back and give me some space. Xiang Nan's door was very small, only enough for one person to stand in. Qin Huairu blocking the door meant no one could come in or out. Not knowing what he was going to do, she stepped aside, allowing Xiang Nan to come out. Xiang Nan stood at the door and shouted loudly, Jia Dongxu, do you have no shame? If you can't afford to support your wife, then don't. If you can't afford to have kids, then don't give birth. Don't come to my house begging for food during meal times. Men in the capital care about their reputation the most. Although what Jia Dongxu did was shameful, he still cared about his face. Hearing Xiang Nan's curses at home, his face turned red immediately. He ran out and yelled in the backyard, Xiang Nan, are you looking for trouble? Why are you cursing at me for no reason? Xiang Nan replied without reservation, Jia Dongxu, you did something shameful. How can I not say anything? Didn't you send your wife to my house to beg for fish? Jia Dongxu shamelessly said, we are neighbors. It's nothing to share a bit of food. If you're generous, give some. If you're stingy, then don't. Why curse at people for no reason? Goof, I really want to curse you now. You're an adult with a salary of 20 to 30 bucks a month. Yet you can't support your wife and kids and send her to my house to beg for fish? How can you say it so harshly? I'm saying it harshly? Isn't it your actions that are shameful? I'm not even an adult yet, and I don't have a job. You're a working man coming to ask me for food. Don't you have any shame? The neighbors around also started to murmur. Sudamao said, that's true. I definitely wouldn't have the face to ask little Xiang for food. Exactly. Poor little Xiang can hardly eat fish once a month, and just when it's ready, the Jia family comes asking for it. It's quite shameless. Although the neighbors hadn't helped Xiang Nan before, that didn't stop them from standing on a moral high ground to criticize the Jia family. Jia Dongxu became furious and raised his fist as he approached. He said, you dare curse me? I'll beat you to death. But he forgot one thing before. Shaju was knocked away by Xiang Nan, and Jia Dongxu couldn't even beat Shaju. So when Jia Dongxu approached, Xiang Nan kicked him away. Yi Zhonghai had just arrived in the backyard and saw this scene. He instantly became furious. Jia Dongxu was his source of support. What would he do if he got hurt? He shouted, Xiang Nan, you dare hit people. I see no one can control you now, you violent man. You have no right to stay in the courtyard anymore. I'll kick you out. Xiang Nan disdainfully said, Yi Zhonghai, are you blind? It was clearly Jia Dongxu who wanted to hit me. I was just defending myself. Also, you're just a mediator elected by the neighborhood committee. You don't have the power to kick anyone out. Su Damao said beside them. If hitting people means getting kicked out, then the first one to be kicked out would be Shaju. Shaju was unhappy and raised his fist, charging at Su Damao. Chapter 9. Yi Zhonghai regrets Shaju chased after Su Damao to hit him, while Su Damao ran and shouted, Shaju, there are so many people watching. If you dare hit me again, I'll call the police right now. Go ahead and report it. I'm just hitting a little man. Can the police manage me? Xiangnan said from the side. The police can indeed manage you. Hitting people is against the law, and you could be locked up. Pooh, I don't believe it. If you don't believe it, then fine. Su Damao, you just run to the police station and see if Shaju dares to chase you. Upon hearing this, Su Damao immediately ran out of the backyard towards the outside. Shaju really didn't dare to chase. He called out from behind, You coward, if you have the guts. Stop. Let us fight one-on-one. Pooh, who wants to fight you? You're just a fool who can only be reckless. If you hit me again, I'll really call the police. The people around laughed heartily, watching the two of them entertain everyone. Yi Zhonghai saw the scene was in chaos and could only say, You all just keep messing around. This nice courtyard has been completely ruined by you. After saying that, he turned and left. When Dongxu saw that his master had left, he naturally stood up to follow, and Qin Huairu followed as well. Xiangnan said to the others, All right, there's no more excitement to watch. Everyone should go about your business. In the central courtyard, Yi Zhonghai entered his home, and Dongxu followed him in. As soon as he entered, he complained, Master, this young kid is really too unruly. We need to teach him a lesson. Yi Zhonghai said irritably, Teach him a lesson? How? He has no parents, no attachments, and he's not even an adult yet. What can you do to him? If you really provoke him, he might take a knife and kill your whole family. You think it's worth it to trade your family of 5 for his one life? Dongxu was taken aback and said, Master, he wouldn't dare do that, would he? Yi Zhonghai replied, Why wouldn't he dare? You have to know that those adults are actually not that scary. They have families and responsibilities, and they have a lot to worry about. If you push them a bit, they won't do much. But someone like Xiangnan is scary. They're young and impulsive, without any attachments, and they might pull out a knife at the slightest disagreement. Do you dare to provoke him? Dongxu said, Not really. I haven't seen him like that before. Yi Zhonghai replied, That was then. Did he dare to resist back then? Now he even dares to hit Shaju. Do you dare bet that he won't take a knife? Dongxu fell silent, and Qin Huairu unwillingly asked, Master Yi, are we just going to swallow this anger? Yi Zhonghai said, Of course not. Anyway, he was just lucky this time and caught a few fish. He himself said that the grain he bought is only enough to eat for 2 days. After 2 days, he will run out of food, and when he is starving, you just eat in front of him and see if he doesn't get jealous. Dongxu laughed. You're still the best, master. I will make sure he gets jealous. He turned to Qin Huairu and said, Wife, let's buy some meat the day after tomorrow and make braised pork. Qin Huairu hesitated and said, But we don't have any meat coupons left. And we have run out of grain coupons too. We're going to starve. Dongxu immediately turned to Yi Zhonghai, who felt a headache coming on, but still said, I still have a few meat coupons here. You can take them, and I'll give you a few pounds of cornmeal. Just make sure to eat sparingly. Thank you, master. Dongxu and his wife took the meat coupons and cornmeal back home. And he said sadly, Look at Dongxu. What kind of disciple goes to his master's house without bringing something? Only he. Not only does he not give gifts, but he also expects you to keep subsidizing him. She continued, If you ask me, the reason we didn't choose Xiangnan back then is that he can eat on his own, which is better than having to support the Jia family. Yi Zhonghai felt helpless as he had chosen Dongxu because he was already working and could support himself, so he chose him as a disciple for his old age. He didn't expect this guy to be so unmotivated. For years, his salary hadn't increased much, and now there were 3 more mouths to feed, including Qin Huairu. Whenever he ran out of money or food, he would come to him. But Yi Zhonghai had already made his choice and couldn't backtrack, so he gave him some grain coupons. However, this was not a problem. The Jia family had become reliant on him, asking for a little bit every so often. Now, Yi Zhonghai had invested too much sunk cost. It was too late for him to change his mind. Looking back, he thought it would have been much better if he had chosen Xiangnan, who only had 1 mouth to feed. How much could he possibly eat? Yi Zhonghai shook his head and said, Forget it, There's no point in talking about this. It's too late. Andy stopped talking and just sulked. Meanwhile, Dongxu returned home with the meat coupons and cornmeal. He said to Zhongxu, "Mom, we're having meat the day after tomorrow." When Bangung heard this, he excitedly shouted, Oh, our family is going to eat meat." Zhongxu asked, "Eat meat? Where did the meat coupons come from?" "Just so you know, I have no money. If you want to buy meat, you have to figure it out yourself." Dongxu replied, "No need. My master gave me the meat coupons." "Just meat coupons? Our family's grain is running low. Aren't you going to ask him for more grain?" Qin Huairu said, "Mom, Uncle Li also gave us a few pounds of cornmeal." When Zhongxu heard this, she became displeased and said loudly, "How can Zhonghai be a master like this? Just giving a bit of cornmeal? That's way too stingy. Other masters give white flour. My Dongxu is his disciple, but he's getting such a raw deal." Dongxu awkwardly said, "Mom, don't say it so loudly. It's not good if master hears." Zhongxu said, "I want him to hear it and feel ashamed. How can he be so stingy?" Zhonghai, who was at home, heard Zhongxu's words. Instead of feeling ashamed, he was furious, thinking, "How did I end up with such a bizarre family? I give them things, and they still complain." He sighed, "It would be so much better if Zhongxu were dead." In his view, the young couple from the Jia family were good and quite filial. But Zhongxu was truly greedy, stupid, lazy, and gluttonous. She had no redeeming qualities, only flaws. And he said, "Look at what she is saying. If it were me, I shouldn't have been so good to them. Forget it. If we fall out with them now, all our previous investments will be wasted. All we can do now is to keep a good health and make sure to outlive Zhongxu. Once she's gone, Dongxu will be filial to us." Andy was dismissive, saying, "Listen to her voice, so full of energy. Does she sound like someone whose health is worse than ours? If you ask me, even if we die, she might not." It must be said that Andy was not wrong. In the story, Andy was the first to die, while Zhongxu lived all the way to the end. What could Zhonghai do? He had no way out. It was too late to say anything now. Chapter 10. Xiangnan's martyr status. Early the next morning, Xiangnan woke up and the first thing he did was check in. "Congratulations, host. You've received 1 pound of white rabbit milk candy." Xiangnan shook his head, thinking that this was something only children liked, and it was of no use to him. Adding to the 2 bottles of Fengjiu he got from yesterday's check-in, Xiangnan felt that this system was a bit unreliable. Why were all the rewards useless items? Perhaps hearing Xiangnan's complaints, the system replied, "Please be patient. Monthly check-ins, yearly check-ins, and holiday check-ins will all have critical hits." "That's what you said. If I don't get something good from the critical hits, I will definitely report you." The system fell silent and no longer spoke. At this moment, Xiangnan remembered that today was the 3rd day, the day when his martyr status and job would be actively presented to him. But why was there no movement today? He asked the system, but the system remained silent, clearly upset by his previous threat. Xiangnan was too lazy to care. He first opened the grain tank at home and found it empty. The little bit of fine grain he bought before was already finished, and he needed to buy some more today. Xiangnan left the house without locking the door, mainly because there was nothing valuable at home. The only thing of some value was the 100 yuan he got from the first check-in, and now there was still more than 70 yuan left, all stored in the space. Xiangnan went to the front and found Yin Bugui. "Third uncle, can I borrow your fishing rod again today?" Yin Bugui didn't plan to lend it this time, because he felt he had lost out last time. Xiangnan had only used a meat bun to exchange for his fishing rod, and that day, Xiangnan caught several fish. If he went fishing himself, he would definitely catch more than Xiangnan, who was a novice. So Yin Bugui said, "Xiao Xiang, it's not that I don't want to lend you the fishing rod, but I need it too. Aren't you going to class today?" Yin Bugui's eyes turned. "I'm going to class, but my oldest son has no work to do, and he wants to go fishing." Yin Jiecheng was a bit confused, wondering what his business had to do with this. Yin Bugui said, "Oldest son, you take this fishing rod. Today, you must bring me back 3 fish weighing over 2 pounds. Yin Jiecheng said with a bitter face, "Dad, I can't do that. Xiao Xiang is also fishing for the first time. How could he do it? You should go now. No more nonsense." Yin Jiecheng had no choice but to take the fishing rod and leave. Xiangnan shook his head, planning to think of another way. Just then, a few people came in from outside, led by Director Wang from the street. As soon as Yin Bugui saw her, He immediately greeted her with a smile. Director Wong, what brings you here? If you have something to discuss, just let us know at the street office. No need for you to come in person. I'm not here looking for you. I'm here for Xiang Nan from your courtyard. Is he here? Xiang Nan understood what was going on. It should be about his status as a martyr's family member and his work. He said, I am Xiang Nan. Director Wong took his hand and warmly said, Xiao Xiang. You've grown so tall. The last time I saw you, you were still a little kid. The last time Director Wong saw Xiang Nan was 6 years ago, when his mother passed away, and it was Director Wong who had her subordinates help with the funeral arrangements. It was also Director Wong who decided not to send Xiang Nan to the welfare home, allowing him to receive a subsidy of 3 yuan from the street office every month. Yin Bugui curiously asked, Director Wong, what do you need Xiao Xiang for? This is a long story. While everyone is off work, please gather everyone from the courtyard. We need to hold a meeting. Yin Bugui wanted to send his eldest son to call people, but then he remembered that Yin Jieqing had just sent him out to fish. So he had to ask Yin Jiefeng and Yin Jiekong to call everyone. Before long, everyone had gathered in the courtyard. Yi Zhonghai asked Director Wong, what is this about? It doesn't concern you. Just sit tight. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. Lu Haizhong, eager to please, said, everyone is here except for the deaf old lady. This has nothing to do with her. She is old, and we shouldn't disturb her. All right, since everyone is here, I have something to say. Laoli, you take it from here. A middle-aged man stood up and came to Xiang Nan, saying, hello, Xiang Nan. I am your father Xiang Jinchi's colleague. Xiang Nan was taken aback. So this martyr's family status came from his father? Xiao Xiang had no impression of his father. He only heard his mother mention that his father's name was Xiang Jianxi, but he knew nothing about what he did or where he was from. Laoli said, Xiang Nan, due to confidentiality reasons, I can't go into detail about what your father did. I can only say that your father Xiang Jianxi was a hero, someone who made great contributions to the country. Unfortunately, he sacrificed his life a year ago, and it took us a year to determine the cause of his death. He was a true hero. Even in death, he took down over a dozen enemies with him. Because of this, your father was honored as a martyr, and you are now a martyr's family member. Xiang Nan thought to himself, so mysterious. Could it be that Xiang Jianxi and Yu Zicheng were co-workers? Everyone listened intently, and when they finished, there was an uproar. No way. Xiang Nan has become a martyr's family member? Isn't that the same as the deaf old lady? Now no one in the courtyard would dare to mess with him. Director Wong frowned upon hearing this, but since there were important matters at hand, she didn't say much. Laoli said to Xiang Nan, this is a plaque for the family of a first-class hero. You should hang at your door. If anyone dares to bully you, just bring it to me and we'll see who dares. After saying this, he looked around with a fierce gaze, causing everyone to be too scared to look him in the eye. Then Laoli took out a bag and said, inside is your father's savings from these years, along with a little something from our colleagues. Open it at home. Don't look at it here. He understood the principle of not showing off wealth. And since Xiang Nan was still a minor, he needed to be cautious. Xiang Nan nodded. He had a system space, so he wasn't afraid of anyone stealing it. After Laoli finished, Director Wong continued, in light of Xiang Nan's status as a martyr's family member, our street will also provide some rewards. First, regarding work, Xiang Nan. Where would you like to work? Without thinking, Xiang Nan said, I want to work in the security department of the steel mill. My father sacrificed himself to protect the country. I may not have his abilities, so I'll start by protecting the steel mill. Laoli laughed. Good boy. You have ambition. Protecting the steel mill is just like protecting the country. Director Wong, can the street office arrange this? If not, I'll help him. Director Wong immediately replied, of course we can arrange it. Leave this to me. I guarantee it will be done. Thank you, Director Wong and Uncle Lee. Director Wong continued. The second reward is that since you're still a minor, you can receive a subsidy of 30 yuan from the street office every month until you come of age. As soon as this was said, everyone turned green with envy. This was real money. Immediately someone jumped out and shouted, it's unfair. Why doesn't our family get any? Chapter 11. Dealing with Jia Zhangshi. The one who jumped out to question Director Wong was none other than the unreasonable fool Jia Zhangshi, and apart from this old hag, no one else would create trouble in this situation. After all, most people still had some sense except for this fool. Jia Zhangshi shouted, my family is in such difficulty. Why don't we get subsidies? Director Wong's face darkened immediately, and she said, "Your family is in difficulty? I remember your Jia family has a worker, right? What level is he?" Lu Haizhong, the official sycophant, immediately chimed in. "Director Wang, he's a first-level worker. Jia Dongxu hasn't made much progress in the factory. After working there for several years, he's still a first-level worker." Director Wang was surprised to hear this. "No way. I remember there's a worker at the machine repair factory who has some intellectual disabilities and took 5 years to get promoted to a second-level worker. How could Jia Dongxu be worse than a fool?" The person Director Wang was talking about was well known among the crowd. He was a very inspirational person, with an intelligence level of about 10 years old, and had no family left. The street office didn't want to see him starve, so they sent him to the machine repair factory as a helper, and no one expected this fool to take 5 years to get promoted to a second-level worker, which was quite a miracle in the area. Hearing Director Wang's words, the crowd couldn't help but laugh, and someone joked, "Jia Dongxu, why don't you come out and explain how you're worse than a fool?" Jia Dongxu turned red and didn't know what to say. After all, it was the truth that he had been a first-level worker for several years. Seeing her son humiliated, Jia Zhangshi immediately jumped out and said, "You don't understand anything. Do you think my son isn't capable? It's his master who is incompetent. He has always hidden his skills." Yi Zhonghai got angry upon hearing this. "What nonsense are you talking? I'm hiding my skills? It's clear that he is lazy and foolish. I can't teach him anymore. Whoever has the ability can teach him." After saying this, Yi Zhonghai went straight into the house, ignoring the mess here. Jia Zhangshi saw this and was about to scold him. Qin Huairu tugged at her and said, "Mom, Director Wang is still here. Don't cause more trouble." Jia Zhangshi realized and said to Director Wang, "Director Wang, you can't be so biased. Why does that kid from the Xiang family get so much subsidy? My family doesn't. We're in such difficulty. We should be the ones getting the subsidy." Director Wang coldly replied, "That's exactly what I want to say. Although your son is disappointing and has been a first-level worker for so many years, his salary still amounts to 33 yuan a month. How many people are in your family? 5? That averages out to 6 yuan per person. Do you know how the poverty population in the city is determined? Only those with a monthly living expense of less than 5 yuan are considered poor. Your family is not poor. How can our family not be poor? My family only has my son with a city household registration. We have to buy high-priced grain, and by the end of the month, we go hungry. Who can we blame for that? At first, I asked you if you wanted to apply for a city household registration, but you were greedy for the income from a few acres of land in the village, so you didn't apply. Now you're regretting it? Who can you blame? If we talk about what Jia Zhangshi regrets the most, it's this matter. She originally had land in the countryside, but this fool was too lazy to farm it herself and let her nephew from her maternal family do the farming. Her nephew would send her some grain as rent every year, and she was greedy for that little bit of rent, so she was unwilling to become a city resident. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. The countryside began to implement collective farming, and all the land became collective. Everyone had to work, and those who didn't would receive no labor points, meaning they wouldn't get any food or money. Thus, the rent from the countryside was cut off. At the same time, the city began to implement a ticket system. Without food tickets, one could only buy grain at high prices on the black market. As a result, Jia Zhangshi found herself in a deadlock, regretting her greed for that little bit of land rent. Director Wang said, "Actually, to reduce your family's burden, it's very simple. You should return to the countryside, farm for yourself, and your son will have less burden and be able to support his wife and children." This method was indeed the most suitable. But what kind of person is Jia Zhangshi? She is extremely lazy. How could she possibly return to the countryside to do farm work? When Jia Zhangshi heard Director Wang say this, she hurriedly replied, I don't want to go back. Then I have another solution. I can find you a part-time job. Although the pay isn't much each month. It's over 10 yuan, enough for your living expenses. Will you go? I won't go. The part-time jobs you mentioned are either sweeping the streets or cleaning toilets. Both dirty and tiring. At this, Director Wang's temper flared up, and she angrily said, If you want to do this and want to do that, do you want us to support you for nothing? To which Jia Zhangshi, this fool, actually responded as if it were a matter of course. Yes. If you can support that young man for nothing, why can't you support our family? Director Wang scolded. His father, Xiang Jian, sacrificed for the country. And that's why he has a good life. If your family wants such treatment, fine. You could go die now, and I'll support your family. What a joke. How could Jia Zhangshi bear to die? She shook her head repeatedly. Director Wang had lost her patience and directly said, Zhang Xiaohua, your thinking is seriously problematic. Starting from today, you will go to the street office to study for 3 hours every day. You and T need to study when your thinking has changed. Also, you will clean the public toilet outside for a month. You can't let your daughter-in-law help. If I find out you let her help, you can go back to the countryside. Jia Zhangshi was scared like a quail. The street office had many ways to deal with her. She still thought she was in the courtyard. Qin Huairu pleaded, Director Wang, my mother-in-law is not well. Before she could finish, Director Wang coldly turned and said, Do you want to be like Zhang Xiaohua? Qin Huairu was so frightened that she didn't dare to speak. As for Jia Dongxu, at this time, he had already shrunk back into the crowd, not daring to confront Director Wang. Seeing that the Jia family was quiet, Director Wang finally sighed in relief. She said with annoyance, All right, you all go back to what you were doing. I called you here just to let you know that there is a martyr's family in your courtyard. This is your courtyard's honor. Her words hinted that there hadn't been any martyrs in the courtyard before. However, none of these people understood. Director Wang didn't want to deal with this matter any longer, so she let it go. Although everyone left, their attention remained on Xiangnan. Su Damao said with a hint of jealousy, This kid is so lucky. He has a job and so much money each month. Can he spend it all? Yin Laoku said gloomily, It's not just this. What else is there? Have you forgotten about the housing? Housing? Director Wang didn't mention that. Are you stupid? Isn't he going to start working? According to the old rules, the steel rolling factory will definitely allocate housing. Su Damao was stunned for a moment and then suddenly realized, Right, the steel rolling factory will allocate housing. He will have one more room. Chapter 12. Becoming a hot commodity, Su Damao and Yin Laoku were just chatting casually. Su Damao didn't intend to take advantage of Xiangnan. On one hand, Xiangnan was a martyr's family, and Su Damao hadn't lived enough to take advantage of a martyr's family. On the other hand, he didn't have that much courage. Su Damao was currently pursuing Lu Xiaoyi, who was known as the daughter of Lu Banqing. Their family had a lot of wealth, and if he married Lu Xiaoyi, Su Damao would become rich and naturally wouldn't care about Xiangnan's small change. Although Yin Laoku liked to take advantage, he only dared to take small advantages, like taking a few potatoes or heads of garlic. Anything bigger than that, he wouldn't dare. However, the speaker had no intention. But someone nearby was listening with interest, and if I'm not mistaken, it was the beast from the Jia family. This person was Qin Huairu. As she thought about Xiangnan's current job, money, and housing, she felt extremely envious. With a quick thought, she turned around and returned to the Jia family. At this time, Jia Zhangshi had been cursing softly, and Jia Dongxu kept his head down, not saying a word. Qin Huairu entered the room and said, Dongxu, you should go apologize to your master. Jia Zhangshi snorted coldly. Apologize for what? Yi Zhonghai is an old miser. He deliberately doesn't teach my son skills. Wanted to hold back my son's work level. That's his fault. Why should we apologize? Jia Dongxu kept his head down and didn't speak, as he actually thought the same as his mother. However, he didn't want to think that Yi Zhonghai was calculating for him to support him in his old age. How could he not teach skills? Qin Huairu said, Mom, even though he doesn't teach Dongxu skills, Yi Zhonghai still supports us with a lot of things every month. What will we do if we lose that support? Jia Zhangshi was stunned. Yes, if the family fell out with Yi Zhonghai, they wouldn't be able to take advantage of him anymore. Realizing this, she said to Jia Dongxu, Right, you quickly go apologize. We're still relying on that old miser Yi Zhonghai for food. Still cursing. Jia Zhangshi is a typical case of eating with one hand and cursing the cook with the other. Double standards to the max. Jia Dongxu also understood now. He stood up to leave, and Qin Huairu grabbed him and said, We have one more important matter. What matter? Jia Dongxu asked. Xiangnan. Him? That little bastard. What else is there to say? Qin Huairu whispered. Xiangnan is still underage. If our family adopts him, then his job, subsidy, and the house from the steel rolling factory will all belong to our family, right? Jia Dongxu and Jia Zhangshi were both stunned. They hadn't thought about this. Jia Zhangshi immediately said, Right, Dongxu, you quickly go find your master and let him help us bring all of Xiangnan's good things to our family. Mom, you can't say that. We should say we're adopting Xiangnan to take care of him. He has no parents and is so young. It's too pitiful. Jia Dongxu calculated in his heart and said, Huairu, you're smart. We'll say it like this. The two went to the Yi family, where Yi Zhonghai was still sulking. When he saw Jia Dongxu, he said impatiently, Aren't you going to change masters? What are you doing back here? Jia Dongxu immediately knelt down in front of him and said, Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have blamed you. I know you're doing this for my own good, to help me build a solid foundation. Qin Huairu was also beside him, saying, Uncle, you know how my mother-in-law is. She speaks without thinking, just to let off steam. Please don't hold it against her. They kept saying good things, gradually easing Yi Zhonghai's anger. He said, You need to understand my intentions. I'm doing this for your own good. If your foundation is not solid, going to take the exam rashly can easily lead to mistakes. I understand now. From now on, Master, I will do whatever you say. That's more like it. You can get up now. Jia Dongxu stood up and glanced at Qin Huairu, who then began to talk about Xiangnan's matter. Uncle, look at Xiangnan. He's all alone now, with no one to take care of him. Why don't we help take care of him? Jia Dongxu immediately responded, Yes. I'll treat him like my own brother and take good care of him. Yi Zhonghai was a bit surprised at first. When did their family become so kind-hearted? But then he remembered that the current Xiangnan was different. Now, Xiangnan was a martyr's child. He had a job and a subsidy, and he had transformed from a burden that everyone disliked into someone beloved by all. At that moment, Yi Zhonghai felt a bit regretful. If he had known about Xiangnan's status as a martyr's child, he should have taken good care of him from the beginning. Now, everything Xiangnan had was all his own. Yi Zhonghai thought to himself, but it wasn't too late. He needed to plan carefully. He said to Jia Dongxu, I understand your thoughts, but we can't rush this. After all, Xiangnan is a martyr's child. If he goes to complain to Director Wang, we'll all be in trouble. He wouldn't dare. Our courtyard's matters should be resolved within the courtyard. How could he go to outsiders? You have a point. How about this? I'll go find old Lu and old Yin to discuss it. You all need to be mentally prepared. If we want their support, we definitely have to share some benefits. We know that we only need Xiangnan's job. We don't need the subsidies or anything. Jia Dongxu wanted to say something, but he quickly realized that if Qin Huairu got a job at the factory, their family would be a dual-income household, and she could also get a house. So even if they didn't take that little subsidy, it would be enough for them to live. Having figured this out, Jia Dongxu said, Master, thank you so much. We will definitely take good care of you in the future and let Bang Geng call you Grandpa. This was exactly what Yi Zhonghai wanted, and he said with satisfaction, All right, it's getting late. We need to go to work. Let us discuss this with old Lu and old Yin after work. Okay, we'll head back now. The people in the courtyard started to leave for work one after another, while over at Xiangnan's side, Director Wang also began discussing the housing issue. Old Li looked at the hole in the roof and said, Xiangnan, you can't live here. Old Wang, can you think of a way to solve this? Director Wang said, Once Xiangnan gets into the steel mill, he will definitely be allocated housing. However, even if they allocate housing, they will still need to come to me. Let me think. There is actually a small courtyard next door. The place is big enough, but it was bombed during the Liberation War, and the street office doesn't have much funding to repair it, so it's been left here. Look, Oli said without thinking, that's it. The house being broken doesn't matter. We can rebuild it. I'll pay for it. Oli is someone on the secret front. They still have some resources, and rebuilding a small courtyard would be nothing for them. Director Wang said, Since that's the case, let's go take a look at that courtyard. If Xiao Xiang thinks it's okay, I can take charge and approve the land for you. All right, let's go check it out. The three of them left the courtyard and came to the adjacent small courtyard, which had long been abandoned due to the bomb and years of no habitation. Xiangnan looked around and started planning in his mind. Oli said, This is good. We can at least build 5 rooms here, then close the door, and it'll be an independent space. This is it. I'll pay for it. Old Wang, you find someone to rebuild it. The three of them spent some time in the small courtyard next to the main courtyard and then decided to buy it and rebuild a small courtyard. Director Wang estimated it would cost around 2,000 yuan. Old Li said, Let us go with 2,000 yuan. I'll pay for it. And you're responsible for finding someone to build it. Director Wang asked, Wait a minute, if you pay for the construction, then this house will belong to Xiang Nan privately, and the steel mill will still arrange housing for him. How does that work? Oldie waved his hand and said, It's fine, I'll still take it. The steel mill's housing is the steel mill's. What I give is what I give. It's different. Xiang Nan said, Uncle Li, I can't accept that. No, you must accept it. More than 10 years ago, your dad saved my life, and I can't repay him, so I can only repay you. Just listen to your uncle, have a few more kids in the future, and then the house will have somewhere to live. He then said to Director Wang, Old Wang, don't let this courtyard matter get out. It's better for everyone. Director Wang nodded and said, You can rest assured. I won't say anything. Oldie nodded and said, That's good. I'll bring the money to you later. You just find someone to build the house. All right, I understand. Xiang Nan asked Director Wang, Director Wang, can I call you Aunt Wang? Calling you Director feels too distant. Okay, Aunt Wang, when can I get my job arranged? Very soon. I'll give you the introduction letter in a moment, and then you can take it to the steel mill to report. Thank you, Aunt Wang. The three of them left the abandoned small courtyard and then went their separate ways. Xiang Nan followed Director Wang to the street office, where Director Wang gave him the introduction letter. Xiang Nan took the introduction letter and went to the steel mill. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, a guard with a gun shouted, Kid, this isn't a place for playing. Go play somewhere else. Chapter 13. Joining the security department of the steel mill, Xiang Nan still looked thin and small. Even though he was 16, he looked more like a 14 or 15-year-old. So the guard thought he was a child and tried to send him away. Xiang Nan immediately said, I'm not here to play. I'm here to work. Work? How old are you? Kids aren't qualified to work. You should wait until you're 18. Xiang Nan said, I just turned 18 this year. I can work now. Here's my introduction letter. According to regulations, the children of workers must be at least 18 to take over jobs, but there are always exceptions. Many 16-year-olds start working while everyone turned a blind eye. The guard looked at the introduction letter and was taken aback. No way, you're coming in as a worker? I've been here for 3 years and am still just an ordinary guard. Another guard said, He's a martyr's child. Are you? All right. Since you have the introduction letter, you can go in. Thank you, brothers. We might be colleagues in the future. What are your names? Madushin. And he's Zhonghong. You'll be at the gate of Section 1. We might work together in the future. If not, we probably won't see each other often. Xiang Nan didn't have any cigarettes, so he took out some white rabbit milk candies he received for signing in today and gave each of them 2. Both were very happy. Even though they didn't eat candy, their kids liked it, and this was good candy that most people couldn't buy. Xiang Nan took the introduction letter to find Factory Director Yang, as Director Wang had instructed him to do. Factory Director Yang looked at the introduction letter and said, Director Wang has already mentioned your situation to me. It's a bit special, which is why she let you come in as a worker right away. However, you're going to the security department, and there, it's not about connections. If you don't have real skills, they won't respect you. So are you sure you want to go? At this point, Xiang Nan still had the obsession with dealing with Sha Zhu, so he nodded and said, I'm sure I want to go to the security department. All right, since that's the case, let Xiao Kai take you to the HR department to handle the paperwork. I can only help you up to this point. Whether you can establish yourself in the security department depends on your own abilities. Xiao Kai was Factory Director Yang's secretary, and with him taking Xiang Nan to the HR department, everything went smoothly. However, after leaving the HR department, Xiao Kai said to Xiang Nan, Do you see that small building over there? That's the security department. You can go over by yourself. Whether you can stand your ground in, there is not something I can control. All right, I won't disturb you any longer, Secretary Xiao. After they parted ways, Xiang Nan went to the security department. It was a 2-story small building, and inside on the first floor, there were a dozen people resting. Some were playing cards, while others were sleeping. Xiang Nan walked in and asked, Is Section Chief Sun here? The few awake people looked at Xiang Nan, and someone asked, Who are you? What do you want with Section Chief Sun? I'm a new employee starting today. My name is Xiang Nan. New employee? We haven't heard about any newcomers coming in. You don't need to worry about that. It's just the onboarding process handled by the HR office. A security guard took a look and exclaimed, You come in as a staff member? On what basis? Huh? A staff member? No way. How is that possible? He's just a kid. How could he be a staff member right away? Before coming, the HR personnel had briefed him on the basics of the security department. Since the steel mill is a large factory with thousands of employees, there are also quite a few people in the security department, numbering over 300. There are several divisions, including the gate post, which is responsible for guarding the entrance. There is also a patrol team that patrols the factory and has law enforcement powers. They are authorized to handle cases that occur within the factory or involving its workers. Additionally, there are different departments such as logistics and the armory. Xiang then wanted to join the patrol team because he was attracted to their law enforcement authority. The captain of the patrol team is the staff member, with dozens of security guards under him. That's why everyone was surprised that a newcomer kid was on equal footing with their captain. What was the reason for that? Someone asked, "Kid, your dad isn't the factory manager, is he?" "My dad isn't the manager, but he is a martyr." As soon as those words came out, everyone fell silent. Xiang then asked again, "Where is section chief's son?" "Upstairs." Xiang then nodded and then went upstairs. When he reached upstairs, it was much quieter because there was only one person there. Section chief's son's full name is Sun Tianshi, and he was writing something. Xiang then knocked on the door and said, "Hello, I'm here to start my job." Sun Tianshi looked at Xiang Nan, frowned, and said, "I just received a call from factory manager Yang. Even if you are a martyr's child, there are plenty of jobs for you in the factory. Why come to the security department?" "Can I come?" Xiang Nan asked. "You should know that it's very dangerous here. We fight against criminals. Last month, 3 people were injured here. Aren't you afraid?" Upon hearing Sun Tianshi's question, Xiang Nan replied without hesitation, "I'm not afraid. I have wanted to be a hero since I was young. I just never had the chance. Now that I'm a staff member in the security department, I can still catch thieves, be a hero, and fulfill my dream." If these words were said in later times, very few people would believe them because they sound like empty talk. However, people in this era were quite innocent, and Sun Tianshi actually believed him. He nodded and said, "It's good that you have this intention, but our security department needs more than just intention. We also need strength. You're still too weak. If it were up to me, you'd be better off going to the logistics department. The work there is not much and is just right for you." "No, I want to go to the patrol team. Don't underestimate me. Even though I'm thin, I have plenty of strength, and I've also practiced martial arts." "Oh, you've practiced martial arts? All right, then I'll have to test you properly. Follow me." The two went downstairs, and Sun Tianshi shouted to the people in the room on the first floor, "Everyone come out." The security department is managed in a semi-militarized manner. So when he shouted like that, everyone, including those who were sleeping, quickly woke up and rushed out. Everyone lined up and reported, "Report, Section Chief. Our patrol team, 3, has 15 members present. Good at ease." Once everyone stood properly, Sun Tianshi began to explain, "You all know that this young brother has come to our security department as a staff member. He could have gone to logistics, but he is ambitious and insists on joining the patrol team. I said he was too small, but he said he is strong despite being thin and has practiced martial arts. So I want to see how strong he really is." Zhang Ming stepped forward. A tall guy about 1.8 meters stood out, making him very conspicuous in the crowd. In this era, it was not easy to find someone that tall, especially since he was also strong, with arms thicker than Xiang Nan's thighs. Zhang Ming looked a bit troubled and said, "Chief, why don't you choose someone else? I'm afraid I might break him with one punch." Xiang Nan said, "You don't need to worry. Even if you can't break me, I won't hold you responsible." Zhang Ming still didn't want to make a move, so Xiang Nan took 10 yuan out of his pocket and said, "How about this? If you win, this money is yours." Zhang Ming's eyes lit up and said, "All right, you said it. I won't hold back." Sun Tianshi had everyone step back to give space for Xiang Nan and Zhang Ming. The two stood face to face, and Zhang Ming said, "You go first. I'm afraid that if I make a move, you won't get a chance to show off." "Okay, here I come." Xiang Nan threw a straight punch, and Zhang Ming raised his hand to block it, but then he grinned and took a step back. Everyone thought he was just playing, so someone laughed and said, "Zhang Ming, you're acting pretty well. Don't think that just because he's acting, we'll believe he's really strong." Zhang Ming protested, "I'm not acting. His strength is really great." People still didn't quite believe it, but soon they would. Xiang then began to attack continuously. His punches were fast and hard, coming down like rain. Since it was just sparring and not a life-and-death struggle, Xiang then didn't aim for vital points, but targeted safe areas like hands, feet, and the back. Each time Zhang Ming was hit, It would take him a while to recover. He tried to counterattack with a punch, but Xiang Nan quickly dodged, not letting him touch him at all. At this moment, Sun Tianchi also noticed that this kid, Xiang Nan, was really very agile. Finally, Xiang Nan seized a flaw in Zhang Ming's defense, executed a technique, and knocked him back 2 meters. Everyone gasped in surprise, saying, "No way, he's really that strong? Is this real?" Zhang Ming, he can't be your relative, can he? Did you act this out to help him? Zhang Ming clutched his chest and said irritably, "If you don't believe it, go challenge him yourself." Xiang Nan also smiled and said, "If anyone is unconvinced, feel free to come and spar with me. I'll go." Immediately, someone who was unconvinced stood up, but he fared even worse than Zhang Ming. Xiang Nan took only 5 seconds to knock him down. Soon after, a third person also wanted to challenge Xiang Nan, but at this point, Xiang Nan was on a roll and took only 5 seconds to knock him down as well. After knocking down 3 people in a row, the others finally believed that Xiang Nan wasn't just acting. He was genuinely strong. Sun Tianchi was also pleased and said, "All right, it seems Xiang Nan truly has strength. He can stay in the patrol team." "Thank you, Section Chief." Sun Tianchi said, "There are 5 teams in the patrol. Which team do you want to join? What position will I have in the patrol team? Am I the captain or just an ordinary security guard?" Sun Tianchi thought for a moment and said, "How about this? You go to Team 4. Their captain was injured a few days ago, and there is currently no one in charge. You will temporarily be the deputy captain and manage Team 4. Of course, they won't listen to you right away. You'd better have some skills to win them over." "Okay, where are they?" Xiang Nan replied confidently. Chapter 14. Various birds plot against Xiang Nan. Sun Tianchi explained. Team 4 encountered a gang of thieves a few days ago, and a shootout ensued. 2 thieves were killed, and the others escaped. On our side, 3 people were injured, including the captain of Team 4, while the others took a 2-day break. When they return to work in 2 days, you can go to Team 4. Xiang Nan asked, "So what do I do in the meantime?" "Whatever you like. You can sleep or train. It's up to you." "Can I go practice shooting?" "Of course. You can go to the armory and get a gun. You are the deputy captain and have the right to get your own gun. But I warn you, don't shoot recklessly outside. If you hurt someone, we'll all be in trouble. Also, prepare a few photos. I'll help you get a gun permit." At this time, gun management wasn't very strict. Xiang Nan could take the gun home, and even if he fired it, as long as no one was hurt, there wouldn't be any issues. Xiang Nan went to the armory, took out his documents, and successfully obtained a pistol and 10 rounds of ammunition. However, because Xiang Nan needed to practice shooting, the armory gave him an extra 150 rounds of ammunition. For the rest of the day, he didn't go anywhere and just practiced at the shooting range. He went from not hitting the target at all to scoring 10 rings with every shot in just 2 hours. The armory administrators were greatly surprised. They had never seen anyone so talented at shooting. At noon, Xiang Nan went to the cafeteria with the administrators. However, due to the distance, they didn't go to the 3rd cafeteria where Shaju was, but chose the nearest 2nd cafeteria. As a result, Shaju didn't know that Xiang Nan had started working. Meanwhile, the various birds in the courtyard were still plotting to consume everything Xiang Nan owned, but they had no chance of success. Yi Zhonghai and the others were still unaware that Xiang Nan had joined the security department. He knew Xiang Nan had a job, but he didn't expect the street office to work so efficiently, getting everything sorted for Xiang Nan in just 1 day. After work, Yi Zhonghai invited Lu Haizhong to go to Yin Laoku's house. As soon as they entered, Yi Zhonghai said, "Old Yin, let's hold a meeting for the whole courtyard later." Yin Laoku asked, "What's the theme? What are we going to discuss?" "We need to discuss how to take care of Xiang Nan." Yin Laoku knew exactly what this was about. It was just an excuse to divide up Xiang Nan's things since he now had a job, a subsidy, and housing. If they really wanted to take care of Xiang Nan, they should have held this meeting right after his mother passed away. Holding it now was just unnecessary. However, Yin Laoku was too clever to say that out loud. After all, if he helped, he might benefit as well. He asked, "How do you propose we take care of Xiang Nan?" "Well, old Lu and I have discussed it. In the future, Xiang Nan will be taken care of by the Jia family. Since the Jia family is putting in the effort, Xiang Nan can give his work subsidy to them. As for the 30 yuan subsidy from the street office, since he has the Jia family to take care of him, he won't need that. I think you and old Lu should split it." Yin Laoku sneered inwardly, thinking, "You're only offering me 15 yuan a month to appease me? He turned to look at Lu Haizhong, thinking this official fanatic is really stupid, believing this old miser's nonsense. Yin Laoku rolled his eyes and said, I remember Director Wang from the street office saying that Xiangnan's 30 yuan subsidy only lasts until he turns 18, which means we can only receive it for 2 years. But a job lasts a lifetime. Lu Haizhong reacted upon hearing this, saying, Old E, that's not fair. What you're offering is too little. Yi Zhonghai, hearing their objections, angrily said, What else do you want? Lu Haizhong turned to Yin Bugui, wanting him to speak up. Yin Bugui said, Housing. Xiangnan's job will definitely come with housing. My family needs a room. After all, there are so many of us. Lu Haizhong quickly added, My family needs a room too. Old E, it's not easy for us. Both old Yin and I have a bunch of kids. As they grow up, our house won't be enough. Yi Zhonghai snorted coldly. He understood what Lu Haizhong meant, mocking him for not having children. He coldly replied, No way. The Jia family has plenty of kids too. Yin Laoka laughed at this moment, saying, You're really good to your apprentice, but does he treat you well? I remember he said in front of everyone yesterday that you were hiding things from him and refusing to teach him skills. Exactly. If he were my apprentice, I would slapped him long ago. A person like that doesn't deserve to be my apprentice. Lu Haizhong looked pleased. His apprentice treated him quite well, always bringing him gifts during holidays. Although Lu Haizhong had many flaws, being stupid, prone to domestic violence, and an official fanatic, he also had a good side. He genuinely taught his apprentices skills and helped them when they faced difficulties at home or work. In a drama, one of his apprentices eventually became a factory director. In contrast, Yi Zhonghai, this old miser, was indeed an 8th-level worker in the factory, but he hid his skills from his apprentices. Even the retirement candidate Jia Dongxu wasn't genuinely teaching skills, leaving very few apprentices who respected him. Once he retired, it was likely that none of his apprentices would come to see him. The three argued over housing for quite a while, before finally reaching a compromise. They agreed that if the factory only allocated one house in the future, it would go to the Jia family. But the Jia family would have to give Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui 50 yuan each. If 2 houses were allocated, the Yin family would get 1, and Yin Bugui would pay Lu Haizhong 50 yuan. If 3 houses were allocated, then each family would get 1. After agreeing, Lu Haizhong sent his son to notify everyone one by one. Tonight we're having a meeting for the whole courtyard, so everyone remember to come. Someone in the courtyard asked, What is the meeting about tonight? You'll find out when you get there. In that era, there wasn't much entertainment, so gathering for a meeting to chat was considered a form of entertainment. Therefore, no one opposed it and prepared to come after dinner. By nearly 7 o'clock, everyone arrived at the courtyard one after another, waiting for the meeting to start. The 3 elders were the last to arrive, and as they sat there, Lu Haizhong asked, Is everyone here? Lu Haizhong's son, Lu Guangtian, replied, The old lady didn't come. She said she didn't want to move. Suda Mao went to the countryside to show a movie, and Xiangnan is not home. What? How can Xiangnan be absent? This is ridiculous. This meeting was called to scheme against Xiangnan. How can it proceed without him? Yi Zhonghai said, Since Xiangnan is not back yet, let us wait a bit for him to return. Someone in the courtyard asked, Is the meeting not going to be held if Xiangnan is absent? Why don't we start the meeting, and, when he arrives, we can notify him of any important matters. Yin Bugui said, Let us wait a bit. After all, everyone has nothing else to do, and just sitting here chatting is nice too. Seeing that the 3 elders insisted on waiting for Xiangnan, no one said anything further. Chapter 15. The Weasel pays New Year greetings to the chicken. The reason Xiangnan hadn't returned yet was mainly because he had gone shopping. He hadn't opened the envelope his father's comrade had given him until after work, when he found a secluded place to look at it. Once he opened it, he was shocked. First of all, there was his father's savings book, which surprisingly had over 10,000 yuan in it. What does this mean? In this era, workers' wages were only a few dozen yuan. If we calculated at 50 yuan, it would take 200 months to earn 10,000 yuan. Xiangnan didn't expect that he had become a 10,000 yuan household in the 1960s. However, thinking it over, he understood. After all, his father was involved in secret operations, and they had many side incomes. Just like Yu Zacheng and the shop assistant Su Zhongyi, the money they handled was often in the hundreds of thousands. and that was in US dollars. Even if they weren't greedy, getting a few tens of thousands was just a small matter for them. Besides his father's savings book, Old Li also gave him several hundred yuan in cash and a large number of coupons. Although a few hundred yuan didn't seem like much in comparison to 10,000, the coupons were different. Right now, what Xiangnan needed most were various coupons. He looked through them and found coupons for bicycles, sewing machines, watches, and radios, all of which he could use. The remaining ones were meat tickets, grain tickets, cloth tickets, etc. All of them were tickets he could use. With money and tickets in hand, Xiangnan naturally wanted to spend a little. He first went to the department store and bought a bicycle and a watch, then went to a clothing store and bought 2 outfits. After that, he went to Courtyard for a nice meal of roasted duck. By the time he was full and returned to the courtyard, it was already past 8 in the evening. However, Xiangnan didn't expect that as soon as he returned, he found everyone waiting for him in the courtyard. He was a bit puzzled when he entered the gate, wondering why the gatekeeper Yin Bugue was standing guard there. When he arrived at the courtyard, he found that everyone was already there. Yi Zhonghai was the first to notice him and said discontentedly, "Xiangnan, how can you be so disorganized and undisciplined? Don't you know everyone is waiting for you?" Xiangnan immediately retorted, "Did I ask you to wait for me? Why are you waiting for me? To hold the meeting?" Someone replied, "Wait, what are you pushing?" At this moment, everyone realized that Xiangnan was actually pushing a bicycle back. This caused an uproar, and everyone looked shocked. "Xiangnan, where did this bike come from? You didn't steal it, did you? You can't just go around stealing. We've never had a thief in our courtyard." Xiangnan replied irritably, "This was given to me by Uncle Li. Does it concern you?" Everyone was envious, wondering why they didn't have such a generous uncle who would even give them a bicycle. At this time, the neighbor closest to Xiangnan noticed that he was also wearing a watch and exclaimed, "Xiangnan, you even have a watch now?" "Yeah, Uncle Li gave it to me too. Cool, right? It looks pretty nice." Dongxu stared at Xiangnan intensely. This bike and watch were his, and no one could take them away. Yin Bugue felt a bit regretful, thinking he was at a loss. He exchanged glances with Lu Haizhong and then whispered, "Old, this bike and watch weren't here before. How do we settle this?" Yi Zhonghai felt a headache coming on and said, "All right, let's deal with Xiangnan first, and then we'll settle this separately." "Fine, that's what you said. Old Lu, handle this. Everyone is talking, it's too noisy." Lu Haizhong immediately said, "Okay, everyone stop talking. Xiangnan is back. The meeting is starting." Everyone quieted down, and Xiangnan ignored them, pushing the bicycle towards the backyard. Lu Haizhong, feeling a bit irritated, said, "Xiangnan, what are you doing in the backyard? The meeting is about to start. I'm just putting the bike back home. It's the same if you leave it here." "That won't do. This is a new bike. What if it gets damaged or dirty? You'll be responsible. What does that have to do with me? You told me to leave it here. If something happens, of course, I'm coming to you." Lu Haizhong, feeling a headache, said, "All right, just put the bike back. Can we agree on that?" Xiangnan huffed and finally went to the backyard. After a while, Xiangnan returned. Just as Yi Zhonghai was about to speak, a neighbor closest to Xiangnan said, "Xiangnan, did you eat roast duck? You have a good nose. You can smell that?" Shaju leaned in to sniff and said, "Hey, it really is roast duck." "Xiangnan, did you go to Courtyard?" Xiangnan laughed and said, "You guessed it right. I did go to Courtyard." Someone, feeling jealous, said, "Xiangnan, you must have struck it rich. You should treat us." Xiangnan replied indifferently, "When you got a promotion, why didn't you treat everyone?" That person immediately fell silent. Yi Zhonghai said, "All right, everyone stop talking. Let's start the meeting." Everyone quieted down, and Lu Haizhong then said, "The purpose of our meeting today is..." He stammered for a long time without getting to the point. Shaju, impatient, said, "Second uncle, what exactly are you trying to say? If you can't get it out, just let someone else do it." Lu Haizhong was furious and said, "Shaju, what do you want to do? I'm just speaking honestly. You've been rambling for ages, and I still don't know what you want." As the two seemed about to argue, Yi Zhonghai immediately said, "All right, everyone shut up. I'll speak." Both stopped talking, and Yi Zhonghai then looked at Xiangnan and said, "First, want to criticize you. Xiangnan, why did you come back so late? You made everyone wait for almost an hour." Xiangnan directly countered, "Did you notify me about the meeting? I didn't even know there was a meeting. What does it matter if they waited an hour?" Everyone nodded, and someone said, "Yeah, old E. Next time you have a meeting, Notify everyone in advance so no one is left in the dark. Exactly. We've been waiting here for an hour. When are we going to get to the point? Yi Zhonghai quickly apologized. I'm sorry. It was our oversight. Next time we will definitely notify everyone in advance. What I want to discuss next is still about Xiangnan. Xiao Xiang, you really don't know how to live your life. Now that you have money, you buy a bike and a watch, and even go to Quanjude. Do you know how long it's been since we had meat? Xiang then replied blandly. What does how often you eat meat have to do with me? Have you ever given me a piece of meat? Since you haven't, your eating meat has nothing to do with me. If I eat meat, it also has nothing to do with you. This left Yi Zhonghai speechless, and he didn't know how to respond. Yin Bugui immediately chimed in. We're doing this for your own good. If you spend money like this, no amount will be enough for you. Xiangnan immediately said, it's fine. I have a job. Earning a few dozen bucks a month is enough for me. Aren't you saving money to marry a wife? And this house is so shabby. Why not fix it up? These are all places that need money. My dad gave me savings enough for me to marry a wife. As for this shabby house, I don't need to fix it. The factory will soon allocate me a house. Yin Bugui was also a loss for words and could only look at Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai said, we're all doing this for your own good. You should learn to be grateful. No need. When I didn't have money to eat, I didn't see you doing this for my good. Now you want to help me? I can't accept it. What are you talking about? Fine. If you say we never helped you, then we'll help take care of you now. You're still not of age. Cooking is inconvenient. So I think you should go eat at the Jia family. As soon as this was said, not only Xiangnan, but everyone was shocked. Someone asked, did I hear that right? Let Xiangnan go eat at the Jia family? Really? Is the Jia family that generous? Usually, I can't even borrow a green onion from their house. How can they let Xiangnan go eat there now? Strange, too strange. When Jia Zhangshi heard this, she immediately scolded, you damned ones, my family kindly let Xiangnan come eat, and you're talking nonsense? We're just curious. Didn't you say your family is the poorest and most difficult? How come you're so generous now, letting Xiangnan eat at your house? We may be in difficulty, but we have a kind heart. Helping an orphan who has no parents, is there something wrong with that? It's just that I can't believe it. Jia Dongxu said, what are you all talking about? What does this have to do with you? Xiangnan hasn't said anything. Why are you all butting in? You're just talking nonsense. Chapter 16. The Dreaming Jia Family. Xiangnan's backup plan. Xiangnan saw that Jia Dongxu mentioned him. So he said, actually, I'm a bit curious. Jia Dongxu, can you satisfy my curiosity? Of course. Ask away. I'll answer you. Jia Dongxu replied without hesitation. At this moment, everyone in the courtyard was silent, all curious about what Jia Dongxu would say. All right, hypothetically, if I, Xiangnan, go to your house for dinner, what do I need to offer in return? In fact, everyone understood that they knew the purpose of the Jia family's generosity was related to Xiangnan's job and the subsidies from the street office. Plus, there was also Xiangnan's bicycle and watch. Everyone was curious about what Jia Dongxu would say to express his intentions and how shameless he could be. Jia Dongxu said, Xiangnan, I was thinking in our family, I'm the only one, and I don't have a younger brother. So how about you call my mom your godmother? Xiangnan neither agreed nor refused, just asked, then what? Then you can come to my house for dinner. But you know, our Jia family is in such difficulty. As my godbrother, you have to help my family a bit. Xiangnan sneered and continued to ask, then what? You have a job. Why not give it to your sister-in-law? It's not easy for her either. Coming from the countryside, she doesn't even have a city household registration. This also means my 2 children have countryside registrations, and they have to eat expensive grain. However, now that your sister-in-law has a job, it's different. She has a city household registration, and your nephew and niece also have city registrations, so they can eat cheaper grain. And then, there is nothing more to say. Oh, right, let me borrow that new bicycle you bought, and can I wear your watch too? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the yard was stunned. They really didn't expect the Jia family to be so greedy and shameless, wanting to completely drain Xiangnan, not even leaving a bone behind. Xiangnan coldly replied, that is not right. Jobs are tied to housing. Who will live in the houses that are divided? Look at our family, it's so cramped. Let your nephew and niece live in this house. They will remember your kindness, and when you're old, they will take care of you. Don't you think what I said makes sense? The implication was to prevent Xiangnan from getting married and having children, making him a lifelong servant to the Jia family just like the silly Zhu in the TV dramas. Xiang Nan's anger was about to boil over, and he almost wanted to shoot Jia Dongxu, but he held it in and calmly asked, I remember I also receive a subsidy of 30 yuan from the street office every month. You're not going to take that too, are you? Jia Dongxu, being brainless, immediately replied, I want to take that money. It's not easy for our second and third uncles either. Let us give it to them. Xiang Nan turned to Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui and said sarcastically, Oh, is that right, second uncle and third uncle? Lu Haizhong, also a fool, nodded directly in front of everyone and said, That's right, Xiao Xiang, we're all about mutual aid here. You must agree. He was convinced that Xiang Nan wouldn't dare to retaliate, so he admitted it so openly. Yin Bugui, being shrewd, thought to himself that one can't get poor from eating or dressing poorly, but if one doesn't calculate properly, they will suffer. At this moment, he noticed that Xiang Nan's emotions were a bit off. Usually, when people encounter such situations, they would definitely be furious. But Xiang Nan didn't seem angry at all. Instead, he appeared a bit excited. What was going on? So he vaguely said, This was agreed upon among us uncles. But I didn't think so. Upon hearing this, Lu Haizhong glared at Yin Bugui in anger, blaming him for messing up at such a crucial moment. Xiang Nan nodded and noticed that one person hadn't spoken yet, the moralistic old man Yi Zhonghai. He couldn't let this old mule slip away. After pondering for 2 minutes, Xiang Nan got an idea and said, I still have the savings book my father left me. Should I also give it to you for safekeeping? Lu Haizhong, Jia Zhongshi, and Jia Dongxu all brightened up at this, realizing that Xiang Nan's deceased father had indeed left him a savings book. They all knew about this, but at the time, Xiang Jian's comrades didn't take it out, so they didn't know the specific amount and directly ignored it. Jia Zhongshi, the old hypocrite, tentatively asked Xiao Xiang, How much money is in that savings book? Not much, right? Just over 1,000 yuan. Xiang Nan intentionally understated the amount. So this figure wouldn't provoke everyone's resentment while also making those with higher job grades feel less jealous. After all, a high-ranking worker's savings was about the same amount, so it didn't create a gap. Moreover, in the future, he could spend a bit more freely, and no one would find it strange. Jia Zhongshi's eyes lit up, and she commanded, That money should be kept by our family. The other people in the yard finally couldn't hold back anymore. Don't think others are too enlightened to come and grab it. Someone immediately shouted, Why should it be your family that manages it? Jia Zhongshi shamelessly replied, I'm Xiang Nan's godmother. Isn't it only natural for him to let me keep his money? Since they hadn't formally become godparents yet, she could still be his godmother. And his job could also be given to their family. Exactly. Why should all the benefits go to your family? I can also treat Xiang Nan well. What S's should belong to me? The crowd started to argue, while Xiang Nan slipped to the side, taking advantage of everyone not noticing him. He quietly called Yin Jiefeng over. He said to Yin Jiefeng, Do you want to make money? Yin Jiefeng perked up, Yes. Good. Go to Yard 42 now and find someone named Sun Tianshi. Let him bring someone over. If he doesn't come, just say I was bullied, and it would be a big deal if he comes late. Here's 1 yuan. If you bring the person, I'll give you another. Yin Jiefeng took the money and ran off excitedly, while the crowd was still arguing, completely unaware that one person was missing. Yi Zhonghai, the old mule, was getting a headache from the noise. He angrily shouted, Enough! Everyone shut up! Everyone immediately fell silent. Yi Zhonghai smirked and said, As for Xiang Nan's savings book, I think it should be entrusted to me for safekeeping. Jia Zhongshi was unhappy and was about to go up and scold him when Qin Huairu pulled her back. Qin Huairu whispered, Mom, we just need the job in the house. Let us not fight over the money. We can't win that. Although Jia Zhongshi was unwilling, she understood that to get the house and job, they needed the support of Yi Zhonghai, the eldest uncle, so currently, they couldn't offend him. However, Jia Zhongshi didn't stop cursing Yi Zhonghai in her heart. Yi Zhonghai said, Although this money will be kept by me, I won't forget everyone. When the Jia family and Xiang Nan become godparents, let them host a few tables for a banquet so everyone can have a good meal. His meaning was clear, to treat everyone to a meal to quiet them down. The others exchanged glances and ultimately had a compromise. If Su Damao had been home, he would have said a few words. However, it would have been useless since there was the sycophant silly Zhu around, who would make him shut up. Seeing that everyone was silent, Yi Zhonghai nodded in satisfaction, realizing that he still had strong control over the courtyard, which was good. The prospect of future retirement was still hopeful. Chapter 17. Arresting the crowd at this moment, Sun Tianshi was running quickly down the road, sweating profusely. Following him were more than 10 security personnel, also out of breath. They had no choice but to run because Sun Tianshi ordered them to do so. Sun Tianshi was on his way to Yard 95. He didn't want to go at first. Recently, he was having a meal at home when a kid named Yin Jiefeng came to find him. Yin Jiefeng told him that Xiang Nin was being bullied in the courtyard, asking him to help. Sun Tianshi initially didn't want to go, but Yin Jiefeng's next words shocked him into a sweat. Yin Jiefeng said that if Sun Tianshi didn't go, something big might happen. In an instant, Sun Tianshi remembered that Xiang Nan had a gun. Moreover, the most crucial point was that this gun was issued with a note signed by Sun Tianshi, allowing Xiang Nan to go to the armory to collect it. If others found out that Sun Tianshi had approved a gun for Xiang Nan in the morning and Xiang Nan killed someone that night, then Sun Tianshi wouldn't just lose his job. He might even end up in jail. Therefore, to protect himself, Sun Tianshi could only rush over with his men. When they arrived at the Courtyard 95, seeing that the front yard was empty, Sun Tianshi thought something had really happened, and his legs almost went weak. However, he heard voices in the middle courtyard, and the tone didn't suggest panic or urgency, so he relaxed, relieved that he had arrived in time and that nothing major had occurred. One security guard was about to rush in when Sun Tianshi hurriedly stopped him and said to everyone, "Don't say anything. Let us listen to what they have to say." The speaker was Yi Zhonghai, who said to Xiang Nan, "Everyone has agreed now. You can just sign here." Xiang Nan coldly replied, "Sign what?" "Of course, it's the guarantee letter voluntarily transferring the work to the Jia family," Lu Haizhong added. "And we need the monthly subsidy from the street office to be transferred to us as well." Yi Zhonghai said, "This doesn't need to be signed. Just get the money back from in every month, and you and old Yin can ask for it. That's too troublesome. I might as well go collect it myself." Yi Zhonghai glared at him and said, "Don't meddle." Lu Haizhong snorted, clearly a bit unconvinced. Xiang Nan looked at the guarantee letter and said, "Why is there only my signature? Shouldn't both parties sign? Right? And the 3 elders also need to sign. Why do we also need to sign? Because you are the guarantors. If I back out, Jia Dongxu will come looking for you, making you find me." Seeing that Xiang Nan made a good point, Yi Zhonghai didn't think much and let Jia Dongxu sign. Then Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong also signed. But when it came to Yin Bugue, a problem arose. Yin Bugue didn't want to sign. He said, "You all can sign. I'm just a 3rd elder. It's fine for me to just watch." He still felt that Xiang Nan was too calm for it to be normal. And he instinctively thought something might go wrong, so he refused to sign. Yi Zhonghai said coldly, "If you don't sign, then the 10 yuan subsidy will be gone." Yin Lao shrugged indifferently. "I suddenly thought the money at home is enough, so let's not take this money." Yi Zhonghai was stunned. The usually stingy Yin Bugue actually didn't want the money? Isn't this like the sun rising in the west? What the hell is this? The 3rd aunt also felt her husband had been possessed by a ghost. Otherwise, how could one explain the current situation? Xiang Nan took the guarantee letter and smiled. "3rd elder, you are really clever. You managed to dodge this." Yin Bugue perked up. He knew Xiang Nan wouldn't just give up easily. So he asked, "Do you have a backup plan?" Xiang Nan didn't reply, but smiled. Then shouted towards the corridor, "You all come out." Sun Tianshi heard Xiang Nan calling him and came out with people. Everyone was shocked to see so many people had arrived. Yi Zhonghai recognized Sun Tianshi and walked over to ask, "Section Chief Sun, why are you here?" Sun Tianshi said coldly, "It was Comrade Xiang who sent us here." "Comrade Xiang, please explain the situation." "The situation is simple. The entire courtyard is united to try to eat the widow's last resort." Upon hearing this, everyone was startled. Targeting a widow's last resort is a serious matter. Someone panicked and said, "Xiang Nan, you can't talk nonsense." "Exactly. We didn't do anything. We were just watching the excitement." Xiang Nan coldly said, "You all just wanted to snatch my savings book. You are also at fault. But if you can explain this clearly to the security department, I can forgive you." At that time, I will only arrest a few of the main culprits, and you'll be fine. Immediately someone said, I'll speak. I will tell everything. It was done by the Jia family. This has nothing to do with us. Yes, it was Jia Dongxu who did it. If you want to arrest someone, just arrest them. Sun Tianshi said impatiently. Everyone shut up, go back home. I will have someone question you one by one. If anyone lies, they will be taken away. Yi Zhonghai said, Section Chief Sun, there's no need for this. This is our courtyard's own matter. We can resolve it internally. Sun Tianshi replied. You're also involved in this. You better go home and wait for my people to ask questions. I am an elder appointed by the street office. You can't treat me like this. Yi Zhonghai thought for a moment and replied. Are you sure you want to involve the street office? If they come in, it won't be this simple. You should know what you did is illegal, and if caught, you could face execution. Yi Zhonghai was so scared he trembled all over. But he still said, You can't convict me. You have no evidence. Xiangnan raised the guarantee letter in his hand and said, The evidence is here. You all have signed. Yi Zhonghai's face turned pale. It was over, all over. He didn't expect this guarantee letter to become a death warrant. Yin Bugui's expression froze for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly cleared. He had almost signed it. The third aunt said, Old man, you are smart. You almost ended up like them. That's why I am the one in charge of our family. You should learn from me. Let's go home. Everyone went home. And then the security department began questioning each household. The Jia family, Yi family, and Lu family all had many excuses, claiming their innocence. Meanwhile, the others told everything. And Sun Tianshi looked at the pile of records, his face turning red with anger. Truly shameless. How can these people be so bottomless? Even bullying a widow. One subordinate asked, What should we do now? What else can we do? Arrest them all. When Sun Tianshi said to arrest them all, he meant not to arrest everyone in the courtyard, but to arrest the few people who signed the guarantee letter. Jia, Dongxu, Yi Zhongkai, and Lu Haizhong were arrested by the security department, but they kept shouting their grievances. At this moment, a voice shouted, Stop. Let's see who dares to take Xiao Yi away. The speaker was, of course, the deaf old lady. Last time, Yi Zhonghai wanted her to step in, but she didn't show up. However, this time was different. Yi Zhonghai was about to be arrested, so she had no choice but to step in. After all, she relied on Yi Zhonghai and his wife. An elder aunt supported the deaf old lady and walked out from the backyard. She said to Sun Tianshi, Who are you? How can you just arrest people like this? Is there no law? Sun Tianshi didn't know her. He looked at Xiangnan and asked, Who is this? Xiangnan shrugged, sneered, and said, She is the old lady from our backyard. No one knows her name or when she started living here. However, someone gave her an ancestral title. No one knows whose ancestor she is. Chapter 18. Punishing the crowd. The Jia and Zhang families are terrified. By the way, she also claims to be a widow, having delivered straw sandals to the Red Army. However, her family has no widow card, nor has anyone from the army come to visit her. Everything is just her own words. Hearing this, Sun Tianshi's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a delivered opportunity? The old lady's identity is a bit too mysterious. Even the neighbors living in the same courtyard don't know her name or origin, which is very suspicious. Moreover, based on what Xiangnan said later, just this charge of impersonating a widow could send this old lady to prison for several years. Sun Tianshi immediately shouted, Old lady, what is your name? Where are you from? I'm dizzy. Xiaoyang, quickly help me back. The deaf old lady had too many secrets. She dared not let anyone know. Now, after what Xiangnan said, it was clear she had something to hide, and feeling guilty, the deaf old lady didn't dare to speak anymore and wanted to leave. The elder aunt was dumbfounded by this scene. I called you out to save old E, but you got dizzy after a few questions. What to do now? Seeing the deaf old lady wanting to leave, Sun Tianshi wanted to stop her. However, Xiangnan said to him, This old lady with small feet can't run far, and she knows quite a few people. Without evidence, we can't arrest her. Sun Tianshi said angrily, Are we just going to let her run away? His intuition told him this was a big fish. If she got away, he would lose the opportunity for his promotion. Xiangnan turned and coldly glanced at Yi Zhonghai and said, We can start with some indirect questioning. Our courtyard's elder is the closest to her and must know quite a bit. Yi Zhonghai panicked. This was going to be a tough time for him. He hurriedly replied, Xiang Nan, I haven't offended you. What are you trying to do? However, Yi Zhonghai's tone remained haughty, showing no consideration for the current situation. Xiang Nan chuckled and said, Uncle, don't be anxious. If you haven't done anything wrong, they won't do anything to you. What Yi Zhonghai feared most was this. If there was no investigation, he was fine, but once one began, it would surely lead to a huge scandal. He hurriedly said, Xiang Nan, I know I was wrong. Can we talk nicely? No, you don't just know you were wrong. You know you're in trouble. Sun Tianshi also noticed Yi Zhonghai's guilty conscience, understanding that he must have quite a few things to hide. All right, let's go back first. I'll have a good, private chat with you. Take him away. The security personnel were about to take him away when Jia Zhangshi, unable to discern the situation, grabbed a security guard's arm and shouted, Let my son go. He's innocent. In fact, Jia Zhangshi was one of the masterminds behind this incident, but since she was illiterate and couldn't sign the guarantee letter, she managed to escape this calamity. So sometimes, not knowing how to read or write isn't such a bad thing. Jia Zhangshi held onto the security guard while crying and causing a scene. Unfortunately for her, the guard was a rookie, inexperienced, and unsure how to handle this old woman. However, someone knew what to do. An experienced guard pointed a gun at Jia Zhangshi's head and coldly said, Keep making noise. Go ahead, make another sound, and I'll blow your head off. Help! Jia Zhangshi was so scared that she collapsed to the ground and no longer dared to grab the guard's arm. The old guard said to the young one, Did you see that? You can't be soft-hearted with these old women. Put a gun to her forehead, and she'll listen better than anyone. Master, I understand now. All right, let's go. The security department took the 3 people away, and everyone in the courtyard finally came out, still shaken. I was scared to death. I thought I was going to be taken away too. Yeah, it was terrifying, so scary. Seeing the security personnel leave the courtyard, Jia Zhangshi became emboldened again. Looking at the still-present Xiang Nan, she scolded, It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my son wouldn't have been taken away. You owe me my son. After saying that, Jia Zhangshi rushed towards Xiang Nan to scratch him. But in the next second, she became obedient because Xiang Nan also pulled out a gun and pointed it at her forehead. Xiang Nan calmly said to the others, Did you all think I'm easy to bully? But you might not know, I've joined the security department today, and I'm the deputy captain of the patrol team 4. Remember this, anyone who dares to plot against me will end up like Yi Zhonghai. No one dared to speak, only watching him quietly. Xiang Nan sneered, then put away his gun and returned to the backyard. Once he was out of sight, everyone began to discuss. Old Yin said, This young man Xiang has really risen. No one will dare to mess with him now. He actually has a gun. That's so scary. How are we going to live like this? Someone in our courtyard actually has a gun. Just don't offend him, right? What? Are you still planning to plot against him? No. I'm just afraid someone will take his gun to do bad things. How could that happen? Who would dare? After chatting for a while, everyone went home. Only Jia Zhangshi stood there, her legs trembling from fear, unable to move. She called out, Qin Huairu, where have you gone? Hurry up and come on me back. Qin Huairu had been hiding inside and only came out when she heard the shout. When she reached Jia Zhangshi, she noticed a foul smell coming from her. Looking down, Qin Huairu saw a puddle of water under Jia Zhangshi. She had actually scared herself into peeing. Qin Huairu felt disdain, but didn't dare show it, and still helped Jia Zhangshi home. Once home, Jia Zhangshi changed her pants and finally regained her confidence as a mother-in-law. She slapped Qin Huairu across the face and scolded, Why didn't you dare to confront those people who took your husband? Qin Huairu weakly replied, How could I dare? What use is it to marry into your family if you can't handle such a small matter? Now, you get out immediately. Don't come back until you rescue your husband. Jia Zhangshi knew her demand was excessive. If even Jia Dongxu, a grown man, couldn't handle the security personnel, how could Qin Huairu, a woman from the countryside, manage it? But using a saying from later times, a family is not a place for reasoning. As the mother-in-law, Jia Zhangshi could demand anything from Qin Huairu, and she had to comply. Qin Huairu was driven out, and with no way to save him, she could only stand at the door and cry. Her crying touched someone deeply. That person was the love-struck silly Zhu. Seeing Qin Huairu being bullied by her mother-in-law again and not daring to openly comfort her, he could only secretly curse Jia Zhangshi for being an old hag who always bullied his sister Qin. Chapter 19. Seeking help for Director Yang to rescue someone tonight's big show, Silly Zhu seemed particularly quiet, not saying a word throughout the process. If you were to say he was a good person, he wouldn't exactly fit that description. He had a particularly foul mouth, capable of angering people with just a few words. At the same time, he was very reckless, often getting into fights. All the young people in the courtyard, including the former Xiang Nan, had been beaten by him before. Therefore, his reputation in the courtyard was quite poor. Everyone knew he was being drained by the Jia family. Yet no one reminded him of it. But to say Silly Zhu was a bad person wouldn't be accurate either. As long as someone praised him, he would gladly help. Silly Zhu helped the Jia family out of half concern for Qin Huairu and half because he genuinely believed the Jia family was in trouble and needed assistance. When he saw everyone in the courtyard scheming for Xiang Nan's property, he instinctively felt it was wrong. However, the person in charge was his most respected uncle. So he didn't know what to say and could only remain silent. But this turned out to be a good thing. Since he hadn't said a word, he wasn't caught, and the security department hadn't said anything harsh to him, unlike the other neighbors, who were scolded by the security personnel for trying to take advantage of Xiang Nan. Seeing Qin Huairu crying, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He approached her and said, "Sister Qin, don't cry. What's wrong?" Qin Huairu thought to herself, "What do you mean what's wrong? My husband was taken away. Don't you know this?" Silly Zhu certainly knew. He wished Jia Dongxu would never come out after being taken in. Seeing Silly Zhu's lack of reaction, Qin Huairu could only inwardly curse him for being such a fool. Then pitifully said, "Zhuzi, can you help me? Your brother Jia has been taken away. Can you help me rescue him? I can't do anything either." Just then, an older woman came over and said, "Zhuzi, the old lady is calling for you." "I am Busi." The older woman glanced at Qin Huairu beside him and added, "We're discussing how to rescue someone. You should let the Jia family come over to listen." Silly Zhu happily said, "Yes, the old lady must know a lot of people. She can definitely help rescue Brother Jia." Qin Huairu immediately said, "Thank you, older lady." The older woman angrily replied, "If it weren't for your family, you wouldn't have been caught. Your family is truly a disaster." This was the truth. Yi Zhonghai was an 8th-level worker, earning over $90 a month, and he wouldn't have bothered with Xiang Nan's little bit of property. If it weren't for the Jia family, Yi Zhonghai wouldn't have taken action against Xiang Nan. So, in the end, it was all the Jia family's fault. Qin Huairu whispered, "We know we were wrong. Now I just want to rescue Dongxu." If you had thought this way earlier, it would have saved so much trouble. Come with me. A few people went to the backyard and entered the deaf old lady's house. The second aunt was also there. Lu Haizhong had been caught as well, and she had no other way out. The deaf old lady glanced at them and said, "Everyone is here, so I won't waste time. I can save people, but it won't be free. You all need to contribute 200 yuan and then prepare another 1,000. "Huh? Why so much money?" The deaf old lady replied calmly. "This 400 yuan is for scouting. As for how much more I might need during the process, I can't say for sure. So you all prepare it first. And when I need it, I'll ask you for it." Qin Huairu cried, "Old lady, my family doesn't have that much money. That's not my concern. You can talk to your mother-in-law and have her pay. When her husband died, there was a pension and there were several hundred. She's been saving it and not using it for you. But now we're saving her son. If she can't come up with the money, she might as well be daydreaming. If she doesn't pay, then I won't be responsible for Jia Dongxu. But with my mother-in-law's character, she won't give it. You can talk to me all you want. But if you don't have the money, fine. I will save Xiao Yi. But as for the other two, you'll have to figure it out yourselves." At that time, Lu Guanqi was still unmarried and hadn't spent all the Lu family savings. So the Lu family still had money, especially since Lu Haizhong earned a decent monthly salary and had saved quite a bit over the years. Thus, Aunt Air said, "I'll pay, old lady. I'm going to get the money for you now." Qin Huairu looked at her and said, "Aunt Air." Before she could finish, Aunt Air scolded, "What are you saying to me? What does your family have to do with mine? If you want money, go find your husband's master." Qin Huairu could only look at Aunt E. Aunt E sighed helplessly and said, "Just consider it as my family lending money to yours. Just give me an IOU." "Thank you, Aunt E." As for writing an IOU, Qin Huairu had no psychological burden at all. After all, the Jia family had no intention of paying it back. Moreover, she knew that as long as Yi Zhonghai came out, he would definitely not let their family pay it back. After all, She was very clear about Yi Zhonghai's mindset. Aunt Yi went back and took out 200 yuan to give to the deaf old lady, and Aunt Er also took out 200 yuan. After receiving the money, the deaf old lady said, "All right, you all can go back now." Zhuzi, carry Grandma to Director Yang's house. Old lady, can Director Yang really help? The deaf old lady confidently said, "Don't worry. I've saved his life before. He will help with this." Silly Zhu carried the deaf old lady and went out. Xiangnan saw them and knew what they were going to do. He didn't plan to stop them. He wanted to see if there was really someone behind this old deaf woman. He didn't truly believe that they could take down Yi Zhonghai this time, as they were merely scheming and hadn't implemented any actions yet. Xiangnan had plenty of time to play with them slowly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Silly Zhu carried the old deaf woman to Director Yang's house, where Director Yang was already asleep. After being woken up, he saw Silly Zhu and the deaf old lady and was surprised. "Old lady, why did you come over so late?" "Xiao Yang, I didn't want to disturb your rest. But if it's too late, something might happen." "What could happen?" Director Yang asked, confused. The deaf old lady said, "The security department has caught Xiao Yi. If you don't save him, he might be forced to confess." "Xiao Yi? You mean Yi Zhonghai?" "Yes, please help him get out." "All right, wait a moment. I'll call the factory and ask about the situation." "Thank you." The old lady smiled. Because the deaf old lady had saved Director Yang's life before, he didn't ask any questions and directly agreed to help. The reason Director Yang easily agreed to help was that he knew it was the security department that had caught him. This meant that the matter was still confined to the factory, which gave him a lot of authority as the factory director. Releasing him was just a matter of a word for him. Director Yang had a phone at home, so he directly called the security department. Soon someone answered, and Director Yang asked, "I'm Yang Jinhua. Where's your section chief?" "The section chief is here. Please hold on." At that moment, Sun Dashi was interrogating Yi Zhonghai, but he hadn't yet resorted to any harsh methods, so Yi Zhonghai wasn't confessing anything. Soon, Sun Tianshi answered the call, and Director Yang asked, "Release Yi Zhonghai immediately." The deaf old lady wanted to remind him that it wasn't just Yi Zhonghai. There was also Lu Haizhong and Jia Dongxu. But before she could say anything, she saw Director Yang's expression change as he said, "Cannot be released? Why not?" Sun Tianshi explained the situation, and Director Yang's face darkened as he hung up the phone. The deaf old lady asked, "Xiao Yang, what's wrong? Did it work out? Why didn't you tell me that the person you offended is Xiangnan? Is he really that important? He's just an orphan without parents. What's the big deal? What's the big deal? Do you know who his father is? Isn't he just someone from Xiang Jianxi? He's dead. What can he do now?" Director Yang said with a serious expression, "This Xiang Jianxi is not ordinary. He indeed died, but he saved many people during his life, and now those people are in high positions. If they find out that Xiangnan is being bullied, not to mention you, I won't be able to protect myself." The deaf old lady was shocked. "Huh? His background is that big. What do you think? I can't help you with this. You should go back." Director Yang said coldly, "No, Xiao Yang. Please help me just this once for the sake of me saving your life." Director Yang looked at the deaf old lady with annoyance. Before the liberation of Shijiazhuang, Director Yang was also involved in secret operations. Once, while he was meeting someone, he was accidentally discovered by the enemy, and then he was chased by a dozen people. He was shot twice and couldn't hold on any longer, fainting at the entrance of a courtyard. At that time, the deaf old lady happened to be sunbathing at the entrance. She saw Director Yang fainting and wanted to see what happened. As a result, Director Yang woke up at that moment, and having no other way out, he told the deaf old lady to go to a certain place and inform the comrades there to come and save him. Then Director Yang fainted again, and at that moment, the pursuers caught up and took him away. The deaf old lady hid back home, so she wasn't discovered by the pursuers. After the pursuers left, the deaf old lady thought it would be good to help, and maybe she could create a good connection. Chapter 20. The old deaf woman's favor, so she really went to that place and told them about Director Yang being shot and captured. The other party was very grateful and sent the deaf old lady back home. Then they went to rescue Director Yang. In the end, they really managed to rescue Director Yang and took him out of Shijiazhuang to a safe place to recuperate. After the liberation, Director Yang recovered from his injuries and retired, being assigned as the director of the steel mill. Director Yang felt that the deaf old lady saved his life, so he was very grateful and provided her with many benefits. For example, The deaf old lady's identification as a 5-guarantee household was arranged with Director Yang's help. In principle, there were no 5-guarantee households in the city, but Director Yang made it happen. Later, Yi Zhonghai was promoted from a level 7 worker to a level 8 worker, also thanks to the deaf old lady's help. Otherwise, with Yi Zhonghai's skills, he would never have reached level 8. Level 7 was his limit. Over the years, the deaf old lady had approached Director Yang several times, and he was almost annoyed to death. Director Yang looked at the deaf old lady and said, "Seriously, old lady, remember, this is the last time I'll help you. Our relationship is over, so don't come looking for me in the future." The deaf old lady sighed and said, "Xiaoyan, I understand. I won't bother you again. All right, I'll help you this one last time. Come to my office tomorrow, and I'll try to talk to Xiangnan and have him not pursue old Yi's responsibility." Huh? He has to agree? Of course. Only if Xiangnan doesn't pursue it can we get through this. Otherwise, do you think it will be easy? Okay, how much do you want? I don't know about the money, so you guys prepare 500 first, and I'll see if I can negotiate. Tomorrow, you need to be more polite and not act like your ancestors from the big courtyard. In fact, Yang factory director knows very well what the deaf old lady is like in the courtyard. It's not that no one has complained to him. He used to turn a blind eye and pretend not to know. The deaf old lady had no choice but to agree with Yang factory director's opinion. Yang factory directors help also reassured the deaf old lady. Early the next morning, Xiangnan habitually clicked to check in. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained one 140-pound goat and one 400-pound wild boar." Xiangnan was still a bit dazed, but when he heard the system's announcement, he perked up immediately. He was craving meat, especially roasted lamb chops and pig head meat. He had been dreaming about eating meat. Although Xiangnan had some tickets in hand, they wouldn't last long. Now that was good. The combined weight of the lamb and pork was several hundred pounds, enough for him to eat well for a long time. The system also thoughtfully helped him slaughter the pig and goat, separating the meat, bones, and entrails, even packaging the pig's blood and goat's blood in bowls without wasting anything. Xiangnan couldn't help but swallow. Looking at so much meat, Xiangnan decided to find a good chef later to marinate all this meat, so that whenever he wanted to eat, he could just cut some. After all, there is no concept of time in the system space. The meat wouldn't spoil no matter how long it was stored. Xiangnan had considered asking Shaju for help with marinating the meat, but thinking of past memories. They had enmity, and he was also afraid Shaju might poison him. Besides, there are other cooks in this world, so there was no need to rely solely on him. Xiangnan didn't have breakfast and, after washing up, pushed his bicycle out. Lu Haizhong's wife, Aunt Air, saw him and wanted to greet him, but Xiangnan didn't even glance her way. Xiangnan initially wanted to win over Lu Haizhong to deal with Yi Zhonghai, but that guy had already sided with Yi Zhonghai over 10 yuan. He no longer had any hopes for Lu Haizhong. Xiangnan thought Lu Haizhong was a bureaucrat with a dull mind, who could be used as a pawn. He continued walking towards the front yard, and Yin Bugui, looking unconcerned, still greeted Xiangnan with a smile. "Xiangnan, up so early, have you eaten? Want to come to my house for something to eat? I have to say, this old miser is quite shrewd. Given yesterday's situation, if he had been even a bit greedy, he would have been taken away by the security department like Yi Zhonghai and the others. This old guy really has some skills." Of course, Xiangnan wouldn't be too polite to him over this matter. He had figured out that the beasts in the courtyard were somewhat shameless. If you talk to them nicely, they won't listen. You have to bring out the truth for them to behave. So, Xiangnan decided to stop being polite with them in the future. If they are troublemakers or opportunists, he would directly use the truth. Xiangnan declined Yan Lauka's invitation to have breakfast, knowing that Yan's food wasn't that good. It's not that his food is bad, but Xiangnan knew that if he ate that meal, he might have to pay some price later. It's better to refuse to eat at his place now to avoid trouble later. Besides, aren't the buns outside delicious? Why eat Yan's pickled vegetables, which are shared among several people? Xiangnan ate a few buns outside and then went to the steel mill. He found a deserted spot, took out half a pig head, and placed it on the back seat of his bicycle. As he rode out, he immediately attracted the attention of all the passersby. You have to know that this is a difficult time. Not to mention meat, even being full is a luxury in some places. Some people even stopped Xiangnan on the road, wanting to buy some meat from him. However, Xiangnan refused all of them. He didn't lack money and didn't need to trade meat for cash. When he entered the steel mill, he didn't linger and went straight to the security department's small building. Everyone saw the pig head on his back seat, and they all looked envious. "I'm treating everyone to lunch today, come on," Xiangnan said to the security department staff. "Captain Xiang, thank you so much. We're in for a treat today, all thanks to Captain Xiang." Originally, some people were not convinced by Xiangnan, thinking he wasn't even an adult, so why should he be the deputy captain? No matter how good he was at fighting by seniority, he didn't qualify to be the deputy captain. But with the appearance of this half-pig head today, everyone was convinced. Even Sun Tianshi was surprised to see the pig head. "Xiao Xiang, where did you get this pig head?" "It was given to me by an uncle. By the way, do you know whose cooking skills are better? We should let him cook for us. If we're talking about cooking skills in our factory, it must be Shaju." Xiangnan immediately shook his head and said, "No, don't look for him. That guy's not trustworthy. You can't say that. He really hasn't been clean. He has been taking things from the canteen for a long time. I just haven't bothered to manage it. One day, I definitely have to lock him up for a while. Forget it. Let us not talk about him." Sun Tianshi thought for a moment and said, "Besides Shaju, there's also the chef from the second canteen. His skills are also good." "All right, then let the chef from the second canteen do it. Give him half a pound of meat as a processing fee." "No need for half a pound. 2 taels will do." "That's up to you. By the way, also call the people from the 4th team over. Let us eat meat together at noon." "Okay, as you say." The 4th team is the team Xiangnan is in charge of. He brought the meat over to win their favor. Sun Tianshi had someone send the pig head to the second canteen, and he pulled Xiangnan upstairs. Chapter 21. Everyone pays to settle the matter. Director Sun closed the door, turned to Xiangnan, and said, "Xiangnan, you need to be mentally prepared. Factory Director Yang will be calling you over soon." Xiangnan casually replied, "It's about the matter with these Zhonghai and the others, right? Factory Director Yang wants to plead for them?" Xiangnan pretended not to know that the deaf old lady had sought help from Factory Director Yang. "Yes, I don't know why Factory Director Yang is helping that oldie Zhonghai, but after all, he is the factory director, and we have to bow our heads under the eaves. Listening to him isn't a bad thing. But I can't be the only one to suffer without getting anything in return, right? Don't worry about that. I will definitely help you get something in return. First, let me know how much you're asking for." Xiangnan thought for a moment and said, 500 yuan, plus I want to be the deputy section chief. When Sun Director heard Xiangnan's shocking request, he almost choked on his smoke. Didn't he just say he wanted 500 yuan plus the 4th team captain? How did it suddenly change to so much? Doubling the amount is one thing, but he directly asked for the deputy section chief. Xiangnan ignored him. This is bargaining. Of course, he had to ask for a high price to give them room to negotiate. As expected, Director Yang shook his head and said, "Too high. Let's cut it in half. 500 yuan plus a team leader." This was exactly at Xiangnan's bottom line, but since it was a sky-high price, he certainly couldn't agree in one go. So he said, "A team leader is fine, but the price is 800 yuan. 600, 700, 650. Deal. Pay up now." Director Yang looked at the deaf old lady, knowing that he definitely couldn't pay that amount. The deaf old lady had no choice but to take out 300 yuan and said, "I only have 300 yuan for now. Can I give you the rest when I get back to the courtyard?" "No way. What if you refuse to pay after going back?" "Pay now," Shaju angrily said. "Xiangnan, don't go too far. You still want to live in the courtyard, so be careful." Xiangnan was not afraid at all and directly said, "Oh, you want to fight, huh? Come on. Who's afraid of whom?" As it seemed like the two were about to fight, Section Chief Sun hurriedly stood in front of Xiangnan and then turned to Director Yang and said, "Look at them. Do they really want to pay?" Director Yang felt a bit of a headache and told the deaf old lady, "Go find Zhonghai now and have him bring out the remaining money. He's a level 8 worker. He must have money." The deaf old lady had no choice but to agree. Section Chief Sun said, "Director, once they have the money, go directly to the security section. We'll leave first." "All right, you go ahead." Almost an hour later, Shaju finally brought the money over. He glared at Xiangnan and said, "Xiangnan, you've gone too far this time." "Too far? It was those beasts who wanted to eat my last resort. I was just retaliating. Is that too much? Also, since you didn't join them to attack me yesterday, I'll acknowledge that favor. Just a reminder, check the post office to see if there's a letter for you." "What nonsense are you talking about? Who would write me a letter? Xiang Nan shook his head helplessly. This was the only and last time he reminded Xia Zhu. Since Xia Zhu didn't believe him, he couldn't be bothered to say more, as it wasn't him being drained. Originally, once the money was delivered, Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Jia Dongxu could leave. But Section Chief Sun saw that Xia Zhu was not behaving while paying, wanting to vent his frustration on Xiang Nan. So he decided to let the three of them sit in a small dark room and wait until evening to let them out. There was no other way. Xia Zhu had to return to the courtyard by himself. At number 88, Nanluo Guxiang, in a side room of the courtyard, a man was sleeping. It was already past 11 o'clock, but he was still sound asleep. At that moment, someone outside shouted, "Zhang Ping, Zhang Ping, wake up." Zhang Ping recognized the voice outside. It was his colleague, Zhao Yang, a security guard for the patrol team. Zhang Ping opened the door with annoyance and asked, "What are you doing here? Come on, back to the factory." "What? Didn't we agree on a 3-day holiday? Why are we being called back now?" Zhao Yang smiled and said, "This time, it's for a good reason. Someone is treating us to meat, so we need to go eat. After dinner, you can come back and continue sleeping." Zhang Ping's eyes lit up and he asked, "Someone is treating us to meat? Who?" "I heard it's the new team leader." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ping's smile faded, and he angrily said, "What? The head just got injured, and the factory has already sent someone to replace him?" Zhao Yang's smile also disappeared, and he bitterly said, "You know the head's injury. He might never stand up again in this lifetime. The factory will have to change the team leader sooner or later. But they're too quick about it, not even considering old feelings. What can we do? Forget it. Let us get more meat and bring it to the head so he can have a few more bites." Zhao Yang's reasoning was not without merit. They were just ordinary security guards and had no say in choosing the team leader. They just felt it was unfair to the old team leader. The two of them went out together, and on the way, they encountered several colleagues, all of whom had received the notice to come for the meet. When they arrived at the small building where the security section was located before entering, they could already smell the aroma of meat. It was previously mentioned that there were several hundred people in the entire security section, so half a pig's head would definitely not be enough for so many people to eat. Therefore, Xiang Nan did not plan to invite everyone. He only invited the patrol team. Of course, Section Chief Sun Tianshi would definitely be there. Members of the patrol team gradually arrived, and as soon as they walked in, they smelled the delicious meat and couldn't help but drool. "It smells so good. What is this?" Xiang Nan said, "Braised pig's head meat. Come sit down quickly. The meal is about to start." Chapter 22. Winning Heart. Zhang Ping did not know Xiang Nan, so he turned and asked, "Who are you?" "I am your new team leader from now on. My name is Xiang Nan." Zhang Ping was taken aback for a moment, then angrily said, "Section Chief Sun, is this the person who is going to replace our head? This is too childish. What does it mean to find a kid?" Section Chief Sun said, "Don't underestimate him just because he's young. The three of you combined might not even be able to beat Xiang Nan. What nonsense are you talking? He is so small. I can take him down with one arm." Xiang Nan smiled and said, "There's no need to fight. How about we arm wrestle instead to see who is stronger?" The people around cheered. "All right, whoever loses has to drink a cup. Is this a punishment or a reward?" In this era, alcohol was also very precious. Everyone usually saved it for special occasions and would only drink a little during holidays. So everyone craved alcohol, and it was hard to say whether drinking was a punishment or a reward. They cleared a table, and then Xiang Nan and Zhang Ping sat facing each other. Their hands clasped together, and Sun Tianshi acted as the referee, saying, "Are you ready? Start." Both exerted force at the same time, but Zhang Ping soon realized that the other person's hand felt incredibly hard. No matter how much effort he put in, the other side remained unmoved. Zhang Ping's face turned red as he exerted all his strength, but he still couldn't bend Xiang Nan's hand. Xiang Nan smiled and asked, "Are you ready? I'm going to exert force now." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ping found his hand out of control. The next second, Zhang Ping lost. Everyone was quite surprised. And Zhao Liang said, "Did you not eat? You can't even beat a kid? Are you doing something bad last night?" Zhang Ping, unconvinced, said, "If you're capable, come and try. Let us see how long you can last." Zhao Yang replaced Zhang Ping, but he did not last much longer. As soon as Xiang Nan shouted to start, Zhao Liang lost immediately. Several more people came to continue arm wrestling with Xiang Nan, but without exception, all lost. Now everyone was convinced, well, not everyone. Zhang Ping still refused to accept it. He said, so what if you're strong? Do you think the patrol team is just about strength? If you're capable, catch the thieves who injured our head. Xiangnan looked at Zhang Ping and said, all right, give me a month, and I will definitely catch them. Zhang Ping coldly said, anyone can boast. Let us see if you can do it. Just then, someone came over with a large pot of rice. Sun Tianshi immediately said, dinner is ready. Let us eat first, and we can discuss things after the meal. Zhang Ping said, can I have another bowl? I want to take some meat back for the head. He emphasized the word head, implying that Xiangnan was not yet worthy of being called a team leader. Xiangnan smiled and said, no need. I have extra meat here that's not even cooked yet. After we finish eating, I'll go with you to see the old team leader. Zhang Ping was taken aback and looked at him, then nodded, saying nothing. Everyone began to eat heartily. The last time they had meat was during the New Year. Now that they finally had meat, they certainly wanted to enjoy a big meal. Xiangnan did not eat much. To him, it was just ordinary braised meat, and it didn't taste as good as the food sold by a random street stall in the future. This was normal, as there weren't that many seasonings in this era. The chef in the second cafeteria only added star anise and soy sauce. It wasn't that he didn't want to add other seasonings, but there simply weren't any. While they were eating, the three people in a locked room next door were drooling with envy. A security guard came over carrying a bowl of rice soaked in meat gravy and shouted, what are you all shouting about? Can't you eat in peace? Dongxu almost cried from the sight of the rice in his hands. Zhonghai swallowed hard and said, little brother, we're hungry. Could you give us each a bowl of rice? It would be even better if there was meat. Hearing Zhonghai, the old miser, still wanting meat, the guard rolled his eyes and said, what do you think you're dreaming of? You want meat? Just a steamed bun would be good enough for you. Dongxu indignantly replied, why do you get to eat meat and we don't? All the workers in the factory can eat meat. The guard, hearing that Zhonghai still wanted meat, rolled his eyes again and said, what are you thinking? You want meat? Just a steamed bun would be good enough for you. Dongxu protested, why do you get to eat meat and we don't? All the factory workers can eat meat. Why can't we? Who told you all the factory workers eat meat? The guard retorted, otherwise, do some worthless guards like you even afford meat? The guard's face darkened. You think we're worthless guards? Fine, you can starve then. The guard, angered, walked away, and Lu Haizhong complained, Dongxu, if you can't speak properly, just shut up. We were supposed to each get a steamed bun, and now we can only starve. Dongxu argued, I'm not wrong. Why do they eat meat while we eat steamed buns? Zhonghai helplessly said, just shut up. If you don't talk, you'll starve slower. But just as he finished speaking, his stomach growled. This triggered a chain reaction, and all three of their stomachs started to rumble. Dongxu, feeling extremely hungry, shouted, I want to eat. Give me food. The people outside shouted back, shut up. If you keep making noise, we'll keep you locked up for another day. You were supposed to leave after work today. Keep it up, and you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Dongxu was so scared that his legs trembled and quickly said, I was wrong. I was wrong. I won't shout anymore. The people outside huffed and ignored them. After this farce, the security office staff had already eaten. Zhang Ping looked at Xiangnan and said, Captain Xiang, since you want to see our captain, you can go now. But you said you had meat. Where is it? Xiangnan smiled and said, it's at my home. Do you have a bike? Come back with me to get it. Zhang Ping turned to Sun Tianshi and said, Chief Sun, can I borrow your bicycle? Sun Tianshi readily replied, sure, take it. Xiangnan, you don't have to work today. Come back with the fourth team the day after tomorrow. All right, I want to come back and practice shooting tomorrow. Xiangnan answered as he rode the bike. That's up to you. Come whenever you want. Zhang Ping and Xiangnan rode their bikes out. When they reached the entrance of the courtyard, Zhang Ping didn't go in but waited outside for Xiangnan. The meat Xiangnan had was actually in a space he had. He said he was just going home to find an excuse to avoid attention. He sat at home for a minute, smoked a cigarette, and then brought out 3 one-pound pieces of lamb. His appearance dazzled everyone. Chapter 23. Passing 3 tests unfilial. Truly unfilial. The deaf old lady suddenly waved her cane, striking it heavily on the bluestone slab. You have good stuff, and 1 tea, let your ancestors taste it. Her sharp, aged voice startled the sparrows under the eaves. Xiangnan paused, his gaze sweeping over the shiny front of the old lady's cotton coat, which still had residue from the red braised meat soup sent by Shizhu yesterday. He sneered, Who do you think your ancestors are? Where was your son when my father sacrificed himself for the country? This statement hit like a hammer. The old lady's face, covered in age spots, turned bright red, her lips quivering but unable to speak. In this era, the identity of a martyr-esque family member was the strongest shield, and no one dared to touch it lightly. If I hear you misidentify relatives again, Xiang then deliberately patted his waist where it bulged. I'll go to the street office and ask what the punishment is for slandering a martyr's family. With a clang, the old lady's cane fell to the ground. She turned and walked back into the house like a deflated balloon, muttering curses that were inaudible. Xiang Nan ignored her and walked forward. By the water well in the courtyard, Jia Zhangshi saw the meat and immediately straightened up, her eyes brightening as she waved her hands and rushed over. Jia Zhangshi fixed her eyes on the meat and said, "Xiang kid, give me that meat." Xiang then held the meat in one hand, resting the other on his waist, coldly responding, "Sure, come and take it." Jia Zhangshi laughed. "You said it. I'm taking it now." Just as she reached for the meat, Qin Huairu stepped forward and grabbed Jia Zhangshi's hand. "Mom, look where Xiang Nan's hand is." Jia Zhangshi froze, and upon closer inspection, cold sweat instantly poured down her face. She exclaimed, "Xiang Nan, you're scaring me with a gun again. I won't let this go with you. Come on, I want to see how you'll handle this. This meat is for the injured patrol team. Dare you touch it? If you do, it's seizing public property, and I can shoot you without any responsibility." Jia Zhangshi's forehead was sweating, but she still held on. "Who are you trying to scare? If you have the ability, shoot." The neighbors were all watching. Xiang then calmly unbuttoned his coat, revealing a gun strapped to his belt. "This meat is for the injured patrol team. If you dare touch it." He paused deliberately. "It's robbing public property. Do you think I dare shoot?" There was dead silence by the well. Jia Zhangshi's face turned from red to white, finally becoming an unflattering liver color. She staggered back, nearly falling over the threshold. Qin Huairu hurriedly supported her, casting a pleading look at Xiang Nan. It would have been better if it happened earlier. Xiang Nan toned his coat, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Who will take responsibility for delaying the injured from eating? As he passed through the courtyard, Xiang Nan felt countless eyes piercing his back. Behind the curtains of the Jia family, Jia Dongxu's sinister face flashed by. From the slightly ajar door of Yi Zhonghai's house, muffled grumbling could be faintly heard. But he didn't care. In this era of material scarcity, weakness would only lead to being bullied. In the front yard, Yin Bugui had already been waiting there. The elementary school teacher adjusted his broken glasses and feigned surprise. "Xiao Xiang, have you struck it rich? This meat looks authentic." As he reached for the oil paper bag, Xiang then replied, "Third uncle, when will you return the 2 liang of meat tickets you borrowed from me before?" Yin Bugui's hand froze midair, and he chuckled awkwardly. "Look at what you're saying. Who are we to each other? How about tonight? Let your third aunt show her skills, and we'll have a couple of drinks." "Forget it," Xiang Nan sneered. "You should save your watered-down liquor for yourself." Laughter erupted around them. Yin Bugui's face turned red, and he lowered his voice. "Young man, don't be too arrogant. You may be from the security office, but there will always be times you need to ask your neighbors for help." Xiang Nan suddenly turned around, scaring Yin Bugui back 3 steps. "You reminded me." He patted his forehead. "Tomorrow I'll go to school and ask how the investigation into teacher Yin inciting students to steal sweet potatoes from the production team is going." This sentence left Yin Bugui utterly speechless. He slinked back into the house, forgetting even his prized peace lily. When Xiang Nan finally walked out of the courtyard gate, Zhang Ping, waiting at the alley entrance, stamped his foot and complained, "Getting meat is more tedious than a big girl getting married. You have no idea." Xiang Nan wearily handed over the oil paper bag and rubbed his sore shoulders. "Those 3 in our courtyard are tougher than the other. The deaf old lady wants to act tough, Jia Zhangshi wants to rob openly, and Yin Lao, she wants to take advantage. Not to mention, 2 of the 3 managers in our courtyard are still locked up in our security office." Xiang Nan mentioned again what happened yesterday, and Zhang Ping was dumbfounded. He had never seen such shameless people before. Why were they all concentrated in number 95 courtyard? Xiang Nan and Zhang Ping brought 3 pieces of meat to the hospital, and as soon as they appeared, they immediately attracted attention. There was no way around it. These days, getting meat was just too difficult. As soon as they entered the hospital, someone came over to ask about the price. Bro, are you selling that meat? Not selling. We're giving it away. Wow, so much meat for free? How about you sell me a piece? My spouse just had surgery, and I'm thinking about getting some meat for nutrition. Please. Sorry. This is for the injured. Don't look at this 3 pounds. Divided among 3 injured people, it's not much. The person asking felt very disappointed and could only ask as a second option. Can I ask where you bought this meat? I went to the market early this morning, and there wasn't even a bone, let alone such good meat. Xiangnan shook his head and casually made up a reason. I bought this from the countryside. I was lucky enough to catch the village slaughtering sheep. Even if you go now, all the meat would have been divided. Xiangnan couldn't say it was sent by the system. He just tried to fool the person, hoping he could buy meat from somewhere else. The person left regretfully, and Zhang Ping remarked, I never expected this meat to be so popular. Of course, everyone is lacking in resources these days. Just look at the people around. They're like wolves. Their eyes are all green with envy. Zhang Ping turned around to look, and sure enough, everyone was staring at the meat in his hands, almost wanting to pounce and take a bite. He quickly dragged Xiangnan into the ward, only feeling relieved when he no longer saw anyone. However, when he looked at the people in the ward, he found they were also staring intently at the meat in his hands. But he also saw a familiar face. So he waved and said, Dali, look what I brought for you. Wang Dali and Zhang Ping were distant relatives and colleagues in the patrol team, so their relationship was closer than with others. Wang Dali had bad luck. A few days ago, he was shot while catching a thief and was now resting in bed. Chapter 24. Clue, he saw the meat in Zhang Ping's hands and exclaimed, Where did you get this meat? This is from Captain Xiang. Let me introduce you. This is our new captain of the 4th team, Xiangnan. Huh? New captain? What about our Captain Li? The smile on Zhang Ping's face disappeared as he said, You know, Captain Li was shot in both legs. He might not be able to walk again. So he definitely can't be the patrol captain anymore. Wang Dali said angrily, These officials are too heartless. We just got injured, and they immediately replaced the captain? Sorry, I'm not targeting you. I just hate those officials. All right, I don't care about that. This meat is for you 3 injured. Each person gets a piece. Where should I put it? Just put it here. Zhang Ping looked around and asked, Where did Lao Gao go? Isn't he in the same ward as you? He went to the bathroom. Lao Gao, whose full name is Gao Wenkong, is also one of the 3 injured. He was shot in the abdomen, but fortunately, the bullet didn't hit any organs, and he could get up and move around after just 2 days in bed. Before long, Gao Wenkong was helped in by his wife. Zhang Ping smiled and said, Lao Gao, sister-in-law, this is our 4th team's new captain Xiangnan. He brought me to see you. Gao Wenkong's wife happily said, That's great. I was just thinking about buying some meat for Lao Gao to help him recover, but unexpectedly, the captain brought it. Thank you so much. She took the meat and said to Gao Wenkong, Honey, I'll go stew this meat for you. Are you all right alone in the hospital? I'm fine, you go. Wang Dali said, Sister-in-law, could you also stew my piece of meat? I'm all alone at home, and no one can help me cook. Okay, I'll take your meat too. Gao Wenkong's wife took 2 pieces of meat and left, and Zhang Ping helped Gao Wenkong lie back on the hospital bed. Xiangnan asked, Isn't the former captain staying in the same ward as you? No, he was injured more seriously, and since he is a higher up, he is in a single room. Xiangnan nodded. I see. I'm here to visit you, not only to bring meat, but also to ask about the theft case. Can you tell me what happened at that time? Gao Wenkong and Wang Dali exchanged glances, and Wang Dali asked, Should I say it, or you? I'll say it. If I miss anything, you can add on. Okay. Gao Wenkong began to recount that on the day of the incident, the 4th team was responsible for the night patrol. They split into 3 small teams and patrolled different sections of the steel mill. At around 2 a.m., when Gao Wenkong's team was patrolling the west factory area, they suddenly heard 2 gunshots. They rushed over and found 3 people climbing the wall. Not far from the wall, someone was screaming in agony. Without thinking, they opened fire on the 3 people on the wall. It turned out the other party also had guns, and a gunfight immediately broke out. Gao Wenkong and Wang Dali were accidentally shot during the gunfight. However, they also managed to kill 2 thieves, while the other one escaped. When the other 2 teams arrived, they found that the person who was shot and screaming was their captain, Li Jun. Xiangnan frowned and asked, So that night, Captain Li wasn't with you? The 2 exchanged glances again, and Wang Dali said, No, he usually patrols with us. But that night, he said he wasn't feeling well, so he rested in the lounge and didn't go out. The security department's lounge is on the first floor of that small building, but it's in the south factory area. To get to the west factory area, it takes at least 10 minutes to walk. So why would Li Jun, feeling unwell in the middle of the night, go to the west factory area alone? This was Xiang Nan's first question, but he didn't ask it. He noticed that Zhang Ping and the others had a good relationship with Li Jun and couldn't bear to hear anything unfavorable said about him. Xiang Nan casually asked, "Did you know the two deceased?" Wang Dili shook his head. "I didn't see them. Both Lao Gao and I were shot and sent to the hospital right away, so we don't know what happened afterward." Xiang Nan looked at Zhang Ping, who said, "I don't know those two either. The police said they haven't identified them yet. Such a big incident occurred, with 2 dead and 3 injured. Of course, the police would get involved, but they've been investigating for several days and still haven't identified the 2 deceased, so the progress is a bit slow." However, this was understandable. These days, there were no computers, no surveillance, and not even ID cards. To confirm the identities of the deceased, they would have to ask one by one. Who knows how long that would take? So it's normal not to know their identities until now. "What did those thieves steal?" The 3 exchanged glances. And Zhang Ping said, "I don't know." "Don't know? What does that mean? They didn't find any stolen goods on the 2 dead, right? They only had some burglary tools on them, and each had a pistol with over 10 bullets. Nothing else." Xiang Nan nodded. "So the stolen goods were on the one who escaped?" Zhang Ping hesitated and said, "It's more likely they didn't succeed because afterward, we checked all the warehouses and found nothing missing." Xiang Nan shook his head. "If they didn't succeed, why would they open fire? Don't forget, if they didn't fire a shot, it would just be considered attempted theft, even if they didn't get any stolen goods. They would only be in for 10 days to half a month at most. But since they fired shots and injured people, that's a serious crime. They wouldn't get out in less than 10 years. Maybe they were afraid of being caught with guns." Xiang Nan didn't speak. He definitely disagreed with Zhang Ping's reasoning. Moreover, these 3 thieves came armed with guns, and what they stole was likely something very important. Therefore, it is also possible that they succeeded. But the owner is too afraid to speak out. If we think along this line, the owner can focus on those leaders. After all, these armed men would never come to the steel mill to steal iron. Xiang Nan asked some details, and Zhang Ping and the others answered. However, Xiang Nan always felt that they were hiding something from him, so he didn't ask further. He took Zhang Ping out of the hospital room and then went to the single patient room where Li Jun was. To Xiang Nan's surprise, there were actually police officers guarding outside the room. The police stopped Xiang Nan and Zhang Ping and asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" Xiang Nan took out his ID from his pocket. "We are from the security department of the steel mill, investigating the same case as you." A young police officer disdainfully said, "You can investigate a case? Aren't you just supposed to patrol? You can't even catch a thief." Zhang Ping was furious upon hearing this. He was about to argue with the 2 police officers when Xiang Nan stopped him. Chapter 25. The former captain is suspicious. Xiang Nan was not angry. He looked at the police across from him and provocatively said, "Have you figured out the identities of the 2 deceased yet? It's been several days. You can't still not know?" The police officer across from him, somewhat embarrassed and angry, replied, "We are investigating the case. We don't need to report to you." Just then, a voice suddenly came from inside the room. "Xiao Lu, don't create conflicts with the comrades from the steel mill." "Captain, I didn't tea." A person came out from inside. He was the police officer in charge of this case, named Luo Xiaoping. Xiang Nan asked, "Captain Luo, can you tell us what leads you have found so far?" Captain Luo replied, "No comment for now, and you also shouldn't interfere with us." Zhang Ping was enraged and said, "If you were so capable, how come you haven't figured out the identities of a few small thieves?" Captain Luo's face turned red as he retorted, "Humph, if you have the ability, go investigate it yourself. I'm afraid you'll take 1.5 years and still find no clues." Xiang Nan smiled and said, "How about we have a competition to see who finds out first? Whatever, Xiao Li, let's go." The 3 police officers left, and Zhang Ping and Xiang Nan entered the hospital room. Li Jun was sitting on the hospital bed, staring blankly out the window. Zhang Ping held up some meat and said, "Captain, we came to see you." Li Jun slowly turned his head and said flatly, "You came, so what? Why bring things?" This is a small gesture from the new captain. His name is Xiang Nan, the new captain of the 4th team. Li Jun said with a hint of sarcasm. New captain? It's only been a few days, and I've already been replaced? Xiangnan took a couple of steps forward and said, No, you haven't been replaced. It's just that you are injured now. Section Chief Sun means for you to take good care of your injury, and when you recover, you will still be the captain of the 4th team. Recover? My injuries will never heal. The doctor said both my knees are crushed. I will never recover in this lifetime, Li Jun said with a bitter smile. Xiangnan frowned. Both of Li Jun's knees were shattered. The thieves must have had excellent marksmanship, but if the assailants were that skilled, why didn't they shoot Li Jun in the head and instead leave him alive? Unless... Xiangnan didn't continue thinking and began asking about what happened. According to Wang Dali and the others, you were the first to see the 3 thieves. Can you tell me what the situation was like at that time? Li Jun said, I've already told the police. You can ask them if you have questions. Zhang Ping anxiously said, Captain, the police won't talk to us. Could you please help us? Li Jun shook his head and said, I'm tired. If you want to ask anything, come back next time. Zhang Ping was about to say something, but Xiangnan pulled him away and took him out. Once outside, Zhang Ping said, Why didn't you let me ask further? The old captain clearly knows something, but just won't say. Xiangnan didn't answer, but instead asked, Does he have a family? Yes, Captain Lie's wife is named Hao Hui, and he has 2 children. The older one is a 10-year-old boy, and the younger one is a 6-year-old girl. Why isn't his wife here taking care of him? Zhang Ping was stunned and didn't answer. Xiangnan smiled and said, Let us go check his home. The 2 rode their bikes to Li Jun's home. Li Jun lived in a small courtyard with a separate entrance, consisting of 3 rooms and no neighbors. Xiangnan liked it at first sight. He preferred this kind of independent courtyard. The neighbors in the courtyard houses were too annoying, always looking for trouble. Fortunately, the piece of land that Director Wang approved for him would also be an independent courtyard once built, allowing him to live his own little life behind closed doors. Unfortunately, construction hadn't started yet, and he didn't know how long it would take to move in. Xiangnan shook his head, dismissing these chaotic thoughts. He turned to Zhang Ping and said, Knock on the door. Zhang Ping stepped forward and knocked on the door, but no one answered. An old lady living across from Li Jun's house asked, Who are you? What do you want with Li Jun? We are his colleagues. Li Jun is in the hospital, and we came to see his wife and children. They are not home. Just a few days ago, Li Jun's wife took the children back to her family. Xiangnan asked, Do you know exactly what day they left? On the 10th, Xiangnan and Zhang Ping exchanged glances. It was too coincidental. Exactly the day of the incident. Xiangnan asked, Annie, do you know where Hao Hui's family is? I don't know. I just know her family is in the countryside. I don't know which village specifically. Xiangnan said to Zhang Ping, Li Jun's file should have a record. You can check it later. Let's go inside and take a look. But the door is closed. Isn't it easy to get in? Without any run-up, Xiangnan jumped over the wall and entered the courtyard. Once inside, he opened the door. Zhang Ping followed him in, and the curious old lady came over to watch. She asked, What are you doing? Annie, we need to check Li Jun's house to see if anything happened. What could happen to a patrol captain? I don't know. Let us check first. Auntie, you stay outside and don't come in. Zhang Ping, you search the side room. I'll search the main room. Zhang Ping asked somewhat cluelessly, What are we searching for? Just look for anything abnormal. Xiangnan also didn't know what to search for, so he just told Zhang Ping that. All right. Xiangnan pushed open the door to the main room and immediately found a box on the table. This box was only the size of a fist, and Xiangnan curiously opened it, only to be startled. Inside was a severed finger, and it was still bloody, obviously cut off from a living person. Xiangnan shouted to the side room, Zhang Ping, come quickly. What happened? Did you find something? Zhang Ping came over and was also startled to see the finger in the box. He asked, Whose is this? Xiangnan examined it closely and said, It looks like a child's finger. I'd say it belongs to a child around 10 years old. Zhang Ping exclaimed, Captain Li's son is exactly 10 years old. Did this finger get accidentally severed by a child? Impossible. If that were the case, Hao Hui would definitely have taken the finger to reattach it. Even if it couldn't be reattached, she would find a place to bury it, not leave it in a box. This only indicates one fact. What fact? Li Jun's son has been kidnapped, and to make Li Jun comply, the kidnapper sent a finger. What? How could this happen? Zhang Ping exclaimed. Xiangnan quickly turned and said, Take the finger. We need to find Li Jun. By the way, notify the police station and let Captain Luo go to the hospital as well. The two left Li Jun's house and split up. Xiangnan took the finger and hurried to the hospital. He didn't go to find Li Jun first, but waited at the hospital entrance for Zhang Ping and Captain Luo to arrive. Chapter 26. The truth emerges after waiting for about 10 minutes. The seemingly frozen time was finally broken by the sound of hurried footsteps in the silence. Xiangnan subconsciously looked up and saw Zhang Ping and Luo Xiaopeng hurrying towards him. The night was dark as ink, enveloping their figures heavily. A wave of deep shame suddenly surged in Luo Xiaopeng's heart. For these days, he had been solely focused on investigating the identities of the three thieves. Yet he had not harbored the slightest suspicion towards his former patrol team leader, Li Jun, who had fought alongside him. Looking back now, this negligence felt like a sharp thorn deeply embedded in his heart, causing a dull pain. "Where's the finger?" Luo Xiaopeng asked straightforwardly without any pleasantries. Xiangnan silently took out a wooden box from his pocket and handed it to him. The surface of the box carried the unique chill of the night, sending a shiver through his fingers. Luo Xiaopeng carefully opened it, revealing a finger lying quietly inside, pale as the remnants of winter snow, seemingly silently narrating the pain it had once endured. Luo Xiaopeng leaned in slowly, his brow furrowing tighter. This finger had been cut off while the child was still alive. His voice was low and suppressed, as if weighed down by a heavy burden. Xiangnan's expression grew serious. "Can you tell how long ago this finger was severed?" "It should be 2 or 3 days, just coinciding with the time of the incident." Luo Xiaopeng's voice seemed to be squeezed out from deep within his chest. At this moment, he already had a suspicion in his heart. It seemed Li Jun had been threatened, so although he knew many things, he had been afraid to speak out. Now we finally have a breakthrough. "Let's go. We need to see him immediately," Xiangnan said decisively. The three of them dared not delay in the slightest and hurried to the single patient room. Gently pushing open the door, Xiangnan saw Li Jun quietly staring out the window, the twilight glow casting shadows on him, reflecting the visible pain on his face. Once a spirited patrol team leader, he now resembled an old tree battered by a storm, exuding an air of vicissitude and helplessness. Without any hesitation, Luo Xiaopeng walked straight to the bedside and gently placed the wooden box containing the finger on the bed. Li Jun's gaze was instantly drawn to the box, his eyes widening in shock as he lunged towards it like an injured beast, shouting, "Give it to me! Give me the finger! My son can still come back!" Luo Xiaopeng quickly moved the box away, his tone stern and urgent. "Li Jun, this finger is your son's, isn't it? The thieves must have captured him and threatened you to help them. Give it to me. Please, give me the finger." Li Jun cried out in near despair, tears welling in his eyes, on the verge of collapse. "Don't be foolish. It's been several days already. You can't bring him back." Luo Xiaopeng's tone was filled with pain and helplessness. However, at this moment, Li Jun had lost his rationality and could not hear any words. Still crying out for the finger, Luo Xiaopeng knew he could not let this continue and said sternly, "All right, if you want the finger back, you must answer my questions. If you don't answer, this finger will be treated as crucial evidence, and you will never get it back." This statement hit Li Jun like a heavy hammer, finally causing him to gradually calm down. He slumped onto the bed like a deflated balloon, his eyes vacant. "Fine, I'll talk." It turned out that the day before the incident, Li Jun's son had suddenly been kidnapped. Subsequently, those people sent this bloody finger to threaten him into doing their bidding. Li Jun was both angry and anxious, filled with fear and helplessness, worried for his son's safety and afraid that his wife and daughter would also meet with misfortune. In desperation, he first sent his wife, Hao Hui, and daughter back to her family for safety, while he had no choice but to meet those three thieves. In a state of extreme panic, he casually threw the finger onto the table, not even bothering to look at it closely. The three thieves demanded his help to steal something, instructing the patrol team to intentionally avoid the West Factory area, and even insisted that he personally assist them in entering the leader's office building. Reluctantly, he led the thieves to Deputy Factory Director Su's office. The thieves rummaged around inside for a long time, seemingly finding what they wanted, and hurriedly left. According to the plan, Li Jun was supposed to escort them out of the factory area, but when they reached the wall, thinking of his son's safety, he suddenly changed his mind, trying to recover the stolen items. In the ensuing chaos, the thieves shot at his legs twice. The gunshots immediately alerted the patrol team, and both sides engaged in a fierce gun battle, resulting in the deaths of 2 thieves and 3 injuries on the patrol team, including Li Jun. After listening to Li Jun's account, Xiang Nan had solved part of the mystery in his heart, but at the same time, more questions surged forth like a tide. What exactly was stolen? Why did Deputy Factory Director Su insist that nothing was stolen? Where is Li Jun's son now? And what were the identities of those 3 thieves? Xiang Nan continued to ask, where did you see those 3 thieves? In a small grove not far from my house. Li Yun replied hastily. Did you think about following them? No, they wouldn't let me follow, and they threatened that if I dared to tail them, they would definitely kill my son. As Li Jun spoke, his voice choked with emotion. Luo Xiaoping nodded slightly, his tone softening. All right, you should rest well. We will do our best to bring your son back. A glimmer of hope flashed in Li Jun's eyes. Thank you. Can you give me my son's finger? Luo Xiaopeng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately handed the wooden box back to him. After leaving the ward, Xiang indecisively said, let us go see Deputy Factory Director Su and find out what exactly was stolen. The 3 hurried back to the steel rolling mill, only to learn that Deputy Factory Director Su was not in the factory. Without any hesitation, they immediately rushed to Su's home. Before they even reached the door, Xiang Nan keenly spotted a figure sneaking out from Su's house. Zhang Ping whispered, that is Su Chunxing. What is he up to? Xiang Nan's eyes narrowed. Follow him, but don't alert him. The 3 cautiously trailed behind Su Chunxing, winding through several streets until they reached a small grove. In the grove, several people were gathered together, whispering and conspiring, seemingly engaged in a ration ticket transaction. However, Su Chunxing did not join them, instead standing at a distance, occasionally glancing around warily. Xiang Nan, Luo Xiaopeng, and Zhang Ping quietly hid in the shadows, patiently waiting. Time passed slowly, and the sky gradually darkened. Finally, those people completed their transaction and dispersed, leaving Su Chunxing alone in the grove. Zhang Ping couldn't help but complain. What is he waiting for? It's been hours. Xiang Nan kept a close eye on the bulging bag in Su Chunxing's hand, thoughtfully saying, he is holding a bag that looks full. It seems to contain a lot of things. What do you think is inside? I guess there's money in the bag. He is going to buy back the stolen items, Luo Xiaopeng said with determination. At this moment, the small grove, shrouded in night, appeared even more eerie and mysterious, as if concealing countless unknown secrets. And they were inching closer to uncovering the truth behind this layered fog. Xiang Nan took a deep breath, knowing that the next actions were crucial. If the bag indeed contained money meant to redeem the stolen items, then not only could they discover what had been stolen, but they might also trace the thieves and successfully rescue Li Jun's son. The night deepened, like a massive black curtain tightly wrapping around the small grove. Su Chunxing remained in place, occasionally glancing down at the bag in his hand, then looking around warily. Xiang Nan and the others dared not make a sound, patiently waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps came from a distance, and Su Chunxing obviously became tense, his whole body like a taut bowstring. Straightened tightly, a shadow slowly emerged from the depths of the woods, squinting towards the south, trying hard to see the other person's appearance. As the shadow approached gradually, Su Chunxing hurriedly stepped forward, and the two began to converse in low voices under the dim moonlight. Although it was unclear what they were saying, the atmosphere seemed somewhat tense based on their body language. Luo Xiaopeng signaled to Xiang Nan and Zhang Ping to be ready. Once there was a situation, they would act immediately. Chapter 27. Capturing Deputy Factory Director Su Yan Boogie for benefits. While they were waiting for the transaction, several people suddenly rushed out. The leaders shouted loudly, "Don't move, police!" The man was taken aback, turned around, pulled out a gun, and grinned viciously at Su Chunxing. "Do you dare to call the police? I'll kill you if you do." Su Chunxing was even more flustered at this moment. "I didn't." However, the man didn't believe him at all and was about to shoot Su Chunxing dead. But Xiang Nan's gun was faster. He shot the man's wrist, and the gun fell to the ground with a scream. Luo Xiaopeng seized the opportunity to pounce on the man, knocking him to the ground. Xiang Nan and Zhang Ping also surrounded Su Chunxing, who shouted, We are one of our own. I'm the deputy factory director of the steel mill. Zhang Ping looked at him with disdain and said, Of course we know you are the deputy factory director. I am the security guard of the steel mill. Great. You help me catch him, and you will be credited. No need to catch him. Having Captain Luo is enough. The one we want to catch is you. Su Chunsheng pretended to be confused. Me? You must be mistaken. I haven't committed any crime. Why catch me? Xiang then picked up the bag of money on the ground, smiled, and said, You should explain where you got so much money. In this era, a worker's salary is only a few dozen yuan a month. Even if Su Chunsheng is the deputy factory director, his salary is much higher, but it is still only a little over 100 yuan. There is over 10,000 yuan in this bag. Su Chunsheng would have to save without eating or drinking for 8 or 9 years to have this much money. Su Chunsheng's face changed, and he hurriedly explained, This is not my money. I don't know. Deputy Factory Director Su, stop pretending. Your fingerprints are on this bag, and it can be verified with a comparison, Xiang Nan said leisurely. I really don't know. I was just passing by. Zhang Ping shouted from the side, We've been following you for several hours. Since you left home, we've been following you. Do you think anyone would be fooled by such lies? Su Chunsheng's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground in despair, lowering his head helplessly. Subsequently, Su Chunsheng and the man subdued by Captain Luo were brought back to the station, and after interrogation, both confessed. It turned out that the man was quite familiar with Su Chunsheng. They were former classmates, but the man's luck was poor, and after so many years, he was still an ordinary worker. So he went to ask Su Chunsheng for help in finding a better job. Su Chunsheng directly refused, as they were only ordinary classmates, and the man did not offer any benefits. So Su Chunsheng certainly would not agree. Originally, this matter could have ended there, but the man was narrow-minded. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he saw many good things in Su Chunsheng's office, wanting to steal them to sell. So he found 2 desperate men, and the 3 helped Li Jun's son to get Li Jun's help in stealing things. Then Li Jun backed out, and the man shot Li Jun's knee twice, and then the security patrol team arrived, resulting in a gunfight where 2 of the man's accomplices were killed, and he ran away with the stolen items. The man successfully stole many valuable items from Su Chunsheng's office, including a crucial medal of the blue sky and white sun. The man never expected that Su Chunsheng would be an enemy agent. Otherwise, how could he have such things? After escaping home, the man planned to extort Su Chunsheng again, leading to the previous transaction in the grove. Captain Luo also didn't expect the case to be so complicated, and in the end, it even involved enemy agents. Of course, the subsequent events had nothing to do with Xiang Nan. He and Zhang Ping went home separately. By the time Xiang Nan returned to the courtyard, it was nearly 2 in the morning. The courtyard door had already been closed, and Xiang Nan was too lazy to call Yin Bugui to open the door, preparing to climb over the wall to get in. Just then, the main gate suddenly opened, and Yin Bugui stood at the door. Is that you, Xiao Xiang? Why are you back so late? I have something to do, Xiang Nan replied, and was about to head to the backyard. But Yin Bugui grabbed him and said, I opened the door for you so late. Aren't you going to think of something good for me? What do you want? Xiang Nan replied coldly. Yin Bugui didn't mind, chuckled, and said nothing, but his hands were still making a gesture of counting money. Seeing this gesture, Xiang Nan snorted coldly. You want benefits? Not a chance. After saying this, he broke free from Yin Bugui and went straight to the backyard. This made Yin Bugui very angry. What kind of person is this? I opened the door for you, and you didn't even give me a single benefit. Tomorrow I will have Oldie look for you, After saying this, Yin Bugui went to the toilet. He didn't specially open the door for Xiang Nan. It was just a coincidence. He had to go to the toilet and saw Xiang Nan as soon as he opened the door. Xiang Nan returned home and directly lay down. He looked at the hole in the ceiling and thought about finding someone to fix it on Sunday. Xiang Nan quickly fell asleep in bed and slept until dawn. When he got up to wash, he saw Yin Bugui and Yi Zhonghai waiting for him. As soon as they saw him, Yin Bugui, the old miser, said, Old Yi, you judge this. I kindly waited until midnight to open the door for him, and he didn't say a word of thanks but even glared at me. Yi Zhonghai glanced at Xiang Nan and said, Xiang Nan, this is your fault. How can you treat old Yin like this? Xiang Nan rolled his eyes and said impatiently, I need him to open the door for me? I can jump in by myself. You can't be so ungrateful. If everyone were like you, would the door control still count? Also, where were you so late? I went to handle a case. Xiangnan replied defiantly. Handling a case? Do you need to do that? You are not a police officer. Xiangnan sneered. You will know sooner or later. Let me say it now. I caught Su Chunxing yesterday, and he is still locked up. I estimate he won't get out for the rest of his life. Yi Zhonghai was surprised. Su Chunxing? You mean Deputy Factory Director Su? You dare to catch him? He committed a crime. Of course I can catch him. What's wrong with that? Yin Bugui, do you still want benefits? Xiangnan said with a mischievous smile towards Yin Bugui. Yin Bugui shook his head repeatedly, as scared as a turtle. What a joke. Su Chunxing dares to be captured, and I am just a small teacher. I can't afford to offend Xiangnan. Yin Bugui was terrified. If Su Chunxing could be caught, then catching him, a mere teaching assistant, would be as easy as pie. However, some people did not believe Xiangnan's words. Shaju, standing nearby, fanned the flames. Third uncle, don't believe his nonsense. Deputy Factory Director Su is someone. His father-in-law is a big official, very powerful. How could he be caught? I don't believe it. It was no wonder Shaju knew this. Deputy Factory Director Su used to be in charge of logistics, and Shaju happened to be under his jurisdiction. At the same time, Deputy Factory Director Su, like Shaju, was also a big mouth, boasting every day about how powerful his father-in-law was and how big his official position was. Over time, everyone believed it. Shaju had even seen Deputy Factory Director Su being driven back in a car. He believed that anyone who could ride in a car was not an ordinary person. Therefore, Shaju did not believe that Deputy Factory Director Su could be caught, especially by a newly appointed security guard. In Shaju's perception, security personnel were just small security guards who would not dare to complain if bullied. Chapter 28. Li Huai's in the house. Yi Zhonghai also believed Shaju's words. So he said to Xiangnan with a bad attitude, Don't boast. Do you see anyone believing what you said? Xiangnan smiled indifferently and said, Whatever you think. In a day or two, everyone will know. In fact, while they were arguing, the factory leaders had already gathered together to discuss Su Chunxing's situation. Factory Director Yang sat at the head of the table, looking at everyone below, and said, I believe everyone already knows what happened. Our Deputy Factory Director, Su, has been arrested. Just last night, Su Chunxing made a deal with the main suspect of the previous robbery and shooting case, and was caught on the spot. 2 of our security staff were also present, and over 10,000 yuan in cash and a blue sky and white sun medal were confiscated on the spot. As soon as this was said, the entire room was in an uproar. Everyone only knew that Su Chunxing had been arrested, but they did not know these details. Now that Director Yang mentioned it, everyone was shocked. Someone asked, Whose money is that over 10,000 yuan? Who else could it be? It's Su Chunxing's. No way is he that rich. He has been the Deputy Factory Director for years and manages logistics, a lucrative position. Can he not make money? But this is too much, right? Director Yang looked at his chattering subordinates and helplessly shook his head. All right, I didn't call everyone here to chat. We need to discuss how to handle Su Chunxing. What's there to discuss? He must be fired for making such a big mistake. Does anyone have any other opinions? Director Yang looked around, and seeing no one spoke, he said, Good. It seems everyone's opinion is unanimous. Then let's fire Su Chunxing first. As for how the police will handle it, we won't interfere. This is necessary, and we need to distance ourselves from the responsibility of our steel factory. We can't let one bad apple spoil the whole barrel. I say we announce to the whole factory that what Su Chunxing did was all on him, and has nothing to do with our factory's leadership. At this moment, someone questioned, should we contact Su Chunxing's father-in-law first? After all, he is our direct leader. Contact him. His son-in-law did such a thing. He might get implicated too. If he distances himself too quickly, he might end up inside as well. Director Yang nodded and said, Since that's the case, we won't notify the higher-ups. This is an internal matter for our factory, and there's no need for it to be known by everyone. I think that's fine. Someone then asked, Now that Su Chunxing is fired, how will his position be arranged? Who will take over? Everyone immediately fell silent, all looking uniformly at Director Yang. In fact, this was what Director Yang was most concerned about. After all, it was the position of a deputy factory director managing logistics, and he didn't know how many people were secretly watching. Director Yang took a sip of tea and slowly said, "Does anyone have a suitable candidate?" Everyone looked at each other, some exchanging glances. After a while, someone spoke up. "I have a candidate, the dining hall director Li Huai. He has been managing these logistics matters, and promoting him would be a natural progression." "Agreed. I agree too." Director Yang looked around and saw that about a third of the people agreed with this candidate. He was somewhat reluctant. He originally wanted to promote someone from his own circle. However, seeing the current situation, it seemed to be the trend, and he had to agree. In fact, it wasn't that Li Huai was particularly well-liked. It was more about his father-in-law being a big shot, and many people had benefited from him. This time, proposing Li Huai was merely a way to repay a favor. It must be said that the leaders were very efficient. By the time Xiangnan and the others started work, Li Huai had already moved into Su Chuanxing's former office. As soon as Xiangnan entered the security department, Sun Tianshi approached him and said, "Hurry, Xiangnan. Deputy Factory Director Li wants to see you." Deputy Factory Director Li? Who is that? Xiangnan wondered why someone wanted to see him right after he started work. Oh, it's the former dining hall director who was just promoted to Deputy Factory Director in charge of logistics this morning. Xiangnan was somewhat surprised. They are so efficient. They changed the Deputy Factory Director so quickly? From what you're saying, you know what happened in between. Sun Tianshi looked at Xiangnan in confusion. "I know some things. The former Deputy Factory Director Su was arrested last night, and I was there." "Huh? Aren't you investigating the robbery and shooting case? How did it involve Deputy Factory Director Su?" "The situation is like this," and Xiangnan recounted everything that happened the previous day. After hearing this, Sun Tianshi was astonished. "I didn't expect the truth of the matter to be like this. By the way, has Li Jun's son been found?" "Yes, he's been found. The police caught the main suspect of the robbery, and after questioning him for about 10 minutes, he confessed. Then the police went and found the boy." "That's great. As long as the child is found, I can rest easy about Li Jun." The two chatted as they walked towards the office. When they reached the office door, Sun Tianshi knocked. They heard someone inside say, "Come in." The two entered the office one after the other and met Li Huai. Li Huai warmly said, "So this is young Xiang, truly talented and promising." Li Huai was very grateful to Xiangnan. If it weren't for him catching Su Chuanxing, he wouldn't have become the deputy factory director. In fact, given Li Huai's father-in-law's status, it was only a matter of time before he became deputy factory director. But he would have to wait until the previous deputy factory director retired normally before he could take the position. However, because of Xiangnan's involvement, Li Huai was promoted a few years earlier. How could he not appreciate this favor? Li Huai invited the two to sit down, and after asking about Xiangnan's basic situation, he learned that Xiangnan had only just joined a few days ago and had not been assigned a house yet. He immediately said, "How can this be? You're already the patrol team leader of our factory security department, yet you don't have a house? Doesn't that make our factory look inefficient? Come on, I'll take you to the housing office to see if there's a suitable house for you." Xiangnan smiled and said, "I can't accept that." Li Huai said seriously, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. This is a welfare for all workers. You can't refuse." Xiangnan hadn't planned on refusing anyway. Although he already had the property rights to a house in the adjacent courtyard, who would complain about having more houses? Li Huai took Xiangnan to the housing office, wanted to pick out a nicer house for him. The reason he valued Xiangnan so much was not just because Xiangnan helped him remove an obstacle, but because he had bigger ambitions. He wasn't content just being a deputy factory director. His goal at the steel factory was singular: to sit in the position of factory director. To become the factory director, he needed the support of people below him. If the leaders of various departments supported him, he wouldn't be able to avoid becoming the factory director. Li Huai had a very good impression of Xiangnan. He was so young. It wouldn't be long before when Sun Tianshi grew old and retired. At that time, it would be just right for Xiangnan to step up. As long as Xiangnan became his person, the security department would naturally also belong to him. Therefore, he treated Xiangnan with special enthusiasm, constantly asking about his well-being and if he had any other difficulties. Xiangnan thought for a moment and said, "Everything else can be overcome, but I lack tickets." Upon hearing this, Li Huai was very pleased. He wasn't afraid that Xiangnan would ask him for benefits, but was afraid Xiangnan would be indifferent. Now it was great. Xiangnan was asking him for tickets. Did Li Huai lack these things? Li Huai waved his hand and said, That's easy. I'll send you some later. Thank you so much. Director Li. When Li Huai heard this, he was very happy. Look at Xiangnan, how good he is at speaking. Calling him Director Li. Unlike others who are stubborn and insist on adding the deputy title. After arriving at the housing office, Li Huai asked, "Does our factory still have 3 connected rooms available?" The director of the housing office looked somewhat surprised. 3 rooms? I need to check. There are very few connected houses left. Xiangnan said, "Isn't this a bit too much?" Yes, replied the other party. You're the patrol captain, so according to the rules, you should have 2 rooms. Plus, since you have made a contribution this time, we'll reward you with another room. When you get married and have a few children in the future, these 3 rooms will be just enough. Thank you so much, Director Li. You've even made plans for me when I have children in the future. Thank you so much. Calling him director, Li made Li Huai particularly happy. The housing management office checked for a while and said, there are indeed 3 connected houses at number 95, Nanloga Lane. Xiangnan was a bit surprised to hear this. What a coincidence. It's right in the courtyard where he currently lives. After thinking for a moment, he said, but wait, there aren't 3 connected houses in our courtyard. Our courtyard? You live in the courtyard at number 95? Yes, I live in the back courtyard in a single-story house. But the records say there are 3 empty rooms in your back courtyard. What's going on? Huh? How could this happen? Chapter 29. The Housing Distribution Incident. Xiangnan thought for a moment, picked up the registration records from the Housing Management Office, and then understood. Of the 3 houses registered by the Housing Management Office, 2 were occupied by a deaf old lady, and 1 was taken by Lu Haizhong. There was no need to ask. It was definitely those beasts who occupied them privately, and they hid it from the Housing Management Office, resulting in only records here. Xiangnan mentioned this to Li Huai, who was very angry and said, how dare anyone take advantage of public property? They really have the guts. Xiao Xiang, you're from the security department. You handle this matter. Okay, I understand. Xiangnan returned to the security department, just in time to find all his team members from the 4th squad there. They had already met during the last meat-eating event. Xiangnan scanned the room and said, I don't have time to introduce everyone. Since you all know each other, let us skip that. Bring your equipment and follow me. Zhang Ping asked, Captain, what happened? Someone occupied public housing. This is under our jurisdiction. We're going to catch them now. Zhang Ping will split into 2 teams. You take some people to the 6th workshop to bring Lu Haizhong back for questioning, while I go to catch the other one. Yes, Captain. Xiangnan sent 2 people to follow Zhang Ping to capture Lu Haizhong, while he led the team to catch the person in the courtyard. Yin Bugui had gone to work, and guarding the door for him was Aunt San. Aunt San saw Xiangnan leading a dozen people towards the courtyard and stood up in surprise, asking, Xiao Xiang, what's going on? Why did you bring so many people to our courtyard? Xiangnan didn't want to waste words with her and coldly replied, we're here to catch someone. Huh? Catch someone? Who? Why? You'll find out soon. Xiangnan led his team straight to the back courtyard, startling everyone in the courtyard. Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu mixed in the crowd, excitedly watching the commotion. Who was Xiangnan going to catch? It couldn't be Uncle Air, right? No. Uncle Air hadn't offended him. What surprised everyone was that Xiangnan actually arrested the deaf old lady. 2 security guards held the deaf old lady, who was struggling to break free. She shouted loudly, I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you scoundrels arresting me? Xiangnan waved his hand for them to let her go, then said, well, since you asked, I'll explain it to you. Is the house you live in yours? It's mine. I've lived here for so many years. How can it not be mine? Xiangnan looked at the old deaf lady, who still wouldn't admit it, and coldly snorted, if it's your house, where's the property deed? The deaf old lady didn't have a property deed and said, I don't have a property deed, but this house was given to me by Director Yang. Director Yang? All right, we'll go back and confront Director Yang. Take her away. The security guards immediately stepped forward and took the deaf old lady away. Once she was taken away, the courtyard became lively. What was going on? Why did Xiangnan take the old lady away? From what he said, the house wasn't hers? Could it be that the old lady didn't say the whole courtyard was hers? She said she donated the courtyard to the state, and then the state allowed her to live in the main house. But listening to their conversation, it was clearly not like that. There must be something fishy going on. Anta became increasingly anxious as she listened to these words. Could this lead to trouble? She didn't dare to stay in the courtyard any longer and immediately ran to the steel mill to discuss this with Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai was at work when someone suddenly told him that his wife was looking for him. Yi Zhonghai's heart skipped a beat. He went to the factory gate and indeed found Aunt Da. He asked, "What are you doing here?" Something happened. The old lady was taken away by Xiangnan. Aunt Da hurriedly explained what had just happened in the courtyard. Yi Zhonghai was furious. How dare he arrest the old lady? This is truly lawless. Let us go to the security department right now. The security department was very lively now, with both Lu Haizhong and the deaf old lady claiming they were wronged. Li Huai didn't care about that. He was excited to hear that Director Yang had let the deaf old lady live in those two main rooms. This was a great opportunity, a chance to undermine Director Yang's authority. Li Huai loudly said, "You two stop talking nonsense. How could Director Yang let you live there? If he did, why didn't he handle the paperwork and the property deed?" The Housing Management Office's registration clearly states that those 3 rooms are empty. The deaf old lady disdainfully replied, "Humph, how would I know? You have the guts. Go ask Xiao Yang. He knows everything. Don't think I'm afraid to ask. I'll go find him now." "No need. I'm already here." Director Yang's voice came from outside the door. As the factory's head, Director Yang had many loyal supporters. So, when something happened in the security department, someone immediately notified him. Director Yang understood the seriousness of the matter and rushed over immediately. Li Huai quickly took a few steps forward to greet him, whispering, "Director, this matter is somewhat unfavorable for you. Why don't we go inside, close the door, and quietly handle this matter?" Although Li Huai appeared to be considering Director Yang's interests, he was actually hiding something. If they really closed the door to handle this, no matter how the matter was resolved afterward, someone would definitely label Director Yang with the hat of under-the-table dealings. Director Yang was not a fool. How could he not see through Li Huai's scheme? He directly said, "No need. Let us do it here. In front of everyone, I will handle this matter. Now, tell me, what exactly happened?" Li Huai turned to look at Xiangnan, indicating it was his turn to speak. Xiangnan hadn't expected that what was supposed to be a simple housing distribution would turn into a struggle at a higher level. Moreover, Li Huai had just taken office. Why was he so eager to challenge Director Yang? However, since he had been pushed to the forefront, he had no choice but to proceed. He began, "The matter is quite simple. Originally, it was about the factory assigning me a house. The comrades from the Housing Management Office checked and found that the 3 main houses in the back courtyard of number 95, Nanluoga Lane, were empty. However, I happen to live at number 95, and I know that there are no empty houses in the back courtyard. Those 3 main houses are already occupied. This contradicts the information on the Housing Management Office's registration form. So I brought the people living in those 3 houses over. One is Lu Haizhong, a 7th-level blacksmith from our factory who occupies 1 room. The other 2 rooms are occupied by this old lady, which puzzled me because she is not from our steel mill. How did an outsider come to live in our factory's house? This old lady said it was arranged by Director Yang. That's the situation. I'm not sure if there's some misunderstanding in between. Did Director Yang really assign those 3 rooms, but just forget to inform the Housing Management Office? Director Yang would never admit to this matter. If he did, it would mean he casually gave away public property, which is a serious mistake and could even land him in jail. Chapter 30. Director Yang is punished for the deaf old lady. Director Yang rubbed his forehead and said, "First of all, I declare that I have no idea how Lu Haizhong moved in. He didn't even mention it to me." Lu Haizhong, the official who was obsessed with power, turned pale at this scene, trembling all over and unable to speak. Director Yang didn't even look at him and continued. "Secondly, regarding the deaf old lady, she did mention this matter to me. She is a 5-guarantee household with no children or family. Before the liberation of Siheyuan, when this was still the Lu Steel Factory, the former director Lu felt sorry for her and arranged for her to live in a side house at number 95, Nanluoga, which was just a small room. After the liberation, when our people's government took over Siheyuan and I became the factory director, the deaf old lady said that the side house was too small and damp. And whenever it rained, her bones hurt all over. I, feeling soft-hearted, agreed to let her move into the main house next door, but I only allowed her to occupy 1 room, not 2. Xiangnan questioned. "So the original number 95 courtyard belonged to the former director Lu?" "Yes. He was nicknamed Lu Bansheng, which means half of the capital city belonged to him. Not only number 95 Courtyard, but the entire Nanluo Guxiang used to belong to the Liu family. After the liberation, he followed the public sentiment and donated all the houses to the state. Everyone present was shocked. They all knew that the steel factory used to belong to the Liu family and that the Liu family was wealthy, but no one expected them to be wealthy to this extent. Li Huaida's eyes lit up, and he kept glancing around, unsure if he was eyeing the Liu family at this moment. Xiangnan pondered and said, "Wait a minute, this old lady always said the entire courtyard belonged to her, that she donated it to the state. How did it change to being donated by the Liu family?" Director Yang frowned with impatience and said, "It was donated by the Liu family. She might have misremembered due to her old age." Xiangnan sneered, but did not refute Director Yang's words. She understood why the deaf old lady said that. It was just to inflate her own worth, wanting everyone in the courtyard to remember her kindness. Every time she asked others for meat and they were reluctant to give, she would bring this up. As a result, those being asked would have to comply. After all, they lived in her house and should remember her goodness. At this moment, someone angrily said, "So now you say she's old, and that's enough to brush this off? Do you know how much meat she has taken from me using this excuse? That was what I saved for my kids. Instead, it all went to that old hag." The speaker was a neighbor from the courtyard. Because he was honest, the deaf old lady liked to bully him. Every time he had meat stew at home, she would come knocking for some. If he didn't give, she would use the excuse of the house to shame him. And then Uncle Yi Zhonghai would morally pressure him, making it impossible for him to refuse. Director Yang's expression grew serious. "No matter how you put it, this is my fault. Deputy Director Li, since you are in charge of logistics and the housing management department is under your jurisdiction, what do you think should be done about me?" Li Huai heard Director Yang's words and, with a forced smile, said, "You are the factory director. How could you be punished?" His words were quite malicious. He didn't say Director Yang was innocent, but implied that because he was the director, he couldn't be punished. Of course, Director Yang wouldn't let Li Huai have any leverage over him in this matter. So he said, "Even as a director, if I make a mistake, I should be punished. Deputy Director Li, you decide." Now it was Li Huai who was put in a difficult position. If the punishment was too severe, Director Yang would hold a grudge. If it was too light, the workers in the factory would not agree. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly had an idea. He turned to Xiangnan and said, "Xiangnan, you're the owner of the house. What do you think?" "I'm not the owner of the house. I'm just temporarily living there. But since you want me to say something, let us impose a fine. From the time they moved in until now, the rent must be paid." Director Yang nodded. "Just paying rent is not enough. There should also be a triple fine. The old lady is all alone, so I will pay her fine." Xiangnan added, "Director Yang, I have a small request. I suggest this money be given to the workers who had their meat taken." Director Yang glanced at Xiangnan and said, "Okay. All workers who have had meat taken by the deaf old lady will receive an extra month's salary this month. Consider it compensation from the deaf old lady." Upon hearing this, many people cheered. However, Liu Haizhong felt even more frustrated. He had also been asked for meat by the deaf old lady, but now it seemed he would not receive an extra month as salary. On the contrary, he would have to pay back the rent for these years, plus a triple fine. He glared at Yi Zhonghai, thinking if it weren't for Yi Zhonghai giving him the idea, he wouldn't have moved in. He decided that this loss should be compensated by Yi Zhonghai. If Yi Zhonghai didn't agree, he would expose him as the mastermind behind this, and see in the end who would be embarrassed. Director Yang paid both the fine and the rent in front of everyone, and many people applauded his actions. However, at that moment, Xiangnan spoke up. "Director Yang, I have a question." Seeing it was still Xiangnan, Director Yang felt a bit uncomfortable, but still said, "You can ask. Now that the fine and rent have been paid, can the people living in the house move out?" Without thinking, Director Yang said, "Of course they need to move out." As a result, the deaf old lady became anxious upon hearing this and hurriedly said, "Xiao Yang, I'm old. I can't live in such a small and damp side room. Just look at me." Director Yang was put in a difficult position, of course. It wasn't because of any friendship with the deaf old lady. In fact, after he saved Liu Haizhong and the others, he had no friendship left with her. The only reason he helped the deaf old lady pay the fine was to maintain his own face. Now the deaf old lady was shamelessly clinging to him, and he felt very annoyed. However, He couldn't directly refuse the deaf old lady, as that would make others feel he was cold-hearted and lacked compassion. Director Yang thought for a moment and looked at Xiang Nan and said, "Old lady, talking to me is useless. Those 3 rooms have all been assigned to Xiang Nan. If you want to continue living here, you need to ask her." Yi Zhonghai saw this and immediately said, "That's right, Xiang Nan, you are young, not married. And there aren't too many people in your family. Isn't it too extravagant to live in 3 main rooms by yourself? Why don't you lend 2 rooms to the deaf old lady, and you just occupy one?" Xiang Nan laughed twice and said, "Is that so? Then I'd like to ask, Yi Zhonghai, you are an 8th level worker with a monthly salary of 99.50 yuan. Director Yang is the factory director, so his salary must be over 200 yuan a month. With such high salaries, why don't you help the poor people a bit? I'm not asking for too much. If you both donate half of your salaries, I will agree to let her continue living in my house. Isn't this moral coercion? As if no one else could do it. Come on, let us hurt each other." Chapter 31. The old deaf lady is forced to move out. Who would have thought that Director Yang's expression changed, and he said, "I haven't touched my salary. It's all managed by my partner. I can't make this decision." Yi Zhonghai also had a grim expression and said, "My salary is also needed. It can't be touched." This was truly funny. When asking others to contribute, they always spoke so grandly and with righteous indignation. But when it came to themselves, they had so many excuses and reasons. Workers living elsewhere don't feel it too deeply, but those living in Yard 95 feel it acutely. Yi Zhonghai is always like this. When it comes to making others contribute, he has a lot to say, like a sow wearing a bra, one set after another. But when it's his turn, he and Yen Lao are exactly the same. Su Demao, who enjoys the spectacle, shouted, "Xiang Nan is absolutely right. Why do you have so much to say when it's about others contributing? But when it's your turn, you start pretending to be deaf and mute. That is not how things work. If you want others to contribute, you have to lead by example first. You are the leaders and skilled workers. If you don't take the lead, how can we follow?" Seeing so many people agreeing with him, Xiang Nan smiled and said, "Yi Zhonghai, haven't you always said you want to be filial to the elderly? Why don't you take the lead? Or why don't you take the deaf old lady back to your home and take good care of her?" Yi Zhonghai angrily replied, "I want you young people to be filial. You're young and have no burdens. It's you who should contribute. What burdens do we not have? I'm not even married yet. If I do get married and have children in the future, there will be plenty of expenses. You're different. You don't have kids and don't have to consider so much, and you have no place to spend that money. So you might as well contribute." Yi Zhonghai was about to explode with anger. This Yang Nin really knows how to hit the nail on the head. He snorted and said, "This is simply unreasonable." After saying this, he turned to leave, and Director Yang followed, leaving only the deaf old lady standing there foolishly. Xiang Nin didn't care about anyone else and directly said to her, "Don't say I didn't give you time. You have 1 day to move out. If your things are still here by this time tomorrow, I will throw them out." The deaf old lady shouted angrily, "Unfilial. You unfilial thing. Even your ancestors are unfilial. You will be struck by lightning." Xiang Nin shouted back angrily, "Who are you calling my ancestor? Do you dare to insult my family's ancestors? I am a martyr's descendant. Are you tired of living?" The deaf old lady then remembered that the current Xiang Nan was not the easy-to-bully Xiang Nan from before. He is now a martyr's descendant, registered with the street office. She could only come up with her old trick of pretending to faint, holding her head and saying, "Oh, I feel so dizzy, I feel so dizzy." However, there was no big ant here, and no one would help her. She just fell to the ground and pretended to faint without moving. Zhang Ping had never seen her do this and worriedly said, "Captain, is she really fainted? Should we help her?" "Don't worry about her. She only knows those few tricks, either pretending to be deaf or pretending to faint. It's nothing new." Xiang Nan turned and saw that Sha Zhu was also in the crowd, so he shouted at him, "Sha Zhu, your grandma has fainted here, and you, the unfilial grandson, still don't hurry over to help her?" Sha Zhu glared at Xiang Nan and said, "Who are you talking about?" "What? Isn't that old lady on the ground your grandma? But why does she often call you her eldest grandson? Don't you often respond?" Sha Zhu angrily said, "I'm not as cold-blooded as you. I have no sympathy at all." "Fine, you have sympathy, then you help her up." Sha Zhu went over to help the deaf old lady up and then said, "Old lady, Let us go home. Good, my eldest grandson is thoughtful. Unlike some people, Xiangnan didn't care at all. He said to Shaju, after you take her back, you'd better remember to help her move. I keep my word. If her things are still in the house tomorrow, I will definitely throw them away. Shaju didn't respond, just carried the deaf old lady and walked forward. When Xiangnan got off work and returned to the backyard, he saw Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu moving out. They were living in the main room, and now they were being asked to move back to Lu Haizhong's home, which they were naturally unwilling to do. But Xiangnan was watching them closely, and they didn't dare to refuse. Lu Guangtian came close to Xiangnan and said, Xiao Xiang, can we negotiate? We really have no place to stay. How about you rent this room to us? Without thinking, Xiangnan replied, no way. I'd rather leave it empty than rent it to you. You have 1 hour left. If your things aren't move in an hour, I will throw everything out. If you stay inside, I'll directly lead a team to arrest you. Lu Guangfu was very dissatisfied and said, this is unfair. Why does the deaf old lady get to move tomorrow while we have to move today? Can you compare with her? She is the ancestor of the whole courtyard. Can you afford to offend her? When Xiangnan said this, his tone was sarcastic, and anyone could hear the mockery in it. Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu moved all their things out, but Xiangnan didn't care. Even if they left their things behind, Xiangnan wouldn't want them. He thought they were dirty. Xiangnan looked at the empty house, then turned and went out. He went to the front yard and happened to see Yin Bu-Gui still guarding the door as usual. So he said to him, third uncle, do you want to do a profitable job? Yin Bu-Gui's eyes lit up when he heard there was a profitable job. Of course, what job? My room is a bit dirty. Can you ask third aunt to clean it? I'll give 3 dimes. Yin Bu-Gui rolled his eyes and said, 3 dimes is too little. How about $1? Xiangnan turned and left. Then I might as well find someone else. It's just sweeping the floor. Why does it need to be so expensive? Wait, let us negotiate. How about 80 cents? Just 3 dimes? It's just sweeping the floor. How tiring can it be? If you don't add a bit more, even 5 cents will do. I can't add a single cent. Go check for yourself. I think 3 dimes is already expensive. I can find a kid, and a piece of candy will do. Yin Bu-Gui really went to the backyard to take a look and found that Xiangnan's new house was really empty, with only a bit of garbage on the ground. After he looked, he thought 3 dimes was fine. So he said, all right, 3 dimes it is. I'll clean it for you. That is fine. You owe me clean then. Here, that's the money. I'll give it to you. Xiangnan wasn't worried he would default on the payment, so he gave him the money first. Yin Bu-Gui took the broom and dustpan to the backyard and began to sweep Xiangnan's new house. Lu Haizhong saw Yin Bu-Gui sweeping the floor and said in surprise, Old Yin, did Xiao Xiang rent the house to you? No. Then why are you sweeping the floor? Xiangnan gave 3 dimes and asked me to help him sweep a bit. Just think about it. This young man doesn't know how to save money for such a small task. He actually doesn't want to do it himself and instead pays me to do it. Even if he has a lot of money, he will run out of it soon. Lu Haizhong thought about how others called Xiangnan captain at the factory and said somewhat sourly, you don't need to worry about that. Once he enters the steel mill, he works in the security department with a monthly salary of over $40. He can't possibly spend it all by himself. No way. Is the salary that much right after starting? Sai, if you were my son, that would be great. You could dream on. How is that possible? Yin Bu-Gui soon cleaned up the garbage on the ground and then returned to the front yard. Chapter 32. Jia Zhangshi looks for trouble again. Back in the front yard, Yin Bu-Gui saw Xiangnan still guarding the door and asked, Xiao Xiang, what are you still doing here? Waiting for someone. Waiting for whom? The supply and marketing cooperative people. Ordered some things in the afternoon, and they should be arriving soon. Now that you have a new house, you surely need new furniture and such. Xiangnan didn't want to use his old stuff anymore. It was all broken, and besides, it was getting cold, and the bedding would be cold. So he went to the supply and marketing cooperative early in the afternoon and bought a bunch of good stuff, spending quite a bit of his money tickets. Yin Bu-Gui was also a bit curious about how much Xiangnan had bought. Before long, 3 big trucks arrived. Yin Bu-Gui exclaimed, Did you empty the entire supply and marketing cooperative? No, just bought some daily necessities. You even bought a bed? Aren't you using the bed you had before? I can't sleep anymore. The bed I used to sleep on has made my legs shorter. One side is higher than the other, making it uncomfortable to sleep. But I could still sleep. I can't sleep now. I had no conditions before. But now that I have conditions, I definitely won't compromise myself. After Xiang Nan finished speaking, he ignored Yin Bugui and instead said to the delivery master, "Sorry for the trouble, just deliver it to the left side of the backyard, to that empty room." The delivery master started moving things, and Yin Bugui watched from the side. He saw the bed, table, wardrobe, chairs, and so on, all brand new, and he was extremely envious. He thought for a moment and said, "Xiang Nan, let me help you." "No need, I have someone to help me. Besides, even if you help me, I won't pay you. No money? You don't want the stuff from your old house, right? Why not just give it all to me?" Xiang Nan thought for a moment. Anyway, he was going to throw away the old things, so he might as well give them directly to Yin Bugui. So he said, "All right, it's settled then." Yin Bugui was overjoyed and called a few of his sons to help Xiang Nan move things. Suddenly, 7 people were moving stuff, creating quite a spectacle. The neighbors who had nothing to do stood by to watch, all envious of how much Xiang Nan had bought. Of course, they were envious, but no one dared to step forward and snatch anything. Well, actually, there was one person who dared to directly take action. That person was the old woman Jia Zhangshi. She directly took a vase from one of the delivery master's hands. The delivery master thought this was a kind neighbor coming to help. However, he didn't expect that the old woman would take the vase straight into her own house. The delivery master was dumbfounded. Was there really such a person? He immediately reported this to Xiang Nan, who also didn't expect that he had let Jia Zhangshi successfully take something while he wasn't paying attention. He hurried to the courtyard and found that the Jia family's door was tightly shut. It seemed Jia Zhangshi knew she was in the wrong and had simply closed the door. Xiang Nan knocked hard on the door and shouted, "Jia Dongxu, open the door." Qin Huairu stood up, about to open the door, but Jia Zhangshi growled, "Sit down. Don't open the door." Qin Huairu said hesitantly, "Mom, someone is knocking at the door. Isn't it inappropriate not to open it? Shut your mouth. Pretend there's no one in the house. Let that little bastard knock as hard as he wants." Xiang Nan saw no one responding inside and continued to knock hard on the door while shouting, "Jia Dongxu, if you don't open the door now, I'll kick it down." In fact, at that moment, Jia Dongxu was not at home. He was at his master's house. He was chatting with Yi Zhonghai, thinking about how to sneak a meal when Yi's family started serving food. Yi Zhonghai was somewhat annoyed, wondering why this guy always came to take advantage of him. Who was the master and who was the apprentice? It was completely upside down. Just then, Yi Zhonghai heard the shouting outside and said, "Dongxu, go listen. Isn't someone calling for you outside?" Jia Dongxu heard it too and irritably said, "Who is it? Coming to find me at mealtime? How rude." Yi Zhonghai thought, "You know you shouldn't visit others at mealtime, yet you don't know how to follow the rules." However, he still smiled and said, "Go take a look. Maybe the person has something urgent to discuss with you." Jia Dongxu had no choice but to come out. When he saw Xiang Nan banging on his door, he was immediately infuriated. He stepped forward and shouted, "Xiang Nan, what the hell are you doing?" Xiang Nan coldly replied, "You came at the right time. Tell your mom to return my things, and I'll let this matter go. Otherwise, I won't be polite." Jia Dongxu rushed over and yelled, "Xiang Nan, don't cause trouble on my doorstep. Get the hell out of here." Xiang Nan casually glanced at him and coldly said, "Am I the one causing trouble? It's your old woman who stole my things. Now you tell your mom to return them, and I can pretend nothing happened." "Impossible, absolutely impossible. My mom would never take your things. She is such a good person. How dare you slander her? Are you even human? A good person? Haha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard." Jia Dongxu, your ability to lie with your eyes closed has really improved. Do you not know what kind of person your mom is? She is just a greedy fool. Xiang Nan, how dare you insult me? I'll fight you." Xiang Nan stood motionless at Jia Dongxu's doorstep, disdainfully saying, "Come on, let me see how you're going to fight me. If you're afraid, then you're my grandson." At this moment, Yi Zhonghai, who was watching the commotion, spoke up, saying, "Xiang Nan, what are you making a fuss about?" Jia Dongxu seemed to see a savior and hurriedly said, "Master, Xiang Nan is slandering my mom, saying she stole something. What should we do about this?" Yi Zhonghai said without hesitation, "In that case, I think Xiang Nan should apologize to you." "No way. An apology isn't enough. He has to compensate me." Jia Dongxu loudly retorted, "How much do you think is appropriate for compensation?" $15. Yi Zhonghai nodded and said to Xiang Nan, "I think that is fine." Xiangnan, you should pay Jia Dongxu 15 bucks and then apologize, and this matter will be over. Hearing their words, Xiangnan was furious. He coldly said, "Are you done? Now it's my turn to speak. What else do you have to say? You two really have a talent for turning white into black. Not even knowing the basic process of the matter, and you dare to act recklessly. Yizhonghai, are you the big shot of the whole courtyard? Or are you the big shot of the Jia family? What nonsense! How dare you slander me? Apologize to me right now. Pa, you old bastard. Apologize to you? Yizhonghai, Jia Dongxu, listen up. Right now, it's Jia Dongxu's mom, Jia Zhangshi, who stole my things. Now I'm going to arrest someone. What? You dare? What do I have to be afraid of? I'm the captain of the patrol team at the Steel Mill S Security Department. I have the authority to arrest anyone from the Steel Mill S families and workers if they commit a crime. Yizhonghai, are you going to obstruct justice? Seeing Xiangnan produce handcuffs, Yizhonghai's pupils constricted. He was really going to force the issue. He glanced at Jia Dongxu, who had already shrunk behind him. He felt speechless, wondering how he had chosen such a useless apprentice. He had no choice but to look at Shaju, who was the only relatively reliable person. Chapter 33. Jia Zhangshi is arrested. Shaju looked at Yizhonghai and understood his meaning. It was time for him to step in. Shaju stepped forward and said, Xiangnan, if you have the ability, put down the handcuffs and let us have a fair fight. If I win, you want to make things difficult for Aunt Jia. Otherwise, I want to be polite. Haha, you think you can be rude to me? That's a joke. All right, come on. This time I want to arrest you. You said it. If you lose, don't get mad. After Shaju finished speaking, he threw a punch. In fact, this punch was just a feint. His real killer move was a low blow, which had often taken down Su Damao. Perhaps that was how his fertility had been lost. Shaju had practiced in his youth, but at best, he was just an amateur. Compared to the 8th-level boxing expert Xiangnan, he was really not in the same league. Xiangnan simply dodged Shaju's low blow with a quick movement. Then he executed a shoulder tackle, sending Shaju flying. Shaju fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Yizhonghai saw Shaju knocked down and immediately shouted, "You dare to hit people? I'll call the police and have you arrested." Xiangnan didn't even look at him and said, "Go ahead, call the police. Let us see who they arrest. I'm performing my duty. Shaju is obstructing me from arresting someone. Even if I beat him to death, he deserves it." Shaju lay on the ground in pain and said, "Didn't you say you wouldn't arrest me? If Yizhonghai doesn't call the police, of course I want to arrest you. But if he does, then I can only do my job." Shaju was frightened and hurriedly said to Yizhonghai, "Uncle, don't. I only did this because I listened to you. You can't harm me." Yizhonghai was furious. This guy was such a fool. He only mentioned calling the police to scare Xiangnan, and didn't he really intend to report it? He could only say, "Don't worry, Zhuzi. How can I let you go in?" Xiangnan sneered and ignored Yizhonghai, turning to shout at the Jia family, "Jia Zhangshi, you old hypocrite. Are you going to open the door or not? I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. If you don't open it, I will kick the door down. 1, 2. Just as he shouted the second time, the Jia family's door opened, and Qin Huairu appeared holding a vase, saying with a smile, "Brother Xiang, I'm really sorry. My mother-in-law accidentally took your vase. I'm returning it to you now." Xiangnan coldly replied, "You say it so lightly. Accidentally took it? If both our families were moving at the same time, and it was taken by mistake, that would be understandable. But right now, only my family is moving things, and yours isn't. What kind of accident is that? This is theft. Now I announce that Jia Zhangshi has stolen something. And I'm going to take her to the security department for 3 days, and also impose a fine of 30 yuan. What? Why should I be fined?" Jia Zhangshi, who had been hiding in the house and didn't dare to speak, suddenly panicked upon hearing the fine. As for being locked up for 3 days, she didn't feel much because she had never been locked up before. She thought being in the security department would be just as comfortable as being at home, with no chores to do and being well taken care of. Jia Dongxu also panicked when he heard about the fine, shouting, "Why 30 yuan? That's too much." Xiangnan didn't care what they thought and just said flatly, "Because the price of the vase is 30 yuan. I'm just fining you according to the original price of the item, which is already very polite. Otherwise, it will be triple the fine, straight to 90 yuan. What? A broken vase costs 30 yuan? Of course, I have a receipt for it. If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself." Xiangnan took out the receipt, which listed the prices of various items. Yizonghai quickly found the price of the vase, and it really was 30 yuan. Seeing that Yizonghai was silent, everyone knew that Xiangnan's vase cost 30 yuan. Suddenly, everyone was shocked, and discussions began to stir. No way, a vase is worth that much. Just looking at it, you can tell it's definitely not cheap. Jia Zhangshi really knows how to pick. She ended up taking such an expensive one. Of course, that's her character. She is someone who never has enough of taking advantage. And this time, she hit a hard wall. Xiangnan is from the security department, and now she is going to spend a few days inside. Xiangnan dragged Jia Zhangshi out, although she struggled incessantly, making it as hard to catch her as a fat pig. However, Xiangnan was much stronger, easily holding her with one hand, making it impossible for her to escape. Xiangnan asked, "The 30 yuan fine, will you pay it now or later?" Jia Zhangshi, still struggling, shouted, "I have no money. My family is in trouble. Not a penny. No money is fine. We could just keep you locked up. Whenever your son pays the fine, we'll let you go." Until she was handcuffed, Jia Zhangshi remained defiant. After all, she was being threatened with a gun. Just a few days in lockup, which she thought was no big deal. This was also because last time, they only caught Jia Dongxu and didn't catch Jia Zhangshi, so she didn't know what it felt like to be locked up in the security department. She thought it would be as comfortable as being at home. So when she was taken away, she arrogantly said, "My family just has no money. If you want to lock me up, then lock me up for a few more days." Xiangnan nonchalantly replied, "No problem. As long as your family doesn't pay the fine, you'll stay locked up." After saying that, he turned to Jia Dongxu and said, "By the way, the security department is cold at night. You'd better remember to bring some warm clothes for your mom." After that, he took Jia Zhangshi away. As for home, he asked Yin Bugui to help keep an eye on it. Yin Bugui may not have many other merits, but he was quite reliable when it came to taking money and solving problems for others. After the delivery men brought all the items into the room, he specifically asked Aunt San to help tidy up a bit so that the room wouldn't look too messy. Aunt San was a bit puzzled and asked, "Master, you said to help keep an eye on him, which is fine, but why help him tidy up? I haven't seen you take any money. What do you gain from it? What do you know?" Xiang is not the same as before. Now he is the patrol captain of the security department, managing over a dozen people. We can't afford to offend someone like that. Besides, Jiecheng doesn't have a formal job yet. If Xiangnan helps him get into the security department, then no one in our family would dare to mess with us. Aunt San didn't think much of it and said, "Now a job is so valuable. How can he help us?" Of course, he can't help us for free, but it's also a way in. If the security department recruits again, and he gives us a heads up, wouldn't our family have an advantage? Aunt San nodded in realization, saying, "What you said makes sense. It just depends on whether he is willing to help." On Yizonghai's side, he entered the deaf old lady's room with a gloomy face. The room was still very tidy, showing no signs of moving out. She sat on the bed, her face also not looking good. Yizonghai closed the door and said directly, "Old lady, this Xiangnan can't stay in the courtyard anymore." The deaf old lady nodded in agreement, saying, "He has to be gotten rid of. He just entered the security department a few days ago, and he already wants to kick me out. What should we do now? Why don't you move back to the side room first? I want to move. I'd rather die than move. But what if he catches you?" Jia Zhangshi is such a difficult person, and he managed to catch her. He doesn't understand what it means to be filial to the elderly. The deaf old lady said with a grim smile, "Since he is so disrespectful, then let him go." Chapter 34. The deaf old lady and Yizonghai conspire. How do we go? The deaf old lady was silent for a moment and said, "Go open the small cabinet by my bed." Yizonghai obediently went to open the cabinet and was surprised to find 3 small yellow fish inside. The deaf old lady looked at the yellow fish with reluctance and said, "Take this, go to 47 Badahu Tong and find old Gao. Tell him to go kill Xiangnan." Yizonghai was startled, saying, "Kill someone? Won't that cause trouble?" "You don't have to worry. Old Gao is a professional. He doesn't know how many people he has sent away. Just one more small beast like Xiangnan doesn't matter." Yizonghai uneasily asked, "Won't this implicate us? You should disguise yourself when you go. Don't let old Gao know who you are. Even if something happens, he won't be able to find you." "Okay, I understand." Zonghai left with the 3 gold bars in his arms. On Xiaonan's side, he had already brought Jia Zhangshi to the security department. The night shift today was the 3rd patrol team, and many people recognized Xiangnan. "Oh, isn't this Captain Xiang? Why did you bring an old lady? This old woman actually dared to steal my stuff. I'm fining her 3 days in lockup and a fine of 30. If her family doesn't come to pay the fine, she'll stay locked up." "Hey, she really does have guts to steal your stuff. Fine, leave her to me. You don't have to worry about it." The 3rd team leader, Zhao Tiniu, threw Jia Zhangshi into the small black room. Jia Zhangshi still wasn't afraid. She said, "I want to pay. What can you do to me?" Zhao Tiniu smiled and said, "Very well. I hope your mouth stays this hard." Jia Zhangshi looked at the small black room and thought it wasn't bad. It was just a bit dim, and there was a long bench to sit on. She sat down for a while, and her stomach began to growl. She hadn't eaten dinner because it hadn't been prepared yet, so she had been brought over. Jia Zhangshi knocked on the door and shouted, "I'm hungry. Give me dinner." But no one paid her any attention, and she could only keep knocking and shouting. After shouting for quite a while, someone finally came over and said, "Shut up. Old woman, can you close your mouth? I want to eat. Give me food. It's simple. Just bring money." "Money? What money? Aren't you providing me with food? Are you dreaming? You think you can eat without money? Forget about it." Jia Zhangshi retorted, "I am a family member of a steel mill worker. Of course I can eat food from the steel mill." The guard outside disdainfully said, "Do you think you're a guest? You are a prisoner now, and you know what treatment prisoners get. Listen well, old woman, a corn bun costs 40 cents. A white steamed bun costs 1 yuan. If you want meat, it costs 6 yuan. We have clear pricing here, fair to all." Jia Zhangshi exclaimed in surprise, "What? Why is it so expensive? If you think it's expensive, then starve." The guard was no longer interested in talking to her. This old woman was too annoying. So he turned and left. Jia Zhangshi could only keep shouting, but no one came to pay her any attention. After a long time, her voice was hoarse, and her hands were swollen from clapping. Finally, she quieted down and stopped shouting. However, once she stopped, she could feel even more things. Jia Zhangshi realized it was colder here than outside. It was late October, and it wasn't too cold outside yet, but for some reason, it was several degrees colder inside. Jia Zhangshi couldn't stand the cold any longer and got up to move around. But the more she moved, the hungrier she felt. In the end, she couldn't bear it anymore and took out a 50-cent coin from her pants pocket. She leaned against the door and shouted, "I want to eat. I have money." As soon as she said this, a guard came over. "How much money do you have?" "Just 150. 150? What do you want to eat?" "Meat. I want to eat meat." "You wish. It takes 6 yuan to eat meat. With 150, you can only buy 1 bun and 1 corn bun. Or you could buy 3 corn buns. You choose." Jia Zhangshi hesitated but chose 1 bun and 1 corn bun. Not long after, the previous guard brought the food over. When Jia Zhangshi saw it, she regretted her choice. The corn bun and the bun were too small. The ones her family made were as big as 2 of her fists. The ones here were only the size of an egg, not even enough to fill her gaps. The buns and corn buns were both small and hard, but she had no choice but to eat them while cursing. After finishing, she still felt very hungry, but she had no money left. Who would carry too much money these days? Jia Zhangshi could only continue shouting, "Give me food. I'm hungry. I have money to buy." When the guard heard she had money to buy food, he appeared. The guard asked, "Do you have money?" "We don't care about your food. I can buy on credit. My son is Yi Zhonghai's apprentice at your factory. When they come to work tomorrow, you can ask them for the money." The guard thought for a moment and said, "Credit is fine, but everything will cost extra." Jia Zhangshi thought that Yi Zhonghai would pay, so she carelessly said, "Fine, add it on. But I want meat, and I want big buns. You can't fool me with small buns." "All right, I'll satisfy you. How many buns do you want?" The guard asked with a smile. This time Jia Zhangshi was smart and asked in advance, "How big are the buns?" The guard rolled his eyes and gestured, indicating they were about the same size as the ones you could buy in the market. Jia Zhangshi's eyes lit up. "No, I want 5 buns and a bowl of meat, fatty meat. That'll be 9 yuan, and put it on your son Jia Dongxu's tab." The guard was fair and didn't add too much extra. "No, put on Yi Zhonghai's tab. What if he doesn't acknowledge the debt?" Jia Zhangshi said confidently. "He's my son's master. How could he not acknowledge the debt?" The guard left the small black room, shaking his head as he walked. "Master, He has really drawn the short straw with such an apprentice. All right, Jia Zhangshi, just wait. After a while, the guard brought the buns and meat over. The buns were of normal size, but the meat was very little, just 3 slices on a small plate. Jia Zhangshi was somewhat dissatisfied, but she didn't dare to say much, let alone complain. She directly took the buns and meat and started eating. After finishing, Jia Zhangshi lay down on the bench. She felt that being locked up here wasn't so bad. She didn't have to spend money and could eat meat and buns. However, when evening came, Jia Zhangshi felt cold. She wanted a blanket, but the guard outside directly said there was none, and she couldn't buy on credit anymore. Jia Zhangshi remembered Xiang Nan's words. It was indeed very cold here. Why hadn't Qin Huairu sent a blanket yet? The more Jia Zhangshi thought about it, the angrier she got, and she started cursing. That country bumpkin, why hasn't she sent me a blanket and clothes? Just because I'm not home, does she think she can get away with it? In fact, Jia Zhangshi misunderstood Qin Huairu. Not long after Jia Zhangshi was locked up, Qin Huairu had already sent the blanket and clothes. But they were stopped by the guard. And when Qin Huairu wanted to see Jia Zhangshi, she was also refused by the guard. Chapter 35. Yi Zhonghai pays a fine, helps the old deaf man move. The next day, when everyone arrived at work, the guard stopped Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongxu. The guard held the ledger and said to them, Jia Dongxu, your mother ate 5 buns and a bowl of meat yesterday, but she said she had no money and asked either you or your master pay. Who will pay? Yi Zhonghai was surprised. Do you have to pay for food? Isn't that obvious? Don't you have to pay for food at home? Yi Zhonghai still wanted to use moral arguments about helping others to persuade the guard. Unfortunately, the guard didn't live in Courtyard 95 and wasn't going to indulge him. The guard waved his hand and said, you don't have to pay, but when payday comes, I'll just deduct it from the finance department. And starting today, Jia Zhangshi won't have food. Whether she starves to death or gets sick has nothing to do with us. Jia Dongxu, I'll tell others that you want to starve your mother. You're such a disloyal son. Jia Dongxu panicked. Although he had many shortcomings, he truly cared for his mother. He looked at Yi Zhonghai with pleading eyes and said, Master, please help me. You can't be without even money for food, right? Master, you know my family situation. It's almost the end of the month, and I've spent all my money. Yi Zhonghai sighed helplessly. What could he do? After all, he had chosen this elderly woman himself. Yi Zhonghai asked, how much did Jia Zhangshi eat in total? 9 yuan and 60 cents. How could she eat so much? Yi Zhonghai gasped. She ate a bowl of meat. You know how tight meat is now. Yi Zhonghai didn't know that Jia Zhangshi's bowl of meat only had 3 slices. He thought it was a normal portion, so he accepted the price. If he knew Jia Zhangshi's bowl of meat only had 3 slices, he would probably be furious. He sighed and prepared to pay this amount. But the guard said, don't rush to pay yet. There's more. More? What else is there? How much did she eat? This is for yesterday's meal. This morning, she ate 2 meat buns, 2 vegetable buns, and a bowl of porridge, totaling 4 yuan and 80 cents. Yi Zhonghai felt a pang of heartache and said, is she locked up or visiting as a guest? Even if I had money, I couldn't afford to spend like this. The guard looked at Yi Zhonghai's expression, wanting to laugh but not daring to, and said, don't forget, this is 3 meals a day. At this rate, she'll need at least 15 yuan a day. You should pay for 3 days in advance. Let's just round it to 50. Hearing that Jia Zhangshi consumes 15 yuan a day, not to mention Yi Zhonghai, even Jia Dongxu couldn't take it anymore. He said to Yi Zhonghai, Master, let's just pay the fine. At this rate, my family's savings will be gone. Yi Zhonghai glared at Jia Dongxu angrily and said, this is your mother. Why didn't you pay the fine earlier? I didn't have any money. Yi Zhonghai was almost infuriated. If he had known the Jia family's spending would be so extravagant, he should have found Xiang Nan to be his retirement plan back then. But now, he could only swallow his bitterness. Yi Zhonghai said, I'll go back and get the money to pay the fine. Little brother, can we negotiate? If we pay the fine now, can we release Jia Zhangshi? After all, every day she stays here, she eats up several days' worth of food expenses at home. That won't do. The captain has said she needs to be detained for 3 days to teach her a lesson. Yi Zhonghai sighed. He was out of options. He went home, got the money, returned to the factory, and handed the guard 54 yuan and 40 cents. He then said, here, 14 yuan and 40 cents is for yesterday and this morning's meal. 30 yuan is the fine. And the last 10 yuan is for her meals over the next 3 days. Only 10 yuan? With her eating habits, that's not enough. Yi Zhonghai said angrily. Just tell her that it's only 10 yuan for meals. If she wants more, she needs to buy it herself. She has already eaten over 14 yuan in 2 meals. Even a landlord's family wouldn't eat like that. All right, I'll tell her, the guard said. The guard took the money back and found Jia Zhangshi, repeating Yi Zhonghai's words verbatim. Jia Zhangshi became furious and cursed. Damn old miser, not even willing to spend this little money on me. When you die, I'll have my son toss your ashes into the stinking ditch, so you won't even have a place to be buried. The guard felt that Yi Zhonghai was being unfairly treated. After all, he had spent over 50 yuan for Jia Zhangshi, and they weren't even related. It was already quite generous of him to pay that amount. Yet Jia Zhangshi showed no gratitude and kept cursing. What a classic case of kindness being repaid with ingratitude. After work, Xiang Nan returned to the courtyard with Zhang Ping and several subordinates. He had brought them for a specific purpose. The time for the deaf old lady to move had come, yet she was still stubbornly staying in the house. Xiang Nan had no choice but to use force to help her move. When Yi Zhonghai saw Xiang Nan leading several security personnel into the courtyard, he immediately sensed trouble. He hurried to the backyard and found the deaf old lady, saying, "Old lady, it's bad. Xiang Nan has brought people." The old lady scoffed. "So what if he comes? What will you do to me?" As soon as she finished speaking, Xiang Nan entered. He said, "The time is up. Aren't you moving?" "I won't move. I'm old, and I don't have many days left to live. Can't you have a kind heart and let me stay here?" Yi Zhonghai chimed in, "Yeah, you have a house to live in. Just consider it a good deed and let the old lady stay." Xiang Nan looked at him and said, "Your house isn't small either. Why don't you let her live in your place?" "That's different." "What's the difference?" "You said you wanted to respect the elderly. I'm giving you the chance to take her to your house. Isn't that good?" Of course, Yi Zhonghai didn't want that. He said, "You have 3 rooms. What's wrong with letting the old lady have one? I need to renovate this house properly. I'm going to get married soon. I have no room. Is that explanation satisfactory to you?" Yi Zhonghai was furious inside, thinking, as long as I'm in the courtyard, you won't be getting married. He said on the surface, "Aren't you still single? Let the old lady stay for a while." Xiang Nan shook his head, too lazy to argue with these beasts any longer. He turned to Zhang Ping and said, "Get to work. Move everything to the side room over there." The deaf old lady angrily shouted, "Let's see who dares." Zhang Ping and the others didn't live in the courtyard, so they had nothing to fear. 2 security guards, one on each side, forcibly lifted the deaf old lady and began to carry her out. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback and wanted to stop them, but 2 other security guards stepped in to block him. Yi Zhonghai could only shout loudly, "Dongxu, Shaju, come quickly. The old lady is about to be bullied to death." Shaju rushed over upon hearing the shout, yelling, "Let's see who dares to bully the old lady." Xiang Nan frowned and said, "Shaju, this is none of your business. You'd better not meddle. Hey, the old lady's business is my business. If anyone bullies her, I'll beat them to death. Come on, let's see who ends up on the ground." Shaju was just blowing hot air. When it came to facing Xiang Nan, he hesitated. Did he really think he was that brave? He knew he couldn't win. Shaju yelled from a distance, "Xiang Nan, I'm not going to fight you. If you dare to bully the elderly, I'm calling the police. Go ahead. Who's afraid?" Shaju walked away while saying, "Just you wait." Shaju ran out, and, at this moment, Jia Dongxu slowly approached. Yi Zhonghai angrily said, "I just called you. Why didn't you come?" "Master, I didn't hear." This was nonsense. The courtyard wasn't that big, and everyone in the front yard had come to watch the commotion. How could Jia Dongxu in the middle yard not know something was happening? He was just too timid to come over. Yi Zhonghai glared at him and said, "You go stand over there." Jia Dongxu promptly complied and stood aside. The deaf old lady was taken outside, and Yi Zhonghai was blocked and didn't dare to move forward, with Shaju calling the police. No one dared to stop Xiang Nan from helping the deaf old lady move. The old lady's belongings were being taken out one by one, and someone accidentally knocked over a small wooden cabinet. As a result, a pile of cash and several gold ornaments fell out. Everyone fell silent, staring blankly at the money and valuables. The deaf old lady, frightened, said, "Xiao Yi, these are my things. Quickly put them away." Yi Zhonghai knew the deaf old lady had money. They had previously conspired to deal with Xiang Nan, and she had produced 3 gold bars in an instant. This amount of money and jewelry was just a drop in the bucket for her. Xiang Nan sneered, "Oh, isn't she a welfare recipient, childless and poor? How come she has so many valuables now?" The deaf old lady hurriedly explained, "This is my emergency money. I saved it to buy a coffin for myself." Yi Zhonghai chimed in, "Right? These are all the deaf old ladies. None of you should covet them." Lu Haizhong jealously said, I wonder why you treated the old lady so well. Turns out you knew she was rich." This made sense. Usually, he was quite stingy, only speaking without acting. No wonder he had taken care of the deaf old lady all these years. It was because she had money. Yi Zhonghai, hearing the discussions, shouted angrily, "I didn't." The deaf old lady also said, "Xiao Yi treats me well because I have no one to take care of me, not for any other reason. Look, the old lady has said so. Stop slandering me." Xiang Nan disdainfully said, "Knowing someone's face but not their heart, you all sound nice. But who knows if it's true?" Yi Zhonghai wanted to refute, but at that moment, a group of people entered from outside. Director Wang and the police had arrived. Shaju pointed at Xiang Nan and said, "That's him. He's the one bullying the old lady. You must arrest him." The police, looking serious, asked, "Are you trying to drive this old lady out of her home?" Xiang Nan replied, "We're executing our duties, driving out those who occupy public housing. What's the problem?" The police were taken aback and said, "Isn't she your grandmother?" "What a joke. I don't have any family left. Where would my grandmother come from?" The police officer glared at Shaju and said, "Why didn't you clarify? I thought someone was abusing the elderly. He drove the elderly out of the house. Isn't that abuse?" The police were speechless and said, "All right, neither you nor I explained clearly. Now I'll ask, and you answer, whose elderly woman is this?" Director Wang said, "She is a welfare recipient without any family." "Good, then whose house is this?" Xiang Nin said, "It used to belong to the steel mill, but recently they allocated it to me." "Then which room is hers?" Xiang Nan turned and pointed to the side room and said, "That one, you see. We helped her move her belongings into the room, but she absolutely refuses to go, insisting on living in my house. That's unreasonable. You have a house and won't live in it. Why do you want to live in someone else's house?" The deaf old lady said, "His house is bigger than mine." The police were stunned to hear this, and he said, "Just because their house is bigger than yours? The Forbidden City is even bigger. Why don't you go live there? I'm already this age. Why can't he let me? Being old is not an excuse. Just because you're old, does that mean you can kill and set fires? Let me tell you, don't think that just because you're old, you can do whatever you want. If you break the law, I'll still arrest you and send you to jail." Even the police stood on Xiang Nan's side. So what else was there to say? The deaf old lady had no choice but to obediently move back to the side room. She sat on the bed, furious. Shaju helped her tidy up the messy home. Yi Zhonghai said to him, "The old lady is angry. You should make her something good to eat to cheer her up." Shaju scratched his head, embarrassed, and said, "I don't have anything good at home. Just take whatever you have." Oh, Shaju really went home to get something, and after searching, he found just a bit of cornmeal and a few potatoes. Without thinking, he took them and went out, just as Yi Shui came over to prepare dinner. She saw Shaju carrying things and asked, "Brother, are you cooking?" "No, this is for the old lady. She's in a bad mood today, so I'm making her something good." "Just this? Wouldn't you make that good with this? Besides, I haven't eaten dinner yet." "You figure it out." After saying that, Shaju left with the things. Yi Shui looked around at home and saw that Shaju hadn't left her anything to eat. She cried directly, sitting at the door. Jia Dongxu and Qin Huairu saw it, but they didn't care. Instead, it was Xiang Nin passing by who saw her crying and asked casually. Yi Shui, feeling wronged, said, "My silly brother took all the food at home to give to the old lady, and I haven't even had dinner." Xiang Nin said, "Why don't you come to my house to eat something together?" "That wouldn't be good." "It's fine, I'm treating today. One more person doesn't make a difference." Yin Bugue, the old schemer, happened to be in the courtyard and said brightly, "Little Xiang, if that's the case, then one more person doesn't make a difference for me, right?" Xiang Nin impatiently asked, "Your house has no food left? Will you starve if you skip this meal?" "Of course not." "Then that's it. I called her to eat because I felt sorry for her. You're not pitiful, so go back to your own house to eat." Yi Shui felt a bit awkward hearing this. Her pride couldn't take it. But compared to starving, her pride didn't seem so important. She silently followed Xiang Nan to the backyard, where Zhang Ping and the others had already started cooking. Today, since they helped Xiang Nan, he naturally wanted to treat them to a meal. Xiang Nan had previously signed for a big fat pig and a sheep. This would last him for quite some time. Today he took out a pig leg and 2 pounds of mutton. The pig leg looked very fatty, and everyone started drooling. The pig leg had been prepared in advance. Last time Xiang Nan treated everyone to meat, he thought the cook at the second cafeteria was quite good, so he had them prepare a lot of meat. All this meat was kept in a space, and when he had time, he just needed to take it out and heat it up to eat directly. Soon, the aroma of braised pig leg and stewed mutton filled the courtyard. The little thief was clamoring at home for meat, and Dongxu shouted to Qin Huairu, "Don't you see our son wants to eat meat? Hurry up and get some." Qin Huairu helplessly said, "It's Xiang Nan's family in the backyard cooking meat. He want tea, give me any. If you don't ask, how do you know you won't get any? I asked before, and it caused trouble. You even got hit." Dongxu remembered what happened last time and angrily slapped Qin Huairu, saying, "If I tell you to go, then go. Why so much talk?" Qin Huairu left feeling aggrieved. She didn't dare to ask Xiang Nan for meat, so she could only stand in the backyard corridor, quietly sniffing the aroma of the meat. Chapter 37. Sibling quarrel on the old lady's side. Shaju had made her some spicy and sour shredded potatoes, which she thought tasted quite good. But now, smelling the meat, she instantly felt that the shredded potatoes weren't so delicious anymore. Angrily, she threw down her chopsticks and said, "Truly unfilial, having meat and not knowing to bring some to honor me." Zhonghai said, "Shaju, go see whose house is cooking meat." And the Haven tea even brought a bit to our ancestor. Shaju went out and looked, saying, "Uncle, old lady, you might as well forget it. It's that Xiangnan guy. How despicable. This guy is really heartless, such fragrant meat. And he won't even bring a bit to me, the ancestor." Zhonghai glanced at the deaf old lady and said, "Old lady, if you don't mind, take some money and let Shaju buy some meat to cook for you." The deaf old lady was truly craving the meat. There was no way around it. The smell was too tempting. She sighed, took out 5 yuan, and handed it to Shaju, saying, "Go buy some meat." Shaju scratched his head and said, "There are no meat coupons left? It's the end of the month. How can there still be meat coupons? And I can only find old connections to buy meat, but it will be much less. Go ahead. I'll be satisfied if I can have a bite of meat. Less is fine. All right, then you just wait. I'll definitely make sure you get to eat meat tonight." Shaju was a cook and knew quite a few meat vendors. They definitely had some stock, but would require a high price to buy. Shaju took the money and went out, just in time to bump into Qin Huairu. As soon as Qin Huairu saw him, she immediately started crying. Qin Huairu just happened to be at a bad time. If she were in the future, she would definitely be an award-winning actress. Her acting skills were truly impressive. The tears came just like that. As soon as Shaju saw her crying, he felt immense heartache. He saw that one side of Qin Huairu's face was red and asked, "Did Dongxu hit you again? My life is tough, what can I do?" Shaju wanted nothing more than to tell her to divorce Dongxu. He could support her. Of course, that was just a momentary impulse, and he didn't dare to say it. He could only say, "Sister Qin, what happened this time? It's still about that bit of meat. The little thief wants to eat meat, but I can't get any. Sai, why is my life so hard?" Shaju hurriedly said, "Sister Qin, don't worry. I'll go get you some meat right away. Look at this money. It's enough to buy more than half a pound of meat. Normally, pork is 85 cents a pound, but that requires meat coupons, and it has to be in a normal year. Now, it's a disaster year, and without meat coupons, 5 yuan can only buy about half a pound to a pound of meat, and that if he is lucky." Qin Huairu happily asked, "Zhuzi, if you buy meat, can you share some with my family?" Now Shaju had completely forgotten about the deaf old lady. He said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely share some with your family." Just as the two were talking, He Shui came over with a bowl. At this time, Xiang Nan's family had already finished cooking, and He Shui felt that all the people eating were men. As a girl, it was not good for her to stay there. So she took a bit of meat and was about to go back. Xiang Nan gave her several large pieces of meat and 2 steamed buns, and He Shui repeatedly said it was enough. Just as she came out, she ran into Shaju and Qin Huairu. Shaju asked in surprise, "Where did this meat come from?" He Shui replied, "Brother Xiang Nan gave it to me." "Oh, that's great. You should give this meat to Sister Qin. That brat Bangung is crying for meat." He Shui hid the bowl behind her and said, I'm not giving it. This is mine. Seeing He Yushui unwilling to give it up, Shaju angrily shouted, "Why are you becoming more disobedient? Next time, I'll bring you some. It's just a bit of meat." He Yushui laughed as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world and angrily said, "Next time? When is that? Do you know how long it's been since I've eaten meat? 3 years." Hearing his sister say she hadn't eaten meat for 3 years, Shaju was stunned. Then angrily replied, "What nonsense are you talking? Don't I often cook meat for you? Often? When? How can you say that with a straight face? Just last time on your birthday, I made you a big bowl of braised meat." He Yushui coldly laughed. "Did I get to eat it? How would you not have eaten it? I specially made it for you. Brother, you really are forgetful. Let me remind you, you just finished cooking the meat, and your dear sister Chin came over and said Bangung wanted meat, and without a second thought, you gave it to them. I didn't get a single bite." Shaju dismissed it, saying, "You remember something that happened so long ago? You're really too stingy." "Stingy? That time I bought meat using my ration tickets. Yet you didn't even ask me and just gave it to someone else. How is Sister Chin someone else? Her family is in trouble. What's wrong with helping her?" Xiangnan couldn't take it anymore. He thought Shaju was hopelessly foolish. He spoke up. "She's in trouble? You blind fool. Look at Qin Huairu, and then look at your sister." Shaju looked at the two seriously and said in confusion, "What's wrong? They look the same as before. You really are blind. You can't see the huge difference between them? What difference can there be? One is just a bit older, and the other is a bit younger." Sudamao laughed and said, "You really know how to judge people. Can't you see your sister is much skinnier than Qin Huairu?" The onlookers suddenly realized, and someone said, "Damao is right. Look at Yushui, she really is so thin." "Oh, really? Is she not getting enough to eat?" "These days, it's not easy for anyone. It's normal not to have enough to eat." "Normal? He Yushui being thin is normal. But what about Qin Huairu?" "Exactly, in this whole yard, besides the second uncle. Who looks better than the Jia family?" "That's true. Jiazhong and Bangung are both chubby. Qin Huairu, although not fat, is definitely not skinny. Qin Huairu is certainly not skinny. She can even be described as plump. She is thin where she should be and plump where she should be, attracting many men's attention in the yard." Xiangnan said, "Actually, there's another difference. Qin Huairu is wearing new clothes, while He Yushui's clothes have several patches." "Ah, if Xiangnan hadn't said it, I wouldn't have noticed. Qin Huairu's clothes are indeed new. I've never seen them before." "Yes. Yesterday I saw she was missing a piece of fabric, and today she has made the clothes? That's pretty fast. Where did she get the money to buy fabric? And fabric tickets? These days, if I want to make a new piece of clothing, I need to save fabric tickets for almost a year. Where did she get the fabric tickets?" Qin Huairu's fabric tickets were bought on the black market. And as for the money, it was of course Jia Zhang's retirement money. Jia Zhang had been locked up, and while Qin Huairu was working at home yesterday, she accidentally found a stack of money, probably over 100 yuan. No need to ask, it must have been hidden by Jia Zhang. Moreover, Jia Zhang definitely had more than one hiding place for money. And Qin Huairu knew of 2 other places. Qin Huairu immediately had an idea. She took 50 yuan, went to the black market to buy fabric tickets, then bought a bolt of fabric, and as soon as she got home, she started making clothes. Today was her first day wearing new clothes. Even Jia Dongxu didn't notice, but Xiangnan did. Qin Huairu defended herself. "This is fabric I bought with a year's worth of fabric tickets. I'm usually very frugal." Xiangnan squinted at her and said, "Oh really? But I remember your clothes don't have any patches." As soon as he said this, everyone in the yard fell silent. Starting to recall. Chapter 38. Sibling Argument 2. Yi Zhonghai withholds letters hearing Shaju's words. He Yushui couldn't help but shout, "How many times have I looked for you? How many times have you given me anything? I asked you for living expenses yesterday. Did you give me any? From yesterday morning until now. I have only eaten 2 steamed buns." Third aunt was surprised and said, "That's too frugal. 2 buns in 2 days." He Yushui cried, "I'm hungry. I have no money to eat." Yi Zhonghai's face looked very bad as he said, "You're hungry. Why didn't you say anything? If you don't say you're hungry, how would anyone know?" Qin Huairu pretended to be generous and said, "Yeah, silly girl if you don't say. We would know you're hungry. We can't help you." He Yushui looked at Qin Huairu with hatred and said, "Don't pretend to be generous. It sounds nice, but if I ask you for food, would you give it? Have you ever given me anything? Has there been? It's been so long." I don't remember. Just 2 years ago, I was starving and borrowed food from you, but your mother scolded me out. And Uncle E, I also borrowed money from you, but you said you didn't have it and told my brother to find a way. At that time, my brother was away doing a banquet and didn't come back for 2 days, and I was starving for 2 days. I have sought help from you. It's not that I haven't tea, it's that you didn't help me. What is the use of saying so many nice things now? Yi Zhonghai's face turned very ugly upon hearing He Yushui's complaints. Xiang Nan seized the opportunity to say, "This is our yard's Uncle E, who only favors the Jia family, and ignores others when they ask him for help. Of course, he doesn't help the Jia family for free. The Jia family will have to support him in the future." Su Damao added, "So that is how it is. Uncle E isn't as fair as he claims." Shaju shouted in disbelief, "Uncle E treats me very well. You're all talking nonsense. You really are a fool. What has he ever done for you? How has he treated you well?" Shaju angrily retorted, "When we were starving before, Uncle E did give us food. He Yushui, have you forgotten?" He Yushui shook her head and smiled bitterly. "He only gave you food. He never gave me anything. He even said to others that I was a burden. And he wouldn't let you give me money to go to school, saying I would marry sooner or later. What is the use of a girl going to so much school?" Yi Zhonghai looked at He Yushui coldly and said, "Am I wrong? You are indeed going to get married." Su Damao chuckled and said, "Of course you're wrong. A great person once said that women can hold up half the sky." Yi Zhonghai, are you planning to go against the great person? I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Zhonghai saw the crowd starting to criticize him and knew he couldn't stay here any longer. If he stayed any longer, who knows what shocking things they would say next. Yi Zhonghai decisively turned and left, and seeing that there was nothing to gain, Qin Huairu also turned and left. Shaju looked around and followed. At this time, He Yushui had finished eating all the meat in her bowl, and Xiangnan asked, "Are you still hungry? I still have meat at home." "No need, you have guests at home. It definitely won't be enough to eat." Xiangnan shook his head and did not persuade her further. He turned to Su Damao and said, "Damao, just right, I have guests at home. You should come and have a drink too." "Sure, I happen to have a bottle of Lotus White here. You all can try some too." Su Damao is smooth in his dealings. Apart from the courtyard, he has built a good rapport with people wherever he goes. Many in the security department have benefited from him. So when he came over, several people directly expressed their welcome. They all ate and drank together until after 10 at night, and Su Damao was already so drunk he was out cold. Others gradually left, leaving only Xiang then to start cleaning up the mess. Just then, someone came over and quietly helped with the work. This person was, of course, He Yushui. Xiangnan did not say much, just said, "After we finish cleaning, don't rush to leave. I have something to tell you." "What is it?" "I'll tell you later." The two worked together to clean the room, and He Yushui even washed the dishes. Once everything was done, Xiangnan let her sit down and said softly, "I don't have evidence for this matter, and I shouldn't be saying it, but I feel sorry for you. So I'll let you know quietly." "What is it?" He Yushui asked curiously. "Your father, He Da-Ching, has sent you a letter." He Yushui stood up excitedly, exclaiming in disbelief, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." "Lower your voice, sit down, and I'll explain it to you," Xiangnan said. He Yushui sat down, but was still excitedly saying, "He has been gone for so many years, and I haven't received a single letter." "I know. The last time I saw the postman come to our courtyard, he said there was a letter from He Da-Ching for your brother. But Yi Zhonghai came out and took the letter. I thought he would give it to your brother, but it seems he didn't. Why? Why would he do that?" Xiangnan knew the reason, but he couldn't say. He waited until He Yushui's emotions calmed down a bit and said, "I think you should either look for your father or write him a letter. But when he replies, don't let it be delivered to the courtyard, or Yi Zhonghai will take it again. If he replies, give him your school address and have him send it there." He Yushui wished she could go find Yi Da-Ching right now to clarify this matter. But she currently didn't even have living expenses, let alone travel money. After thinking for a moment, He Yushui said, "I'll write him a letter first." "Do you know your father's address?" "Yes, he left not long ago. My brother took me to find him once. I will never forget his address in my life." "That's good. You clarify what is going on, and then go look for evidence. That way, we can deal with Yi Zhonghai once and for all." A look of hatred flashed in He Yushui's eyes as she nodded and said, "I understand. Thank you, Brother Xiangnan. All right, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. Yushui left, unaware that a pair of old eyes in the adjacent room were staring intently at her. The deaf old lady saw her leave and said softly, "What a pity if she had stayed in Xiangnan's little beastess room. She could have really dealt with him." Yi Zhonghai said resentfully, "He wouldn't be that careless. Messing around with relationships is a serious crime. He wouldn't be foolish." The deaf old lady said, "At your age, you certainly wouldn't lose your head over a woman, but this little beast is only 16, the most vigorous time. He should be lost in thoughts of women. Yet he hasn't. This little beast is not an ordinary person. He is hard to deal with. Last time I had you find someone to take care of him, what did they say? They took the money and said they would act within a month. But I estimate they won't act that quickly. A month? Fine, let's wait a month. I don't know if this will work out." Chapter 39. Asking Aunt San for help the next day, Xiangnan slept until after 10 before getting up. He had to work today, but it was the afternoon shift, from 4 in the afternoon to midnight, so he didn't need to go in the morning, which is why he slept so late. As usual, Xiangnan opened the system and clicked to check in. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill Eagle Eye." Xiangnan instantly perked up. This was the first skill he had obtained from checking in besides the 8th level boxing. He was eager to see what this skill could do. Xiangnan couldn't wait to use his new skill, and in an instant, the whole world changed. It was as if he suddenly knew a lot of information. For example, the quilt on his bed, which was clearly new, but just one glance revealed that it wasn't very new at all. It had been stored in the warehouse for at least 2 years and was extremely dirty. He was so shocked that he jumped out of bed, worried that covering himself with such a dirty quilt would make him sick. Not only the quilt, but the sheets and furniture were equally dirty. No, under the Eagle Eye skill, everything appeared to be very dirty. Scared, Xiangnan immediately turned off the skill. The next moment, when he looked again, the world returned to normal, but Xiangnan still felt dirty. He shook his head, took the new clothes and towel he had bought, which were indeed new and didn't need to be washed again. He took his things and went out to the courtyard, where everyone who had work had already gone to work. Even the slowest to get up, Shaju, had gone to work. The courtyard was left with some young wives and older women who were chatting while doing their tasks. Qin Huairu saw Xiangnan and couldn't help but smile. "Xiangnan, why did you wake up so late? Now that you're the captain, you should set an example. It's not good to go to work this late." It must be said that Qin Huairu still had some skills, clearly. Her relationship with the Jia family had deteriorated to the point of no return, and she had even arrested her mother-in-law, Jia Zhongshi. Yet she could still act as if nothing had happened and continue to smile and talk to him, although her relationship with the Jia family was poor. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit someone who is smiling. So, Xiangnan nodded at her and explained, "I'm on the afternoon shift today. I start at 4 and work until midnight." "Oh, I see. I thought you overslept and were late. Sorry about that." "It's fine." Qin Huairu smiled. Realizing her strategy was working, she planned to treat Xiangnan better in the future, to care for him more often. After all, people have feelings, and over time, she believed she could win Xiangnan's heart. Qin Huairu was not as foolish as Jia Zhongshi, who had offended everyone in the courtyard. What good would that do? Moreover, Xiangnan was in the security department, with considerable power. Offending him wouldn't bring any good outcomes. Jia Zhongshi was still locked up in the small dark room. Of course, if Xiangnan could become infatuated with her like Shaju, that would be even better. By then, she would have 3 powerful supporters: Yi Zhonghai, Shaju, and Xiangnan. Who would dare to provoke her then? Wouldn't her life just get better and better? Of course, this was just Qin Huairu's fantasy, pure daydreaming. Xiangnan brushed his teeth and didn't wash his face. He planned to go to the bathhouse for a proper soak and thoroughly clean himself. Seeing Aunt San there, he said to her, "Aunt San, I have a job for you. Will you do it?" Aunt San, while washing clothes, replied without looking up, "As long as you pay." "Of course I will." "All right, I'll pay 80 cents. Please clean my house from top to bottom, wash the duvet and sheets, and wipe the furniture." Aunt San smiled and said, 80 cents isn't enough. I want $1.50. Xiangnan didn't want to get caught up in the 50 cents or $1 debate. He said straightforwardly, "Okay, I'm going to soak now. When I come back, I want my house to be clean." "No problem, I'll take care of it." Xiangnan handed Aunt San $1.50 without worrying that she would take the money and not do the work. His handcuffs were not for show. If Jia Zhangshi were here, she would have snatched this job away. She wouldn't do it herself, but would have Qin Huairu do it. It's such a good deal to get paid without working. Opportunities like this are rare. Of course, although there was no Jia Zhangshi, Qin Huairu still looked at Xiang Nan with a face full of resentment, as if he were a heartless man. She said softly, Xiang Nan, it was clearly me who spoke to you first. Why did you pass the message to Sandama? Xiang Nan didn't even look at her and said lightly, come on. Your family and mine have such a bad relationship. I can't dare to use you. Besides, what would Jia Dongxu think if he knew you were working for me? I'd better keep my distance from you. After saying that, Xiang Nan took his change of clothes and towel and went straight out. Sandama also stopped washing her own clothes, grabbed a rag and a bucket, and rushed to Xiang's house. To be fair, Sandama was quite efficient. By the time Xiang Nan returned from his bath, she had already cleaned up the Xiang household. All the furniture had been wiped down. The sheets and quilt covers had been washed and hung out to dry, and the quilts were also outside. Xiang Nan quietly used his eagle-eye skill to check, and then pointed to a few corners, saying, Sandama, those places haven't been cleaned well. Could you please clean them again? Sandama was a bit unconvinced, but after taking a closer look, she indeed found they were not clean. She said indignantly, Xiao Xiang, it's really not easy to earn this little money from you. Of course, there is no easy way to make money in this world. Following Xiang Nan's request, Sandama cleaned the corners again. Xiang Nan nodded and said, all right, it's all cleaned up now. But there is one more thing I need to trouble you with. I have to go to work soon, and I might not have time to collect the things drying outside. Could you help me gather them? No problem. I'll take care of the sheets and quilt covers for you as well. Great, thanks for that. Xiang Nan then gave her 50 cents, considering it a tip. This made Sandama extremely happy. Her favorability was rising rapidly. If it weren't for Yin Jietti being too young, she would have wanted to marry her daughter off to Xiang Nan. When Yin Bugui returned from work, Sandama recounted the whole incident to him. Yin Bugui's eyes lit up as he said, what if in the future, Xiao Xiang gives all the cleaning work to our family? Do you think that would work? Sandama's eyes brightened as she replied, that would be fantastic. I'll clean for him once a week, and he'll pay me $10. The more she thought about it, the better it sounded. Mainly because the work wasn't too much, just washing the sheets and quilt covers was a bit tiring. But wiping down the furniture was really no big deal. Of course, the main reason was that Xiang Nan was only living in one room, while the other two were still empty. So Sandama didn't feel tired at all. Yin Bugui laughed. When he is home tomorrow, I'll talk to him. He'll probably agree. If we can get him to eat at our place, that would be even better. Yin Bugui slapped his thigh and said, right? Why didn't I think of that? We really are a couple that thinks alike. He was working in the security department, and the meal allowance couldn't be less than $15, plus the $10 for cleaning. We could earn $25 from him in a month. The two of them kept thinking about it, and completely didn't consider that at this price. Xiang then could easily hire 2 maids to take care of him at home. Chapter 40. New skills show their power after work. Yi Zhonghai also heard from Sandama about this matter. However, Yi Zhonghai's focus was not on Xiang Nan paying Sandama to work, but rather on Xiang Nan's work schedule. He asked, so this kid Xiang is working from 4 in the afternoon until midnight? Yes, that is what he said today. How long will he be working like this? Sandama thought for a moment and said, he didn't say, but you can ask. The schedule in the security department should be fixed. Yi Zhonghai couldn't sit still and immediately went out. There were people from the security department in the neighboring courtyard, but they weren't from the patrol team. Yi Zhonghai went over to ask, and the person was unguarded and directly said, this has been scheduled for a long time. We will divide into 3 shifts. 1 month for the early shift, 1 month for the middle shift, and 1 month for the late shift. Oldie, why are you asking this? Oh, our Xiang Nan is starting the middle shift now. Isn't he getting off work at midnight? By then, our courtyard will be closed. Should we leave the door open for him? How long should we keep it open? I need to know in advance. That's right. While I was on the middle shift, I was responsible for closing the main gate. It's normal that you didn't know this before. There weren't any security personnel in your courtyard. Now that there are, it's good to know in advance. But why don't you ask Xiang Nan directly? It's easier to ask him in person. He already left for work, so I didn't have time to ask him. After understanding the situation, Yi Zhonghai went to find the deaf old lady. As soon as he entered, he excitedly said, Old lady, that little rascal Xiang Nan is going to be out until midnight for a whole month. It's too easy to deal with him. The deaf old lady nodded and said, "All right, you go tell that person and let him act when Xiangnan gets off work. Pretend it's a robbery. That way, it won't point back to you." "Okay, I'll go tell him." On the other side, Xiangnan was still unaware that Yi Zhonghai was planning to deal with him. He was chatting with Section Chief Sun about work, and Section Chief Sun said, "Recently, some workers reported that someone has been squatting by the southern wall at night. They don't know what they're doing. You should check it out later. If it's a thief, catch him early." "Sure, I'll go take a look tonight." After finishing the handover of work, Section Chief Sun left work. Xiangnan took his team and began patrolling the factory area. It was already past 7, and the sky was gradually darkening. Xiangnan arrived at the southern wall, activated his eagle eye skill, and immediately the surroundings became clear. He walked to a section of the wall, pointed at the marks on it, and said, "This little thief is quite skilled." Zhang Ping looked confused and asked, "Who?" "This little thief, look at the wall. There's only one footprint," which means he just used a bit of force on the wall before jumping over. "There's a footprint on the wall?" Xiangnan shone his flashlight on the footprint, and this time Zhang Ping finally saw it. He exclaimed, "Captain, how did you see that? I have good eyesight, so I can see it. My eyesight isn't bad either. Why couldn't I see it before?" "That's because you weren't paying attention. All right, tonight you all patrol normally. I'll hide here and keep watch for this little thief. Can you handle it by yourself? You just said he is a skilled one." Xiangnan chuckled and patted the gun at his waist, saying, "I have this. I'm not afraid of dealing with a little thief." "Well, we'll just patrol nearby then. Captain, be careful. If anything happens, shout for us." "All right, you all go." The others continued their patrol while Xiangnan squatted in the corner of the wall, quietly waiting. He started waiting from after 7 until past 11. It was almost time to get off work, and there was still no movement. Just when Xiangnan thought that the little thief wouldn't come today, he suddenly heard a gust of wind. Then, a shadow descended from the sky, landing lightly like a feather. Xiangnan widened his eyes at this scene. This kid actually knew lightness skills, something ordinary people couldn't do. The little thief landed and mockingly said, "These security department people are useless. I've been squatting here for a few days, and no one has noticed." At that moment, Xiangnan couldn't help but say, "Aren't you a bit too confident? I've been waiting for you right here." The little thief was nearly scared out of his wits. He never expected someone would be hiding here. He turned around and saw Xiangnan, saying, "Brother, do you know that scaring someone can kill? With your courage, you dare to come out and steal? Stand against the wall right now. Don't make me take action." The little thief's eyes darted around, but he obediently stood by the wall. However, he wasn't that obedient. With a push of his foot, he sprang into the air. But Xiangnan had been waiting for him for a long time. Xiangnan was currently using his eagle eye skill, and he had already noticed the little movements of the small thief. He could even see the force exerted by the little thief's legs in the direction he was jumping towards, and Xiangnan had already made a preemptive judgment. Just as the little thief jumped up, Xiangnan had already leaped above him and then delivered a punch downwards. Bang! With a muffled sound, the little thief fell to the ground, knocked out by the punch. Zhang Ping and the others, who were patrolling nearby, rushed over as soon as they heard the commotion. Zhang Ping asked, "Captain, is everything okay?" "It's fine, we caught the little thief." "Take him back," Xiangnan replied. Zhang Ping saw the little thief on the ground and exclaimed, "Captain, impressive. You caught the little thief just like that. You're really something." Xiangnan smiled and said, "All right, enough flattery. Let's get to work." Several security guards took the little thief back to the security office and tied him up tightly with ropes. Then someone splashed a cup of water on the little thief's face, waking him up. Just as he was about to struggle, he realized he was tied up. The little thief forced a smile and said, "Brothers, there's no need for this, right? I'm not some notorious criminal. Have some pity and let me go." "Less nonsense. What is your name? Where are you from? What are you doing at the steel mill?" The little thief dared not talk back and immediately confessed, mainly because he hadn't really committed any crime. He hadn't even gotten a chance to steal anything yet. "My name is Lu Fan. I'm a local. As for being here, I just came to have some fun." "Have fun? Do you think I'll believe that? Looks like you're not being honest." "Brothers, let us teach him a lesson." Lu Fan was startled. How could these security personnel be so unreasonable? He hadn't even stolen anything. Why did they want to start beating him for no reason? He quickly said, No, please don't. I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you going to hit me? Xiang Nan said to the little thief Lu Fan. All right, stop struggling. I know what you're up to, but since you didn't steal anything this time, I can't arrest you. However, since I caught you, I can't let you go empty-handed. I'll give you a beating first, then throw you out onto the street, and we'll be even. Wait, brothers, how about I bring someone to exchange for my freedom? Someone? Who? Lu Fan said mysteriously, enemy agents. At this, not only Xiang Nan, but Zhang Ping and the others all brightened up. Enemy agents equated to merit. Who would complain about having too many achievements? Chapter 41. Enemy Agents. Capturing enemy agent Xiang Nan said calmly, you better tell me everything carefully and don't try to play tricks. If you dare to deceive me, it won't just end with a beating. Don't worry, I guarantee I won't lie to you. Lu Fan began to explain that he lived near Dongxu, in a small courtyard not far from where a mysterious man lived. This man was very secretive. Lu Fan only knew that he was called Wang Guzi and knew nothing else about him. He didn't know where Wang Guzi was from, what job he had, or how many people were in his family. Not to mention Lu Fan, even the aunties in the neighborhood didn't know. It was known that the aunties were the information center of the alley. There was nothing they didn't know. Lu Fan heard that even the aunties didn't know about Wang Guzi, which made him very curious. One night, when Lu Fan was short on money, he set his sights on Wang Guzi. So he quietly went to the courtyard where Wang Guzi lived, which was a small 2-entry courtyard, but only Wang Guzi lived there. This was unusual. A small 2-entry courtyard should have at least 7 or 8 rooms, yet they were all empty, and the street didn't care. It was very strange. Lu Fan saw that there was no one in the courtyard, so he came to look for valuable things. However, just as he had been searching for a while, he heard someone coming in, so he hurriedly hid under the bed. At the same time, Wang Guzi and 3 other men returned, closed the door, and began to talk. Lu Fan listened for a short while and was frightened to sweat. These people were actually from the Gulf and had been secretly lurking in the city for some time. They were discussing important unit intelligence, and Wang Guzi even mentioned explosives and detonators, indicating they were planning something big. They talked for about an hour, and Lu Fan listened to everything while hiding under the bed. When they finished their discussion, the others left, and Wang Guzi went out to see them off. Lu Fan took this opportunity to run out. He didn't dare to steal anything from Wang Guzi. After hearing this, Xiang Nan asked, when did this happen? About 10 days ago. Xiang Nan was a bit angry and said loudly, why didn't you report this when you heard about it? What does that have to do with me? Why should I report it? Zhang Ping angrily said, if an explosion occurs, do you know how many people could die? Lu Fan had a nonchalant expression, clearly believing it had nothing to do with him. Xiang Nan shook his head helplessly and said, all right, lock him up for now. But I said this, shouldn't you let me go? Xiang Nan sneered and said, this matter hasn't been confirmed yet. If it's true, I will definitely let you go, but until then, you need to stay here quietly. Lu Fan was locked up, and Zhang Ping asked, Captain, should we go arrest him now? Xiang Nan thought for a moment and said, leave half of the team to continue the night watch, and the other half come with me. Everyone wanted to go and catch the enemy agents. Xiang Nan looked at everyone and said, all right, even if you don't go, when we achieve merit later, it will still be shared equally among everyone. Hearing Xiang Nan say this, everyone finally stopped protesting. Xiang Nan set off with his team, but he took a detour first to find Section Chief Sunday. The reason Xiang Nan took the detour to find him was that if this matter was true, it would be a significant achievement. As soon as Xiang Nan became the captain at the steel mill, even if he achieved merit, it wouldn't lead to a promotion. At most, he would receive a verbal commendation and some rewards. This situation was a bit too unprofitable for him. However, if this merit were given to Section Chief Sun, it would be different. Section Chief Sun had been the head of the security department for over 10 years without any achievements and had been unable to get promoted. If he achieved merit this time, he would definitely get promoted, and he would surely remember Xiang Nan's good deeds. Xiang Nan and his team arrived at the courtyard where Section Chief Sun lived and began to knock on the door. This courtyard, like number 95, was also locked at night. After a while, an old man opened the door and asked, who are you? We are from the security department of the steel mill, looking for our section chief. Oh, so late. Is something wrong? It's confidential, so don't ask too much. I'll go call our section chief. The old man stepped aside and let Xiang Nan in. Xiang then arrived at Section Chief Sun's door and began to knock. Section Chief Sun was woken up and impatiently asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, Xiang Nan." Section Chief Sun immediately became alert. Xiang Nan coming to him so late must mean something was wrong. He quickly opened the door and asked anxiously, "Did something happen at the factory?" "Nothing happened at the factory. It's something else. Let us set off first, and I'll explain on the way." "Okay." Section Chief Sun didn't waste time. Seeing that Xiang Nan was armed, it was definitely a serious matter. The two of them exited the courtyard, and Section Chief Sun saw Zhang Ping and the others. He asked anxiously, "What exactly happened? You previously told me to keep an eye on that side of the south wall, and tonight, I actually caught a little thief." Xiang Nan recounted what had happened that night, and Section Chief Sun was somewhat skeptical, saying, "What if this kid is deliberately giving false information to evade punishment? He wouldn't be that foolish. I only intended to give him a beating and let him go. If he dares to lie, it won't just end with a beating. He can tell which is lighter and which is heavier." Captain Sun nodded and said, "You are right. Let's go over first and see the situation." A group of people arrived at the yard where Wang Guzi was, and Xiang Nan jumped onto the wall to take a look, then came down and said, "It's pitch dark inside, and I heard snoring. The other party should be asleep. What should we do now?" Captain Sun was silent for a few seconds and said, "First, we need to catch him. If we catch the wrong person, we could just apologize. All right, I'll go knock him out first, and then you all come and search." "Okay, be careful." Xiang Nan jumped onto the wall again and arrived in front of Wang Guzi's bedroom door. Before he opened the door, he felt something was off because the snoring had stopped. It seemed the other party had woken up. Xiang Nan shook his head with a smile. Since the other party was awake, they could only go for a hard fight. He kicked the door open violently, and with a bang, the other party fired a shot. Taking advantage of this moment, Xiang Nan rushed in and saw a shadow. Without thinking, he threw a punch. Captain Sun and the others were waiting outside for Xiang Nan to open the door. However, after a while, the door didn't open, but they heard gunshots. Captain Sun became anxious and shouted, "Everyone, let's go in over the wall." All the guards moved together, pairing up, with one person standing at the wall and the other stepping on his body to climb up. After one guard jumped down from the wall, he opened the yard gate and let everyone in. When Captain Sun and the others entered, they saw Xiang Nan sitting on the ground while another man was lying on the ground. Captain Sun hurriedly asked, "Xiang Nan, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Just a bit shocked." "He didn't shoot you?" "No. Someone cuff him. He's just unconscious. Who knows when he'll wake up?" Zhang Ping immediately took out handcuffs and cuffed the man's hands behind his back. Captain Sun picked up the gun from the ground, looked at it in the light, and said, "Oh, a 1911 American-made." With this gun, Captain Sun was sure that this Wang Guzi was definitely an enemy agent. Chapter 42, Achievements and Promotions. However, having a gun was nothing. Soon a surprise was about to appear. One guard shouted, "Captain, there's a cellar here." The entrance to the cellar was under the desk in the bedroom. They carefully walked in and then became excited, because there was a telegraph machine and an iron box, which contained several blue sky and white sun medals. With a telegraph machine, there must be a code book. If we find the code book, we will achieve great merit. Xiang Nan pondered for a moment and said to Captain Sun, "Shall we send someone to report to the police?" "Report my ass. This credit is ours." "But the gun just went off. Someone will definitely report it. We shouldn't cause misunderstandings." Captain Sun said regretfully, "Alas, you are right. Forget it. Let's report it." Just as one guard was going out to report, he encountered a team of police at the door. As expected, just as Xiang Nan guessed, the gun had just gone off, and someone had already reported it. The police heard that there was gunfire and knew they had to take it seriously, so they immediately came over to see what was going on. Before long, the police entered. The leader was someone Xiang Nan recognized. It was Luo Xiaopeng, whom they had collaborated with before. Luo Xiaopeng saw Xiang Nan and asked, "Why are you steel mill folks here again? What happened this time?" Captain Sun stepped out and jokingly scolded, "Luo dog, don't be so loud. There's good news." "It's you little stone. What's the good news?" "Nothing much. Just accidentally caught an enemy agent." Luo Xiaopeng's eyes lit up. "Wow, this is indeed good news. Thank you for your hard work. We'll take care of this here. You all go back and rest. What are you thinking? We caught the person and even found the telegraph machine. Now you want us to leave? Don't you have any shame?" Luo Xiaopeng chuckled and said, "Then tell me, what do we do next? We can leave the follow-up to you. but this credit is ours. Don't think you can monopolize it. Come on, no matter what, we are from the same army. Remember your little brother when there's good news. Now you're my little brother? Didn't you always say you were the big brother? No, no, no. You are the brother. You are the brother. This should be settled, right? Captain Sun proudly said, it's agreed. The credit is divided 70 to 30. You get 30, and I get 70. You handle the follow-up. Don't worry, I'll handle this well. Captain Sun nodded in satisfaction and then said goodbye to Xiongnan, taking them back. On the way back, Captain Sun said to Xiongnan, this time the credit is largely thanks to you. I will remember this, and in the future, follow me. You won't miss out on benefits. Captain Sun certainly wanted to thank Xiongnan. Originally, Xiongnan could have come by himself to catch the enemy agent, but he still reported to him. Captain Sun would definitely remember this favor. In the following days, Xiongnan followed Captain Sun closely and met quite a few people. Luo Xiaoping interrogated Wang Guzi and uncovered quite a few people and matters in less than a day. He then followed the leads and caught about 10 enemy agents in one go. After that came the achievements and rewards. Captain Sun was the first to achieve success and was promoted from security captain to security director. In fact, with the scale of the steel mill, there should have been a security department set up long ago. However, the factory didn't want a director parachuted in from above, so they had been suppressing it. Now that Captain Sun's achievements were enough, he could be promoted to director, and the security section would soon be transformed into the security department. Xiongnan also got a half-level promotion from team leader of the 4th team to deputy section chief, while still serving as team leader of the 4th team. His salary also increased to 87. 5 yuan, about the same as Lu Haizhong's salary. And that's not all. Captain Sun also gave Xiongnan the recording machine ticket that the factory rewarded him. In fact, Xiongnan already had one, which was given to him by Old Li. Now he had 2. But who would complain about having fewer tickets? The announcement of a new personnel appointments was broadcasted throughout the factory several times, so everyone heard it. When Yi Zhonghai heard that Xiongnan was promoted again and his salary was only slightly lower than his own, he felt quite uncomfortable. He regretted not choosing Xiongnan to support him back then. If he had chosen Xiongnan, he couldn't imagine how good life would be now. Looking over at Jia Dongxu next to him, who was still a first-level worker, it wasn't that Yi Zhonghai was intentionally suppressing Jia Dongxu's work level. If Jia Dongxu were a 4th or 5th-level worker, Yi Zhonghai might have worried that he would exceed his control and would suppress him a bit. But what was there to suppress about being a first-level worker? It would just be embarrassing to mention it. Jia Dongxu, filled with jealousy, muttered, Why did this bastard get promoted? If only I could be promoted. Yi Zhonghai, hearing Jia Dongxu's jealous tone, retorted, If you want to be promoted, just work honestly. Jia Dongxu, not convinced, replied, Master, I want to work, but you don't teach me the skills. How can I work? Yi Zhonghai almost let Jia Dongxu drive him to anger and shouted, What skills are there in being a first-level worker? There's no skill. It's just hard labor. As long as you're a person, you can do it in 3 to 5 days. Look at you. How long has it been? And you're still so clumsy. Jia Dongxu was unconvinced but didn't dare to say anything, so he could only lower his head and remain silent. Yi Zhonghai looked at him and sighed, too lazy to say anything more. In the cafeteria, Shaju and the others also heard the broadcast. Lulan exclaimed, Isn't Xiongnan only 18 years old? How did he get promoted to deputy section chief so quickly? His salary must be over 80 yuan. How can he spend it all? By the way, Shaju, isn't he from your yard? Does he have a partner? Lulan had just joined the factory not long ago, but she was already married. Her husband was injured and couldn't work, which is why she took over. So even though Lulan looked quite good, Shaju didn't have any thoughts about her. Shaju directly retorted, What? Do you have feelings for him? Too bad. You're already married, so it's not going to happen. Lulan angrily replied, You jerk. I don't have feelings for him. I just want to introduce him to my sister. Shaju, unconvinced, said, Why don't you introduce your sister to me? I'm not married either. Lulan scoffed at him and then ignored him, which made Shaju furious. Yi Zhonghai was not happy all day, of course, because Xiongnan got promoted. But when he returned home, things got even worse because Jia Zhongshi had come to him again asking for food. Jia Zhongshi had been out for 2 days, and it seemed she had set her sights on Yi Zhonghai. Every time she saw him, she would come over asking for food. Old Yi, I'm hungry. Can you get me something to eat? Yi Zhonghai gritted his teeth, and said, "If you want something to eat, go to your son. Don't come to me. I don't owe you anything. You are my son's master. My son is struggling. Your family should support him. That's your responsibility." Yi Zhonghai was almost furious to death, shouting, "No, no, I don't believe it. Let me go to your house and see." Just as Yi Zhonghai was thinking about how to stop Jia Zhangshi, the deaf old lady arrived. Chapter 43. Xiangnan attacked the deaf old lady, hit Jia Zhangshi with her cane and scolded, "I told you to come begging. You're such a big person. Can't you buy your own food? If I see you bothering Xiao Yi again, I'll beat you to death." Jia Zhangshi ran away in a panic. She was not afraid of anyone in the whole courtyard, but she was genuinely afraid of the deaf old lady because she would really hit her. With Jia Zhangshi gone, Yi Zhonghai helped the deaf old lady back home. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would really be annoyed to death by Jia Zhangshi. All right. Zhang Xiaohua is just a toad, a nuisance that doesn't bite. With me keeping her in check, she doesn't dare to act up. But this Xiangnan really can't be kept." Yi Zhonghai nodded in agreement. "I know, he got promoted again today and became deputy section chief." "What? How did he get promoted so fast?" "Yes, just lucky. He has a good superior who catches enemy spies and brought him along, letting him make contributions." Yi Zhonghai didn't know the truth of the matter, as this was not something that was told to outsiders. In fact, it was the other way around. It was Xiangnan who helped his superior make contributions. Yi Zhonghai was unaware of the facts and thought Xiangnan was just lucky. The deaf old lady said, "If he can bring this kid along, it shows he has some ability, whether it's flattery or something else. Anyway, he can take him along. This further proves he cannot be underestimated. He can't be kept. You should hurry and urge them on." Yi Zhonghai had urged them several times, but they hadn't taken action. Yi Zhonghai said, "I'll go once more. If they still don't act, we'll just change people." "Okay, you tell them. If they offend me, they won't have a good outcome." "All right, got it." Yi Zhonghai went out again and arrived at a secluded courtyard. He first wrapped himself tightly with a towel so that people couldn't see his face. Then he started knocking on the door. In a while, the other side opened the door. "It's Xiao Jin, come in." Yi Zhonghai was of course using a pseudonym. This Xiao Jin came from the deaf old lady. The deaf old lady was known as Madame Jin outside. She was originally a concubine of a prince during the Qing dynasty and during the Republic of China. To avoid disaster, the prince changed his surname to Jin, and the deaf old lady became Madame Jin. The prince didn't live long during the Republic of China and didn't leave much inheritance for the deaf old lady. The deaf old lady couldn't just eat and wait to die, so she kept looking for backing. When Zhang Dashui was around, she relied on a captain under Zhang Dashui. After Zhang Dashui was gone, she became the mistress of the military commander of Sijiacheng. Later, when her life improved, she became the mistress of a major in Zairigia. After Zairigia was gone, she managed to get close to Liu Bansheng, of course. Liu Bansheng didn't care for her beauty, mainly because she was too old. Liu Bansheng mainly valued her connections. Having changed so many masters, she knew quite a few people, and keeping her around was definitely useful. Later, after the liberation, the deaf old lady managed to get close to Director Yang after saving his life. Anyway, she was a social butterfly, relying on whoever had the capability. The group Yi Zhonghai was looking for was a bunch of bandits, originally under Zhang Dashui. After Zhang Dashui was gone, they continued to be bandits. When liberation came, this group disbanded and started living as good citizens. Of course, on the surface, they were good citizens, but secretly they were still doing some shady things. The leader was called Shamiatzi, and he didn't know how many people he had killed when he was a bandit. When he saw Yi Zhonghai, he said impatiently, "Why are you here again? How many times have you urged me?" Yi Zhonghai cautiously said, "It's not that I want to keep urging you. It's just that it's been so long, and you still haven't acted. There hasn't been an opportunity before. During this time, although he has been on night shifts, he has always been followed, and the other side even had guns. How can we act? I know about this. He recently caught a few enemy spies. You can take action directly and frame it on the enemy as accomplices, saying it was the enemy coming for revenge. Is that so? Are you sure?" "I'm sure. Xiangning got promoted today. Said it was because he caught enemy spies." "Is that so? All right, I got it. I'll have people keep an eye on him. As soon as he is alone, we'll act. Thank you so much." After Yi Zhonghai left, Shamiatzi called over a subordinate and asked, "Have you figured out this guy's background?" "Already found out. This guy's called Yi Zhonghai, and he lives in the same courtyard as Xiang Nan. They have some small conflicts, and he wants to eliminate the other. Yi Zhonghai. Why does that name sound a bit familiar? He is a level 8 worker, and he is somewhat known over there. I thought I had heard it somewhere. It was my nephew who said it. He works at the steel mill. At this time, Xiang Nan was still unaware that he had been targeted. That night, he finished work, as usual. It was already midnight, and previously, because he was afraid of enemy spies retaliating against him, Luo Xiaopeng had arranged for someone to escort Xiang Nan home. Now that all the enemy spies had been captured, there was no need to arrange protection for Xiang Nan anymore. So that night, Xiang Nan was the only one going home. As he passed a narrow alley, he suddenly saw two people appear in front of him. Xiang Nan paused for a moment, looked back, and saw there were also two people behind him. One in front and one behind. They had blocked off all his escape routes. Shamiatsi, holding a gun, said, "Brother, lend me some money." "You want money?" "No problem. I have all my money here. Take it." Xiang Nan took out more than 100 yuan and handed it over. Shamiatsi smiled, took it, and then said, "Brother, sorry. Someone want your life? I'm just following orders." Saying that, he was about to pull the trigger. But in the next second, the gun in his hand suddenly disappeared. It turned out that while he was reaching for money, Xiang Nan had closed the distance to just half a meter, using his spatial ability to store the gun into his space. Shamiatsi was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand how the gun in his hand had vanished. Just as he was about to signal his subordinates to act, Xiang Nan's fist was already coming. Xiang Nan punched Shamiatsi in the face, and he immediately passed out. The three little brothers brought by Shamiatsi saw that things were not good and rushed over. But Xiang Nan drew out a gun and shot one of the little brothers in the leg, causing him to fall to the ground and scream in pain. The other two little brothers, unarmed, were scared and turned to run after seeing this. Xiang Nan shouted, "Don't move, or I'll shoot." The two little brothers didn't listen and still tried to run. But Xiang Nan really fired a gun, although it didn't hit anyone. It scared the two people into not daring to move. At this time, a resident from the alley came out and asked, "What is going on? Why are there gunshots?" Xiang Nan shouted over there, "I'm from the security department of the steel mill, for bandits are looking for trouble with me. Hurry up and call the police." People in this era are very enthusiastic, unlike the indifference of later generations. The person listened to Xiang Nan and immediately ran to call the police. The police arrived very quickly, in less than 10 minutes. Xiang Nan was alone with a gun, looking at the four people, feeling very nervous. Now that the police had arrived, he felt relieved. Xiang Nan took out his identification and recounted what had just happened. One police officer removed the mask from the face of the bandit and said in surprise, "Isn't this the bandit known as Mountain Cat?" Xiang Nan asked, "Do you know him?" "Yes, this guy was a notorious bandit from years ago, but he disappeared more than 10 years ago. I didn't expect to encounter him here. This guy has no idea how many lives he has taken, and now you've caught him. You've really done something great. Whether it's a great achievement or not doesn't matter, but please interrogate him properly to see why he came looking for me. This is definitely something we need to ask. Don't worry, I will notify you as soon as their essay result." The four bandits were taken away, and Xiang Nan went home by himself. Xiang Nan returned to the courtyard and directly pushed open the door. Chapter 44. He Daqing returns. Yi Zhonghai compensates. As soon as Xiang Nan entered and was about to close the door, someone next to him shouted, "Little brother, wait, I want to go in too." Xiang Nan was stunned for a moment, looked carefully, and then said in surprise, "He Daqing, why are you back?" He Daqing asked, "Do you know me?" He Daqing arrived at around 10 o'clock tonight, and since it was so late, there were no buses for him to take, so he could only walk back. By the time he reached the courtyard, it was already past 11, and he didn't want to disturb anyone, thinking about squatting outside for the night and going in when it got light. But he didn't expect that the courtyard door wasn't locked tightly and opened with a push, so he came over when he heard the noise. However, he didn't recognize Xiang Nan, which is why he asked. Xiang Nan explained, "Yes, you are Sha Zhu's father. I am Xiang Nan from the backyard." "Ah, you are the little Xiang Nan from the backyard. I haven't seen you in so many years. You've grown up." When He Daqing ran away with Bai Guofeng, Xiang Nan was only 8 years old, still a child. So it was normal that He Daqing didn't recognize him at first. Xiang Nan waved his hand and said, "It was Yu Shui who wrote to you. That is why you came back, right? You know Yu Shui wrote to me?" "Yes. I told her that your letter was intercepted." So she decided to write and ask you what the situation really was. Sigh. Yes. I rushed back as soon as I received the letter. I didn't expect to trust Lao Yi so much he pulled this on me. It's too late today. I'll treat you to dinner when I get off work tomorrow. No, I've been working from 4 in the afternoon till late at night recently. So I want to be able to eat your meal these days. Then when are you free? I'll treat you to dinner. But please remember to come and see the excitement tomorrow morning. This is a must. I will definitely be there tomorrow. Xiang Nan chuckled, thinking to himself, there is going to be excitement to see tomorrow. He Daqing returned to the central courtyard and knocked on Sha Zhu's door. The father and son didn't know what they talked about, but they closed the door, and Xiang Nan couldn't hear clearly. Xiang Nan shook his head, thinking whatever it is can wait until tomorrow. He went back and went to bed early, not knowing how long he was in a daze before he heard a commotion outside. Xiang Nan immediately woke up, raised his hand to check the time. It was only a little past 7, and he Daqing was already causing trouble. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, he simply went out and found that everyone had gone to the central courtyard, which was now surrounded by people. He Daqing, along with Sha Zhu and He Yushui, were blocking the door of Yi Zhonghai's house, and He Daqing was cursing loudly. Yi Zhonghai, you wicked scoundrel, you old deadbeat. I entrusted you to take care of my son and daughter, and this is how you took care of them? Yi Zhonghai was hiding in the house, listening to the insults from outside. His face turned green. He didn't expect He Daqing to suddenly return at this time. With a fawning smile, he said, Brother Daqing, what is the matter? Let us talk inside. No, we'll clarify the matter here. Let everyone judge. Lu Haizhong hurriedly said, Old He, why don't you tell us what is going on? Why are you so angry? All right, but in front of everyone, I will clarify this matter. He Daqing began to explain, and the matter was quite simple. For all these years, He Daqing had been sending letters and living expenses to his son and daughter, but all of it was embezzled by Yi Zhonghai. Moreover, Yi Zhonghai would occasionally reply to him, saying that Sha Zhu still harbored resentment against him, but if time went by, if He Daqing kept sending money, perhaps Sha Zhu could be moved. It was because of the letters Yi Zhonghai sent back that, although He Daqing never received a reply from Sha Zhu, he kept sending money. Sha Zhu's eyes were red, and he angrily said, I always thought my dad abandoned us. But it turns out he has been sending us money all along. Yi Zhonghai, why did you hide this from us? Yi Zhonghai had nothing to say. Knowing he was in the wrong, he could only shrink his head and play dead. Xiang then stepped forward and said, Embezzling funds is a criminal act. He Daqing, do you want to handle this legally? Just give me a nod, and I can arrest him directly. He Daqing looked at Xiang Nan in surprise. Not knowing Xiang Nan actually had the power to arrest people. He Yushui whispered beside him, Dad, Brother Xiang Nan is from the security department. He can handle this matter too. Before He Daqing could speak, Yi Zhonghai was already scared and said, Brother Daqing, let us settle this privately, I'll pay. I'm willing to pay. He Daqing hesitated for a moment, thinking that sending Yi Zhonghai to jail wouldn't benefit him. So it would be better to take the opportunity to ask for more money, which would be the most cost-effective. Having made up his mind, he turned to Xiang Nan and said, Xiang Nan, let us discuss this privately first. If we really can't come to an agreement, we can find you later, okay? It's up to you. If there is something, just let me know. I can arrest him anytime. Thanks, let us talk and see. Yi Zhonghai saw that He Daqing was willing to negotiate privately, and he breathed a sigh of relief. For him, matters that could be resolved with money were no big deal. Yi Zhonghai invited the 3 members of the He family into his home, and he didn't say much. Directly taking out a box from the room, he smiled fawningly at the 3 of them and said, Sha Zhu, your dad has been sending you living expenses and letters all these years. I'm handing them all over to you now. Yi Zhonghai had a serious expression, very earnestly handing over the box. Anyone who didn't know would think he was completing an important task. But He Daqing looked disdainfully and said, Is just returning the money and the letters enough? What else should it be? He Yushui cried out, You made me think my dad didn't care about me. I don't know how many times I cursed my dad. And it was all you who were causing trouble, all because of you. He Daqing held his daughter tightly and fiercely said to Yi Zhonghai, You're sowing discord between us, father and daughter. Do you think it's that simple to fool us? You must compensate us. The reason He Daqing agreed to settle this matter privately with Yi Zhonghai was to ask for more compensation. Yi Zhonghai also knew he couldn't escape, but he wanted to give as little as possible. The two of them tugged at each other for a while before finally reaching an agreement. In addition to returning the intercepted money, Yi Zhonghai also had to give Xia Zhu an extra 1,000 yuan as compensation. He Daqing handed the box to He Yushui and then gave the 1,000 yuan compensation from Yi Zhonghai to Xia Zhu. He Daqing said, "This living expense is for Yushui. Since it hasn't been used before, let's save it as a dowry for Yushui. As for the compensation from Yi Laojuo, let's save that for you to marry a wife. Look at you, you're already so old and still haven't married. Do you want the He family to end with you?" Xia Zhu, feeling unjust, replied, "Isn't it because she suddenly ran away? I had no income at that time, and Yushui and I almost starved to death. I only found a job after more than a year, which barely allowed me to support Yushui and me. It's only in the last 2 years that things have gotten a bit better, so of course, the matter of getting married has been delayed." Upon hearing this, He Daqing was stunned. He gritted his teeth and said, "That's not right. I talked to the canteen director, Lao Wan, about this. I told him that after I leave, you can directly take over without being a temporary worker. You would be a formal worker right away. Didn't he tell you?" "No. When I entered the factory, the canteen director wasn't even surnamed Wang anymore." "Huh. Where did Lao Wang go?" "No, I must find him and ask clearly. This is a formal worker position. Could it be that he sold it?" Suddenly, Xia Zhu thought of something and looked at Yi Zhonghai. "Yi Zhonghai, is this your doing?" Aside from acting foolish in front of Qin Huairu, Xia Zhu was actually quite shrewd with others. He noticed something was wrong and quickly figured out what had happened. He Daqing asked, "What does this have to do with this old Juehu?" "Why, after you left, I actually went to the factory to look for someone, but I was stopped by Yi Zhonghai. He said you sold the job and ran away with the money. After more than a year, it was still he who got me into the canteen as a temporary worker. Since you said you had agreed with the canteen director, but the job is gone, then it must have been Yi Zhonghai who got rid of it." He Daqing glared at Yi Zhonghai and asked, "Is that true?" "No, it's not true. Don't wrongfully accuse me." "Okay, you don't admit it, right? I'm going to find Lao Wan. I really don't believe that such a big person can just disappear. Once I find him, everything will be clear, and then I'll directly call the police." "Yi Zhonghai, let's see how you wriggle out of this." He Daqing turned to leave, but Yi Zhonghai hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. "Old He, let's discuss this again." "What is there to discuss? Didn't you say this has nothing to do with you? Did you do this or not?" "Yes, I did it." He Daqing snorted coldly. "You should have admitted it earlier. Did you think you could hide this?" "It's all my fault. Please forgive me." He Daqing waved his hand and then extended his hand. "Give it to me." "What?" "The money from selling the job." "What? Do you want to keep it for yourself?" "No, I didn't take the money." "You're talking nonsense. Save that for the ghosts. I won't be fooled. Are you giving it or not? If not, I'm calling the police." "Don't. Please don't call the police right away. If you don't want me to call the police, it's simple. Give me the money. I only took 150. Don't be ridiculous. Although that job wasn't worth as much as it is now, it should still be worth 400 or 500. Give me 550, and we're settled." Yi Zhonghai had no choice but to take out 550 and give it to He Daqing. This time, He Daqing didn't give it to anyone else and directly pocketed it himself. He had come back so hard, he couldn't leave empty-handed. After putting the money away, He Daqing said to Yi Zhonghai, "Remember, from now on, neither of our families owes the other anything. Don't come looking for Xia Zhu. It's best if you never cross paths." After saying that, he took his son and daughter out. Chapter 45. Yi Zhonghai is still caught. Lu Haizhong asked with a hint of hope, "Old He, how did the discussion go? Do you want me to help you call the police?" He was eager for Yi Zhonghai to be caught. That way, the position of the old master would then belong to him, Lu Haizhong. However, unfortunately, He Daqing couldn't fulfill his wish. He Daqing looked at the people around and loudly said, "The misunderstanding between me and old He has been resolved. Everyone disperse." Lu Haizhong was greatly disappointed. Why was it like this? Shouldn't the two families have fought? Jia Zhangshi understood better. She whispered to Qin Huairu, "This He Daqing must have extorted a sum from old He. Otherwise, he wouldn't let Yi Zhonghai go so easily." Qin Huairu's eyes sparkled as she asked, "Do you think this compensation money was given to Xia Zhu?" Jia Zhangshi's eyes lit up, and she excitedly said, "It must have been given. I just don't know how much. Later, you can ask him and see if you can get some money from him." Qin Huairu nodded and didn't speak further. However, soon, Jia Zhangshi warned her, "You remember, You are the daughter-in-law of the Jia family. It's fine to get money from Sha Zhu, but you must not let him take advantage. Jia Dongxu also said lightly from the side, if you let that fool Sha Zhu take advantage, just try coming back and see if I don't beat you to death. Qin Huairu said aggrievedly, I didn't tea besides, I don't even like him. You better think that way. When he family of 3 returned home, he Qing said to Sha Zhu, Sha Zhu, go buy some meat back. We're treating Xiang Nan to a meal today. Why treat him to a meal? Sha Zhu didn't like Xiang Nan at all because that guy disrespected him too much and had even hit him. He Yushui tugged at Sha Zhu and said, Brother, if it weren't for Brother Xiang Nan reminding me, I wouldn't have known that he Zhonghai embezzled our money. Huh? He told you? Yeah. That's why I wrote to Dad, asking him to come back and help us uphold justice. Sha Zhu nodded. So that's how it is. We should indeed treat him to a meal. He Yushui looked at He Qing and asked, Dad, are you not leaving after coming back this time? He Qing hesitated for a moment upon hearing his daughter ask him and said, I still have to leave. Sha Zhu angrily said, What is so good about Baocheng? Why do you have to leave? He Qing sighed and said, Do you think I want to leave? Someone is forcing me to. I have no choice. Both Sha Zhu and He Yushui were very surprised to hear this and quickly asked, Dad, who is forcing you to leave? Who else could it be? The deaf old lady. Her? Why? Sha Zhu was the most shocked. In his heart, aside from Sister Qin, the person who treated him best was the deaf old lady. He didn't understand why the deaf old lady would force He Qing to leave. He Qing said, I'm not very clear on the specifics, but she privately looked for me and said that someone knew I had cooked for Xiao Rizi, and if I don't leave, it would also implicate you too. I had no choice. Just when your aunt was going back to Baocheng, I went with her. He Yushui, who was now in high school and had read a lot of books, also knew many things. She said, That's not right. If cooking for Xiao Rizi would cause trouble, then how many people in the 4-9 city would be in trouble? After all, at that time, Xiao Rizi occupied here, and countless people were forced to help him. Huh? Could it be that I was set up? Sha Zhu said angrily, Why? Why did she do this? Wasn't she good to us? He Yushui said dismissively, She was good to you, but not to me. Huh? How could that be? How could it not be? During the time when Dad just left, when you were going out to find work, I was starving at home and asked her for food. In the end, she clearly had food at home, but would rather hide it than give me any. That is not right. I saw her give you food before. That was when you were around. If you weren't there, she treated me like air. Sha Zhu was directly dumbfounded. He didn't expect the deaf old lady to have 2 faces. He thought the deaf old lady was very kind, just like she was to him and his sister. He Yushui, He Qing couldn't understand and said to Sha Zhu, All right, you go buy some meat back. We'll talk about other things later. Okay, I'll go buy groceries. Originally, he was supposed to go to work today, but since He Qing had come back with such a big matter, Sha Zhu definitely had to take a day off. Sha Zhu went out, found someone to help him take a day off, and then went to buy meat. At this time, Yi Zhonghai was also going to work with Jia Dongxu. However, he had just arrived at the workshop when people from the security department came, accompanied by 2 police officers. As soon as Yi Zhonghai saw the police, he panicked, thinking, could it be that He Qing is not trustworthy and actually called the police? So when the police approached, Yi Zhonghai stepped forward and said, Comrade police, I can explain. Explain? What do you have to explain? You need to come with us first. I've already compensated He Qing. Why are you still arresting me? He Qing? Who is that? One police officer asked. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback and said, Didn't He Qing report the case? No, it seems you have a lot going on. Come with us, and we'll interrogate you slowly. No, I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I go back with you? Haven't done anything wrong? Do you want me to remind you? Shan Maozi. Hearing the name Shan Maozi, Yi Zhonghai almost died of fright. He stammered, Who is Shan Maozi? I don't know him. The police officer sneered. Enough pretending in front of me. With your reaction, you still pretend not to know him? I really don't know him. Come on, let us go back and talk. No, I want to go with you. The police shouted, Stop wasting time. Are you coming or not? If not, we will take coercive measures. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai immediately softened. He turned to Jia Dongxu and said, Quick, go to the courtyard and find the old lady to save me. Jia Dongxu nodded blankly, still unsure of what was happening. The police disdainfully said, It's useless to find anyone. You've committed a serious crime this time. and even a deity can't save you. Yi Zhonghai was taken away by the police, and it took Dongxu a while to react. His master had told him to go back to the courtyard to find the deaf old lady for help. So he found the workshop director and said, "I need to take leave to go back for a bit." The workshop director didn't even look up and said, "Reason?" Dongxu, somewhat angrily, said, "I don't need a reason to take leave." The workshop director sneered. "In the past, you had Yi Zhonghai, a level 8 worker, backing you up, but now that he has been arrested by the police, whether he can come back is another matter. Do you still dare to talk back to me here?" Dongxu weakly said, "I didn't tea. If you didn't why aren't you back to work? Do you think this is your home? You can come and go as you please? Let me tell you, if you don't complete today as production tasks, you'll have to stay and work overtime until it's done. Also, if you ruin a part, I'll deduct your wages, however much you ruin." Feeling very depressed, Dongxu returned to work, while others showed expressions of glee. It turned out that Yi Zhonghai, relying on being a level 8 worker, had been bossy to everyone. Now that he was taken away by the police, everyone was actually quite happy inside. Yi Zhonghai was taken back to the police station and was directly interrogated. "You know Shan Maozi, right?" "I don't know. I've never even heard that name." On the way to the police station, Yi Zhonghai had already made up his mind to insist that he knew nothing and wait for the deaf old lady to come save him. The police snorted coldly. "It's useless for you not to admit it. Shan Maozi and his subordinates have confessed, saying you provided 3 gold bars to have the security department Xiang Nan killed." "Nonsense. I admit I had some minor conflicts with Xiang Nan, but it was just a neighborhood dispute. It's not to the point of wanting his life. As for Shan Maozi, I've never heard of him, let alone met him. But when you were in the workshop, your reaction upon hearing Shan Maozi's name was not like this. I panicked when I saw you. As for anything else, I don't know anything." No matter what the police asked, Yi Zhonghai kept saying he didn't know. When the police mentioned Shan Maozi's confession, Yi Zhonghai claimed he was being framed. The police couldn't use any forceful measures because Yi Zhonghai was a level 8 worker at the steel plant and still had some status. Dongxu waited until noon to eat before he found time to run back to the courtyard and tell the old lady about the situation. The old lady was shocked and said, "What is going on? Why was old Yi arrested by the police? Was it He Da-Ching who reported it? Since the police didn't know He Da-Ching, it probably wasn't him." But the police mentioned the name Shan Maozi, which made the master very anxious. The old lady had never heard of this name. She thought the deaf old lady might know. So she went to the backyard and mentioned this matter. When the deaf old lady heard the name Ma Tao, she immediately understood what was going on. It must be that the attempt to kill Xiang Nan had failed, and Shan Maozi himself had been arrested. However, the deaf old lady didn't expect that Shan Maozi actually knew it was Yi Zhonghai who provided the money. She was somewhat angry. This fool, Yi Zhonghai, who was clearly told to cover his face with cloth, how could he let the other party discover his identity? Chapter 46. The deaf old lady seeks help for Yi Zhonghai at noon. Shaju bought 8 ounces of meat and returned. Just as he got back, he happened to run into the old lady being supported by the old aunt as they were leaving the courtyard. When the deaf old lady saw Shaju, her eyes rolled around and she smiled, saying, "Grandson, did you buy meat for Grandma to eat? But Grandma has to go out for a bit now. You can prepare it first and wait for Grandma to come back to eat." Shaju hesitated. If it were before, he would have agreed without hesitation. But not long ago, He Da-Ching had told him that it was the deaf old lady and Yi Zhonghai who had forced him away. Although Shaju didn't know why, he could guess it was definitely a scheme against him. Shaju shook his head and said, "No, this is for Xiang Nan. My dad invited him to dinner to thank him." The deaf old lady lost her face and directly pretended to be deaf, saying, "Ah, is it for me? Grandson, you're really too good." Shaju smiled and said, "All right, you can't hear, so let us meet again." After saying this, he left without looking back. Seeing Shaju leave, the deaf old lady's smile immediately disappeared. She muttered, "Thanking Xiang Nan? Could it be that He Da-Ching suddenly returned because of this little bastard?" The old aunt, anxious at this moment, said, "Oh dear old lady, let us not think about anything else now. Let us go save my oldie first." Seeing the anxious expression on the old aunt's face, the deaf old lady nodded helplessly and said, "All right, let us go." The two of them left the courtyard, and not far from the entrance, the old aunt called for a man named Ban Yi, who carried both of them off. This time, the deaf old lady didn't go to find factory director Yang. She knew that factory director Yang wouldn't be able to help her. Moreover, Yi Zhonghai had been arrested by the police, so even if factory director Yang agreed to help, he wouldn't be able to intervene. This time, she sought an old policeman named Zhu San, who had been a constable since the late Qing dynasty. After the establishment of the Republic of China, he became a police officer, and even after the liberation of the city in 49, he still remained a policeman. Zhu San had countless disciples spread across various police stations in the city. By this time, Zhu San had already retired and was at home taking care of his grandchildren, enjoying his old age. When he saw the deaf old lady come to him, he was very surprised and said, "Oh, what brings you here? I need to ask you for a little help." "Auntie, at your age, what could you possibly need my help with?" Zhu San was a distant nephew of the deaf old lady's husband. Their kinship was very distant. However, the deaf old lady had once helped Zhu San, and because of that, the two maintained a relatively good relationship. The deaf old lady said, "My partner has been arrested, and I want you to help me get him out." Zhu San asked suspiciously, "Your partner? Who is he?" "His name is Yi Zhonghai, a level 8 fitter at the steel plant. He is now arrested by the police, and I want you to help me find out why he was arrested and see if he can be released. This matter depends on what he was arrested for. If it's a minor issue, it's very simple. If it's a serious matter, it could be difficult. You can rest assured. The benefits will not be few for you. I won't let you work for nothing." Zhu San smiled when he heard the deaf old lady mention benefits, then said, "Please wait here for a moment. I will go find someone to inquire." "All right, I will wait for your news." Zhu San went out and returned in just a few minutes. He smiled and said, "I have already sent my apprentice to inquire. News will come soon. Here, please drink this tea I brewed. It is the Hong Pao brought from Fu province. I don't just serve it to anyone." While they were drinking tea and chatting, the old lady was anxious but could not express it, so she could only fidget beside them. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man came in. He was Zhu San's apprentice, named Wang Shouhua, and now he is the deputy director of the police station. Wang Shouhua entered the room and said, "Master, it's quite a coincidence. The Yi Zhonghai you mentioned happens to be in my station. What was he arrested for?" "Hiring a hitman." Zhu San glanced at the deaf old lady and said, "Old lady, this is not a small matter." Wang Shouhua interjected, "Moreover, the target of the hitman has quite a background. He is a martyr's relative named Xiangnan, who has just achieved merit and became the deputy section chief of the security department at the steel mill, a capable person, and the higher-ups think highly of him. Then this matter becomes even more difficult. To put it bluntly, if this gets serious, I might have to go in too. You should go back. I can't help." The deaf old lady, however, was not flustered at all. She asked, "Is there no way to mitigate this? I could pay any price." This isn't about paying a price. After hearing this, the deaf old lady didn't say more and directly took out a small box from her bag, placing it in front of Zhu San. She knew that when asking for someone else's help, one must offer something. Zhu San opened the box, and his eyes lit up. Inside was a jade bracelet, the quality of which was so good that Jean San had never seen such a fine piece. The deaf old lady said lightly, "I bought this bracelet in the 5th year of the Republic of China for $500. I don't know how much it's worth now." Zhu San was greatly shocked. During the Republic of China, a cow was worth only $5, meaning this bracelet was worth 100 cows at that time. Nowadays, it must be worth at least 100,000. The deaf old lady was lying. In fact, she didn't spend that much money, only $5. However, the bracelet was indeed worth $500, and the seller naturally wouldn't agree to sell it for just $5. But it didn't matter. The deaf old lady had someone lock up the seller for a month, and when he came out, he was half dead. To save his life, he had no choice but to accept $5. This was one of the treasures the deaf old lady had kept hidden. If it weren't for how important Yi Zhonghai was to her, she wouldn't have brought it out. Zhu San looked at Wang Shouhua and asked, "If I must protect Yi Zhonghai, is there any way?" Wang Shouhua thought for a moment and said, "There is. This case only has one breakthrough point. The murderer has never seen Yi Zhonghai and only followed him to number 95, Nanluo Guxiang. After that, the murderer found out that there was only a conflict between Yi Zhonghai and Xiangnan in the courtyard. So he guessed the person who hired the hitman was Yi Zhonghai. Then this is easy. You go and tell Li Zhonghai to insist that he knows nothing about this and say he is being wronged. As long as he doesn't confess, he will have a chance to come out. I understand. Wang Shouguo left, and Zhu San smiled and said, all right, you all go back. In at most 3 days, he can come out. The deaf old lady nodded and said, thank you so much. Next time I will treat you to a meal. No, you're my aunt. It should be me treating you. The old lady was supported out by a woman, and the deaf old lady said, all right, don't worry. Xiao Yi will be released soon. I know. Thank you so much. Wang Shouguo returned to the police station and asked the officer in charge of the case about Yi Zhonghai's situation. Yi Zhonghai was quite clever, although no one notified him. He still insisted that he knew nothing. Then Wang Shouguo secretly notified him, which made Yi Zhonghai feel invigorated, further convinced that he would definitely be able to get out. And he resolved not to speak again. The police had no way to deal with him. After all, the testimony of the mountain cat was not very credible. And the mountain cat had never seen Yi Zhonghai's face. If there were no other clues, the police would really have to let him go. Chapter 47. Dinner analysis of various birds. While the deaf old lady was looking for someone to save Yi Zhonghai, Xiangnan was already having lunch at He's house. There were only 4 people at the table, just the He family of 3 plus Xiangnan. Yin Bugui, the old miser, wanted to come over to take advantage, but was directly driven away by a few words from Shaju. He Daqing raised his glass and said, Xiangnan, I have to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, our family would have been schemed against by Yi Zhonghai. Xiangnan smiled and said, it's nothing. I just can't stand them bullying honest people. At this moment, Shaju, like a fool, was patting his thigh and saying, that's right. I, an honest person, almost got bullied to death by him. Xiangnan glanced at him and coldly snorted, you got it wrong. The honest person I'm talking about is Yu Shui, not you. Shaju was stunned for a moment and angrily said, why am I not an honest person? You're an honest person? Which honest person drinks and goes crazy like a drunkard? Which honest person stares at other people's wives all day? Shaju was unwilling and wanted to say something, but He Daqing slapped him on the back of the head. He Daqing angrily scolded, shut your mouth. Eat your meal. What are you butting in for? Shaju touched his head sulkily and didn't dare to say more. He Daqing said, Xiangnan, you are a clever person. Could you help me analyze something? Shaju muttered beside him, humph. What does he count as a clever person? He Daqing glared at him and said, shut your stinky mouth. If he is not clever, how could he have become a deputy section chief at such a young age? Can't you speak? If you can't, just shut your mouth. After scolding Shaju, He Daqing turned back to Xiangnan and said, Xiangnan, I have another thing I don't quite understand. I feel like I haven't offended the deaf old lady. So why did she force me to leave? Xiangnan naturally knew what was going on. After all, he had read many fanfiction novels in his past life. He scratched his head and said, the deaf old lady has taken a liking to Shaju and wants him to be Yi Zhonghai's caretaker. But Yi Zhonghai values Dongxu more. However, they both share one thing in common. They think that if you're not around, it will be easier to control Shaju. Yi Zhonghai's idea is good. He wants to use Shaju as his muscle. Whoever doesn't obey will be beaten by Shaju, like Su Damao or even me. Just that now he can't beat me anymore. Shaju huffed and didn't say anything. This was the truth. After all, he indeed couldn't beat Xiangnan now, and he couldn't deny it. He Daqing asked a few more questions, and Xiangnan answered them all. In the end, Xiangnan said, if you don't want the He family to become extinct, the best way is to find a wife for Shaju while you're still here. Otherwise, he will be schemed against to death by Zhonghai and the Jia family. After hearing Xiangnan's words, He Daqing fell silent for a while and said, this is indeed an important matter. Shaju, tell me honestly, what kind of girl do you like? He Yushui interjected. He likes Jia Dongxu's wife. Shaju's face turned bright red and said, don't talk nonsense, I don't. He Daqing secretly glanced at Shaju and thought to himself, no wonder he is a He family. He likes other people's wives. But he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he said, don't think about other people's wives. You tell me what your requirements are. Shaju said without thinking. She has to be good-looking and educated. And lastly, she must have a city hukou. Everyone was speechless, and He Yushui even coldly said, are you dreaming? How could such a good girl possibly like you? Shaju shamelessly shouted, what is wrong with me? I'm a level 7 chef, earning 32. 5 yuan a month. One person is full, and the whole family is not hungry. I have no burden at all. He Daqing slapped him again and said, "Are you treating your sister's death like nothing? What do you mean one person is full and the whole family is not hungry? Shouldn't she be your responsibility?" He Yushui coldly glanced at Shaju and said, "I have money now. I don't need you to support me anymore, so you can say such things." He Daqing looked at his daughter and then at Shaju, sighed helplessly, and opened his mouth but said nothing. Xiangnan rolled his eyes and said, "You should say something practical. You can't have it all. You can only choose one. Either you want someone good-looking but from the countryside, or someone from the city but with a difficult family background and average looks. Can I have both? A person who is good in every way definitely won't look at you." Shaju had no choice but to sit there sulking, and He Daqing decisively said, "Let's find you a good-looking girl from the countryside. Although there was no specific number, you're a chef and 1 tea lack food, so you can always support a wife and children." Shaju opened his mouth, but ultimately did not oppose it. He was already 24-25 and had long wanted to marry, but no one had arranged it for him before, so even if he wanted to marry, he couldn't. Now that He Daqing had returned, it was the best time for him to get married. If he missed this opportunity, he would be drained by Qin Huairu for the rest of his life. He Daqing took a sip of wine and said, "I only took 5 days off. Counting today, there's still 4 days left. We must find you a wife in these 4 days. After dinner, you'll go with me to find a matchmaker, and tomorrow we'll take you to the countryside." Shaju was astonished and said, "Dad, isn't this a bit too fast?" "Not fast. If it gets any slower, who knows how many people will want to mess up your marriage." Shaju dismissively said, "There can't be that many bad people." Xiangnan quickly mentioned Su Damao's name, and Shaju immediately became anxious and said, "Quick, quick, we must hurry. We can't let that guy ruin it." After having dinner at the He family, Xiangnan planned to go back and rest for a bit before heading to work. But at that moment, Luo Xiaopeng came to find him. As soon as he entered, Luo Xiaopeng said, "Something's not right. Yi Zhonghai might be released." Xiangnan became serious and stood up to ask, "What is going on?" Yi Zhonghai was currently claiming he didn't know anything. The murderer hadn't seen his face, and the murderer believed that the person who hired him was Yi Zhonghai, which was just his own speculation. Deputy Director Wang said that if there was no further evidence, they could only release him. "I came to find you to ask if you have any other clues." Xiangnan fell silent. He remembered what Shaju said before dinner about running into an aunt and a deaf old lady at the door. So it was the deaf old lady who found someone to intervene, affecting the outcome? Xiangnan sneered. How could he easily let Yi Zhonghai out? He told Luo Xiaopeng, "I don't have any clues about the hire murder case, but I have another case that is also related to Yi Zhonghai." "What kind of case?" Xiangnan recounted how Yi Zhonghai embezzled the living expenses of the He siblings, and Luo Xiaopeng laughed and said, "Although both sides have indeed reached a reconciliation, this is a public prosecution case, right? Even if both sides reconcile, it still falls under your jurisdiction, right? This matter indeed falls under our jurisdiction. I'll go gather evidence now. However, this matter is a bit complicated, and I can't guarantee how long he'll be sentenced." Luo Xiaopeng quickly went to the He family, got the postal receipts from He Yushui, and also the letters that He Daqing had sent over the years. With this evidence, Yi Zhonghai would definitely have to serve a few years in prison, and Wu Ti be getting out anytime soon. Luo Xiaopeng took the evidence and left, telling Xiangnan that Yi Zhonghai definitely wouldn't be able to run away this time. But even if he went in, he wouldn't be sentenced for long. Just a year or two. However, Xiangnan was already very satisfied. Not seeing this morally corrupt person for the next 2 years made him feel so relieved. He rested at home for a while and then went to work. On the other hand, He Daqing was also quite efficient. Not long after lunch, he took Shaju and went to find a matchmaker. Matchmaker Wu was the most famous matchmaker in the area, with plenty of resources. Matchmaker Wu was resting at home when she heard someone knock on the door. She opened it and saw He Daqing. Matchmaker Wu knew He Daqing. Before he found a widow by, he had asked her to find a wife for him. However, at that time, He Daqing had the same high requirements as Shaju, so it didn't work out in the end. Later, when Matchmaker Wu heard that He Daqing ran off with the widow by, she was a bit puzzled and said, "What is going on with He Daqing? He had such high requirements before. Why did he run off with a widow?" If I had known he liked widows, I would have introduced him to young girls. It's just a pity for the 2 kids he left behind. Now, seeing he Daqing bring Shaju, she was surprised and said, "Oh, isn't this Daqing? Why are you back again? Are you looking for a wife?" He Daqing awkwardly smiled at matchmaker Wu's teasing and said, "Look at you, what are you saying? This time it's not for me to find a wife. I'm still living with the widow Bai. I'm here to find a wife for my son." "Ah, your son is Shaju, right? Oh dear, that is also a tough case. All right, come in." Matchmaker Wu let them in and said without any pretense, "Shaju, I previously introduced you to 2 girls. But you didn't do well, and it all fell through. You remember this, right?" Shaju gritted his teeth and nodded, saying, "I remember. There are bad people in our courtyard. Both times I went on blind dates, they were messed up by that bastard Sudamao." Matchmaker Wu curled her lips dismissively, but didn't say anything. He Daqing noticed her expression was a bit off and said, "Sister Wu, just speak your mind. If you don't say it out loud, the issue won't be resolved, and it will still be messed up in the end." "You're right, fine. I'll just say it directly. Shaju, your first blind date was indeed ruined by Sudamao, but the second time was not." "What? The second time wasn't T? Who else in the courtyard doesn't want me to get married?" Matchmaker Wu shook her head and said, "I didn't want to offend anyone, but the person who ruined your marriage is just too much, and I have to say it. That person is your neighbor, Yi Zhonghai." After saying this, Matchmaker Wu expected both of them to be shocked, but she found that both He Daqing and Shaju looked very calm. She was surprised and asked, "Aren't you both shocked? Or do you know something?" He Daqing sighed and said, "Do you know why I came back this time?" He began to talk about how Yi Zhonghai embezzled the living expenses of Shaju and He Yushui. Matchmaker Wu was stunned after hearing this. She scolded, "That old miser. How could he be so wicked? This is the life-saving money for 2 kids. Shaju's eyes also turned red as he said, "During the 2 most difficult years for me and my sister, we had to pick up leftovers from restaurants. If it weren't for the chef of that restaurant being my dad's senior brother, who knows, my sister and I might have starved to death long ago. That old beast is too much." "Has he been caught?" "Yes, but not for this matter. It's for something else. As long as he is caught, who cares about anything else? Bad people should get their comeuppance. Let's not talk about that old beast anymore. Shaju, tell me what your requirements for a wife are." Shaju was about to speak when He Daqing hurriedly said, "Don't mention unrealistic requirements. Say something practical." Shaju felt a bit helpless, but still said, "I just want someone good-looking. It doesn't matter if they're from the city or not." Wu Meipa slapped her thigh and said, "If you had said this earlier, it would have been great. If you had said it earlier, you would have already had a wife. If it were someone else, I might persuade them a bit. Country folks don't have a set amount, and after marrying into the city, they might go hungry. But you are a chef, even in a disaster year. Your family won't starve." He Daqing let out a muffled grunt. He was really too embarrassed to say it out loud. Shaju, the chef, would indeed make his family go hungry. Shaju wanted to share his true feelings with Wu Meipa, but he opened his mouth and couldn't bring himself to say it. He Daqing patted him, saying, "You dare to think it, but you can't say it? Come on." Wu Meipa asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Does he have other requests?" He Daqing replied irritably, "He's taken a liking to our neighbor Qin Huairu. Do you know her? Just try to find someone like her." "Qin Huairu? Oh, she's from a Jia family, right? You can't think about that. She is someone else's wife." Shaju said, a bit embarrassed and angry, "I know she's someone else's wife. I'm just thinking about it. Thinking doesn't break the law. You can't even think about it? Forget it. I can't manage you, Shaju. Sister Wu, you better help him find a wife quickly. Once he has his own wife, he won't think about other people's wives. If Xiangnan were here, he would definitely scoff at this. That's not right. The legacy of Wei Wu is still passed down to this day, even to future generations. Boss Chow can become the idol of countless people because of his great achievements, and he has the same hobbies." However, Wu Meipa agreed, saying, "Qin Huairu does look quite good. She is one of the best in the countryside. But it's not like there isn't anyone better than her. Let me think." After a while, she suddenly slapped her thigh and said, "Got it. I really know a girl who is quite suitable for Shaju." "Who? What does she look like?" Shaju, most concerned about appearance, asked first about her looks. Wu Meipa said, "This girl is named Wu Qianqian. She is 20 years old. She was about to get married, but on the way to the wedding, she encountered police catching bandits, and a gunfight broke out. In the end, her fiancé had bad luck, Dozens of people were fine, but he was the only one who got hit and died on the spot. She hadn't even entered the door yet, and she became a living widow. Later, there were proposals for her, but her in-laws didn't agree, so the marriage was delayed. If you want to marry her, you have to get past her in-laws. Shaju seemed dissatisfied and frowned, saying, "Isn't she a bit old at 20? He Daqing slapped his head angrily, saying, "You're 25? Older than her. Sister Wu, how does this girl look? I have her photo. She used to ask me to help her find a match. She wanted to find someone from the city, but many people didn't agree due to her situation. You can take a look at the photo first. If you agree, I'll bring her over for you to meet." "Okay, as long as they're essay photo." Wu Meipa went to the back room and soon came out with a photo. As soon as Shaju saw the photo, his eyes lit up. Although it was a black and white photo, it did not diminish Wu Qianqian's beauty at all. Compared to Wu Qianqian, Qin Huairu looked like a pile of stinky dog poop. Shaju instantly fell in love with her, excitedly pointing at the photo, saying, "That's her. I want her." He Daqing was also a bit envious, silently cursing. This really is a good deal for this Shaju. Seeing Shaju nodding enthusiastically in agreement, Wu Meipa said, "All right, then I'll go find her tomorrow and let you two meet. But I need to tell you in advance, Wu Qianqian's in-laws are not easy to deal with. If they find out she is coming for a blind date, they will definitely cause trouble. You two need to be mentally prepared." He Daqing snorted coldly, dismissively saying, "I don't believe it. We two big men can't handle one woman." Shaju also scoffed, saying, "I'm not afraid of Aunt Jia. How can I be afraid of a countrywoman?" Wu Meipa knew how difficult Aunt Jia was, shaking her head with a bitter smile. These two are really evenly matched. Just be careful. He Daqing took out 5 yuan and gave it to Wu Meipa. Then he said, "Thank you for your trouble. This is just a small token of appreciation. After the matter is completed, there will be a thank you gift." Wu Meipa was all smiles, hoping these two could succeed soon. After sending the two out, she checked the time and decided to go to the countryside immediately. By the time she arrived, it would be evening. She planned to stay overnight and leave early the next morning with Wu Qianqian, so that Wu Qianqian's in-laws wouldn't discover it. Coincidentally, Wu Meipa's family was in the same village as Wu Qianqian, so they were somewhat related. That night, Wu Meipa returned to her family home and quietly sent a message to Wu Qianqian to come over. When Wu Qianqian arrived, Wu Meipa told her about the situation. Wu Qianqian was both happy and worried, saying, "Aunt, would he really like someone like me? How could he not? He only saw your photo and said he wanted to marry you. Just prepare to marry into the city and enjoy life." Wu Qianqian had a look of both hope and worry, making her seem truly pitiful. Chapter 49. Shaju's blind date the next morning. Wu Meipa quietly took Wu Qianqian away. When Wu Qianqian's mother-in-law discovered she was missing and went to Wu Meipa's family home, everyone there denied it. When pressed further, they said Wu Qianqian ran away on her own. This made her mother-in-law furious, but she was also a bit afraid to let Wu Qianqian go to the city alone. She thought about locking Wu Qianqian in the house when she returned, not letting her go out again. Wu Qianqian entered the city with a mix of anticipation and anxiety, and Wu Meipa brought her to 95 Nanluo Guxiang. Yin Bugui was still waiting at the door like before, ready to take advantage of the situation. When he saw Wu Qianqian, his eyes widened. He stood up and blocked Wu Meipa, asking, "Which family's girl is this? My Jiaqing hasn't married yet. How about?" Wu Meipa disdainfully replied, "Teacher Yin, you should just stay where it's cool. This is someone else's engagement. Don't come here to mess things up." How can that be called messing up? As the saying goes, the man is unmarried and the woman is unmarried. As long as she hasn't married yet, who is she engaged to? Shaju. Shaju? Yin Bugui chuckled, saying he definitely has no chance. This girl looks so good, she won't be interested in him. Even if she isn't interested in Shaju, she won't be interested in your family either. You should go ask someone else. Qianqian, let's go. Wu Meipa pulled Wu Qianqian toward the courtyard, quietly whispering to her about Yan's family's stinginess and miserly behavior. Wu Meipa smiled, saying, "Qianqian, even if this doesn't work out with Shaju, don't marry into the Yan family. If you do, it will truly be suffering." Wu Qianqian nodded seriously without speaking. As they entered the courtyard, they ran into Su Demao, who was about to go out. As soon as he saw them, he was stunned. How could there be such a beautiful girl in the world? How come he had never seen her before? In fact, Su Damao had gone to Wu Qianqian's village to show movies, but her mother-in-law was very strict and Wu Nti let her go out to watch the films. So they naturally had never met. Su Damao smiled and said, "Aunt Wu, who is this girl you brought? Why not introduce her to me?" Wu Meiper rolled her eyes impatiently at Su Damao, saying, "Forget it. This is for introducing to Sha Zhu. Do you believe that if Sha Zhu finds out you want to cut in, he would beat you to death? I don't believe that. Sister, you must not marry Sha Zhu. Just listen to that name. He is a big fool." Wu Qianqian anxiously asked, "Aunt, he really isn't a fool, is he? Don't listen to this bad guy's nonsense. Sha Zhu is just a nickname given by his father. In fact, he is not stupid. He is the chef at the steel mill. Just think about it. Would a steel mill hire a fool?" After hearing this, Wu Qianqian nodded, but didn't say anything. However, she already had a hint of doubt and planned to observe carefully. If the other party really was a fool, she would definitely run away. Su Damao wanted to continue speaking badly about Sha Zhu when Wu Matchmaker called out, "Oh, isn't this Yuzi? What are you doing here?" Su Damao was so scared upon hearing this that he didn't say a word and directly pushed his cart away. In fact, Sha Zhu was not there at all. He had gone out to buy things. Sha Zhu didn't expect Wu Qianqian to come so early. He had gone to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some candy, melon seeds, and peanuts to entertain guests. He hadn't returned yet. He Da-Ching was waiting at the door and smiled, saying, "Sister Wu is here, please come in. Zhuzi has gone to buy things and will be back soon." Wu Matchmaker said to Wu Qianqian, "This is Zhuzi's father, also a chef. But he doesn't work in the capital city. He works in Baoqing. He came back this time to settle Zhuzi's marriage. Once everything is done, he'll return to Baoqing. Look at this house. This one next door belongs to Zhuzi too. Oh, he has a younger sister, but she's already 16. In a few years, when his sister gets married, these two houses will be yours as a couple. One must say that Sha Zhu's conditions are quite decent, but his soft facilities are average. And there are too many people in the courtyard who want to cause trouble. Among them is the Jia family. Jia Zhongxu is standing at the door looking on, disdainfully saying, Sha Zhu is just a bachelor. Such a good girl definitely won't marry him. Qin Huairu, on the other hand, looked worried and said, Grandpa is not here, and no one is looking out for Sha Zhu. What if they really get together? What will happen to our family? Jia Zhongxu looked at her warily after hearing this. Qin Huairu saw that her mother-in-law's expression was not good and quickly explained, No, I mean if Sha Zhu really gets married. His lunchbox will definitely not be given to our family. That won't do. How can he not give our family his lunchbox? He owes us that. But if he gets married, his wife will definitely not be happy about it. Jia Zhongxu narrowed her eyes and said with a sinister smile, Huairu, when Sha Zhu comes back, you just go over and talk to him. You don't have to do anything. Just let the person who is supposed to be matched with Sha Zhu misunderstand. Qin Huairu turned to look at Jia Dongxu, who said irritably, Whatever our mom asks you to do, just do it, got it? Qin Huairu could only helplessly nod at the antics of the mother and son, and then went to wait in the corridor of the middle courtyard for Sha Zhu to return. Wu Matchmaker brought Wu Qianqian to sit with He Da-Ching and He Yushui, and everyone chatted while waiting for Sha Zhu to come back. To be honest, Sha Zhu's hardware is indeed impressive. He is the chef in the factory, and even in this year of famine, he won't go hungry. Not to mention that the He family has 2 houses. Even if they have children in the future, they won't have to worry about not having a place to live. If one were to insist on saying there is something bad, it would be that Sha Zhu's mother passed away early, and if they have children in the future, there will be no one to help look after them. But on the flip side, this is also an advantage. There will be no mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts. And once Wu Qianqian marries in, she will be in charge. Wu Qianqian, however, was a bit puzzled and glanced at He Yushui, thinking that Sha Zhu was a cook. Yet He Yushui was so thin. She thought for a moment and decided to ask about this doubt. He Yushui, of course, couldn't say that her brother was previously enchanted by the neighbor's daughter-in-law. She could only find a reason and said, I have to stay at school often. Although my brother gives me living expenses, the food at school is actually very poor, and even with money, you can't buy good things, so that's why I'm so thin. Wu Qianqian nodded, believing this explanation. After all, it was a year of famine, and it was normal for He Yushui to be thin. He Da-Ching thought that Wu Qianqian was worried about Sha Zhu having to support his sister, so he said, You don't need to worry about Yushui. I send her money every month. She's old enough to take care of herself, so you don't have to worry about her. Just focus on living your own life. That won't do. No matter what, Yu Shuai is also Zhu Zi's biological sister. We definitely have to take care of her. At this moment, Wu Qianqian had already begun to accept the He family, and she was determined that as long as Shaju wasn't too bad, she would marry him. Just as they were talking, Shaju returned. As soon as he walked into the corridor, he ran into Qin Huairu. Chapter 50, The Jia Family Scheme. Qianqian manipulates Shaju at this time. Qin Huairu saw him carrying a big bag of things and smiled, saying, "Oh, Zhu Zi, why did you buy so many things today?" Previously, Qin Huairu had always called him Shaju, but today she called him Zhu Zi to sabotage his blind date, so she changed her address to Zhu Zi to sound more intimate. Otherwise, calling him Shaju makes him sound like he has a brain smaller than a walnut. Hearing Qin Huairu call him that, he had no guard up, even though a matchmaker. He Da Qing and Yu Shuai had all told him to stay away from Qin Huairu. Shaju agreed with this viewpoint, but as soon as he saw Qin Huairu, he couldn't help himself. He had completely forgotten the previous advice and warnings. Shaju took out a bag and said, "Sister Qin, these are the peanuts I bought today. Do you want to try some?" Who is Qin Huairu? She was not polite at all, directly grabbing the entire bag and saying, "Trying some isn't enough. You know how greedy this child Bangong is. Why don't you just give me all of these?" "All right, you can take them. I bought plenty anyway. Oh, and there are peanut candies too. I haven't eaten those in a long time. Why don't you take some as well? Just take the whole bag." Qin Huairu grabbed the candy and took it away, also taking a couple of handfuls of melon seeds. In the end, Shaju returned with only half a bag of melon seeds. The middle courtyard was not very big, and the conversation between the two was overheard by the others in the room. He Da Qing had an embarrassed expression, and Wu Matchmaker looked displeased. Yu Shuai explained, "My brother is just kind-hearted. Once someone says something, he gives it away. It's a flaw, sister-in-law. You need to manage him well in the future." Wu Qianqian didn't say anything, but Wu Matchmaker bluntly said, "No matter how kind-hearted one is, there should be a bottom line, right? Who has ever seen someone on a blind date give away most of their things?" Yes, Zhu Zi was definitely wrong. I'll make sure to teach him a lesson later. At this moment, Shaju entered the room and immediately saw Wu Qianqian. That glance delighted him. Wu Qianqian looked even more beautiful in person than in the photo. He was determined to marry Wu Qianqian. Shaju placed the melon seeds on the table and said, "These are the new melon seeds I bought. They taste pretty good. You should try them." While Shaju was looking at Wu Qianqian, she was also observing him. Her first impression was actually quite good, although Shaju looked a bit anxious. He wasn't ugly. So far, aside from being a bit unclear about the neighbor's daughter-in-law, Wu Qianqian was quite satisfied with everything else. She wasn't worried at all about the neighbor's daughter-in-law. She was very confident in her looks and figure. Although the neighbor's daughter-in-law looked decent, she was no match for her. Wu Qianqian thought for a moment and decided to manipulate Shaju a bit. She said, "I don't like eating melon seeds." Shaju, like a lovesick puppy, asked, "Qianqian, then what do you like to eat?" "Candy." Why didn't you say so earlier? I just gave that bag of candy to someone else. We haven't met before. Besides, who would give away the things meant for a blind date?" At this moment, Shaju also felt a bit embarrassed, while Da Qing and the other three remained silent. In Da Qing's view, having some means is not a bad thing for his daughter-in-law. At least it prevents his foolish son from being schemed against by others. Wu Mappa also wanted to see if Wu Qianqian could handle Shaju. Shaju scratched his head and asked, "How about I go buy you some candy?" Wu Qianqian shook her head and said, "That's too expensive. I just want a few. Why don't you go ask for some from next door? That bag of candy. Even a child can't finish it. Qin Jia has 2 kids at home. Even they can't finish it, right? Just bring back a few, it's not that hard." Shaju had no choice but to stand up and say, "All right, I'll go ask." As Shaju went out, Wu Qianqian looked at Da Qing and said somewhat shyly, "Uncle He, am I being a bit too much?" "Not at all. This is what you should do. The Jia family needs to be dealt with. They always cling to my son, trying to bleed him dry. If you marry in, you need to be more careful." Shaju arrived at the Jia family, but the door was tightly shut. He knocked on the door and shouted, "Qin Jia, open the door." Qin Huairu replied from inside, "My husband has gone to work. It's just me and my mother-in-law at home. It's not convenient to open the door." Shaju was bewildered. "How come it's inconvenient now? You seemed fine when you took my stuff earlier." He knocked again and said, "Qin Jia, my date is here. She wants some candy. You have to give me a few." At this moment, Qin Huairu didn't reply, but Jia Zhangshi shouted loudly, "We don't have any. The candy is all gone." Shaju was so angry he almost laughed. "I bought half a pound of candy and didn't eat a single piece. I gave it all to you. You treat it like a meal? How can it be gone already?" "Shaju, stop rambling. It's gone, it's gone. Just leave." Jia Zhangshi shouted again. Shaju scratched his head helplessly. He couldn't think of any way out. He couldn't just kick down the door for a few pieces of candy. Just then, Wu Qianqian leaned against the door and said, "How about we just forget it? I'll go back first." Shaju suddenly panicked. "Don't go. Why are you leaving right after you came? I came for a blind date and didn't even get a piece of candy. It seems you have no sincerity. If that's the case, why should I continue with this date? I'm leaving." Seeing Wu Qianqian about to leave made Shaju anxious. "Qianqian, don't go. I'll get you candy. Hey, don't shout. I haven't agreed yet. If I don't get candy today, then our blind date is off." Shaju hurriedly called out, "There will be candy soon, just wait." He turned around and started knocking on the door again, shouting, "Qinjie, Qinjie, open the door quickly. Give me a few pieces of candy. I'm not asking for much." Behind the door, Jia Zhangshi sneered quietly, "Absolutely don't open the door. It's best to let Shaju fail at this date, so they can break up." Qin Huairu nodded and then started hiding the candy. So even if the door opened, Shaju wouldn't find any candy. Shaju knocked and shouted for a long time, attracting all the neighbors. However, everyone was just there to watch the fun. No one wanted to help. Someone said, "Shaju is really foolish. With the time he's spending knocking on the door, he could just go to the supply and marketing cooperative and buy some candy." Yin Bugue chimed in, "You don't get it. This isn't just about a few pieces of candy. It's about who has the final say. If Shaju can get candy from the Jia family, it means this girl has won, and the Jia family can't take advantage of Shaju anymore." "Oh, there's such a meaning to it?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would she insist on getting those few pieces of candy? How much can a few pieces of candy be worth?" Everyone nodded in realization, not expecting that even asking for candy could have such a deeper meaning. However, Shaju still couldn't get any candy. Qin Huairu hid the candy well, and then opened the door, pretending to cry, "Shaju, are you trying to take advantage of me while my husband is away?" "Well, Xingye, I didn't bully you. I just wanted a few pieces of candy. Is that too much to ask?" "Too much. Does my family owe you? Why do you come to my house asking for candy?" Shaju was shocked by her words, feeling somewhat angry. "Qinjie, you can't say that. You just took a whole bag of candy from me earlier. Now my date just wants a few pieces. Can't you just give them to me?" "I didn't take your candy. Don't lie. You clearly took it." Jia Zhangshi shouted from the side. "No means no. You say we took your candy. Do you have any proof?" After saying that, she started calling out, "Old Jia, come see, someone is bullying us." Shaju was forced to retreat repeatedly, feeling embarrassed and saying to Wu Qianqian, "How about I just go buy some candy?" Wu Qianqian rubbed her forehead and sighed. "Forget it. I don't want candy anymore." Shaju breathed a sigh of relief. Not eating candy anymore? That's good, that's good. The others couldn't help but look away. Shaju was really foolish. He didn't understand women's feelings at all. Chapter 51. Wu Qianqian's in-laws come to visit. Wu Qianqian said to Wu Ma-Pa, "Annie, let's go home." Shaju got anxious and quickly said, "Don't go. I've already bought the ingredients and prepared to cook some dishes. Why don't you stay and eat before you leave?" Wu Qianqian wanted to act tough, but her stomach betrayed her. Just then, her stomach growled, making her blush. Shaju was stunned, but he Da Qing said in time, "Since you're here, stay for dinner. Shaju's cooking is quite good. You should give it a try." Wu Ma-Pa also urged Wu Qianqian to stay and try it. So Wu Qianqian had no choice but to stay. Shaju started busying himself in the kitchen. Meanwhile, in the Jia family, Jia Zhangshi began to come up with bad ideas again, saying, "Wait until he finishes cooking, then you go ask for it." "Isn't that a bad idea? We just offended him. Will he agree now?" "Don't worry about whether he agrees or not. Just go ask. If he doesn't give it, just cry poor. Let's see if that little vixen dares to marry over here." "All right then." Originally, Qin Huairu had some hesitation, but when she thought about Shaju's lunchbox not returning to her family, she ultimately agreed to Jia Zhangshi's plan. While Shaju was still cooking, Wu Qianqian got up to go to the restroom. Wu Ma-Pa wanted to go with her, but Wu Qianqian said she knew where the restroom was and didn't let her follow. Wu Qianqian went to the restroom alone, and when she came out, she saw the horse-faced young man from before coming over again. Su Damao hadn't left. He had been looking for an opportunity to cut in. Although Su Damao was currently with Lu Xiao, he wasn't a decent person himself, and he couldn't resist double-dipping. The main reason was that Wu Qianqian was too beautiful. He was immediately attracted to her, and more importantly, she was Shaju's blind date, which made him even more eager to ruin it. Su Damao approached, and Wu Qianqian warily said, "What do you want?" "My aunt told me you're a bad person." "You're mistaken. I'm not a bad person. It's Wu Ma Pa who's the bad one. She introduced you to Shaju, which is like pushing you into a fire pit. You're talking nonsense. My aunt is from the same village as me. She definitely wouldn't harm me. Do you know what kind of person Shaju is? He's a violent man who hits people at the drop of a hat, and he's also lecherous. He has a crush on the young wife next door. Her husband is still there, and he starts bringing her lunch boxes every day." If Su Damao had said something else, Wu Qianqian might not have believed him. However, she had seen all of Shaju and Qin Huairu's interactions, and it was clear that there was something ambiguous between them. Wu Qianqian said with some suspicion, "Is what you said true? How could it be false? If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone, and you'll know if I'm telling the truth. Here is what you should do. Come with me, and I'll take you to ask someone." Just as Wu Qianqian was about to speak, she suddenly saw a group of people walking over from a distance, and she was so frightened that she immediately ran back into the courtyard. Su Damao was confused. Everything was going well, and why did she suddenly run away? He turned around and saw a group of people approaching aggressively. The leader was an old woman, Wu Qianqian's mother-in-law, Zhou Wushi. She originally wanted to wait for Wu Qianqian to return to the village to settle accounts with her. But the more she thought about it at home, the angrier she became. So she called her 3 nephews and headed into the city. She didn't know who Wu Qianqian was on a date with, but she knew where the matchmaker lived. When she arrived at the matchmaker's house and asked the neighbors in the yard, she found out that the matchmaker had gone to number 95, Nanluo Guxiang. When Zhou Wushi saw Su Damao, she frowned and asked, "This is number 95, Nanluo Guxiang, right?" "Yes, this is it." "Then there's no mistake. Daegu, you 3 be tough later. Wu Qianqian is my daughter-in-law for life, and no one can take her away." "Okay." The 4 of them entered the courtyard, and just as Yin Bugue was about to ask a question, Zhou Daegu pulled him aside. As soon as Zhou Wushi entered the courtyard, she saw Wu Qianqian and screamed, "Well, I was wondering where you went. Turns out you were here, sneaking around with someone. You come home right now. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death. You little bitch." Zhou Wushi immediately slapped Wu Qianqian across the face, making her face turn red, which distressed the men around her. Shaju was suddenly furious and rushed over, shouting, "How can you old witch, hit people at will? You must be that wild man, right? This is my daughter-in-law. I can discipline her however I want. What does it have to do with you? What daughter-in-law? Your son is dead, and you still want to delay her. She is born a member of the Zhou family and will die a ghost of the Zhou family. In this life, she will never marry anyone else." Shaju angrily scolded, "It's a new country now. How can there still be such feudal, old stubbornness like you?" Zhou Wushi didn't want to waste time talking to him and turned to her 3 nephews, saying, "Daegu, Ergu, Sangu, go for it. Beat this wild man to death." Zhou Daegu rushed in with punches and kicks aimed at Shaju. It's no wonder he was so enthusiastic before coming. Zhou Wushi had quietly told him that when they got back, he could sleep with Wu Qianqian, and as long as he left her a child. That would be good enough. Wu Qianqian was his goddess, and if he could sleep with her, he would trade 10 years of his life for it. So Zhou Daegu desperately wanted to take Wu Qianqian back. Both of them were about the same strength. But Zhou Daegu was a country boy and hadn't formally practiced martial arts. In contrast, Shaju had practiced wrestling for a while, so in a real fight, Zhou Daegu might not necessarily be able to beat Shaju. However, he forgot that Zhou Daegu had 2 brothers. Zhou Ergu and Zhou Sangu rushed over to help, and Shaju immediately became outmatched. He Daqing also came to help, but was kicked away. He Daqing sat on the ground shouting, "We are all from the same courtyard. Are you just going to watch outsiders bully our people?" Su Damao wished Shaju would get beaten up, smiling as he said, "Uncle it's not that I don't want to help, but this is a personal matter. Besides, Shaju is trying to snatch someone else's daughter-in-law. That's not very noble. So he deserves to be beaten." Yin Jieqing nodded in agreement, saying, "Exactly, we shouldn't get involved in this matter. You all should resolve it yourselves." In the entire courtyard, only Yi Zhonghai could mobilize everyone. He Daqing, who had been running for years, couldn't call anyone. Moreover, the people present didn't want Shaju to marry such a beautiful woman, so they wouldn't help. Wu Qianqian was on the verge of despair. Was there really no way but to go back? To live her whole life as a widow? Just then, a loud gunshot rang out, shocking everyone in the courtyard. Only Xiang Nan had a gun in the entire courtyard. He had been sleeping in his house when the noise from the courtyard woke him up. He pushed open his door and saw the courtyard in chaos. Not caring about what had happened, he directly fired a warning shot. Chapter 52. Conflict. He Daqing and the son get beaten. Zhou Wushi also reacted, screaming, "How can there be a gun here? Are there bandits? Hurry up and call the police." Xiangnan glanced at her and said impatiently, "What are you shouting about? I'm from the steel factory security department. It's normal to have a gun. Can someone tell me what is going on and why it's so chaotic?" Su Demao hurried over, acting servile, and said, "Captain Xiang, what else could it be? Shaju is on a blind date today, but he ended up with someone else's daughter-in-law. Now, the mother-in-law has come and beaten him up." Upon hearing this, Xiang Nan was surprised and said, "Is there such a thing? Shaju, this is your fault. Isn't it?" Shaju, unwilling to back down, shouted, "Her son is dead. And Qianqian hasn't even married yet. Can't she remarry?" Xiang Nan nodded, saying, "I see. Then it's indeed this aunt who is unreasonable. Your son is dead, and she hasn't married yet, so you really can't delay her from remarrying." Zhou Wushi screamed wildly. "What reason is there for that? As long as she is my family's person for one day, she will be for life. Even if she dies, she must be buried with my son. Aunt, it's not the same as before. We have a new country now, and there are no such rules. My rules are rules. It doesn't matter who comes. You're not from our village and have no right to manage me." Xiang Nan shook his head helplessly, saying, "I indeed have no right to manage you. But someone can. Get someone to the street and call Director Wang from the street office. Also, ask the Women's Federation to come. I want to see how long someone like her can be judged." Zhou Wushi was startled and said, "What? You can still sentence me?" "Of course. Our new country's marriage law stipulates that marriage is free and divorce is free. Not to mention you. Even a biological mother has no right to restrict someone else's marriage." Zhou Wushi refused to accept this and shouted, "We are country people. We don't understand what you're saying. If you don't understand, then learn properly. Not understanding is not a reason for you to break the law." Xiang Nan's words were indeed effective. Someone went to call Director Wang, and the Women's Federation people also arrived. Director Wang briefly understood the situation and then said loudly, "Wu Qianqian can marry whoever she wants. You cannot stop her. If you dare to stop her, it's against the law, and you'll be locked up." Zhou Wushi still refused to accept it, saying, "I don't understand what you're saying. Anyway, no one in our village manages this. That's the village chief's irresponsibility, but it doesn't mean we can't manage it. You definitely can't take the girl away today. You either go back honestly, or I'll have the police lock you up for a few days. You choose." Zhou Wushi certainly was unwilling to leave so dejectedly, but there were too many people on the opposite side, and they had a gun. She looked at her nephews, and they all turned into turtles, not daring to say anything. Zhou Wushi sighed, saying, "All right, we can go back, but she has to return my betrothal gift." Director Wang looked at Wu Qianqian, who angrily said, "Didn't you take my betrothal gift a long time ago? You even took my house. Why are you still asking me for the betrothal gift?" Wu Qianqian's parents had long passed away, and she had no siblings. Although Zhou Wushi's son was gone, she still had a whole bunch of relatives in the village. So, Zhou Wushi was desperately bullying Wu Qianqian, and no one dared to say anything. However, this was not the village after all. Director Wang was still very fair. She looked at Zhou Wushi and asked, "Is what she said true? You better think carefully before answering. If you keep talking nonsense, I can still lock you up." Zhou Wushi, still somewhat reluctant, said, "But she has eaten at my house for several years. Shouldn't she pay?" Wu Qianqian retorted loudly, "I even work for your family." Director Wang impatiently said, "Enough. Don't say any more. Now, take your nephew and go back to the village. Don't let me see you again." Zhou Wushi had no choice but to leave in disgrace, glaring at Wu Qianqian and thinking to herself, "Just wait. When you come back, I'll see how I deal with you." Finally, Zhou Wushi and her 3 nephews left, and Shaju breathed a sigh of relief. He really couldn't handle those 3 brutes. and his whole body still hurt. However, Shaju was still very happy. After this ordeal, Wu Qianqian would definitely stay. But he was completely overthinking it. When he invited Wu Qianqian into the house, she directly refused. Shaju panicked and said, "Why not go in? Let's just forget about it. Look at you. If Zhou Dege and the others come back, what will you do? If he dares, I can take him down myself. What if all three brothers come together?" Shaju had nothing more to say this time. The matchmaker tried to mediate, saying, "Let us just call it a day. Next time, I'll bring Qianqian over again. But you should go to the hospital first. You're still bleeding." Shaju stubbornly insisted, "It's nothing. It's just a small matter." "No. I see your dad's face is pale. You should hurry and take him to the hospital." He Daqing had been kicked, and although he could hold it in before, he really couldn't anymore. Shaju took He Daqing to the hospital, and after the examination, it turned out that He Daqing had broken a rib and would need at least a month to heal. He Daqing said, "No way. I still have to go back to work." The doctor didn't even look up and said, "You definitely can't work in your current state. If you sit in the office, you might manage a bit, but I heard you're a cook. You should just go home and rest. It's not too late to go back to work once you've healed." He Daqing was very conflicted. He had only taken a few days off, but if he had to recover for a month, what would happen to his job? Fortunately, at this time, it wasn't he as heartless as in later years. He called the restaurant in Baocheng and explained his situation. The restaurant manager also told him to rest well, his salary would still be paid, and medical expenses could be reimbursed later. Thus, He Daqing was able to rest assured in the hospital. As for Wu Qianqian, she returned home with the matchmaker. Of course, it wasn't Wu Qianqian's home in the countryside. It was the matchmaker's home. She didn't dare go back to her countryside home now. "Andy, can I stay at your house for a while?" "Of course you can. I think you shouldn't go back. Just stay here. If you think Shaju is suitable, marry him after a while. If you don't like him, I'll help you refuse and find someone else." In the matchmaker's view, given Wu Qianqian's looks, she could definitely marry into the city. If she married someone capable, she might also be able to get help in the future. Wu Qianqian shook her head gently and said, "Please help me refuse Shaju." "You really don't like him?" "No, mainly because I have someone I like." The matchmaker was greatly shocked. "Didn't you say you didn't have anyone before? How come you have someone now?" Wu Qianqian's face turned red as she said, "I just started liking him." "Who is it?" "It's the one with the gun." The matchmaker was even more shocked. "You like Xiangnan?" The matchmaker knew about the single men and women nearby. "The person you're talking about is Xiangnan. He will be a very good marriage prospect. Although he is an orphan, he is also a martyr's child, and he is already a deputy section chief at a young age. I can't imagine how many people would want to marry him, but he is too young. He is several years younger than you. So I'm afraid he wouldn't agree." Wu Qianqian shyly said, "Auntie, could you help me ask him?" The matchmaker smiled and said, "Okay, I'll help you ask." Whenever Wu Qianqian thought of Xiangnan, she felt inexplicably at ease, thinking that with him around, she was not afraid of anything. She didn't know what this feeling was called, but in later years, there was a ready-made term for it, a sense of security. Chapter 53, Liking Xiangnan at that time. Wu Qianqian was nearly in despair when Xiangnan appeared with a gun, instantly giving her an infinite sense of security, and she fell in love with him. The matchmaker prepared a room for Wu Qianqian. The matchmaker had a husband and a son. However, her husband had passed away years ago, and her son had gone to work in another city. With nothing to do at home, she started working as a matchmaker. She had extra rooms that were previously unoccupied, so it was just right for Wu Qianqian to move in. After the matchmaker tidied up the room, she was about to go out to buy groceries when she happened to see Xiangnan coming over. He was on his way to work, passing by the matchmaker's house. As soon as the matchmaker saw him, her eyes lit up, and she immediately ran over. "Section Chief Xiang, where are you going?" "To work. I'm on the afternoon shift, from afternoon to evening." "That is still early. Why not come to my house for a bit?" "No, I have things to do." But the matchmaker didn't care about that and pulled him directly to her home. Wu Qianqian was cleaning and didn't expect the matchmaker to be so efficient. She had just talked to her about this, and the matchmaker had immediately brought Xiangnan over. Startled, Wu Qianqian hid inside and began to tidy herself up. In fact, there wasn't much to tidy up. She didn't have anything to use for beautifying herself, so she could only wipe her face with a towel. Xiangnan, confused, said, "Aunt Wu, why did you bring me here?" I'm still young and can't get married. It's fine. I just wanted to ask you something. Sit down, Qianqian. Why Haven tea? You made tea for Section Chief Xiang. Okay, I'll be right there. Wu Qianqian brewed a cup of tea and brought it to Xiang Nan. The moment she saw him, her face immediately turned red. This was the first time Xiang Nan seriously looked at Wu Qianqian, and to be honest, she was indeed quite pretty. No wonder Shaju was smitten at once. Even though Xiang Nan had seen countless beauties on his phone in his past life, seeing Wu Qianqian now still gave him a very stunning feeling. The matchmaker secretly observed Xiang Nan's expression and smiled. Knowing that this matter was set, she spoke. Section Chief Xiang, what do you think of our Qianqian? Very good. Wait, isn't she dating Shaju? Oh, don't mention that. With what happened before, is there still a chance for them? How is that not possible? Shaju got hurt for her. Wu Qianqian said, I will compensate him. But I really don't like him. If you don't like him, then who do you like? Wu Qianqian's face turned red, and she immediately stood up and hid in the room. The matchmaker laughed. My Section Chief Xiang, are you really clueless or just pretending? What do you think? Xiang Nan looked incredulous and said, she likes me? No way. We've never even met before. But you saved her with your gun, so she must like you now. It can work like that? The matchmaker waved her hand and said, I'll ask you one straightforward question. Do you like her? If you do, just nod, and tomorrow you too can get your marriage certificate. No, I'm not old enough to get married. This is simple. Just go to the street and change your age. Just say it was recorded wrong before, and now you remember it correctly. Just add a few years. Xiang Nan looked at Wu Qianqian, who was blushing and lowering her head. Xiang Nan smiled and said, You heard what Aunt Wu just said, right? Wu Qianqian nodded and said to Xiang Nan, What do you mean? If you really want to marry me, let us go get the marriage certificate today. If you don't agree, then let us pretend this never happened, and I'll leave right now. Wu Qianqian's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head more. Seeing her silent, Xiang Nan became a bit anxious. He asked, Do you agree or not? Give me a clear answer. Wu Qianqian remained silent, and the matchmaker couldn't stand it anymore. She pointed out, You silly boy, her not opposing means she agrees. Really? If you really agree, just nod your head. Wu Qianqian gently nodded her head, and Xiang Nan happily said, Great. Then let's go get the marriage certificate now. The matchmaker said, Why are you in such a hurry? There are still procedures to handle. Oh, is it about the betrothal gifts? I don't understand that. Just tell me a number, as long as it's not too excessive. I'll agree. It's not about the betrothal gifts. Our Qianqian doesn't have parents anymore, so we don't need those. But she needs to go back to get a letter of introduction. You know that person from the Zhou Wu family. Qianqian definitely won dare to go back alone. So you'd better go with her. That's easy. I'll take a day off tomorrow. I'll definitely get this sorted out. Also about your matter, you should go to the street office first to sort out your age. Got it, I'll go right away. Anyway, it was still early. So Xiang Nan rode his bike to the street office. Director Wang hadn't gotten off work yet. When she saw Xiang Nan, she asked, Why are you here again? Did something happen in your courtyard? Aunt Wang, I'm here for some personal matters. Personal matters? What is it? I like a girl and want to marry her. Director Wang happily said, That's great. Bring the girl over so I can take a look. I will, but my age. Director Wang laughed and said, What problem could your age have? No problem. You're already 20 this year. Huh? Am I 20? That's right, you're 20. At least according to your household registration. In fact, Director Wang had changed it when she was helping him with his job. Xiang Nan was too young before, and it was definitely against the rules for him to work. Unlike in later generations, where all data is entered into the system, making any change is incredibly difficult. But in this era, all information is handwritten, and changing an age is just a matter of writing. Of course, for an ordinary person, it would be very difficult to change. But Director Wang is not an ordinary person. If she wants to change something, it's done in no time. Xiang Nan smiled and said, Thank you so much, Aunt Wang. I'll come over to get the certificate tomorrow. Good. I'm looking forward to seeing what the bride is like. Xiang Nan happily left and returned to the matchmaker. He took out the braised meat he had made earlier and said to Wu Qianqian, You haven't eaten yet, right? Have some of this meat. Ah, so much meat. How much did this cost? Not much. I made some meat before and had someone turn it into braised meat. You can eat some whenever. Try it. It tastes really good. Wu Qianqian tasted a piece, and it was indeed delicious. The matchmaker smiled and said, I didn't expect Xiao Xiang to be so considerate. He even brought out good things. Wu Qianqian then mustered her courage to ask, "Do you have any money? Can you lend me 5 yuan? I promise to pay you back later." "Sure, here you go." Xiang and Dinti asked her what she needed the money for and directly gave her 10 yuan. "This is too much. I only need 5. I want to buy something to see Shaju. Although I don't want to marry him, he got hurt because of me, so I must go thank him. Also, I need to make it clear to him that we have nothing to do with each other from now on." The matchmaker nodded with a smile. "That's good. This needs to be made clear. After all, you will be marrying into the courtyard, and if you don't clarify, it won't be good for you or Xiao Xiang." Xiang then took out some tickets from his pocket and asked, "Do you want me to go with you?" "No need. You still have to go to work." "You go to work first." "Okay. Aunt Wu, sorry to trouble you." "It's nothing. Not a trouble at all." Xiang then left, and Wu Qianqian took the money and tickets to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things. Then she went to the hospital with the matchmaker. Shaju was fine. Although he had been beaten up, he was strong and had recovered. Instead, he Daqing, due to his old age, had a broken rib and wouldn't be well for at least a month. When Shaju saw Wu Qianqian coming, he was very surprised. Chapter 54. Rejecting Shaju. Shaju grinned and said, "Qianqian, are you here to see me?" "I'm here to see Uncle He. I'm really sorry for the trouble I caused you." Shaju laughed and said, "It's okay, we have tough skin. A beating doesn't matter." He Daqing rolled his eyes. This silly boy was fine, but he was in a terrible condition. Wu Qianqian said to Shaju, "Can we talk alone for a moment?" Shaju thought she wanted to say sweet words to him, so he happily followed her outside. He Daqing realized what was happening and asked the matchmaker, "Is she going to reject my silly son?" "Yes, she has someone else in mind. She is here to clarify things with Shaju." "What? She has someone she likes? Why is she still here to meet with Shaju?" "No, you misunderstood. She didn't before, but now she does." "What? Just in half a day, she found someone she likes? Who is it? Su Damao?" "No, but you'll find out sooner or later. I'll tell you it's Xiangnan." "Xiangnan? No, have they even met?" "They haven't even spoken. I can't figure out either, but I think it might be because of that shot he fired." He Daqing fell silent. Having a gun makes a difference, and those who use spoons can't compare to those who use guns. On the other side, Wu Qianqian made things clear to Shaju. Shaju was struck by lightning, and he shouted, "Why? I think we were getting along well. Why are you suddenly rejecting me?" "I'm sorry. I like someone else now. I can only say sorry to you." Shaju gritted his teeth and asked, "Who is it? Is it Su Damao?" It must be said that they were indeed father and son. Even the guesses were the same. Wu Qianqian shook her head and said, "No, it's Xiangnan." "What? That kid, I'll fight him." Shaju rushed out, and no matter how hard Wu Qianqian tried to pull him back, she couldn't stop him. Wu Qianqian found the matchmaker and anxiously said, "Aunt, Shaju went to find Xiangnan. What if they fight?" The matchmaker was much calmer. She waved her hand and said, "It's fine. Let us go to the steel mill." In fact, Shaju didn't go to the steel mill. He first returned to the courtyard. As a result, he couldn't find Xiangnan, so he impulsively smashed Xiangnan's house, breaking everything that could be smashed inside. Su Damao was resting at home when he suddenly heard the sounds of smashing from next door. He hurriedly ran out to see that it was actually Shaju smashing Xiangnan's house. Curious, he asked Shaju, "What did Xiangnan do to offend you that you're smashing his house?" Shaju angrily scolded, "None of your business. If you say more, I'll beat you too." Su Damao shrank back, and he said to Lu Haizhong, who was watching the excitement nearby, "Second uncle, aren't you going to do something? Shaju is smashing Xiangnan's house for no reason. That's illegal." Lu Haizhong nodded and said, "Yes, Shaju, you can't act recklessly. Get lost. If you say another word, I'll beat you too." Lu Haizhong was furious but didn't dare to provoke the enraged Shaju, so he could only say, "You're simply unreasonable." Su Damao's eyes turned, and he quietly left. He wanted to warn Xiangnan. He did this for 2 reasons. One was, of course, to deal with Shaju, and the other reason was that Xiangnan was now the deputy director of the security department. Such a young deputy director. Su Damao had never even heard of one before, so he believes that Xiangnan's future is limitless. If he doesn't curry favor now, when will he? Su Damao quickly arrived at the security department of the steel mill, and then he saw Xiangnan with the girl who had previously been set up with Shaju. Wu Qianqian thought Shaju had come to find trouble with Xiangnan, so she rushed over to warn him. As it turned out, Shaju didn't come, and she had to tell Xiang Nan about it. Su Damao happened to see this and immediately understood why Shaju was angry enough to smash Xiang Nan's home. Xiang Nan really has some skills. He pried Shaju's woman away, which is fantastic. This is my ally. In Su Damao's mind, anyone who opposed Shaju was his ally. After Su Damao figured this out, he hurriedly ran over and said, Xiang's section chief, it's bad. Shaju has returned to the courtyard and smashed your house to pieces. Xiang Nan wasn't angry yet, but Zhang Ping was already furious. Zhang Ping shouted, daring to smash our section chief's house. He's tired of living. Brothers, follow me. Xiang Nan didn't move. Since Zhang Ping was going, he naturally didn't need to worry. When Zhang Ping and his men rushed to the courtyard, Shaju had already returned to his home. Yu Shui also came back from school and heard that He Daqing had been hospitalized, so she was very concerned. Yu Shui was cooking, preparing to finish the meal and take it to the hospital. At that moment, Zhang Ping and his men came in, and she was shocked, saying, How did you guys get in here? Zhang Ping didn't say much. He just asked, Where's Shaju? Shaju climbed out of bed and said, Grandpa is here. Zhang Ping coldly said, You dare to call yourself Grandpa in front of me? Shaju, you really have lived long enough. Take him away. You dare. If anyone touches me, I'll kill him. Zhang Ping didn't waste any words. He directly pulled out a gun and pointed it at Shaju, saying, Say one more word. Try me and see if I won't kill you. Seeing the gun, Shaju instantly wilted. He had no choice but to be handcuffed and taken away. Yu Shui, with a sobbing tone, asked, Why are you arresting my brother? What did he do? When Shaju smashed Xiang Nan's house, Yu Shui hadn't returned from school yet. She knew nothing. Zhang Ping angrily said, Go check our section chief's house. It's all his doing. After saying that, Zhang Ping turned and left. Yu Shui went to Xiang Nan's house, and her heart sank. How did it end up like this? There wasn't a single good thing left in the house. Everything was ruined. So this was done by my brother? Yu Shui was in a daze. She was just a high school student and didn't know what to do. She thought of her father and felt relieved. Thankfully, He Daqing was still around. At that moment, Yu Shui felt incredibly secure. Having an elder at home made a difference. She hurriedly finished cooking and took it to the hospital. Upon meeting, she anxiously said, Dad, it's bad. My brother was taken away by the security department. She recounted what had just happened to He Daqing. He Daqing was already mentally prepared. He knew Xiang Nan had taken Wu Qianqian, and Shaju would definitely be dissatisfied. But he was injured and couldn't stop it. He helplessly said, Wu Qianqian is with Xiang Nan now, so your brother is so angry. Huh? How could this happen? He Daqing shook his head and said, Let's not worry about that for now. You go to the security department at the factory and see what the outcome is. If they want compensation, then just pay it. I've come to realize that the money Yi Zhonghai compensated won't be enough. In the end, he will have to pay it all out. Yu Shui first took care of her father's meal, and then she went to the security department. At this time, Shaju was locked up. He was very agitated at first, shouting and making a scene. However, after about 10 minutes when Zhang Ping went in, he calmed down and collected himself. With him being just a small chef, he couldn't possibly stand against the security department. Yu Shui found Xiang Nan and directly said, Xiang Nan, I know my brother has wronged you. Please don't make it difficult for him. I will pay for your losses. Xiang Nan smiled and said, I don't want your money. Just restore my house, and I'll release your brother right away. That's fair, right? What could Yu Shui say? She could only nod and say, Thank you, Xiang Nan. I'll go buy it right away. Here's the list. Just buy according to this. Whenever you finish buying everything, I will release your brother. Thank you, Xiang Nan. I'm going now. Yu Shui took the list back and saw the items on it and felt a headache coming on. The money was manageable. Shaju had just received Yi Zhonghai's compensation, and although he gave some to Qin Huairu, he still had nearly $1,000 left. What gave her a headache was the receipts. Most of the items on the list required receipts. She could only go to the black market first, spending 2 nights to gather the receipts, and then she went to buy all the items before sending them to Xiang Nan's house. Not mentioning Yu Shui's side for now, let's talk about Xiang Nan. Because Xiang Nan knew that Shaju had smashed his house. He didn't go home and instead stayed in the security department's lounge for the night. Chapter 55. The challenge before getting married the next morning. Xiang Nan found Section Chief Sun to ask for a day off. Section Chief Sun smiled and asked, "What do you need a day off for?" Xiang Nan mysteriously smiled and said, "I'm getting married." "What?" Section Chief Sun was taken aback and curiously asked, "You're getting married? Who's the partner? When did this happen?" "Hee. I'll talk about it later. I have to accompany my partner back to the village first. After getting the introduction letter, I'll go to the street to get the certificate. By the way, could you help me get another introduction letter? I can't issue it here. You'll have to go to Director Li. He can issue it." Director Li is Li Huaid, who is very enthusiastic towards Xiang Nan. He became the deputy factory director largely because of Xiang Nan, so he believes Xiang Nan is his lucky star. Li Huaid smiled and asked, "Where's your partner from?" "From Shaowu village." "Oh, from the countryside? Doesn't he seem worthy of you?" Xiang Nan didn't explain and just smiled, saying, "Once you meet her, you'll know if she's worthy of me." "Oh, then I definitely want to meet her. By the way, when will you hold the banquet?" "This weekend. You must come." "Didactoli." "Definitely. I'll be there." Li Huaid was genuinely good at socializing. Not only did he quickly issue the introduction letter for Xiang Nan, but he also gave him some receipts. Although Xiang Nan didn't need them, he still had to acknowledge this favor. After getting the introduction letter, Xiang Nan left the steel mill, and as soon as he exited the factory gate, he saw Wu Qianqian waiting for him at the entrance. When Xiang Nan saw her, he was momentarily stunned. He suddenly felt a sensation he had never experienced in both of his lives. In his previous life, before he crossed over, Xiang Nan had never been married, though he had 2 girlfriends. However, neither of them made him feel this way, but he felt it with Wu Qianqian. Is this the feeling of home? Before crossing over, Xiang Nan had only felt this sense of home with his parents. It was a very mysterious thing. Either you have it or you don't. Wu Qianqian walked over and smiled, asking, "What are you daydreaming about?" Nothing. Come on, let's go get the certificate." Without thinking, Xiang Nan stepped forward and took Wu Qianqian's hand. If this were a modern context, it would be no problem at all. The girl might even think he was too conservative since people usually walk with their waists hugged. But in this era, holding hands was already quite excessive. Wu Qianqian quickly retracted her hand as if she had touched a hot iron. With a slight blush, she said, "How can you do that? What's wrong? Can't I hold my wife's hand? But I'm not your wife yet." "Oh, if that's the case, does that mean when you become my wife, you can hold my hand?" Xiang Nan laughed and said, "Great, let's go get the certificate. Come on, get in my car." Wu Qianqian sat in the back seat and immediately began to kick her legs fiercely towards the south. Wu Qianqian's hometown is Shaowu village, where more than half of the people have the surname Wu. People with the surname Wu are considered relatives, even if they are distantly related, and in the past, it was forbidden for those with the same surname to marry. However, this rule is no longer strictly observed, as long as they are not close relatives within 3 generations. They can marry. This is also the reason why the son of Zhou Wushi was able to marry Wu Qianqian. Unfortunately, this guy was very unlucky. On the way to the wedding, they encountered a battle between bandits and the police. Such incidents are very rare, and this time, only Zhou Wushi's son died. Zhou Wushi only had this one son, and she was heartbroken. At that moment, she vowed to protect Wu Qianqian and absolutely would not let her marry another man. Although Wu Qianqian wanted to remarry later on, every time someone came to court her, Zhou Wushi would take her nephew and scare them away. Over time, Wu Qianqian found it impossible to get married again. However, this time Wu Qianqian became smarter and decided to look for suitors directly in the city instead of the village. Once she entered the city, Zhou Wushi had no control over her, and as a result, she was warned by the street office and then sent back. Zhou Wushi was still angry, not believing that Wu Qianqian would never return. As soon as Wu Qianqian came back, she would immediately detain her and would never let her enter the city again. Just then, a young boy ran over and said, "Grandma, Qianqian's sister is back." This boy was Zhou Wushi's grandnephew, calling her grandma by generation. Zhou Wushi quickly said, "Go call your Uncle Degu over here, since she is back. She can't think about going out again." Soon, Degu, Ergu, and Sango all arrived. Zhou Wushi waved her hand and said, "Let's go teach this little wretch a lesson." Zhou Degu quickly said, "Aunt, don't hit her too hard. If you hurt her too badly, you'll have to spend money to take care of her, which is not worth it." At this point, he had already regarded Wu Qianqian as his own woman, so naturally, He didn't want her to be beaten too badly. Zhou Wushi glared at him and said, "Useless guy, this is nothing yet, and you're already protecting her. If something really happens, won't you be in deep trouble because of her?" Zhou Dege chuckled and said, "I don't mind." The group went to Wu Qianqian's house, only to find it empty. Zhou Wushi asked around and learned that Wu Qianqian had actually gone to the village chief's house. Zhou Wushi immediately understood and shouted, "Good. She dares to go get a recommendation letter. Let's see if I don't break her legs this time." Zhou Dege was also a bit angry. Was this woman trying to marry into the city? Absolutely not allowed. The group then went to the village chief's house, where the village chief Zhou Zhenghua was arguing with Xiangnan. Logically, the village chief should remain impartial and neutral. However, Zhou Zhenghua had a closer relationship with Zhou Wushi's family, and since Wu Qianqian had no other relatives in the village, she appeared to be easier to bully, so Zhou Zhenghua naturally leaned towards Zhou Wushi. He chuckled and said, "This recommendation letter isn't impossible to issue, but you have to explain your situation first. I can't just issue it without knowing the details. What if you run off with Qianqian?" Xiangnan coldly replied, "Haven't I already shown you my work permit? Don't you believe it? In this day and age, fake permits are not unheard of. How could anyone believe that someone so young is a section chief?" Xiangnan was indeed a bit too young. The section chiefs Zhou Zhenghua knew were all over 30. Xiangnan coldly snorted, "My age as a section chief is none of your business. I only ask you, will you issue this recommendation letter or not?" "I can't issue it. I must first confirm your identity." Xiangnan knew he was stalling for time, waiting for Zhou Wushi and the others to arrive. Sure enough, after a while, there was a commotion outside. Zhou Dege and the others heard that Wu Qianqian had brought a man back, and they immediately came over with weapons. They blocked the village chief's house, and Zhou Dege shouted, "You from the city, come out." Xiangnan stepped out, and Zhou Dege was taken aback. He thought the person was Shaju, only to find it was someone else. Zhou Dege certainly recognized this person. He was the one who had fired a gun in the courtyard. In an instant, Zhou Dege's confidence was shaken. Xiangnan coldly said, "What? Is this a bandit den? Who are you going to use those weapons against?" Zhou Ergu, holding a hunting rifle, sneered, "Don't think you're the only one with a gun. We have them too. Get lost immediately, or I'll be rude." However, Xiangnan did not respond to him. Instead, he fired a bullet, and with a bang, he shot Zhou Ergu's hunting rifle, causing him to drop it. Not to mention, Xiangnan's marksmanship was quite good. He hit the rifle without injuring anyone. Everyone was startled and took a step back. Zhou Dege's face turned pale. He didn't expect that even with so many people and guns, Xiangnan would still dare to shoot. Zhou Zhenghua was also startled. He shouted, "How dare you? How dare you shoot in our village?" Xiangnan sternly replied, "You have such boldness to dare to besiege a state official. Are you looking for death? If I kill him now, he deserves it." Zhou Zhenghua quickly said, calm down. Put the gun down and let's talk this over." Xiangnan coldly said, "I won't put down the gun. If I do, what will happen if they rush in? Everyone back off. Whoever dares to take a step forward, I'll shoot him dead immediately." This statement made everyone step back again, no longer daring to surround the village chief's house. Chapter 56. Getting married with a certificate. The village's militia captain Wu Hongtao was at home when he suddenly heard a gunshot, which startled him. Could it be that bandits had entered the village again? He rushed out of his house, whistling and pulling out his gun. At that moment, his neighbor ran out and said, "Brother Tao, it sounds like the gunfire is coming from the village chief's house." Wu Hongtao ran while saying, "Quickly gather all the militia at the village chief's house." Yes, Wu Hongtao arrived at the village chief's house to find many villagers gathered there. He shouted, "What happened? Why is there gunfire?" A villager recounted the situation, and Wu Hongtao was speechless. He had long disapproved of Zhou Wushi bullying Wu Qianqian, but since he was already married, he didn't want to get involved. What if Zhou Wushi, that old pious woman, accused him of having an affair with Wu Qianqian? In this day and age, he wouldn't be able to live it down. So even though he had known in advance that Wu Qianqian brought a man back from the city, he didn't want to get involved. He never expected that this man would have a gun and even fire it. Wu Hongtao shouted, "Everyone unrelated, go home. Don't stay here and cause trouble." As a militia captain, Wu Hongtao had some authority in the village. The villagers began to leave one by one, and soon only Zhou Wushi and her 3 nephews remained. Wu Hongtao said to Zhou Degu, "You three brothers should go back too." Zhou Degu indignantly replied, "No, I want to stay. What does this have to do with you? Get lost immediately." Zhou Degu certainly couldn't say that his aunt had agreed to let him sleep with Wu Qianqian. If this got out, he would be drowned in spit by the villagers. He glanced awkwardly at Zhou Wushi, who waved her hand and said, "He is my nephew. He is here to help me. Then there's no need for all three to stay. Let Degu stay, and Ergu and Sanga go back." Zhou Ergu and Zhou Sangu exchanged glances, then slowly left. They didn't want to get involved because there was no benefit for them. If Zhou Degu weren't their brother, they wouldn't bother with this mess at all. So, after Wu Hongtao said this, they turned around and walked away. Seeing that everyone had left, Wu Hongtao quickly walked to the village chief's house. He positioned himself well, leaning against the wall, so even if the other side fired, they wouldn't hit him. Wu Hongtao shouted inside, "Brother, there's no one outside now. Can you put down a gun first?" Xiang then shouted outside, "My gun is right here, don't worry. I won't shoot. You can check my credentials first." Xiang then handed the credentials to Wu Qianqian to pass out. Wu Hongtao took a look at the work ID, then sighed in relief and said, "So you are the security chief of the steel mill, really talented at such a young age." "Yes, I just got the job not long ago." "That's impressive. I've never seen such a young deputy chief." Wu Hongtao strode into the village head Zhou Zhengua's house and asked, "Why are you here in our village?" "I want to marry Qianqian. I'm here to accompany her to get the introduction letter." "You don't need to bring a gun just to get an introduction letter, right? In that kind of situation just now, could I go without a gun?" "Forget it. I won't waste time with you. You have the village head issue the introduction letter, and I'll take Qianqian away immediately." Zhou Wushi shouted from the side, "No way. You can't take her away. Who do you think you are? What is she to you? She can go wherever she wants. You old witch have no say in it. She is my daughter-in-law. If you take her away, that is human trafficking." "Your daughter-in-law? Where's your son? Where is he?" This is Zhou Wushi's pain. She cursed, "Go die. If you die, you can see my son." Xiang Nan couldn't be bothered with her. Such a level of cursing was nothing compared to the combat power of Jia Zhangshi. He said to Wu Hongtao and village head Zhou Zhenghua, "Is your village really this overbearing? You won't even let a widow remarry?" Wu Qianqian anxiously waved her hands from the side. "I'm not a widow. I haven't even married yet, and her son died before I could. See, not even a widow, and you still want to restrict her freedom to marry? You better think carefully before you answer, if I don't take her away this time. Next time, I will bring the entire security department." This was a threat, and both Wu Hongtao and Zhou Zhenghua were startled. Zhou Zhenghua cautiously said, "Chief Xiang, do we really need to make this so absolute? I just want to get married. It's you who won't let me. Shall I go talk to Zhou Wushi to see what her demands are to agree to let Qianqian leave?" Xiang Nan waved his hand dismissively. "What do I care about her demands? If she were Qianqian's mother, I might listen. What is there to listen to from an unrelated old woman?" Xiang Nan took out 50 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Zhenghua, saying, "This money is for the wedding banquet. How you use it is your business. It has nothing to do with me. Anyway, I must take Qianqian away today. You need to issue the introduction letter right now." This was actually a disguised way of using money to settle things. Upon seeing the 50 yuan, Zhou Zhengua's attitude softened immediately. "All right, I'll issue the introduction letter right now." Zhou Wushi shouted, "You dare? If you issue the introduction letter, I'll come to your house every day to make a scene. You want to have a peaceful day." Zhou Zhenghua angrily scolded, "Shut up. If you say one more word, I'll lock you in the small black room." Zhou Wushi wanted to shout again, but Zhou Zhenghua had the militia who came over take her away. Without Zhou Wushi, things went much smoother. Xiang Nan got the introduction letter and then cupped his hands and said, "Sorry for my earlier behavior. I was just anxious. There's no other way." Wu Hongtao shook his head and said, "You guys go, it's fine. Just don't come to the village again in the future." Wu Qianqian coldly said, "Don't worry. Even if I die in the future, I won't come back." She had no relatives left in the village, and all her memories of the village were bad, so she naturally wouldn't be nostalgic about it. Xiang Nan rode his bicycle with Wu Qianqian and left, and Wu Qianqian didn't look back, clearly not wanting to see the village again. Thus, Xiang Nan took Wu Qianqian back to the city. They hurriedly arrived at the street office, and Director Wang happened to be in the office. When she saw the two, she was greatly surprised. Director Wang certainly recognized Wu Qianqian. She had dealt with the scene when Zhou Wushi made a ruckus in the courtyard. Director Wang smiled and said, Xiangnan, I didn't expect the person you want to marry is her. Xiangnan also replied with a smile. Yes, Aunt Wang. Isn't she pretty? Director Wang nodded and said, pretty, really pretty. But she is Xiaozhu's blind date, right? Does Xiaozhu have no objections? Xiangnan waved his hand dismissively. Even if he has objections, it doesn't matter. He smashed my house, and now, well, he is locked up by me. Director Wang was surprised. Oh, he is so bold. Xiangnan chuckled. It's fine, Aunt Wang. Unless he compensates my loss, I could definitely let him out. All right. You're also a deputy chief now. I won't worry about you being bullied anymore. Now, let us get down to business. Both of them had their introduction letters, and Director Wang just took a quick glance before promptly issuing their marriage certificate. The two came out with their marriage certificate, feeling a sense of unreality. Did they just get married? This seemed a bit too fast. However, Xiangnan dismissed the unreal thoughts in his head and said, let us go home. I don't know how Yuxue has handled my house. Let's go back and take a look. Okay, let us go home. Chapter 57. Bringing my wife back to the courtyard. Xiangnan brought Wu Qianqian back to the courtyard, and Yin Bugui was still guarding the entrance as always. He was shocked to see the two come in, his mouth hanging open. Yin Bugui pointed at Wu Qianqian in surprise. What is going on? Isn't she Xiaozhu's blind date? Why did she come back with you? Xiangnan coldly said, Third uncle. Remember this well, this is my wife. We have gotten our certificate. You can't say anything reckless. Yin Bugui suddenly realized that it was because Xiaozhu smashed Xiangnan's house yesterday that this happened. He was a bit excited. If the people in the courtyard knew about this, he wondered what their reaction would be. He smiled and said, Xiao, now that you're married, should you host a few tables? Xiangnan glanced at Yin Bugui and said, Third uncle, what time is it now? Everyone can't even afford a meal. I can't afford a banquet either. How about you lend me some money first, and then I'll treat you to a meal? Yin Bugui immediately shook his head. I can't lend you money. I only earn 5 yuan a month, and I have to support my family. I've spent all my money. Plus, my eldest son is still single. I need to save money for him to marry. Half of the statement was true and half was false. The burden on Yin Bugui was indeed heavy, aside from himself. Only Yin Jieqing was working outside and could bring in some income. The others had no income at all. However, to say that Yin Bugui's salary was only 5 yuan was definitely false. He had been a teacher for so many years. How could he still be on that initial salary? In the drama, he was the first person in the courtyard to buy a television, which indicates that he had saved quite a bit of money over the years. His salary must be more than that. But since he wanted to play poor, Xiangnan couldn't be bothered to expose him. Xiangnan waved his hand. All right, I want to borrow money from you. Don't make me host a few tables either. I'll buy some candy later and share it with each family as a celebration for my marriage. Getting a few pieces of candy made Yin Bugui very happy. After all, it was free, he happily said. Then I wish you a son soon and 100 years of good marriage. Thank you for your good wishes. Xiangnan took Wu Qianqian into the courtyard, and Jia Zhangshi was also shocked. Her mouth agape as she said to Qin Huairu, I said yesterday why Xiaozhu went crazy and smashed that little bastard Xiangnan's house. It turns out it was because of this. Qin Huairu also breathed a sigh of relief. Her biggest fear was that Xiaozhu would get married. Once he got married, he definitely wouldn't support their family anymore. You have to know that the Jia family relied on Xiaozhu's lunchboxes to make all of them look like fat pigs. At this time, Aunt was not at home, and the deaf old lady in the backyard was also not around. They were still trying to find a way to rescue Yi Zhonghai. The matter of Yi Zhonghai hiring someone to deal with Xiangnan is considered over since there is no evidence. However, the issue of Yi Zhonghai embezzling the living expenses of the He siblings is not so easily dismissed. Although the He siblings receive compensation, this matter cannot just be ignored because someone says they won't pursue it. This is a criminal case. The deaf old lady has found several people, but they all say it's difficult. Yi Zhonghai must at least serve 1 to 2 years in prison this time. Now, they are busy running around every day and have no time to deal with the trivial matters in the courtyard. Aunt was equally surprised to see them. However, she sneered and quietly said, this little BTC really has no shame, already getting involved with a man so soon. Of course, she only dared to say this in private. After all, Xiang Nan is now a deputy section chief, and she doesn't want to offend him. When Xiang Nan returned home, he saw that the damaged items had been cleaned up. At the same time, He Yushui had bought a wardrobe, and the table and chairs were all in place. What was still missing were bedding, a desk lamp, and a mirror. Xiang Nan said to Wu Qianqian, "Let's fill in the missing items first, and let's buy some candy and vegetables to celebrate our marriage." Wu Qianqian shook her head and said, "Just get the bedding, we can save on other things." Xiang Nan smiled and said, "No need to save with me, I have money. From now on, my salary will go to you, buy whatever you want." Wu Qianqian was very happy. She began to envision their future together. They went out again and happened to run into He Yushui. He Yushui saw Xiang Nan and immediately said, "Brother Xiang Nan, give me a little more time. I will be able to get you all the items in a few days." Xiang Nan shook his head and said, "All right, I won't make it difficult for you. Just give me the cash for the things you haven't bought, and I'll go buy them myself." He Yushui breathed a sigh of relief. This was great. She had money, but it was really hard to get the tickets. She had found several scalpers and still hadn't secured a little less than half of the tickets. On Xiang Nan's side, however, he had quite a few tickets and was too lazy to wait any longer. It wouldn't be possible for him to be missing items on his wedding night, so he could only let He Yushui compensate him and buy the things himself. He Yushui gave Xiang Nan about 100 yuan, and that was the end of the compensation. Xiang Nan wrote a note for her, saying, "Take this note to the security office, and you can get Sha Zhu released. But you'd better warn him that if he dares to mess with my family again, it won't just be a few days in detention." "Thank you, Brother Xiang Nan. I understand. I will definitely remind him." Seeing Yushui rush to leave, Xiang Nan thought for a moment and stopped her, saying, "You should make sure that Sha Zhu pays you back the money he borrowed. Even though you two are siblings, you still need to keep clear accounts. You know how loose Sha Zhu is with money. If it's in his hands, it won't take a month before it's gone. So for his sake, it's better to keep the money in your hands." He Yushui certainly knew who Xiang Nan was talking about, and she gratefully said, "Thank you, Brother Xiang Nan. I will pay attention." Xiang Nan nodded and then left with Wu Qianqian. They went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy the missing items, then bought a few pounds of candy and some vegetables, and returned home together. After returning this time, Xiang Nan took Wu Qianqian to distribute candy door to door. This was to formally notify everyone in the courtyard that Xiang Nan was married. All the men who saw Wu Qianqian up close were stunned by her beauty. Su Damao stared at Wu Qianqian for a while, and Xiang Nan shouted at him irritably, "Hey, snap out of it. This is my wife. What are you staring at?" Su Damao scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I just think my sister-in-law is too beautiful, but my girlfriend isn't bad either." He was trying to regain his dignity. But in fact, Lu Xiaoyi's looks couldn't compare to Wu Qianqian at all. Xiang Nan pretended not to know and asked, "How's your marriage going? When are you getting married?" "Soon, at most this month," Su Damao replied. "If I were you, I would wait until after getting the marriage certificate before bringing her back to the courtyard. You know, there aren't many good people in this courtyard." Su Damao nodded in agreement and gratefully said, "Thanks for the reminder, I understand. Once I get married, I'll bring my girlfriend back. I can't wait to see Sha Zhu. I'll make that big fool mad." Xiang Nan smiled helplessly. These two were really a pair of rivals. If they were a man and a woman, they would definitely be a couple that couldn't be separated. But unfortunately, they were both men, so they would continue to be rivals for life. Sha Zhu was released after work, and he now looked dejected with a bruised face. Yin Bugue, seeing him, felt a bit schadenfreude. With a hint of provocation, he said, "Sha Zhu, you're back. Do you know that Xiang Nan got married? You should know who his partner is." Sha Zhu just gave him a cold glance and snorted, but said nothing. Yin Bugue stubbornly followed him into the courtyard. But Sha Zhu didn't go to the backyard as he expected. He went straight into the house. Yin Bugue sighed, disappointed that he didn't get to see a good show and could only leave regretfully. Chapter 58. Sha Zhu and He Yushui's conflict. When Qin Huairu saw Sha Zhu enter the house, her eyes turned, and after thinking for a moment, she turned to Jia Zhangshi and whispered, "Mom, how about I take some food to Sha Zhu?" Jia Zhangshi glared at her with suspicion, saying, "What are you trying to do? Dongxu is just a bit busy at the factory, and you're already thinking about getting involved with another man?" Qin Huairu spoke in a whiny tone. "Mom, I'm not that kind of person," Jia Zhangshi retorted. "Then why are you caring about other men?" With this thought, you should care more about your son. Winter is coming soon, And my grandson Bang Gung, doesn't he even have a new cotton coat? As soon as Bang Gung heard this, he threw a tantrum, shouting, I want a new cotton coat. I want a new cotton coat. Qin Huairu could only continue to explain, Mom, I just thought of our family, so I wanted to take some food to Shaju. Jia Zhangshi questioned, What do you mean? Mom, don't forget that Uncle Yi has compensated Shaju over 1,000 yuan. Jia Zhangshi's eyes suddenly lit up. She had indeed forgotten about this. She hurriedly said, Right, go quickly and borrow money from Shaju. If you wait too long and he give it to someone else, we'll be at a loss. That's our money. That's why I said I would take food to him. Only by winning his favor can I find a reason to borrow money. Qin Huairu replied. Hurry, take a few corn buns, and remember, borrow 100 yuan first, so we can buy Bang Gung a new cotton coat. Qin Huairu was speechless. This old lady was too greedy. Thinking a few corn buns could exchange for 100 yuan? Where's the logic in that? Besides, even buying a new cotton coat for Bang Gung wouldn't cost that much. However, she didn't say much more, turned around, and went to the kitchen to grab 3 corn buns and a plate of pickles, then pushed open her door and headed straight to Shaju's house. As soon as Shaju came back, he lay on the bed, wanting nothing more than to rest properly. Just then, there was a knock at the door. He irritably shouted, Get lost, go away. Qin Huairu's delicate voice came through, Shaju, it's me. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something before sleeping? In an instant, Shaju was so moved that he almost cried. Everyone had wronged him, but only Sister Qin was good to him. Shaju got up and opened the door, seeing Qin Huairu standing at the door with corn buns and pickles. He emotionally said, Sister Qin, you're the only one who remembers me. Even my own sister doesn't care about me. This statement really unjustly accused He Yushui, as she had run around several black markets and found many scalpers to save him. She had worked hard to get Shaju out and then cooked for her own father. The result was that Shaju was not cared for at all. If He Yushui were here, she would probably be so angry that she would vomit blood. But who made her not be here? Qin Huairu would not speak for He Yushui. She smiled and said, You eat first, and we can talk after you've finished. Shaju took the steamed bun and started to wolf it down. He hadn't eaten for a whole day, and he quickly finished the 3 buns. Thank you, Sister Qin. This is my first full meal in 2 days. Qin Huairu began to chat with him, mentioning her family's difficulties, either intentionally or unintentionally. She said that the clothes for Bonging were all torn and winter was coming soon. Bonging didn't even have a cotton-padded jacket to wear. This made Shaju even more moved. Sister Qin's family was in such difficulty and still gave him food. This was really rare. He went into the inner room and soon came out with 5 yuan. He generously said, Sister Qin, take this money and buy the child a new cotton-padded jacket. Qin Huairu did not accept it and continued, It's not enough. I don't have fabric coupons or cotton coupons. That's easy to solve. Shaju took out another 10 yuan and said, Use this money to buy the coupons. I know a ticket dealer who has whatever ticket you need. Qin Huairu also knew that borrowing 100 yuan was unlikely. Exchanging 3 buns for 15 yuan was already a great deal. So she nodded and accepted the money, saying, Thank you so much, Shaju. Only you can help me. We help each other. They chatted for a while longer, and then Qin Huairu went home. As soon as she returned, Jia Zhangshi immediately asked, How much did he give you? 10 yuan. The remaining 5 yuan, Qin Huairu hid away. She couldn't have worked so hard without getting anything in return. Jia Zhangshi sneered, This big fool, he's so stingy. You treat him so well, and he only gives you 10 yuan. Mom, that's already pretty good. If it were someone else, 3 buns wouldn't have been worth that much money. All right, he still has over 1,000 yuan on him. Later, you can find a way to ask for more. I know. He Yushui returned home around 7 o'clock. Seeing the light in Shaju's room, she knew her brother had come back. She went in and asked, Brother, have you eaten? Shaju snorted and said, I did. If it weren't for Sister Qin giving me a few buns, I would have starved to death. Where have you been? Why aren't you home? He Yushui was a bit annoyed and coldly replied, I went to deliver food to Dad. He's still in hospital. Only then did Shaju remember that He Daqing was still in the hospital. Some of the anger in his heart dissipated, and he quickly asked, How is Dad doing? Not bad. The doctor said he needs to take good care of himself. It will take a month to recover. Shaju nodded and fell silent. He Yushui hesitated for a moment, but decided to ask him for money. She said shyly, Brother, I spent quite a bit of money this time to get you out. Oh, I see. He Yushui was taken aback. What does I see mean? Shouldn't you be asking how much it is and then reimburse me? Seeing that he had no other reaction, she could only angrily say, this time it cost a total of 295 yuan, half of which was for exchanging tickets. You need to reimburse me. What? You're actually asking me for money? You have money yourself. Siblings should be clear about accounts. This money is compensation you owe to Xiangnan for breaking his things. If I hadn't saved you, you'd still be locked up in the security office's little black room. Shaju suddenly got angry and shouted, I didn't ask you to save me. He Yushui was so aggrieved that she almost cried. At this moment, she fully agreed with Xiangnan's words. Having such a heartless brother was worse than not having one. It was better to keep the money in her own hands. She said, if you get into trouble again next time, I won't care about you. But today, you must reimburse me no matter what. Otherwise, I will find second uncle and third uncle to help me seek justice. Shaju was so angry that he wanted to hit someone, but he managed to hold it in. He coldly said, fine, I'll give you the money. Oof. In this day and age, even a sister can't be trusted. In his heart, he added a line. Sister Qin is the only one who treats me well. Everyone else is a jerk. Shaju threw the money on the ground and then turned around and went back into the inner room. He Yushui coldly picked up the money from the ground, one bill at a time. Suddenly overwhelmed with sadness, she burst into tears. Shaju yelled from the inner room, if you're going to cry, go cry outside. Don't annoy me in my house. He Yushui ran out crying, and many people in the courtyard saw this scene. Jia Zhangshi sneered, good. It looks like those two siblings have fallen out. No one will help Shaju anymore. We'll make him work like an ox for our family for the rest of his life. Jia Dongxu, however, said somewhat reluctantly, Mom, I'm still alive. We don't need other men to work for us. Jia Zhangshi pointed at Jia Dongxu and said, are you an idiot? With such a useful person around, why wouldn't we use him? With your little salary, how long can it last? In the end, you'll still have to borrow from that dead old bachelor. Having Shaju's salary will be different. By the way, he still has over 1,000 yuan. In fact, Shaju no longer had that much money. He had already spent a third of it and now only had 600 or 700 yuan left. Hearing this, Jia Dongxu was also very tempted and naturally didn't say anything more. He Yushui cried as she went to the hospital. He Daqing had already fallen asleep, and when he saw his daughter He Yushui come back crying, he was very surprised and heartbroken. He took a deep breath and tentatively asked, girl, what's wrong this time? He Yushui didn't say the reason, wiped her tears, and said angrily, Dad, I want to split from him. He Daqing certainly knew who she was talking about. He frowned and said, but you're still young and in school. You need someone to take care of you. He hasn't really taken care of me these years. I've managed on my own. Now that I have money, can I not live better than before? He Daqing was silent for a moment and waved his hand, saying, all right, if you want to split, then split. Tomorrow I'll be discharged from the hospital and go home. I'll let Lao Lu and Lao Yin help hold a meeting and formally split the family in front of everyone. Okay, that night, He Yushui spent the night in the hospital. The next day, He Daqing completed the discharge procedures. Chapter 59. The He siblings split up. He Daqing's ribs needed a month to heal, but it was the same whether he recuperated in the hospital or at home. He planned to go home to recover, which would save on hospitalization costs. He Yushui helped him walk back slowly. It was the weekend, and everyone was in the yard. Xiangnan and Wu Qianqian didn't wake up until after 10 o'clock. Yesterday was their wedding night. There was no wedding ceremony or banquet. They just made 2 dishes themselves to mark the occasion. Xiangnan said to Wu Qianqian, I'm really sorry you had to go through this without a proper wedding. Wu Qianqian shook her head and smiled. It's not a pity. The times are tough right now. If we were too extravagant, it wouldn't be good for us either. Xiangnan had already shown Wu Qianqian his savings book. When she saw the figure of over 10,000 yuan, she was shocked. She had never seen so much money in her life. After looking at it, she didn't express too much surprise, but she felt particularly secure in her heart. At least she wouldn't go hungry anymore. After they got up, Xiangnan took her to buy clothes. Wu Qianqian hadn't brought anything when she came to the city. And since she had nothing, everything needed to be repurchased. Yesterday, Xiangnan had only bought her a new outfit, and they still needed to buy more clothes for changing. Just as they were chatting and washing up, He Daqing walked over slowly. He only had a broken rib and no issues with his legs, so he had no problem walking. He waved to Xiangnan and said, Xiangnan, I need your help later. I have some things to clarify in front of everyone. Sure, when? In about 10 minutes. Okay, I will definitely arrive on time. Xiang Nan felt that this was a great opportunity to properly introduce Wu Qianqian to the situation in the siheyuan. After the two finished washing up, they went to the courtyard together. Everyone in the siheyuan congratulated him, and he responded to each of them. When most of the people had arrived, Xiang Nan began to quietly introduce Wu Qianqian. That fat guy is called Lu Haizhong. He is the steward, and we generally call him Day. He is a level 7 blacksmith in the factory, but he is an official fanatic and often hits his two sons at home. Xiang Nan was quietly introducing, and Wu Qianqian was taking notes seriously. When it came to the Jia family, Xiang Nan only whispered a few recent events about them, and Wu Qianqian was so surprised that her mouth couldn't close. She originally thought her former mother-in-law, Zhou Wushi, was a peculiar person, but she didn't expect Jia Zhangshi to be even more so. While the two were whispering, He Daqing called Shaju and He Yushui over. He loudly said to everyone around, "You might already know that my son and daughter had a big fight yesterday. Last night, Yushui came crying to me, saying she wanted to split from her brother. She wasn't even an adult yet, and I was thinking of letting Shaju take care of her, but she insisted on splitting. I thought, fine, let her split. She's old enough to have her own ideas, and I can't control her anymore." At this point, Shaju was not anxious. But Jia Zhangshi was worried. Jia Zhangshi knew that both siblings had about 1,000 yuan each, and her idea was to drain Shaju's resources and then use him to drain He Yushui's resources. However, if the two split, she wouldn't be able to get anything from He Yushui. So without thinking, she shouted, "I disagree." He Daqing shot her a cold glance and said, "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to disagree?" Jia Zhangshi retorted, "No. How can a minor split from the family?" He Daqing impatiently said, "I'm not here to seek your opinion. I'm just informing everyone. I don't care. I disagree anyway. Do you need my agreement? Get lost. All right, back to the main issue. As for the money, it has been divided before, so there's no need to divide it again. The only thing to divide is the house. You each get a room. The bigger house goes to Shaju, and Yushui, you take the smaller side room." After hearing this, Jia Zhangshi became even more anxious. Although the Jia family hadn't been tied to Shaju yet, it didn't stop her from imagining. She had already planned that once He Yushui, this loss-making child, got married, she would find a way to rent the house. She would pay a month or two of rent in advance, and, after they moved in, she would have Qin Huairu find Shaju to complain about her hardships, and over time, the rent would naturally be saved. As long as they lived there long enough. In the end, the house would become hers. But if the house was given to He Yushui, after she got married and sold the house, she would end up with nothing. So she shouted, "No, the house can't be given to He Yushui." He Daqing yelled, "You old witch. What do you mean? What does our family's business have to do with you, an outsider?" Jia Zhangshi shouted back, "I'm just saying, there's no rule that a minor can split the family assets." Shaju was greatly moved. He really thought Jia Zhangshi was speaking up for him. What he didn't expect was that Jia Zhangshi was actually trying to swallow all the family assets for herself. He Daqing angrily scolded Jia Zhangshi, "Our family doesn't have a loss-making child. If you dare to say my daughter is a loss-making child again, I'll beat you to death." Jia Zhangshi was not afraid at all, mainly because He Daqing was injured and Shaju didn't look like he would help his father. So she directly said, "Come on, if you don't dare to hit me, then you're not a man." Enraged, He Daqing immediately wanted to make a move, but Yin Bugui held him back. Yin Bugui patted He Daqing and said, "Old He, there's no need to get angry. Let's focus on the main issue." He Daqing glanced at Jia Zhangshi and snorted, "Fine, I'll get back to the main issue. The house is mine, and I can divide it however I want. One room each, no negotiation. I invited everyone here just to be a witness. Now, He Yuzhu and He Yushui are officially splitting. If they want to continue being relatives, they can. And if they don't want to have any contact, that's fine too. All right, that's settled. Shaju, Yushui, come with me to the street office to transfer the house." Because He Daqing was in a hurry before, the house had not been transferred, so the nominal owner of the house was still He Daqing. He said how to divide it, and that is how it would be. Although Shaju was somewhat unwilling, He Daqing yelled at him, "If you don't want to split, I'll just give both rooms to your sister, and you, Shaju, can sleep on the street." Upon hearing this, Shaju immediately became compliant and could only reluctantly follow He Da-ching to the street office. Even though it was the weekend, there were still people working at the street office. He Da-ching explained the situation, and the staff at the street office quickly took care of the splitting process. They also independently registered He Yushui's household, and with her own grain book, no one could threaten her anymore. Shaju left with his separate household book, fuming, while He Da-ching sighed and looked at his daughter. Girl, if your silly brother can't find food to eat in the future, remember to give him a bite if you can. Dad thanks you in advance. He Da-ching knew that with Shaju's brain, he would definitely be tricked by the people in the courtyard until he couldn't even eat. So he could only rely on He Yushui. He Yushui, with a complicated expression, said, Dad, don't worry. I'm here. He won't starve. Good, now I can leave in peace. He Yushui said with a choked voice, feeling a bit reluctant. Dad, why don't you just stay here and not go back to Baocheng? I can take care of you. Dad can still move. You don't need to take care of me. When Dad gets too old to move, then I'll come back. He Da-ching still couldn't let go of the White Widow and didn't want to come back for now. He Yushui didn't say anything more, just helped him back. He Da-ching stayed in He Yushui's room, while He Yushui went back to school. She returned every day to cook 2 meals for He Da-ching, but Shaju was really hopeless. He Da-ching was injured and couldn't move, and he didn't take care of him at all, not even cooking a meal for He Da-ching. Many people had some complaints about Shaju. After all, He Da-ching had never treated him unfairly, and what he did was indeed a bit excessive. In fact, Shaju had some grievances against He Da-ching, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. The father and son could only remain awkward. Chapter 60. Theft at the steel factory. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a few days had gone by. Xiangnan also finished his wedding leave and had to go back to work. As soon as he returned, Director's son anxiously said to him, Xiangnan, you came back just in time. You will be working the night shift this month. There was a theft at the warehouse, and you are responsible for trying to catch the thief. Xiangnan asked in confusion, which warehouse had an incident? The waste material warehouse. Recently, during the inventory, we found that about 24 to 25 tons of waste material were missing. The warehouse supervisor suspects that it was stolen by an outsider. 20 tons? You're not joking, are you? Are you sure it was an outsider? Director's son gave a bitter smile and said, you can tell something is off. The warehouse supervisor said it was an outsider, but I don't have evidence at the moment. So I need you to find the evidence. Whether it's an outsider or an insider, you need to catch them all. All right, I'll go take a look now. Xiangnan went directly to the scrap warehouse, which was filled with waste materials, all of which were steel. Every workshop produced defective parts and also had excess material cut out. All of this was steel, so it naturally couldn't be thrown away. The workshops sent the waste to the warehouse, and at a fixed time, it would be remelted and turned into new parts, then reprocessed. Generally, it would take 2 to 3 months for the waste to be remelted. A warehouse could hold thousands of tons of waste, but since various workshops couldn't afford to be wasteful, the warehouse was never full. Xiangnan checked the registration records. At most, the warehouse had over 100 tons of waste, and surprisingly, more than 20 tons were missing, nearly 1/5. So much waste was stolen. And if there wasn't an insider involved, it would be impossible for the security department not to notice. Xiangnan found the warehouse supervisor, Lu Lin, who was angrily scolding a worker. What are you doing? So much waste is missing, and you didn't notice? The worker hurriedly explained, they stole it from the back. It was my oversight for not checking there. That's why so much is missing. Xiangnan sneered, thinking this was just a show in front of him. Director's son had said the waste had been stolen for several days. How could he only be scolding now? Lu Lin was just performing for Xiangnan because he saw him coming. Xiangnan said, Lu Section Chief, stop scolding for now. Let's talk. Lu Lin replied, Section Chief, you're just in time. You need to help me catch the thieves who stole the waste. They must be punished. Okay, don't worry, I will definitely do that. First, take me to the scene of the theft. I want to see what's going on. Sure. Lu Lin led Xiangnan to the stolen warehouse, which was piled high with waste, resembling a small mountain. Lu Lin flatteringly said, Section Chief Xiang, be careful. These waste materials are very sharp, and you could get cut if you're not careful. Xiangnan nodded and cautiously followed him inside. Lu Lin pointed to a small path and said, This is a path we cleared out a few days ago. Look how clever these thieves are. They actually started stealing from the back. The front is blocked by this mountain of waste, and it's impossible to see what's behind it. By the time we noticed, a lot had already been stolen. Xiang then had some doubts and asked, "How did they get in from the back?" Lu Lin walked a few steps forward, pointing to a spot. "Look, they dug a dog hole here and crawled in, then stole the waste from here." Xiang Nan sneered. "How come no one outside noticed this hole?" Lu Lin, looking at Xiang Nan's sneer, angrily shouted, "How would I know? This is your security department's fault. Why didn't you find this dog hole during your patrols?" So now it was Xiang Nan's security department's fault. Xiang Nan asked again, "When was the last time this place was cleared?" "In June. It's already October. Didn't you say it would be cleared every 2 to 3 months? Why has it taken so long this time?" "We originally planned to clear it in September, but there was a malfunction at the blast furnace that needed repairs, so this side wasn't cleared." "What a coincidence." Lu Lin feigned helplessness and shrugged his shoulders. It just happened to all come together. Lu Lin took Xiang Nan outside the warehouse, to the side where the dog hole was. This was next to the wall, with a main road outside. It was quite remote, and usually not many people came by. Even if the security department patrolled, they would only check the front door of the warehouse and rarely come to the back. Moreover, the grass around the dog hole was overgrown. If you didn't get close, you wouldn't realize a hole had been dug here. So this hole had likely been dug for several months without being discovered. Lu Lin angrily said, "I'll find a few people to fill this hole and clear all this underbrush." Xiang Nan shook his head and smiled. "Section Chief Lu, don't be anxious. How many people know about the theft in the warehouse now?" "Just me and old Qian, who watches the warehouse. You all continue to act as if you don't know. I want to wait here for the thieves to come back." "How long are you going to wait?" "What if they don't come?" "Just wait for 2 or 3 days. If they don't come, it means the matter has leaked and they know about it. If they don't know, they'll definitely come back." "All right. Anyway, you're from the security department. You call the shots." Lu Lin turned and left, while Xiang then turned to Zhang Ping and said quietly, "Be careful and check around his house to see what his living conditions have been like recently, if there have been any significant changes." Zhang Ping also whispered, "Section Chief, do you suspect he was involved in the theft? 20 tons of scrap metal were sold. Such a big deal, he can't possibly not know. By the way, old Qian, who watches the warehouse, also needs to be monitored. I don't believe they weren't involved. Also, check with the various scrap recycling stations to see if they've received large amounts of scrap metal recently." "Understood. I'll take people to inquire about it." That night, Xiang Nan stayed there all night, but didn't catch anyone. No one came by at all. However, he wasn't discouraged. This kind of matter couldn't be figured out in a day or two. It required patience. When Xiang Nan finished work and returned home, it was already past 9 in the morning. Wu Qianqian had prepared breakfast and was waiting for him. Wu Qianqian asked with concern, "Dear, are you tired from work?" "Not bad. I ate breakfast and then slept. You go about your business. By the way, how do the people in the courtyard treat you?" "Not bad, right? You're the section chief. They wouldn't dare offend me, and they even try to curry favor with me." Xiang then washed his hands and started eating breakfast while Wu Qianqian talked about things in the courtyard. For example, Yi Zhonghai was about to be sentenced. At 8 o'clock, the police came to the courtyard to notify an elderly lady to go to court next Monday, where Yi Zhonghai would be sentenced that day. The elderly lady cried so hard she could hardly breathe, and the deaf old lady in the courtyard scolded for a while, indirectly cursing Xiang Nan. Although Wu Qianqian didn't catch on, Xiang Nan, however, heard it and chuckled, saying, "That deaf old lady is cursing me." "Huh? Really? I didn't catch that. I must go curse her back." "All right. There's no need to pursue it with a deaf old lady. If she curses you again in front of you, then you can curse her back." Wu Qianqian then mentioned something about others, saying that Jia Dongxu hadn't come back last night, and no one knew where he had gone. Xiang Nan's heart stirred. He frowned and asked, "Could he have gone gambling?" "I don't know, but from what Qin Huairu said, it seems her family isn't short on money right now." "Not short on money? Did she borrow money from Shizhu again?" "It seems she did, but I don't know how much she borrowed." Xiang Nan disdainfully said, "This whole family is a bunch of vampires, ungrateful wolves. You better not get too close to them. If you get involved, be careful not to shake them off like stinky dog poop." "I'm not getting too close to them. I only talk to Erdema and Sandema. They're okay, but don't get too close to them. Just treat them as conversation partners. If you're really bored, I can try to find you a job later. It doesn't need to pay much, just something to do." Wu Qianqian happily asked, "Dear, are you serious? I can have a job?" Xiang Nan smiled and said, "Others might not be able to, but you definitely can. That's great. The two chatted for a while longer before Xiang Nan went to bed. Later that night, he went to the steel mill for the night shift. Zhang Ping managed to gather some information. He said, I didn't find out much about Lu Lin's side, but there was some movement with old Qian. According to his neighbors, he has been making a fortune lately, eating meat every day. Xiang Nan immediately sensed something was off with old Qian when he heard this. He himself was a systematic person and didn't dare to eat meat every day. Although he could eat it, he was afraid of being reported, so he could only sneakily eat with Wu Qianqian. Yet old Qian could eat meat every day. That was very suspicious. Xiang Nan frowned and asked, Did you find out how he explained it? He said it was a gift from a friend. Nonsense. In this day and age, who would have meat and not eat it themselves, but give it away? I also found it a bit suspicious, so I arranged for someone to follow him every day. However, he didn't do anything unusual during the day-to-day. Now that we are keeping an eye on him, he obviously wouldn't make any moves. We'll quietly watch him. He will eventually show a flaw. Got it. Xiang Nan continued to guard near the dog hole behind the warehouse, waiting for someone to come and steal something. But the next day, there was still nothing. The third day and fourth day were the same, with no results. Chapter 61. New developments in the case. Xiang Nan found himself speaking with Lu Lin, who said, It's been so long and no one has come to steal. Could it be that the thief knows? Xiang Nan shook his head and said, I'll wait one more day. I'll guard for 5 days. If no one comes by then, we'll block the hole. Lu Lin said helplessly, Fine, do as you wish. After saying that, he turned and left. Xiang Nan continued to lie in wait. Around 2 in the morning, he heard some noise. Several people had come outside the wall, and Xiang Nan estimated there were at least 4 or 5 of them. Before long, one person climbed up the wall and jumped down. This person whispered below, No one's here, come down quickly. Then 4 more people jumped down in succession. One of them found the dog hole and said proudly, See, I told you there was a hole here. Let's go in and see what's inside. One person went in for a while and then came out happily, saying, It's all scrap metal inside. One person said, Great, we can take out a few £100 today, sell it at a recycling station, and we'll have money to spend. After saying that, they began to work together. 2 people were moving the metal inside the warehouse. 2 were placing the metal they carried out at the base of the wall. And the last one was keeping watch nearby. Xiang Nan waited for them to tire out before suddenly charging out with his gun, shouting, Everyone, put your hands on your heads and don't move. This startled the 5 people, and the lookout, without thinking, turned and ran. The remaining 4, having been tired from moving metal for half the day, didn't even have the strength to run. Xiang Nan yelled at the fleeing person, Don't run. If you keep running, I'll shoot. The person running didn't listen at all and continued to flee. Xiang Nan didn't hold back and fired a shot at that person. The man let out a scream and collapsed to the ground, motionless. It was now around 2 in the morning, and the gunshot echoed far away. Soon, a group of people came running from a distance. Zhang Ping was at the front and asked while running, Section Chief, what happened? Xiang Nan replied with a smile, It's nothing, just caught 5 little thieves. One of them tried to run, and I shot him down. Zhang Ping ran over and saw Xiang, then pointing his gun at the 4 remaining thieves. The 4 of them were squatting there with their hands on their heads. Looking obedient, Xiang Nan nodded and said, Zhang Ping, go check on that one who got shot and see if he's okay. Okay. Zhang Ping ran over to take a look and then shouted back, Captain, this person is dead. Oh, he's really unlucky. I shot from so far away and ended up killing him, Xiang Nan responded. Zhang Ping laughed and said, This guy is from our factory. Xiang Nan asked, Surprise, huh? Who is it? Zhang Ping laughed and said, It's Jia Dongxu. What? Now, it was Xiang Nan's turn to be shocked. How could it be Jia Dongxu? He asked in disbelief, Are you sure? Did you see clearly? Of course I saw clearly. The last time we caught him, I was the one who let him go. Xiang Nan was speechless. What kind of luck was this? He shook his head and said, All right, let's follow the procedure from here. The 4 surviving thieves were taken away and started being interrogated one by one. After about half an hour, all 4 confessed. They were local delinquents without jobs, living by petty theft. Jia Dongxu had recently mixed with them, playing cards and drinking together. At first, whoever had money would pay, but eventually no one had money left. Jia Dongxu then mentioned that he knew of a dog hole that led into the steel mill's warehouse, and he brought these 4 in. Today was their first time stealing, and they ended up getting caught. At first, Xiang Nan was worried they would find out Jia Dongxu was dead, so he blamed everything on him. But after an hour of interrogation, they matched all the details. The next morning, Xiang Nan submitted the confession to Director Sunday. Director Sun scratched his head and said, "So these 5 thieves were stealing for the first time?" They said that's what they claimed. I'll go ask their neighbors later to see if what they said is true. If it's true, then the 20 tons of scrap that were stolen before weren't taken by them? No. It's a pity Jia Dongxu is dead. We don't know where he learned about the dog hole. Director Sun thought for a moment and said, he probably heard it from someone in their workshop. When work starts, I'll ask everyone in their workshop. Leave this to me. I'll go ask. Don't go. Let the day shift handle it. You go notify Jia Dongxu's family to come claim the body. Xiang Nan quickly shook his head and said, I won't go. Director Sun asked in confusion, you all live in the same courtyard. If you don't notify them, who will? Xiang Nan replied with a mischievous smile, I won't be the bad guy. Let that Zhang Ping go notify them. Director Sun looked at Xiang Nan helplessly and said, all right, then let him go. At this time, Zhang Ping still didn't know he had taken on a hot potato. After Xiang Nan left Director Sun's office, he directly told Zhang Ping about it. Zhang Ping scratched his head in confusion and asked, Captain, why aren't you going to notify Jia Dongxu's family? I don't have a good relationship with them. If I go, they'll think I killed Jia Dongxu. No, you did kill him. Do you still want to deny it? But his family doesn't know. I'll warn you. If they ask who did it, you can't say anything random. Just say it was the security department. All right, I got it. Xiang Nan intentionally staggered the timing and waited for Zhang Ping to arrive at the courtyard before he returned. Qin Huairu had gotten up early. She hadn't slept well the previous night. She felt something was off, restless, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Jia Zhangshi got up and asked, Dongxu hasn't come back? Qin Huairu shook her head and said, Mom, Dongxu hasn't come back. He wouldn't have gone to gamble, would he? Jia Zhangshi scolded. Nonsense. Dongxu is the most honest. How could he go gamble? He must be working overtime. He's too tired. Make some meat for him to replenish his strength. Qin Huairu thought to herself that no one in the courtyard was working overtime. Even if Xiang Nan was on the night shift, it was only for 8 hours. Unlike Dongxu, who worked during the day and had to work overtime at night, that would be lying to ghosts. However, she didn't dare to say it out loud and just agreed. Just then, Zhang Ping arrived. Yin Bugui recognized him and said, oh, the bootlicker is here to flatter so early. He recognized Zhang Ping as Xiang Nan's subordinate and thought he was here to find Xiang Nan. Zhang Ping glared at him but didn't say much. He arrived at Jia Dongxu's doorstep and shouted loudly, is this Jia Dongxu's house? Jia Zhangshi rushed out, scolding. Who are you? Why are you shouting at my door so early in the morning? You must be a relative of Jia Dongxu, right? Your Jia Dongxu went to the factory last night to steal something and was shot dead on the spot by our security department. You should go identify the body and bring it back. Jia Zhangshi didn't understand and yelled, what are you rambling on about? If you don't have a good reason, I won't let this go. Shaju understood and said, and Jia, he said Brother Dongxu is dead. For some reason, upon hearing that Jia Dongxu was dead, Shaju felt no sadness at all. Instead, he was quite pleased. However, he couldn't laugh. He had to stay calm. Qin Huairu was stunned in the room. Jia Dongxu was dead? Jia Zhangshi was also momentarily dazed, but immediately became furious, shouting, what nonsense are you talking? How dare you curse my son? I'll scratch you to death. She rushed toward Zhang Ping, who was completely unprepared, and her nails left 2 marks on his face. Seeing Jia Zhangshi's shiny black nails, Zhang Ping's first reaction was to wonder if they were poisonous and if he needed a tetanus shot. His second reaction was anger. Here he was, kindly informing her, and this old hag dared to hurt him? He cursed. How can you be so unreasonable, old lady? I'm here to inform you. Jia Zhangshi continued to shout. You're lying. If you curse my son again, I'll kill you. Zhang Ping was not to be outdone and shouted back, I'm not lying. Your son Jia Dongxu's body is lying in the security department. If you don't believe it, go see for yourself. Jia Zhangshi still didn't believe him and kept attacking Zhang Ping. At that moment, there was a thud from inside the house. It turned out Qin Huairu had fainted. Bang Gung screamed in fright, while Xiao Dang wailed loudly. Shaju rushed into the room and picked up Qin Huairu. Jia Zhangshi immediately changed her target and ran over to claw at Shaju. Shaju shouted, and Jia, don't be ungrateful. Sister Qin fainted. I'm kindly taking her to the hospital. Zhang Ping enjoying the chaos, chimed in Aunt Jia. If you keep scratching, I won't be polite anymore. The entrance of the Jia family was in complete disarray. Chapter 62. Jia Zhongshi causes a scene at the steel mill. The chaos at the Jia family's entrance attracted everyone in the courtyard. Yin Bugui asked in confusion, "What's going on?" A neighbor living in the middle courtyard replied, "That Jia Dongxu is dead." Yin Bugui was shocked. Huh? How could this happen? I saw him just fine yesterday. Another person asked, "Yeah. Does anyone know what happened?" Zhang Ping looked at the crowd and explained loudly, "Our security department was catching thieves yesterday. 5 people jumped over the wall into the factory and tried to steal scrap materials. 4 of them were caught easily. But only Jia Dongxu tried to escape. He ignored our warnings, and we had no choice but to shoot. Accidentally, we ended up killing him." Jia Zhongshi yelled, "You're talking nonsense. You bastard. My good son had a hard life. He was shot dead by your security department, and now you're slandering him for stealing." Yin Bugui angrily said, "Comrade, are you mistaken? Jia Dongxu grew up in our neighborhood. He is a good kid and definitely wouldn't steal." Zhang Ping glanced at Yin Bugui disdainfully and said, "Then explain why he was found at the back of the scrap warehouse at 2 in the morning. There's just a hole dug there to get into the warehouse. He works in the machining workshop. What business does he have there?" Yin Bugui fell silent, unable to say anything. Qin Huairu finally woke up and cried out, "My husband is a good person. He is definitely not a thief." Zhang Ping looked at the chaotic scene helplessly and said, "We caught him in the act. There is no room for you to argue. Anyway, I've already informed you. Whether you go to claim the body is up to you." Zhang Ping turned to leave, but Jia Zhongshi continued to shout, "Don't leave. You're definitely the murderer. I'm calling the police to arrest you." Zhang Ping waved his hand, saying, "Go ahead. Let us see who gets arrested then." Without looking back, Zhang Ping walked away, while Jia Zhongshi sat on the ground, crying and wailing. Qin Huairu leaned on Sha Zhu, sobbing continuously. Sha Zhu was overjoyed inside. It was the first time he had been so close to Qin Huairu. Yin Bugui couldn't stand it anymore. He patted Sha Zhu and said, "Sha Zhu, don't just stand there. Quickly take Sister Jia to the steel mill to find out what is going on." Sha Zhu, lost in his own thoughts, was somewhat reluctant but replied, "Oh, I'll go now. Sister Qin, if you're scared, just rest at home." Qin Huairu stubbornly shook her head and said, "No, I want to see Dongxu one last time." In the end, Qin Huairu entrusted the 2 children to Aunt San and, along with Jia Zhongshi, followed Sha Zhu as they walked and cried their way to the steel mill. They saw Jia Dongxu's body in the security department and broke down in tears once again. Qin Huairu was somewhat more stable, silently shedding tears. But Jia Zhongshi was different. She cried while desperately looking for someone to vent her anger on. The surrounding security guards were scratched all over by her, and they could only retreat in fear, not daring to resist. Mainly, her son had died, and she was an old lady, so the security guards couldn't really do anything. Director's son, feeling a bit of a headache, tried to persuade her. "What is done. Please accept your loss." Jia Zhongshi screamed like a madwoman. "Accept my loss, you big-headed ghost. When your son dies, I'll come tell you to accept your loss, okay?" Director's son's face turned pale with anger as he shouted, "Your son was shot dead for stealing. He deserved it. You're still being so arrogant here. If you keep causing trouble, I'll throw you out." Jia Zhongshi angrily retorted, "Go ahead. I don't want to live anymore. My son is dead. I don't want to live either. Just kill me too." Director's son roared, "You shameless woman. Is there no end to your nonsense? Hurry up and take the body away. If you keep making a scene, I'll kick you out." He thought Jia Zhongshi would continue to shout and make a fuss, but unexpectedly, she quieted down. Jia Zhongshi had Sha Zhu borrow a cart, placed Jia Dongxu on it, and then the group left. Director's son breathed a sigh of relief, finally getting rid of these troublemakers. However, he underestimated Jia Zhongshi's persistence. Half an hour later, she returned with a banner that read in large letters, "The steel mill treats human lives as grass, killing the innocent. Return my son's life." At the same time, she and Qin Huairu changed into white clothes, both sides of which were marked with the character for injustice. She also brought along Bang Gung and Xiao Dang, blocking the entrance of the steel mill with the cart containing Jia Dongxu, while the 2 children knelt in front of the cart, crying nonstop. Qin Huairu stood beside them, also crying continuously. Jia Zhangshi cried out loudly, "Unjust!" The scene was incredibly moving. Many workers who didn't understand the situation were also filled with righteous indignation, shouting, "It's a new society now. Can there still be such bandits and bullies? Hand over the murderer from the steel mill." About 20 people surrounded the area, loudly calling for the murderer to be handed over. At that moment, Factory Director Yang was in a meeting in his office with all the factory leaders present. After all, a person had died, and they needed to discuss it. Just then, a security guard rushed in, shouting, "Leaders, it's bad. Jia Dongxu's family is outside the factory, crying for justice." Director Yang felt his scalp tingle and waved his hand, saying, "Let us pause the meeting for now. Let us go see what is happening at the factory entrance." All the leaders went to the entrance of the factory, and when Director Yang saw the scene, he was so scared that he lost his wits. If this matter escalates, he will lose his position as the factory director. Director Yang quickly approached Jia Zhangshi and said sincerely, "I'm sorry for being late. If you have any grievances, you can tell me, and I will help you seek justice." Director Sun frowned, feeling that Director Yang's words were inappropriate. What does it mean to say "if you have any grievances"? As if Jia Dongxu was wrongfully killed. He quietly called over a security guard and whispered, "Go to Xiangnan's place and call him over." The security guard nodded and stealthily left while no one was watching. Upon seeing a factory leader, Jia Zhangshi began her performance again, crying out, "My son died so tragically. It was the bad people from the factory who killed him. Are you the factory director? You must stand up for my family." Director Yang nodded, saying, "Don't worry, I will definitely stand up for you." He turned to Director Sun and asked, "Where is the murderer? Have you caught him?" Director Sun couldn't hold back any longer and retorted, "Director Yang, what do you mean by that?" Director Yang sneered, "My meaning is very simple. A life for a life, debts paid. This is what is right." Director Sun raised his voice. "We in the security department catch thieves, and if we shoot a thief, do we also have to pay with our lives?" At this, there was an uproar around them. Someone asked, "Was the deceased a thief?" Seeing the doubt in the crowd, Director Sun shouted, "Yes, just yesterday, no. It was early this morning. We found 5 thieves behind a scrap warehouse, 4 of whom surrendered willingly. But this deceased refused to listen to warnings and insisted on running. So our security guard shot at him, and as a result, he was killed. I want to ask in this situation, does our security guard also have to pay with his life? Director Yang, answer me." Director Yang was so angry he couldn't speak. If it were any other official, they wouldn't dare to talk to him like that. However, the security department was in a special situation. It was not under the leadership of the steel rolling factory director, but rather under the police department. The head of the security department could completely ignore the factory director, and instead, the director had no way to deal with him. Therefore, faced with Director Sun's questioning, Director Yang had to come up with a better excuse, or he wouldn't get through this. Director Yang pulled Director Sun aside and whispered, "Director Sun, don't be anxious. I just want to temporarily appease the deceased family and not let the matter escalate." Director Sun didn't even look at him and said, "That's just an excuse. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. Don't confuse the matter." Director Yang countered, "How am I confusing it? I'm doing this for everyone's good." Director Sun waved his hand and said, "Anyway, I can't see it that way. You should wait for Xiangnan to come. You could talk to him." Jia Zhangshi was still shouting, but the people around her were half convinced. At that moment, Xiangnan arrived, and upon seeing him, Jia Zhangshi rushed over and shouted, "Did you kill my son?" Surprisingly, she guessed quite accurately. Xiangnan shook his head and said, "I was just carrying out my duties." "So it was you who killed my son. You are the murderer. Return my son's life." Jia Zhangshi rushed at Xiangnan, but he dodged. He ignored her and approached Director Yang, asking, "What's going on?" Director Yang, with a grim expression, exclaimed, "Look, this is all you're doing. The man's son is dead, and now he has come to us to cry for injustice." Xiangnan coldly snorted, "Injustice? Where's the injustice? I was carrying out my duties. Did I arrest the wrong person? Who told you to shoot? What should I have done? At that time, I was the only one there, 5 thieves, and the other 4 were sitting quietly. Only he was trying to escape. If I didn't shoot and let him run away, wouldn't the other 4 run away too? That doesn't justify your shooting." Xiangnan shook his head and said, "Anyway, I have a clear conscience. You can't blame me for that." Chapter 63. The turmoil at the steel rolling factory entrance at this moment. Li Huai came out to mediate, waving his hand and saying, "All right, this isn't the place to discuss this matter. Shall we find another place to talk?" Jia Zhangshi shouted, "I won't go. I'm right here. My son definitely did nothing wrong. It must be your factory's fault." Xiangnan looked at her and sneered, "Your son did nothing wrong? The other four have all confessed. Your son lost a bet and said he knew there was a hole in the scrap warehouse where he could steal scrap iron. He was the mastermind, and the other four were just accomplices. Nonsense. My son is the best. He wouldn't gamble or steal. Are you afraid to confront them? What do I have to be afraid of?" Zhang Ping brought the four thieves over, and one of them shouted, "We all listened to Jia Ge. He usually took us out to gamble and eat. When we ran out of money, we said we should find a fat sheep to slaughter, and he said we could steal scrap iron from the steel rolling factory. He brought us here, and we saw there was indeed a hole, so we crawled in to take it, and he was on lookout outside." This thief recounted the events, which were similar to what Xiangnan had said. The onlookers understood. Jia Dongxu was indeed a thief. Moreover, when Xiangnan ordered him to stop, he insisted on running, so Xiangnan had no choice but to fire a warning shot, accidentally hitting him, and he deserved to die. Jia Zhangshi cried out, "You deliberately kill my son. You have a grudge against us and are taking revenge." Xiangnan coldly replied, "It was after 2 in the morning, and there were no streetlights behind the scrap warehouse. It was pitch black. I couldn't even see who they were. So where is the personal vendetta? I don't care. You deliberately kill my son." Some people couldn't stand it anymore and said, "This old lady is really being unreasonable." A neighbor from the courtyard said, "You're right. Jia Zhangshi is notoriously unreasonable. We have all suffered because of her." Jia Zhangshi yelled like a shrew, Who is speaking ill of me? This is outrageous. Old Jia, Dongxu, come up and see. They're all bullying me." Xiangnan found it somewhat amusing. Jia Zhangshi's lamentation had changed so quickly. Just after Dongxu's death, she had already added his name to her cries. Director Sun sneered. "Is she still engaging in feudal superstition? Director Yang, aren't you going to do something about this?" Director Yang, with a headache, said her son died. Can't she say a few words? So if someone dies, they're never wrong? Of course, the deceased is to be honored. So if a little devil dies, should we also honor the deceased? Don't talk nonsense. That's not what I meant. What do you mean then? The situation is clear. Jia Dongxu deserved to die. So why does his family have to shout for injustice here? He died. Where's the injustice? Director Yang shook his head and said, "Director Sun, you handle this matter. I won't take care of it anymore. This should be acceptable." After saying that, he turned to leave. Jia Zhangshi stepped forward to block him, shouting, "You can't leave. You have to give us an explanation. Isn't the explanation already clear? Your son was stealing, refused to heed warnings, and was shot dead. He deserved it." Qin Huairu cried, "Xiangnan, are you really not going to give us a way out? The path you chose is yours. Who told Jia Dongxu to go steal? You all leave immediately, or I will arrest people." Xiangnan was not going to be polite. He had someone tear down the banner and then started to drive people away. Shaju coldly said from the side, "Xiangnan, don't go too far. What person have I bullied? I'm just doing my job. Hurry and leave." Xiangnan had people escort Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu back to the courtyard, and Jia Dongxu's body was also taken back. The Jia family returned to the courtyard and began to wail and cry. Qin Huairu was also very sad. She leaned on Shaju and cried, "Shaju, what will I do in the future? Dongxu is gone. Our family has no way to live." Shaju patted his chest and said, "Sister Qin, don't worry. As long as I'm here, your family will definitely be fine." "Really? Shaju, Qin Jie can only rely on you now." Jia Zhangshi looked at the two of them leaning against each other and didn't say much. If it had been before, she would have definitely torn the two of them apart on the spot. But now it wasn't possible. She knew that their family could only depend on Shaju. Without Shaju, their family would truly fall apart. With Shaju's help, the morning hall began to be set up. It was built in the empty space of a courtyard. Although the neighbors felt it was somewhat ominous, on one hand, someone had died in the Jia family, and on the other hand, they didn't want to offend Shaju, so they had to tacitly accept it, taking advantage of the opportunity while Shaju went out to buy things. Jia Zhangshi quietly whispered to Qin Huairu, "You should go to the hospital to get an IUD for the sake of this family. I don't care if you flirt with other men, but you mustn't get pregnant." Qin Huairu said aggrievely, Mom, I didn't. Jia Zhangshi shot her a glare and said, Don't think I'm blind. You almost hugged Shaju just now. Mom, I have no choice in the whole courtyard. Shaju is the only one willing to help us now. I know. That's why I didn't say anything. But don't forget, you are Dongxu's woman in life and his ghost wife in death. You can flirt with Shaju, but you can't let him take advantage of you. Qin Huairu coldly laughed. I know, besides, I don't even like him. I'm just being a bit closer to him for the sake of this family. You'd better be like that. With Shaju's help, Jia Dongxu's funeral was finally completed, albeit with some difficulties. Jia Zhangshi now hated Xiang Nan to the core, and she also hated Wu Qianqian. Whenever she saw the two of them, she would curse them under her breath. She didn't dare to curse loudly because if Xiang Nan heard her, he would really come over and hit her. Now that Yi Zhonghai was arrested, there was no one in the courtyard to help Jia Zhangshi. She didn't even know where to report her grievances. As soon as Jia Dongxu's funeral was over, it was immediately Yi Zhonghai's turn to be sentenced. On the day of the sentencing, all the able-bodied people in the courtyard went, including Xiang Nan. Yi Zhonghai was sentenced to 2 years, as expected. However, Yi Zhonghai wasn't too sad because Shaju was willing to talk to him. When Yi Zhonghai was taken away, Shaju told him he forgave him, which made Yi Zhonghai very happy. Because Yi Zhonghai also knew that Jia Dongxu was dead, and now his only support for living was Shaju. As long as Shaju forgave him, sitting in jail for 2 years wouldn't matter. After Shaju came back, Qin Huairu found him. Before she could say anything, she started to cry, which broke Shaju's heart. Shaju asked in confusion, Qin Jia, why are you crying again? Qin Huairu shook her head and said, Shaju, I'm crying for myself. It's so hard for me. Our whole family depends on me now, but I don't have a job. What should I do? In the original plot of the TV drama, Jia Dongxu died in an accident at work. So the steel mill compensated the Jia family with a few hundred yuan and retained his position, also allowing Qin Huairu to inherit Jia Dongxu's position. But in the current situation, Jia Dongxu was beaten to death for stealing. He was just a thief, so the steel mill wouldn't provide any compensation. And as for a job, forget it. Shaju wished he could hold Qin Huairu in his arms, but he had the heart, but not the courage. He whispered, Qin Jia, don't be afraid. I'm here, and I promise your family won't go hungry. Now, the only person Qin Huairu could rely on was Shaju. So she gently leaned against him and said, Sister definitely believes in you, but I can't just sit around all the time. Can you help me find a job? Shaju patted his chest and said, No problem. It's a small matter. Just leave it to me. Qin Huairu looked around and found no one else. So she kissed Shaju and said, Then I'll wait for your good news. After saying that, she ran back. Qin Huairu's surprise attack made Shaju overjoyed. He stood there grinning for a long time before finally coming to his senses. However, after calming down, he felt troubled. Everyone knows how hard it is to find a job these days. Now that Qin Huairu wants a job, what should he do? Shaju could only go find the canteen director, but the canteen director wouldn't help him. Usually, Shaju was the most foul-mouthed and would often clash with him. If it weren't for Shaju's excellent cooking skills, the canteen director wouldn't have kept him. Chapter 64 Shaju helps Qin Huairu find a job. Now, he wants to help Qin Huairu find a job. What a daydream to think about it in broad daylight. The canteen director decisively said, I can't handle this. Jobs are very tight right now, and I don't have the ability to get her a job. Shaju unhappily said, Qin Jia's family is in such difficulty. The whole family relies on her alone. Can't you help a little? What can I help with? There are many difficulties in the world. Why should I specifically help her? Anyway, I can't help, so find someone else. Shaju angrily said, I won't look for you. There are plenty of capable people. I'll go find someone else. The canteen director sneered, Go ahead. If you have ambition, you better not come looking for me in the future. Shaju snorted coldly. If I don't look, then I won't. If you have something, don't come looking for me. Shaju then went to find Director Yang, but Director Yang also didn't help him. In the end, Shaju was so worried that he had no choice but to daze in the canteen's kitchen. At noon, the canteen director was taking his lunchbox to get food when he happened to run into Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan had come specifically to find him. He patted his shoulder and said, Old Ma, let's go to the small canteen for lunch, my treat. Oh, Section Chief Xiang, how can I let you treat me? I'll treat. The canteen director was actually thinking of currying favor with Xiang Nan, mainly because Xiang Nan was so young, yet already a deputy section chief. His future was limitless. If he built a good relationship with Xiang Nan now, then when something happened in the future, wouldn't he be able to ask for help? Xiang Nan waved his hand and said, "I have something to ask of you. That's why I want to treat you to a meal." The canteen director was even happier and said, "Oh, in that case, let's have a good chat at noon." The two went to the small canteen and ordered a few dishes. The cook in the small canteen happened to be Siheyuan. When he heard that the diners were Xiang Nan and the canteen director, he got so angry that he directly said, "I'm not cooking for these two. Whoever wants to cook can do it." Siheyuan went on strike, and the canteen director was now embarrassed. He angrily shouted, "This Siheyuan is really too lawless. I'm going to deal with him right now." Xiang Nan grabbed him and shook his head, saying, "Forget it. This guy has this stubborn temper. The more you go to find him, the more he will put on airs. It's just a meal. Who cooks doesn't matter. Just let the chef from the second canteen come over to stir-fry a few dishes. It won't taste too bad." The canteen director shook his head and smiled bitterly. If it were something else, it would be fine, but when it comes to cooking skills, our factory really does have the best food cooked by Siheyuan. Although the chef from the second canteen is at the same level as Siheyuan, his cooking skills are really a bit far off. Xiang Nan smiled and said, "This is easy. Just find a chef from outside who's better than Siheyuan, and that's it." The canteen director helplessly smiled bitterly. "It's not that simple. Those good chefs are all doing well outside. Who would come to our factory? That was in the past. But what is the situation now? Now there's a shortage of food everywhere, and many restaurants have closed down. Only our factory is still doing well and can eat to fullness. If you go outside to look for a chef, you might not even find a national banquet chef. But a third or fourth level chef shouldn't be too hard to find." Xiang Nan just couldn't understand. There are plenty of cooks in the world. Why do the leaders in this drama only look for Siheyuan? Li Huai hit him and still wanted him to be a cook, without any thought of revenge. The canteen director was taken aback and said, "You're right. It's not hard to find a decent cook these days. I turned around to look for one, and when I found him, I wondered if Siheyuan would still be arrogant." It wasn't too long before the chef from the second canteen came over and helped make a few home-cooked dishes. Xiang Nan picked up a chopstick of food and tasted it. It was okay, not bad at all. However, Xiang Nan wasn't there just to eat. He had serious business with the canteen director. He raised his wine glass and clinked it with him, then said, "I have something to ask of you." The director replied, "What are you talking about? We help each other out. If you have something, just say it. I'll definitely help if I can." "All right. Then I want to be polite. I want to find a job for my wife. Do you have any suitable positions in your canteen?" The canteen director didn't expect that on the same day, both Siheyuan and Xiang Nan would come to him with the same topic, looking for a job. He gave different answers to the two. He told Siheyuan that he couldn't help him because there were no extra job positions in the canteen. But to Xiang Nan, he said something else. "Xiang, you've brought it up. How can I not help? Finding a job is a small matter. Your wife can start working in the canteen tomorrow. By the way, which canteen do you want her to work in? The steel mill has 4 canteens. And the third canteen has a small canteen for the leaders and clients because Siheyuan's cooking is good." However, Xiang Nan didn't want Wu Qianqian to go to the third canteen. That would just be sending her to be bullied by Siheyuan. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Let her go to the second canteen. I have a good relationship with the chef there, and with him around, my wife at least won't be bullied." The canteen director laughed and said, "With you, Xiang, in the security department, which blind person would dare to bully your wife?" Xiang Nan glanced outside disdainfully and said, "Who else could it be? Just that fool." The canteen director knew exactly who he was talking about and shook his head angrily, saying, "Don't mention him. That guy doesn't listen to anyone, not even me. Just find a cook better than him. Then he won't be the only choice. If he makes mistakes, just punish him properly. After a few times, he'll behave." "You're absolutely right. I'll go look for one." The two finished their drinks, and the job situation was settled. Of course, it was only a temporary position, and the monthly salary was just 18 yuan. Getting a formal position was really difficult. Even Xiang Nan couldn't manage it for now. Of course, this was also because he didn't want to pay too much. If he were to take out 1,000 or so yuan, he could definitely secure a formal position. But there was no need. If a temporary worker completed 3 years, they would automatically be converted to a formal position without spending too much money. Meanwhile, Siheyuan was still troubled about how to explain things to Qin Huairu. The next morning, He saw Xiang Nan riding a bike with Wu Qianqian out the door. This puzzled Shaju. Why was Wu Qianqian going out with Xiang Nan? Also, wasn't Xiang Nan on the night shift? Why was he going to the steel mill so early? When he arrived at the canteen and inquired a bit, he learned that Wu Qianqian had actually started working in the canteen. Although she was working in the second canteen, it still made Shaju very angry. He found the canteen director and shouted, "Didn't you say there were no jobs in the canteen? Why could Wu Qianqian come to work?" The canteen director replied without looking up, "The canteen indeed has no jobs because the only vacancy was given to Xiang Nan's family." Shaju yelled, "Why is that? Why can he get it just by asking, but I can't?" The canteen director retorted loudly, "What is his status, and what is yours? Also, what is the relationship between you and Qin Huairu, a widow? Why should I help her?" Shaju was at a loss for words and weakly said, "What relationship I have with her is none of your business, but you can't just give the job to someone else." The canteen director coldly replied, "Who do you think you are? If you were my superior, I would listen to you, but you're just my subordinate. I don't have to listen to you." Shatsu shouted, "Fina, you speak so firmly. Then I, Zhu Gu, won't serve you anymore. If the leaders want to eat stir-fried dishes, go find someone else." In the past, the canteen director might have been afraid, but Xiang Nan's previous words reminded him that there are plenty of cooks out there. There is no need to hang everything on Shaju. Watching the cursing Shaju leave, the canteen director started calling people he knew to find a good cook. If it were in the past, he might not have found a particularly good cook. Good cooks usually went to outside restaurants and were unwilling to work in a factory. But now it was different. Times were tough, and food was scarce, causing many restaurants to close down. Cooks who were out of work naturally wouldn't be picky. The canteen director made just one phone call and found a level 5 chef. Then he approached Li Huai and explained the situation. Chapter 65. Shaju looks for trouble. Xiang Nan causes trouble in the following month and a half. Shaju became very obedient, not daring to offend the leadership at all, fearing he would be punished to work in the workshop and never return to the canteen. The canteen director was very pleased to see Shaju behaving himself during this time. If he had known that Shaju could be so easily controlled, he wouldn't have had to wait so long to find a cook from outside. On Xiang Nan's side, he also switched from a night shift to the day shift, allowing him to go to and from work with Wu Qianqian every day. Usually, Xiang Nan ate in the second canteen where Wu Qianqian worked, but today he happened to patrol and ended up at the third canteen. Zhang Ping suggested they eat at the third canteen, saying the new chef there could also make big pot dishes and they tasted pretty good. Hearing this, Xiang Nan was tempted, so he decided to eat at the third canteen. Coincidentally, Shaju was serving food that day, and he was still the same as before. He gave more to women and less to men. For someone with a brain smaller than a walnut, this kind of thing was nothing. The male workers only got a little less, and even though they felt it was unfair, they wouldn't make a fuss over such a small matter. So they could only endure it, which further encouraged Shaju's arrogance. Although Shaju was indeed behaving in front of the leaders, he still treated ordinary workers the same as before. While serving food, he saw Xiang Nan in line behind him, and he instantly got angry. In his eyes, Xiang Nan not only stole his dating partner, but also took the job he had arranged for his beloved Qin Jie. In reality, it wasn't like that at all. The canteen director didn't give him any face and didn't arrange for Qin Huairu to work in the kitchen. But to Shaju, the fact that Qin Huairu didn't get into the factory, while Wu Qianqian did, meant that Xiang Nan had taken his job. So Shaju had to get revenge. Originally, Xiang Nan was in front of Shaju in line, but was standing aside. However, Shaju purposely switched places with someone next to him, so that Xiang Nan's line would be served by him. Soon it was Zhang Ping's turn. He said, 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and 3 steam buns. Shaju scooped out a normal portion, and Zhang Ping casually glanced at it and walked away. Then it was Xiang Nan's turn. Shaju, with a fake smile, said, "Section Chief Xiang, what would you like to eat?" Xiang Nan didn't mind Shaju's attitude and said, "Same as him, 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and 3 steam buns." Shaju immediately served Xiang Nan, but compared to Wang Liang, it was much less. The vegetable dish was okay, with a few leaves, but the meat dish didn't have a single piece of meat, just a bit of meat broth. Xiang Nan glanced at the lunchbox, sneered, and asked, "Are you sure this is all you're giving me?" "Of course, everyone gets the same. You can't expect more, can you?" Xiangnan smiled and said, "Okay, you're good." Sha Zhu also smiled proudly and said, "I've always been good." "You've finished. Why aren't you leaving?" Xiangnan only glanced at him coldly, then turned and left. Xiangnan sat down with his lunchbox opposite Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping glanced at Xiangnan's lunchbox and then exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, Captain, how come you're eating so fast? Is there no food left?" Xiangnan kushao de soa. "I haven't touched a bite. This is all Sha Zhu gave me." Zhang Ping immediately stood up and said, "That bastard. I'm going to find him." "Forget it. Sit down." "No, Captain. Are you just going to swallow this?" Xiangnan coldly laughed and said, "If you want to play, then let's play a big game with him. Keep an eye on Sha Zhu for me. I want to know everything he does in the factory." Zhang Ping grinned and said, "This is easy. My brother is in the back kitchen. Whatever Sha Zhu does, he knows all about it." Xiangnan didn't expect Zhang Ping's brother to be the chubby one from the original play, who is also one of Sha Zhu's apprentices. Of course, the chubby one is not Zhang Ping's biological brother, but a cousin named Liang, who just started working in the factory this year as a kitchen helper and is not yet Sha Zhu's apprentice. After work, the chubby one was called over by Zhang Ping. Xiangnan looked at him and said, "I want you to help me with something. Once it's done, if you want to come to the security department, I can arrange for you to become a formal security guard." Since the chubby one is still just a temporary worker, he was very happy to hear about the possibility of becoming permanent. He excitedly said, "Xiangnan, you will be my brother from now on. I'll do whatever you ask me to do." Xiangnan smiled and said, "I want you to keep an eye on Sha Zhu. I want to know everything he does in the cafeteria." The chubby one patted his chest and said, "That's a small matter. Leave it to me." In the following days, the chubby one kept an eye on Sha Zhu, reporting back to Xiangnan about whatever Sha Zhu did. Currently, the small cafeteria has the new chef and Sha Zhu taking turns on duty. The new chef works on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, while Sha Zhu works on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Since factory director Yang likes the dishes made by Sha Zhu, sometimes even if it's not Sha Zhu's turn, he will still specifically ask Sha Zhu to cook. Whenever director Yang asks Sha Zhu to cook, Sha Zhu will always pack some dishes into his own lunchbox beforehand. In his words, if director Yang agrees, then you can go find director Yang if you're not happy about it. Of course, the cafeteria staff wouldn't dare to ask director Yang, but this gave Xiangnan an opportunity. That afternoon, just before the end of work, the chubby one quietly found Xiangnan and whispered, "Just now director Yang asked Sha Zhu to cook, and he packed half a chicken and a pound of pork belly into his lunchbox. And that's not all. He also borrowed Ma Hua's lunchbox and packed a pound of rice and a few eggs." Xiangnan widened his eyes in shock and said, "No way. This fool is so greedy?" The chubby one kushao jigsaw. "This is already considered normal. Since a new chef has come, he doesn't dare to be too reckless. He only does this when director Yang asks him to cook. Previously, this guy was even worse." Xiangnan nodded and said, "You're doing well. Since he dares to do this, I'll catch him today. If you want, you can come to the security department tomorrow." The chubby one happily said, "Thank you, Xiangnan. I'll go back now and keep an eye on this guy." "All right, you go." Xiangnan called Zhang Ping over and quietly said, "Tell the brothers at the gate to pay attention. If they see Sha Zhu, they should stop him immediately. I want to catch him red-handed." "Understood." On Sha Zhu's side, he had already prepared 5 dishes and then asked Lu Lan to take the dishes over. Lu Lan was very dissatisfied when a new chef cooked. He always evenly divided the leftovers among the back kitchen staff. But when it came to Sha Zhu, he first packed half of the dishes into his own lunchbox before sending the rest to the leaders. With half the dishes missing, how could the leaders possibly have leftovers? In the end, when Lu Lan went to clean up, the plate was cleaner than if a dog had licked it. Because of this, Lu Lan didn't want to work with Sha Zhu anymore, since following him brought her no benefits. However, she also had no choice. She hadn't gotten together with Li Huai yet, and without any backing, she couldn't afford to offend anyone. After Sha Zhu finished cooking, he squinted at Lu Lan and said, "You remember to clean up the small cafeteria? Okay? You can't leave until the leaders are gone." This made Lu Lan even angrier. She could only watch helplessly as Sha Zhu took several lunchboxes and left, while she had to stay behind and wait until the leaders left before she could go. It was now peak time for getting off work, with thousands of people flooding out of the factory. The security guards were closely monitoring the crowd, occasionally whispering to each other. At this moment, Zhang Ping came in happily and said, "Captain, Sha Zhu is here." Xiang Nin coldly replied. Have the guards at the entrance get ready. As soon as Sha Zhu arrives at the door, stop him immediately. Understood. Sha Zhu was swaying his way over with several lunchboxes. The net bag holding the lunchboxes was stretched tightly, clearly indicating that the boxes were quite heavy, revealing a clue compared to the other workers' hands. Chapter 66. Sha Zhu caught stealing. He naturally saw the security guard station at the factory entrance. But he didn't take it to heart. After all, he was taking leftovers home, which Director Yang had approved, so he had nothing to fear. However, he never expected that while the security guards usually ignored him, today, as soon as he reached the entrance, he was stopped by them. Comrade Sha Zhu, halt. Please submit to a search. Sha Zhu was taken aback and then shouted loudly. Why should I be checked? There are so many people here. Why aren't you checking them and only checking me? The workers who were about to leave the rolling mill saw the commotion and immediately stopped. Xiang Nan said to Zhang Ping, have the unrelated people leave. Don't block the entrance. Zhang Ping went out and said to everyone, all right, there's nothing to see. Those finishing work should go back and not block here. Some left, but even more stayed behind to figure out what was going on. The security guard shouted at Sha Zhu, you better behave. Once we finish checking, you can naturally leave. Sha Zhu felt a bit guilty. The stuff in his lunchbox couldn't be seen in the light. He angrily shouted, why should I let you check? Who do you think you are? We are the security guards of the Rolling Mill Security Department and have the right to check anyone. You better cooperate with us, or we will take coercive measures. Sha Zhu spat and shouted, forget it, you bunch of dogs wanting to bite anyone you see. Don't listen to them, everyone. Let's charge out together. Zhang Ping saw that Sha Zhu was about to incite a riot among the workers, so he shouted, everyone stay calm. Today we are only checking Sha Zhu, not anyone else. Sha Zhu protested, you're targeting me. Why only check me? Because we received a tip-off. Someone told us you stole something from the cafeteria, so we have to check. Sha Zhu became even more flustered, not knowing which bastard from the cafeteria had sold him out. He absolutely could not let the security guards open his lunchbox, so he quickly thought of a way to run away. But the security guards were already on guard. As soon as he started to run, one of the guards pounced on him, knocking him down to the ground. The lunchbox fell to the ground, and one of the boxes hit the corner, popping open the lid and revealing half a chicken. Suddenly, the crowd gasped, and someone shouted, Sha Zhu, you bastard. You really stole something. That big chicken is enough for my family to eat for 3 days. Sha Zhu shouted loudly, this is leftovers. Director Yang approved it for me to take home. Xiang Nin walked over and picked up all the lunchboxes from the ground. He opened another lunchbox, and it was a pound of pork belly. Xiang Nin coldly said, is this also leftovers? I have never seen leftover food that is still raw. Sha Zhu stared at him fiercely and said, Xiang Nan, you bastard. How dare you set me up? Xiang Nin disdainfully replied, Sha Zhu, what kind of dog are you? Am I setting you up? Did I stuff meat into your lunchbox, or did I make you steal? Xiang Nin opened the last lunchbox, which was full of white rice, with a few eggs placed inside. He raised the lunchbox for everyone around to see and then loudly said, everyone look, these lunchboxes contain what he calls leftover food. Where's the raw rice that is left over? And this chicken, this meat? Sha Zhu stole things from our steel mill cafeteria. He stole our things. This bastard. No wonder when I go to the cafeteria to get food, he always gives me just a little. It turns out he stole it all. Beat this bastard to death for stealing our stuff. Dozens of workers roared, wanting to rush forward and kill Sha Zhu, who was so frightened that his face turned pale and shouted, I didn't steal it. It was approved by Director Yang for me to take. At this moment, Director Yang shouted angrily, I never approved you to steal food from the factory. Director Yang had arrived, and he was furious upon hearing Sha Zhu's words. He continued, I only allowed him to take leftover food. But this lunchbox is clearly not leftover food, no need to say. This is what he stole. I demand the security department to investigate this matter thoroughly and give the worker brothers a satisfactory explanation. Xiang Nin smiled and said, Director Yang, don't worry. We will definitely investigate the truth and give everyone a fair resolution. Director Yang nodded and said, good. With Section Chief Xiang handling it, I can rest assured. Sha Zhu slumped to the ground, knowing he was doomed. On Qin Huairu's side, she was still waiting at the entrance of the courtyard for Sha Zhu. Today is Bang Gung's birthday, so she had told Sha Zhu in advance to bring back something good. This was also why Sha Zhu risked so much to steal things from the steel mill. However, after waiting for a long time, almost everyone in the courtyard had returned. But Sha Zhu still had not come back. Moreover, when everyone returned, they looked at Qin Huairu with strange expressions. She asked them in confusion, but they wouldn't say anything. At this moment, Su Damao returned and, upon seeing Qin Huairu, laughed loudly. Qin Huairu, are you still waiting for Sha Zhu? Qin Huairu glared at him angrily and said, Don't talk nonsense. I'm not waiting for him. Su Damao smirked and said, If you're not waiting for him, what are you doing here? Your man is gone. Are you waiting for Sha Zhu or someone else? Qin Huairu disdainfully replied, I'm just standing here. What is wrong with that? Su Damao maliciously said, Sure, you can continue standing here. Anyway, even if you stand here until the end of time, Sha Zhu won't come back. After hearing Su Damao's gloating words, Qin Huairu was shocked and asked, What? What happened to Sha Zhu? Su Damao didn't hide it and laughed. Sha Zhu was caught stealing. Goodness. They found half a chicken, a pound of pork belly, and a lunchbox full of rice and 4 eggs in his lunchbox. Yin Bugue next to him was surprised and said, Sha Zhu brings a lunchbox back every day, and it turns out he was carrying so many things? Su Damao excitedly replied, Yeah, I didn't know before. I thought he just brought back some leftovers. But it turns out he doesn't care about leftovers. He directly brings meat and rice. At this point, Qin Huairu was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She naturally knew the reason why Sha Zhu brought back so many things, but she never expected that Sha Zhu would actually be caught. When she returned home, Jia Zhongshi angrily asked, Where is Sha Zhu? He was supposed to bring something back for my precious grandson Bangong's birthday. Where the hell is he? Qin Huairu panicked and replied, He was caught. What? What about the things he promised to bring? What are we going to do for Bangong's birthday? Jia Zhongshi didn't care whether Sha Zhu was caught or not. She only cared about Bangong's birthday and the meat Sha Zhu promised to bring. Bangong also shouted, I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. Qin Huairu replied irritably, You still want to eat meat? Sha Zhu was caught. We might not even have food to eat in the future. Jia Zhongshi yelled, That won't do. I can go hungry, but Bangong can't starve. Qin Huairu, you disaster bringer. Think of a way. Qin Huairu helplessly said, What can I do? I don't know anyone in the factory. Jia Zhongshi thought for a moment and smiled slyly. If it doesn't work, you can try finding the deaf old lady. She knows a lot of people and can definitely save Sha Zhu. Without saying another word, Qin Huairu quickly ran to the backyard. Ever since Yi Zhonghai was arrested and sentenced, he had been relying on the deaf old lady. Originally, the deaf old lady thought that Yi Zhonghai and his wife would support her in her old age, and Sha Zhu would then support Yi Zhonghai and his wife. But now that Yi Zhonghai had gotten into trouble, no one cared about Sha Zhu anymore. Instead, all his attention was on the widow Qin Huairu, which made the deaf old lady quite disappointed. She believed that it was Qin Huairu who lured Sha Zhu away. If not for her, Sha Zhu would definitely take good care of her. Now that Qin Huairu suddenly came to find her, she was naturally quite annoyed. Chapter 67. The deaf old lady threatens. Director Yang. The deaf old lady looked at Qin Huairu and said unhappily, We are eating. Don't you understand the rules? What are you doing here at this time? Qin Huairu's face looked bad as she said, Old lady, something happened. The deaf old lady disdainfully replied, What does it have to do with us if something happens to your Jia family? Qin Huairu anxiously said, It's not our family. It's Sha Zhu. The deaf old lady was taken aback after hearing this. Although she had been somewhat disappointed with Sha Zhu lately, that didn't mean she wanted to give up on him. So when she heard that something happened to Sha Zhu, she immediately asked anxiously, What happened to my grandson? He was caught by the security department. Xiangnan again, that little bastard. How despicable. This was the deaf old lady's first reaction. And Aunt E continued to ask, What did Sha Zhu get caught for? Qin Huairu weakly said, He just took a bit of leftover food from the factory, and then Xiangnan caught him. Of course, Qin Huairu couldn't say how much Sha Zhu had actually brought back. She was afraid the deaf old lady would scold her. So she downplayed it and said he just took a bit of leftover food. Hearing this, the deaf old lady became even angrier. She said, So that's the case. I didn't get to eat the leftovers. I'll eat them. Since that's the case, it's your family that should save him. What are you looking for me for? Qin Huairu cried. Old lady, I was wrong, but my family is really in trouble. Without Sha Zhu, our family can't survive. And he is after all your eldest grandson. If you don't save him, he really won't come out. Although the deaf old lady was angry with Qin Huairu, she also knew the urgency of the matter. The deaf old lady angrily said, "Humph, wait until I save Sha Zhu this time. I will make him stay away from your Jia family. Being too close to your family is definitely not good." Qin Huairu agreed with her mouth, but in her heart, she disagreed. If she stayed away from Sha Zhu, how could she continue to take advantage of him? How would the Jia family survive? Qin Huairu supported the deaf old lady out, and since this incident happened at the steel mill, they definitely had to go find Director Yang. When Director Yang heard that the deaf old lady was looking for him again, he loudly said in annoyance, "I'm not seeing anyone. Just say I'm not home today." Mrs. Yang didn't waste any words and directly went to the courtyard entrance to tell the deaf old lady that Director Yang was not home. The deaf old lady didn't say much either, just nodded and said, "If Xiao Yang doesn't want to see me, that's fine. Please remember to help me pass this to him." The deaf old lady took out a handkerchief and handed it to Mrs. Yang. Mrs. Yang took a look. It was just an ordinary handkerchief, but had some dark red marks on it and a few peony flowers embroidered on it. Madame Yang thought to herself that this old lady was not simple. The handkerchief she casually took out was still so trendy. Madame Yang turned around and went home, handing the handkerchief to Director Yang. As soon as Director Yang saw it, cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. This handkerchief did not belong to the deaf old lady, but was actually his ex-wife's. It had been mentioned before that before the liberation of the city in 49, Director Yang had been injured and was saved by the deaf old lady, which made him owe her a big favor. After Director Yang recovered, he brought his wife to thank her. However, at that time, the city had not yet been liberated, so the three of them only chatted for a short while before leaving. Later, after liberation, Director Yang returned to the city and became the director of the steel rolling mill. However, as soon as he entered the city, he was captivated by his current wife and didn't want to divorce his first wife, as that would have a bad influence. So he came up with an idea. He staged a fake disappearance. He had someone inform his wife back home that he was missing, while in fact, he had gone to the city to be a factory director. At the same time, he changed his marital status to single in his records and promptly married his current wife. During the early days after the liberation of the city in 49, management was very chaotic. No one noticed the small tricks he was pulling. Actually, that wasn't entirely true. There was one person who noticed, and that was the deaf old lady. When the deaf old lady visited Director Yang's home, she found out that Madame Yang was not the same person as before. So, she tentatively asked a question. Director Yang was evasive, and the old lady, being wise, immediately understood what was happening. The deaf old lady did not ask further, and Director Yang thought he had managed to fool her. However, he did not know that after the old lady returned home, she immediately went to his hometown and found his ex-wife. His ex-wife still thought Director Yang was missing and cried with the deaf old lady for a while. The deaf old lady did not tell her about Director Yang's situation. She only sought to find a handle on him. She secretly took a handkerchief belonging to Director Yang's ex-wife and left. The deaf old lady had held onto this handle for over 10 years without using it, and today it finally came in handy. When Director Yang saw the handkerchief, he realized that the deaf old lady must know about his two wives. If this matter were to spread, his future would be ruined. So he urgently said to Madame Yang, "Quick, go invite the old lady back. Didn't you say you didn't want to see her? Don't worry about that, just go." Madame Yang had no choice but to go to the courtyard gate, only to find that the deaf old lady had not left. Upon seeing Madame Yang, the old lady smiled and asked, "Has Director Yang agreed to see me?" "He has agreed, but old lady, is there something about that handkerchief? Why did my husband change his expression immediately upon seeing it, and then agree to see you? The red mark on that handkerchief is his own blood. Back then, I used this handkerchief to stop his bleeding. When he saw it, he probably felt guilty inside, which is why he agreed to see me." Madame Yang knew that the deaf old lady had saved Director Yang's life, but she was unaware of the subsequent events. So she believed her and did not ask further. The deaf old lady entered Director Yang's home alone, while Qin Huairu could not even enter the courtyard gate. Director Yang's expression was not good. He coldly asked, "What did you say to my wife?" The deaf old lady repeated what she had said earlier, and Director Yang's expression softened a bit. He turned to Madame Yang and said, "You go buy some vegetables. I want to invite the old lady to dinner today. At this time, were there any vegetables? Go find a canteen director. He must have some. Madame Yang nodded and left directly. Once the outsiders were gone, Director Yang got straight to the point. Speak. What do you want me to do this time? The deaf old lady did not hold back and said directly, It's about Shaju. This time you must protect him. Director Yang exploded in anger, shouting, Impossible. What he did this time is too big. All the workers in the factory know about it, and I can't protect him this time. Seeing Director Yang refuse outright, the deaf old lady did not react much. She simply stood up and said softly, Oh, if you really can't help, then forget it. Now that I don't have anyone to support me, I can only go back to the countryside. I'm planning to find Pundi. As soon as she mentioned the name Pundi, Director Yang became anxious, as that was clearly the name of his ex-wife, and the deaf old lady was clearly threatening him. Director Yang said in a deep voice, Are you threatening me? The deaf old lady smiled sinisterly and said, I have never threatened anyone. I'm already half in the grave. My only wish now is to find someone to support me. That person is Shaju. If something happens to him, I won't want to live anymore. Director Yang Si get help Leslie. He compromised. He said bitterly, I can at most guarantee he won't go to jail. I can't guarantee anything else. All right, as long as he doesn't go in, I'll be satisfied. But I also want a job quota. Director Yang angrily replied, What do you mean, old lady? Are you being too greedy with this matter? I can't help you. In that case, I will choose to go back to the countryside. Director Yang felt numb and said, Don't even think about a formal job. I can't provide that. At most, I can give you a temporary job. A temporary job is fine. After 3 years, I can be regularized, right? Yes. Since I've helped you so much, you must guarantee not to bring this matter up again in the future. The deaf old lady smiled and said, Isn't this handkerchief in your hand? Do you expect me to ask for it back? Then how can you guarantee you won't go looking for her again? The deaf old lady said with a sinister smile, I'm just an old lady. You are a high-ranking factory director. Do I need to teach you this little thing? Director Yang's expression suddenly changed. He understood the implication in the deaf old lady's words. She was suggesting he kill his wife. After all, to keep the secret, the best way would be to make that person permanently silent. But he could not accuse the deaf old lady because she had said nothing. This was all his own realization. He snorted coldly and said, All right, you can leave. It's best if we don't see each other again. Okay, write me a note, and I'll leave immediately. Director Yang turned and wrote a note allowing a certain someone to enter the factory as a temporary worker. He did not write the name. He said with annoyance, Take this note to the personnel office, and you can start working. The deaf old lady smiled and said, Thank you very much. The deaf old lady turned and left, while Qin Huairu had been waiting at the courtyard gate. She saw the deaf old lady come out and ran over to ask, Old lady, how did it go with Shaju? The deaf old lady glanced at her and said coldly, We'll talk about it later. The two returned to the courtyard, and an older woman asked, Old lady, how did it go? Shaju is safe. He won't go to jail, but he can't keep his job. Qin Huairu immediately felt despair and said, What? He lost his job? What will our family do? The deaf old lady looked at her resentful expression and scolded. Are you relying on Shaju, you widow? How shameless. Why don't you go find work yourself? Qin Huairu said with a bitter face, Old lady, I have tried, but I can't find anything. There are hundreds of people competing for any job in the neighborhood. How could I, with no connections and no money, compete? The deaf old lady snorted and said, Then write me an IOU, saying you borrowed 800 yuan from me. Huh, but I didn't borrow anything. People like Qin Huairu never write IOUs, even when borrowing money, let alone when they haven't borrowed anything. The deaf old lady took out the note written by Director Yang and said, Take this note to the personnel office at the steel rolling mill, and they will arrange a temporary job for you. After 3 years, you can be regularized. Qin Huairu was overjoyed and stepped forward to snatch it away. The deaf old lady quickly pulled her hand back and coldly said, You write an IOU first. Don't worry, I won't ask you for money. But you must guarantee that when Xiao Yi and his wife grow old, you will provide for them. Qin Huairu just wanted to get the note. And as for the Yanglock, providing for the elderly, that could be discussed later. Besides, as long as Zhonghai's house was still there, she would definitely be willing to support him. So, Qin Huairu immediately nodded and said, I agree. The deaf old lady looked at her coldly and said, You write the IOU first, and I will give it to Anta to keep. If you don't provide for her in the future, she will come to ask you for money. All right, no problem. Qin Huairu, who had a low level of education, stumbled through writing the IOU and then handed it to Aunt De. Only then did the deaf old lady give her the note. The deaf old lady had no choice. She really couldn't find anyone else willing to provide for Aunt De, and Qin Huairu from the courtyard was the only one who barely fit the bill. The next day, factory director Yang convened a meeting. All the factory leaders were present, and of course, Xiangnan was among them. After all, he was the deputy section chief, so he was considered a cadre and could attend the meeting. Director Yang looked around at everyone and said, "Is everyone here? Let's discuss a few matters. The first issue is about our factory's level 8 fitter, Yi Zhonghai. He has been sentenced to 2 years in prison, and we definitely cannot keep such a criminal in our factory. What do you all think we should do?" Li Huai immediately said, "What is there to discuss? Of course, he should be fired. By the way, the house he lives in also belongs to the factory, right? We should take that back too." Director Yang glanced to the personnel department director Chen Dakai. He was one of his own. Zhang countered, "Of course, Yi Zhonghai must be fired. But there's no need to take back the house. Why not take it back? He is no longer an employee of the factory. How can his family continue to live in the factory's house?" However, Yi Zhonghai was a level 8 worker. His skills were still there. He would only be in prison for 2 years. And when he comes out, shouldn't we find a way to bring him back? After all, there aren't many level 8 workers in the factory. And if he goes to another factory, that would be a loss for us. Li Huai fell silent. This was indeed a problem. At this moment, Director Yang raised his hand to calm everyone down and said, "How about we handle it this way? Yi Zhonghai's family can continue living in the original house, but during his 2 years in prison, his family must pay rent. In this era, rent was only a few bucks a month. Yi Zhonghai had saved at least 10,000 yuan. 2 years of rent was nothing for him. However, this was also a concession from Director Yang, and Li Huai naturally had nothing more to say, so they agreed on this matter. Director Yang continued, "Next is the handling of the case of Heyuju. Security Department, what issues did you find?" Director Sun Tianshi of the Security Department said, "Heyuju admitted that the items in the lunchbox were stolen by him, and their total value is around 8 or 9 yuan. He voluntarily admits his guilt." Li Huai coldly said, "Does he only admit to stealing this time? What about the previous lunchboxes? He doesn't admit to the previous ones. After all, we didn't catch him in the act. That is not right." According to their neighbors in the courtyard, he used to bring lunchboxes home every day. Even if we only count 5 yuan each time, he has been working in the factory for at least 7 or 8 years. How much is that worth? How much public property has he taken advantage of? Director Yang glanced at Li Huai, thinking that he was trying to put him in a difficult position. Director Yang certainly wanted to save Shaju's life. He shook his head and said, "This is just your inference, not evidence. We need substantial evidence to handle matters. Who can prove that he really stole so many things? What does the cafeteria say?" The reason Director Yang mentioned the cafeteria was simple. It meant that if they were to strictly investigate Shaju, then he would also have to strictly investigate the cafeteria. The cafeteria was Li Huai's territory, and from top to bottom, except for Shaju, it could even be said to be Li Huai's people. The cafeteria director must also have some dirt on him. If they were to conduct a strict investigation, he would certainly be in trouble too. Of course, Li Huai couldn't trade a cafeteria director for Shaju. That would be too unprofitable. Li Huai could only change his tune and say, "Since there is no evidence for the earlier incidents, then let us just punish this one. Shaju stealing things, and most of the workers in the factory know about it, has too serious an impact. My suggestion is to fire him." If it were before, Li Huai would definitely be reluctant to fire Shaju because Shaju's skills were indeed good and many higher-ups and peers liked the dishes he cooked. If Shaju were to be fired, the factory would incur a significant loss. However, now it was different. A new chef had come to the factory, and his skills were no worse than Shaju's, so Shaju's importance was no longer that great. Now, firing him posed no psychological burden for Li Huai. The same reasoning applied to Director Yang. In the past, Shaju was indeed irreplaceable, and no matter how much he made mistakes, Director Yang would find a way to protect him. But now he was no longer important, so Director Yang could have saved him, but at this moment, he was too lazy to put in the effort. Both sides reached an agreement, so Shaju's fate was sealed. When Qin Huairu arrived at the steel rolling mill, She happened to hear the factory broadcast announcing, "Beep, beep." After discussions among the factory leadership, it has been decided to fire He for theft. Qin Huairu was stunned, her mouth agape, unable to speak for a long time. Shaju had indeed been fired. He would no longer be able to help her, and it seemed it was time to say goodbye to him. Although Shaju's culinary skills were good, finding work was exceptionally difficult in this era. And he also had a record of theft, making it nearly impossible for him to find a job. Of course, Shaju could cater events. But this year was a year of disaster. The common people barely had enough to eat, let alone hold any banquets. It would be a miracle if Shaju didn't starve to death, let alone help her. So Qin Huairu had made up her mind that she would no longer have anything to do with Shaju. As she thought about this, she asked for directions and finally arrived at the personnel department. Because she had the IOU signed by Director Yang, no one had made things difficult for her on the way. The personnel department staff looked at the IOU and did not make things difficult for her either. They took out an employment form and said, "You fill out this form first, then take it to the factory director for his signature. Once it's signed, bring it back, and you can start working." Qin Huairu had a primary school education and could barely understand most of the form. After filling it out with some difficulty, she asked where the factory director's office was, and then went to find Director Yang for his signature. However, when she arrived near the director's office, she was stopped by someone. Li Huai deliberately asked, "Who are you? What are you here for?" Qin Huairu was startled and timidly said, "I came to find Director Yang for his signature. I am also the factory director. My name is Li Huai. Let me see what you want to get signed." Qin Huairu didn't dare refuse, so she handed over the employment form. Li Huai took a look and began to ponder. Just now, he had stopped her because he found Qin Huairu very attractive. Now, Qin Huairu was around 27 or 28 years old, which was the best age. Moreover, because she was supported by Shaju, she had been eating well, so she wasn't as thin as other women. At the same time, she wasn't overweight. She was slim in the right places. Li Huai's eyes lit up. He waved his hand to call Qin Huairu into the office and then closed the door. Qin Huairu, of course, was not a naive girl. She could tell what Li Huai meant. She is now at the mercy of others, and she has no choice but to obey. Qin Huairu sat uneasily on the sofa, quietly observing Li Huai with her peripheral vision. Li Huai pretended to look at the employment form, then clicked his tongue and said, "You are Jia Dongxu's wife, right?" He originally didn't know Jia Dongxu, but recently, after Jia Dongxu was beaten to death and his mother, Jia Zhang, caused a scene at the steel mill, how could Li Huai not know? Qin Huairu nodded and said, "Yes, my husband died, and our family has no income. Thanks to our factory's director Yang being kind-hearted, he agreed to let me work as a temporary worker." Temporary worker? That's not bad, it's quite good. Once you work in the factory for 3 years, you can become a permanent employee, and that counts as having an income. By the way, have you decided which workshop you want to go to? Qin Huairu was surprised and said, "Can I choose?" Li Huai looked at her face with ill intentions and asked, "Ordinary people can't choose, but I can. Have you decided where you want to go? To the cleaning crew to clean the toilets? Or to the sand molding workshop to carry molten iron?" Qin Huairu's face turned pale. She knew that those two places were either the dirtiest or the most exhausting. And there was also a risk to her life. She fearfully said, "Director Li, can I not go to those two places?" Li Huai pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, you want to go somewhere else? Like the kitchen in the cafeteria, where if there are leftovers, everyone could share them." But when Shaju was at the cafeteria, he would take the leftovers first, and only after he was done would the others get to share. If he took everything, there wouldn't be any leftovers left for others. So the others in the cafeteria never got a share. Now that Shaju has been fired for stealing, the new chef is quite decent and won't hog everything for himself. So everyone can get a bit. So the cafeteria job is considered a good position. Li Huai continued to speak slowly, and there's the warehouse management position. Although the pay isn't high, it's quite relaxed. There is hardly any work to do all day. Qin Huairu thought for a moment and tentatively said, "Can I choose to go to the cafeteria?" Li Huai smiled and said, "You want to go to the cafeteria?" "Of course, but why should I sign this?" "You have to know that if you want something, you must first give something in return." As he spoke, Li Huai moved closer to her on the sofa, which was narrow, making it a bit cramped for both of them. Qin Huairu wanted to stand up, but Li Huai did not stop her, only lightly said, "It seems you want to go to the sand molding workshop. Qin Huairu instantly stiffened and dared not move again. Li Huaid hugged her and threatened, "As long as you obey and follow me, I guarantee you'll enjoy good food and drink." Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu completely gave up resisting. She knew that, with her ability, she definitely couldn't support her whole family, and she would have to find another man to help her. However, now that Yi Zhonghai was in jail and the foolish Shaju was also unemployed, she could only look for someone else. And other men certainly wouldn't be as foolish as Shaju, who would give her money without asking for anything in return. Since it was like this, who she found didn't matter. Moreover, Li Huaid was the factory director, much better than an ordinary man. Having figured all this out, she gave up her resistance and half-heartedly yielded to Li Huaid. A few minutes later, Li Huaid leisurely smoked a cigarette. Qin Huairu felt a wave of disdain. How dare he provoke me with such little ability? However, she didn't dare to show it and instead weakly asked, "Director Li, what about my job arrangement?" Li Huaid waved his hand and said, "You can go to the cafeteria. You will be responsible for cleaning the private rooms. This job isn't much work and isn't tiring. And every time the leaders finish their meals, there will be some leftovers, which are all rich meat dishes, enough for you to eat." Qin Huairu immediately smiled and said, "Thank you, Director Li, and here are these tickets for you. Since you chose to follow me, I will definitely not let you suffer." Qin Huairu looked at the tickets in her hand. There were oil tickets and meat tickets, all good things. She happily hugged Li Huaid and gave him a kiss, which made Li Huaid smile proudly. Chapter 70. Qin Huairu beats Jia Zhang in the factory director's office. Qin Huairu tidied herself up, holding the employment form signed by Li Huaid, and slowly returned to the Human Resources Department. The people in the HR department found it a bit strange. The form she had was supposed to be signed by Director Yang, but it was signed by Director Li. However, they didn't want to meddle and smoothly processed Qin Huairu's employment. Then someone took Qin Huairu to the cafeteria, and just like that, she got a formal job. Meanwhile, Shaju left the steel mill in disgrace. He had been fired and would no longer be able to enter the steel mill. Feeling dejected, Shaju returned to the courtyard. Fortunately, his house was private property, and the factory had no power to take it back. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to live. Yin Bugue was not at the door today. He had gone to work early, and Third Aunt replaced him to continue guarding the entrance. When she saw Shaju, she deliberately asked, "Shaju is back. How did the factory handle you?" She already knew the outcome of Shaju's case because Xiang Nin had mentioned it in the courtyard earlier. However, some people are like that. The more someone doesn't want to talk about something, the more they want to ask purely to stir up trouble. Seeing Third Aunt intentionally bring up work, Shaju became angry and said irritably, "What does this have to do with you? Can you control it? Mind your own business." After saying that, he turned and went back to the middle courtyard. Third Aunt spat softly behind him. "Umph. You're just a jobless bum now. What is there to be proud of? Umph. You deserve to be schemed against." The middle courtyard was empty, but that was fine. Shaju went straight into the house, closed the door, and angrily laid down on the bed to sleep. In the afternoon, when work ended, everyone returned from the factory. They all knew Shaju's outcome. Jia Zhang curiously asked, "Did this orphan really just get fired?" Qin Huairu, somewhat impatient, said of course he was fired. What else could it be? Jia Zhang glared and said angrily, "No, I'm just asking. Why are you so impatient? You're getting bold now, daring to be impatient with me." Qin Huairu had indeed become bold because she now had a job and income. In the original storyline, after Jia Dongxu's death, although she would also have a job, she still wouldn't dare to confront Jia Zhang, because her job was inherited from Jia Dongxu, and Jia Zhang would say that this job wasn't hers. It belonged to her grandson. Qin Huairu thought the same way, so she lacked confidence and didn't dare to fall out with Jia Zhang. But now it was different. Although Jia Dongxu had also died, his job was not preserved. Now Qin Huairu's job was earned through her own efforts and had nothing to do with the Jia family. So she naturally wasn't afraid of Jia Zhang anymore. Qin Huairu coldly looked at Jia Zhang and said, "From now on, we need to clarify our positions." Jia Zhang, hearing this, looked incredulous and said, "Qin Huairu, what do you mean? You want to rebel?" "I wouldn't dare to rebel. But you need to understand one thing. I have a job now, and I'm the one supporting you. So from now on, you must listen to me." Jia Zhang was taken aback for a moment, then immediately shouted, "You want to go against heaven, Qin Huairu? You want me to listen to you? What kind of spring and autumn dreams are you having? After saying that, she directly lunged at Qin Huairu, wanting to hit her. But Qin Huairu now had confidence. So she was not polite at all and immediately started fighting with Jia Zhangshi. After all, Qin Huairu was young and had more stamina than Jia Zhangshi. It didn't take long for Jia Zhangshi to fall at a disadvantage. She was hit several times in a row. And then she finally realized the reality. She was old and couldn't win against Qin Huairu now. She could only sit on the ground and cry out, "This is outrageous. The daughter-in-law is hitting the mother-in-law. Old Jia, Dongxu, come quickly and take a look. Look at Qin Huairu now that you are gone. She has revealed her vicious, true colors. Hurry up and take her away." Instead, Qin Huairu was not afraid at all and coldly said, "Keep shouting. If you shout again, I will make sure you go hungry today." Jia Zhangshi immediately quieted down. She was not afraid of anything else. But she was most afraid of being hungry. After all, that feeling was awful. Qin Huairu continued, "If you obediently listen to me in the future and take good care of the two children, I will still acknowledge you, Jia Zhangshi, as my mother-in-law, and I can continue to support you. But if you continue to cause trouble in the yard like before, then I can only take the two children and remarry someone else. Anyway, I have a job now and can fully support myself and the two children. By the way, about this house, the factory was originally going to take it back. It's because I became a worker at the factory that we can continue to live here. If you keep making a fuss, don't blame me for really kicking you out." Jia Zhangshi was instantly frightened. She really didn't dare to confront Qin Huairu anymore. She forced a smile and said, "Huairu, I really didn't mean to make a fuss. I just felt a bit uncomfortable thinking about Dongxu being gone." Qin Huairu didn't even look at Jia Zhangshi and snorted coldly. "Jia Zhangshi, you better think this way. Listen carefully. From now on, you must do the housework at home because I have to go to work and don't have time for it. You will have to wash the clothes for the two children and mine in the future." If this was in the past, Jia Zhangshi would have slapped her immediately. But now, she could only listen obediently. Once Qin Huairu finished speaking, Jia Zhangshi weakly said, "Since you have a job now, what about the pension money you promised me when you married Dongxu?" Qin Huairu angrily shouted, "There is none, not a penny." Jia Zhangshi pleaded immediately, "Don't, Huairu. Mom was wrong. It's not easy for me at home either. I have to take care of the children, and you wanted to wash clothes too. You can't let me work for nothing." Qin Huairu chuckled lightly, realizing that the feeling of turning the tables and being in charge was so refreshing. She stopped smiling and said, "Based on your performance, if you do well, I will give you $1 a month as pension money. If you don't do well, then you won't get a single cent." Jia Zhangshi used to receive $3 a month in pension money when Jia Dongxu was alive. However, she was still not satisfied and wanted more pension money. But Jia Dongxu's salary was limited, so it was impossible to give her more. Now, Qin Huairu only offered her $1 and would evaluate her performance. Yet she was very happy about it. So, people were just like that. You can't give them too much good face. Qin Huairu took out a meat coupon from her pocket and handed it to Jia Zhangshi, saying, "Get up early tomorrow and buy some meat. I want to eat meat when you come back in the evening. Where did you get this meat coupon? None of your business. Just eat if there's meat. Why are you asking so much?" Jia Zhangshi mustered her courage and said fiercely, "You must not cheat on my son Dongxu, or I will never let you go." Qin Huairu coldly replied, "Fine, then I want to look for other men. You go earn money and support the family. But you can't let those men take advantage of you. Do you think everyone else is a fool? They don't think about helping us without expecting something in return. Do you know how cunning men outside are? If they don't benefit, they want to come near it all. I want to stay loyal to Dongxu, but I have no choice." Qin Huairu became a factory worker, while the fool Shaju was fired. Xiang Nin knew all about this. As long as those beasts didn't intentionally provoke him, he wouldn't take action against them. Xiang Nin had his own things to do. Chapter 71. Clue to the steel plant theft case. It was still the case of the theft at the scrap warehouse. Everyone thought that after killing Jia Dongxu and catching a group of thieves, the case was solved. But only Director Sun and Xiang Nan knew that the case was not yet resolved. The four people who came with Jia Dongxu insisted it was their first time stealing from the steel plant. Xiang Nan interrogated them for several days, asking many details, and everything matched up. So Xiang Nan believed what they said. This confirmed that the more than 20 tons of scrap iron stolen before were not taken by them. Moreover, 20 tons was too much. It was impossible for an outsider to do it, and it was highly likely that it was an insider. Everyone who knew about this case thought it was over, but for Xiangnan, it was a good thing. He could investigate quietly without alarming anyone. After several days of investigation, Xiangnan finally uncovered some useful clues. He found Director Sun and confidently said, "I have basically figured out how they stole things from the factory." Director Sun immediately perked up and asked, "How did they steal it?" Xiangnan handed a cigarette to Director Sun and lit one for himself, taking a puff as he said, "The warehouse supervisor Lu Lin has a brother-in-law named Feng Kongri, who is a driver in the transport team. His truck has been modified, and there's a hidden compartment under the truck bed. Before the end of the workday, Feng Kongri parks his truck at the farthest east side of the parking lot, just a few hundred meters from the scrap warehouse. Then at night, Lu Lin would work with Feng Kongri to quietly move the scrap iron from the warehouse to the parking lot, placing it in the hidden compartment of Feng Kongri's truck. The next morning, Feng Kongri drives the truck out of the factory. Because of the hidden compartment, it looks like he's driving an empty truck, so even if it's checked, they won't find anything. After hearing Xiangnan's report, Director Sun was surprised and said, "Xiangnan, how did you find this out?" Xiangnan smiled and said, "I've been wandering near the scrap warehouse these days, and then I saw deep tire tracks on the dirt road not far away. That dirt road had very deep wheel imprints, which indicated that a small cart had carried something heavy. I followed the tracks all the way to the parking lot. The truck closest to the dirt road was Feng Kongri's. Moreover, I secretly asked people in the transport team, and that parking space is Feng Kongri's exclusive spot. Someone parked there by accident before and was scolded by Feng Kongri. At that time, I became suspicious of Feng Kongri, and after some private inquiries, I learned he was Lu Lin's brother-in-law." Director Sun clapped his hands and said, "Xiangnan, you did a great job. Now we just need to catch them in the act, and we can close the case. Yes, I plan to have people stake out near the parking lot soon. And when they load the stolen items onto the truck, we'll come out and catch them in the act." "Good, but I wonder if they will act again soon." "They definitely will. After the Dongxu case, they will think this case is closed, and their courage will definitely grow. They will act again." "All right. You've worked hard lately. Arrange for someone to stake out." In the following days, Xiangnan arranged for someone to secretly stake out the parking lot. As long as someone came over at night, he would report immediately. Day by day, after about a week, Lu Lin and the others finally made another move. Zhang Ping whispered to Xiangnan, "Last night, Xiao Lu saw someone pushing a cart to Feng Kongri's truck. They fiddled around for a while and loaded things onto the truck. After they left, Xiao Chan went to take a look and found the truck bed empty." Xiangnan smiled and said, "The truck has a hidden compartment. It's normal that he didn't notice it. Besides, they definitely haven't finished loading yet. They will continue tonight. We'll stay in the parking lot tonight and wait for them to come." That night, Xiangnan led the team to ambush in the parking lot, waiting for Lu Lin and his crew to take the bait. On the other side, around midnight, Lu Lin got up. He hadn't gone home to rest tonight, but was making do in his office. Whenever they planned to steal something, they wouldn't go home, but would stay in the factory office. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and Feng Kongri called out softly from outside, "Brother-in-law, are you done resting? Are you up?" "I'm up." "Wait a moment." Lu Lin got dressed and opened the door. Feng Kongri had climbed over the factory wall and had some dirt on him. Lu Lin frowned and asked, "Why are you so dirty?" Feng Kongri waved his hand dismissively and said, "I accidentally fell when I was climbing over the wall while a patrol team from the security department was passing by. Did they notice you?" "No. Those people are a bunch of useless fools. How could they possibly notice me?" Feng Kongri looked down on the security department, thinking they were a bunch of useless people. He felt he had played a trick on them. And the incident started when Lu Lin and his crew stole over 20 tons of scrap metal from the warehouse. Lu Lin thought this couldn't be hidden for long and would definitely be discovered. So the two discussed finding a scapegoat. Lu Lin first dug a hole in the back wall of the scrap warehouse, and then he let Feng Kongri talk about this among a few of his friends. Their intention was to lure in thieves. As long as a thief stole something once, they could blame the entire 20-ton shortfall on that thief. And Dongxu happened to be one of Feng Kongri's friends. After hearing about it, he actually went with people to steal. Moreover, it was such a coincidence that Dongxu was beaten to death, so no one would know about the hole in the back wall of the scrap warehouse. Meanwhile, the security department indeed blamed all the stolen scrap metal in the factory on Dongxu, believing he had stolen everything. This way, Lu Lin and Feng Kongri's situation was safe, which was also the reason Feng Kongri looked down on the security department. The two arrived at the scrap warehouse and began to move the scrap iron with familiarity. Feng Kongri complained while working, "Brother-in-law, you said we work ourselves to death every day for just a few $100. Isn't that too little?" Lu Lin immediately scolded, "You don't know anything. This way we are safe. Besides, workers now only earn a few dozen bucks a month. We just have to work one night to earn a few hundred. What else do you have to complain about? Brother-in-law, do you think there are any particularly expensive things that stealing one could earn thousands or tens of thousands?" Lu Lin sneered and pointed to a distant place. "Of course there are. See that special warehouse over there? The parts inside. Any one of them is worth several tens of thousands. Go ahead and move some." "I can't. There's a guard post with a gun over there. You know that. So stop talking and keep moving." Feng Kongri didn't continue moving. Instead, he approached Lu Lin and whispered, "Brother-in-law, I know someone willing to pay a high price for some blueprints. What do you think?" Lu Lin immediately shouted, "You idiot, don't even think about that. We steal scrap iron, and if caught, we might just get a few years in jail. Anyone wanting to buy your blueprints is definitely an enemy agent. If you get involved with them, that's a death sentence. You didn't really get involved with them, did you?" Feng Kongri quickly shook his head. "No, I just chatted about it casually with that person while drinking in a tavern. Nothing in depth." "That's best. You better be honest with me. Once we earn from this, we won't do this anymore, and you can have money to marry a wife. In the future, drink less and don't associate with those shady characters or stray dogs." Feng Kongri shrank back, saying softly, "Got it, brother-in-law." Xiang Nan and his team hid in the shadows, patiently waiting. After a while, he saw two people pushing a cart approaching from a distance. Zhang Ping angrily whispered beside him, "They are quite familiar with our patrol route." They came right after the second team passed by. Xiang Nan nodded and said softly, "I will inform the director about this situation. In the future, patrol routes and times must be changed at any time, and no one in the factory can know. Right? That way, even if there are more thieves, we won't have to worry about not catching them." While they were talking, Lu Lin and Feng Kongri had already reached the side of the truck. Feng Kongri had made a hidden compartment in the truck, which was hard to detect unless closely examined. Feng Kongri jumped onto the truck first and opened the hidden compartment. Inside were the hundreds of pounds loaded yesterday and another few hundred pounds brought in today. In a couple of days, once they gathered a ton, he would use the excuse of transporting it and drive out to sell the scrap iron for a good price. Chapter 72. Catching People. Providing enemy intelligence, the two of them were busy loading the few hundred pounds of scrap iron they stole today when suddenly Xiang, Nan, and the fourth team members rushed out from the surrounding darkness. They shouted loudly, "Don't move, raise your hands." A dozen flashlights instantly shone on them, nearly scaring them to death. Feng Kongri was dumbfounded, wondering how the security department people could come. Lu Lin only had one thought in his mind at that moment. It's over. His life was over. Xiang Nan walked over, shining his flashlight into the truck, smiling as he said, "Not bad. This hidden compartment is really well done. It's hard to spot unless you look closely." Lu Lin, pale-faced, asked, "When did you know the previous scrap metal wasn't stolen by Dongxu?" "I knew from the beginning. Dongxu was just an ordinary mechanic. How could he steal 20 tons of scrap metal without being discovered?" Lu Lin lowered his head and said, "I admit it. The previous ones were all done by us." Xiang Nan continued to ask, "Besides the two of you, who else was involved in this?" "No one else, just us two." Zhang Ping skeptically said, "What about old Qian who watches the warehouse? He has been living pretty well lately." Lu Lin was a bit surprised and said, "Old Qian has money? Isn't he an old bachelor?" He said his monthly salary isn't enough for him to drink. Xiang Nan looked at Zhang Ping with confusion. Xiang Nan had always thought old Qian was also involved in this, which would explain his spending. But now Lu Lin said old Qian wasn't involved. So where did old Qian's money come from? Xiang Nan quietly noted this down in his mind to investigate later. Right now, they needed to deal with Lu Lin and Feng Kongri. Xiang Nan had the two taken back to the security department. They were caught on the spot and had no way to deny it. Both of them honestly confessed, with Feng Kongri trembling in fear. He weakly asked, "Can I earn merit by taking the blame?" "What merit can you earn?" "I can report an enemy agent." Zhang Ping looked at Xiang Nan. He waved his hand and said, "Go ahead and tell us. If you can really catch an enemy agent, that can count as your merit." "All right, I'll talk." Feng Kongri began to explain that not long ago, he had been drinking in a small tavern on Qianmen Street. After drinking too much, he became loose-lipped and started boasting. He said how impressive he was at the steel factory and how great his brother-in-law was. The people around him in the tavern looked down on him, mocked him, but there was one person who was supporting him. Feng Kongri really enjoyed drinking with the person who flattered him. After having a few drinks together, they recognized each other as brothers, and their relationship grew closer. Just the day before yesterday, this person told Feng Kongri that he wanted the blueprints of the steel mill, regardless of what kind they were. Of course, different blueprints came with different payouts. Even the cheapest one could be worth $100. At that moment, Feng Kongri was tempted, and when he was stealing scrap metal today, he mentioned it to his brother-in-law, Lu Lin. However, Lu Lin was timid and refused to take on the job sternly. Now that Feng Kongri had been caught by the security department, he implicated his drinking buddy. After listening, Xiang Nan felt a strange familiarity. He asked in disbelief, "What is the name of the owner of the small tavern?" Feng Kongri replied, "The small tavern has long been state-owned. There is no owner, but there are two managers." "What are their names?" "The private manager is Su Huijian, and the public manager is Kai Chuanwu." Xiang Nan nodded in shock, confirming that these two were indeed the protagonists of the drama under the Xingyang Gate. Xiang Nan never expected that this world not only had the warmth of the courtyard, but also had small women intruding. He wondered if Kai Chuanwu had any relation to He Da-Qing, whether they looked alike. Xiang Nan decided to visit the small tavern when he had time. He returned to the main topic, snorted coldly, and asked, "What is your brother's name? Where does he live?" "He is not my brother. He is my sworn enemy. His name is Ma Zita, and he lives in the courtyard behind Chen's silk shop." Xiang Nan naturally knew about Chen's silk shop. Its proprietress was also a great beauty. The second female lead in the drama Small Women, named Chen Xiuru. Xiang Nan noted down Ma Zita's appearance characteristics, and then had Feng Kongri taken away. Zhang Ping asked with a smile, "Captain, are we going to catch someone now?" Xiang Nan shook his head and said, "Feng Kongri's testimony alone is not enough for us to make an arrest. Let's go to the small tavern tomorrow to scout the situation first. Let's see if Ma Zita is there. If he is at the tavern, we can check his home for evidence." Zhang Ping nodded. "All right, Captain, let's do it that way." The next evening after work, Xiang Nan went to the small tavern. As soon as he entered, he saw a beautiful woman approaching to greet him. "Oh, you look familiar. Is this your first time at our small tavern?" Xiang Nan smiled and said, "Yes, it's my first time. I just arrived in the capital and saw that I could drink here. So I came in for a couple of drinks to warm myself up. Please have a seat. We have the best wine in the capital, and it's not diluted with a drop of water." Xiang Nan smiled and said, "This is really rare. Is there wine in this world that isn't diluted with water? If so, how do you make money? If it were at the original price, it would definitely not be profitable. So I raised the price a bit. Please don't mind. As long as the wine is good, a higher price is fine. The wine is definitely good. I'll pour you a taste right now. Do you want to pay? As you said, it's just a taste. How can I take your money?" Xiang Nan smiled. The proprietress really knew how to do business, which explained why the small tavern was so bustling. "Oh, I can't call her the proprietress anymore. I have to call her the private manager." Su Huijin went behind the counter and poured a small dish of wine. Just enough for a sip. Xiang Nan took it and tasted it, his eyes brightening as he said, "Not bad at all. Pour me a pot. And by the way, what snacks do you have to go with the wine?" "Not much, just some home-cooked dishes made by our head chef." Now Su Huijin was married to Kai Chuanwu. One was the private manager, and the other was the public manager, and they really ran the small tavern quite well. The small tavern was now full of people, everyone drinking and chatting, making it quite lively. Xiang Nan sat alone, slowly sipping his wine while observing the crowd with his peripheral vision. After a while, he noticed a person whose appearance was quite similar to Feng Kongri's description. That person should be Ma Zita. Xiang Nan thought for a moment and then began his performance. Chapter 73. Confirming the enemy spy, Su Huijin had actually been secretly observing Xiang Nan as well. She felt that Xiang Nan was not an ordinary person. Once things settled down, she sat at Xiang Nan's table and started chatting. "What's your name, little brother?" "My name is Xiang Nan. I just graduated from university. Since no one knows each other, being out and about, One creates their own identity. Xiongnan naturally crafted a particularly good one for himself. Su Huijin immediately believed him and exclaimed, "Oh, a university student. That must be quite valuable. You must have been assigned to a very good unit." Not only Su Huijin believed it, but even Xiangnan's target, Ma Zita, couldn't help but glance over. Xiongnan deliberately smiled and said, "It's all right. I was assigned to work as an engineer at the steel mill." "Wow, that's impressive. Brother, let me toast to you." Upon hearing that Xiongnan was actually an engineer at the steel mill, Ma Zita couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect you to be an engineer at the steel mill. That's really something. I have a friend who also works at the steel mill, but he's just a driver for the transport team." Xiongnan raised his glass in response. "A driver is also pretty good, one of the 8 major roles quite sought after. No matter how sought after, it can't compare to being an engineer. When my brother comes over someday, you can meet him. After all, we work at the same mill." "Great. What is your surname?" "My name is Ma Zita. I'm a teacher." Being a teacher is Ma Zita's public identity, but in reality, he is an enemy spy from Taiwan who has been lurking in the city for over a decade. Each time he sends out intelligence, he earns some money, and over the years, he has sent out quite a bit of information, so he has been living quite well. Now, seeing Xiongnan, this engineer, was like seeing a gold mine, and he couldn't help but want to get closer to him. Ma Zita brought wine and snacks to Xiongnan table, and they chatted and drank together. Ma Zita began to test Xiongnan by asking some academic questions. If it had been someone else, they might have slipped up. However, Xiongnan had crossed over from a later generation, where the internet had everything, and he remembered quite a bit of miscellaneous knowledge. While he might not be able to conduct real scientific research, using that knowledge to fool Ma Zita was no problem at all. After chatting for a while, Ma Zita truly believed that Xiongnan was an engineer. After all, Xiangnan's knowledge was impressive. Many things Ma Zita had never even heard of. The two hit it off more and more, almost wanting to become sworn brothers on the spot. By the end, Ma Zita was quite drunk, and Xiongnan stood up to ask Su Huijin, "Manager, do you know where he lives? Should I take him home?" "No. Teacher Ma has told me that if he gets drunk, just let him stay here. He'll go back himself once he wakes up." "Is it okay for him to sleep here? What if he catches a cold?" "It's fine. I have guest rooms in the back where he can sleep for a while." "Head chef, come and take the guest to the guest room." A buzzing voice came from the kitchen. "Got it." Then a man who looked exactly like He Da-Ching walked out from the kitchen, and Xiongnan almost mistook him. This man was, of course, Kai Chuanwu. He resembled He Da-Ching too much. If not, it would be awkward. These two are the same actor. Of course, Xiongnan couldn't mention He Da-Ching here, so he pretended not to know anything. Kai Chuanwu took Ma Zita to the guest room, and Xiongnan left. As he exited the small tavern, Zhang Ping immediately approached him. Zhang Ping whispered, "This guy definitely has problems. I've been to his home, and there's nothing special outside. It's very ordinary. But I can't open his bedroom door." Xiongnan asked in confusion, "What do you mean you can't open it?" He tied a hair on the doorknob, and when the door opens, the hair would break. Moreover, the hair was tied in a very strange knot that I couldn't undo. I was afraid of alarming the snake in the grass, so I didn't enter his bedroom. This is where Zhang Ping's meticulousness comes into play. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have noticed the hair on the doorknob. Xiongnan patted his shoulder and said, "You did the right thing. We indeed can't provoke him right now. So, keep someone watching him. I've already met him, and I estimate it won't be long before he comes looking for me to buy information." "All right, you've had quite a bit to drink, so head back first." Then the two parted ways. Xiongnan went home, and Zhang Ping continued to monitor Ma Zita's house. On Ma Zita's side, he had just laid down in the guest room of the tavern. Once Kai Chuanwu left, he woke up. In fact, he wasn't drunk at all. He was just pretending to be. He was testing Xiongnan to see if someone was trying to set him up. If Xiongnan insisted on taking him home, that would be suspicious. However, it seemed like Xiongnan was acting quite normally. He got up and left the guest room. Su Huijin saw him and said, "Oh, Teacher Ma, you're awake so soon?" Ma Zita waved his hand and said, "I told you I wasn't drunk, just a little dizzy. Lying down for a bit is fine." Su Huijin smiled helplessly and said, "All right, you're not drunk. Just take it slow. No need to see me off. I can go back myself." Ma Zita returned home and first checked the doorknob, finding the hair intact. He breathed a sigh of relief and then opened the door to go in. He turned on the light in the room, wrote some things, and then turn off the light to sleep. For the next several days, Xiang Nan did not appear at the tavern, which made Ma Zita quite annoyed. However, what frustrated Ma Zita even more was that Feng Kongri had also not shown up recently. After inquiring around, he learned that Feng Kongri had gone on a long-distance trip and might not return for half a month. However, since Feng Kongri was a truck driver who often had to transport goods to other places, not seeing him for 10 days or half a month was quite normal. Ma Zita didn't discover any flaws, so he could only go back. On the fourth day, Xiang Nan finally appeared at the tavern again. Ma Zita somewhat complained, "Why haven't you come here for several days?" Xiang Nan shook his head and smiled. "I just started my job. It took me several days to get settled and familiar with the situation. Besides, I don't have that much time to come here every day to drink." That made sense. Work was important, and he indeed couldn't come frequently. The two sat down and had another drink, and when they had drunk enough, they parted ways. Ma Zita staggered home. But just as he entered the alley, he suddenly heard a noise and shouted, "Who is it?" A drunken man stumbled out, and Ma Zita breathed a sigh of relief and scolded, "What are you doing hiding there?" The drunkard retorted angrily, "I can sleep wherever I want. Who do you think you are to tell me what to do?" Ma Zita chuckled helplessly and said, all right, you're the boss. Sleep wherever you want. I really can't control that." After saying this, Ma Zita went home. As soon as he entered, the drunkard immediately sobered up. This drunkard was, of course, Zhang Ping. He had just tested Ma Zita, and the other party indeed showed a flaw. After leaving the alley, he met Xiang Nan and whispered, "This guy really has issues." Just now, his hand was already reaching for his waist, like he was about to draw a gun. Moreover, he reacted particularly quickly, immediately pressing against the wall for cover. Most people wouldn't react like that. Only someone with professional training could respond so fast. Xiang Nan nodded and smiled. "All right, since we VE confirmed he is an enemy agent, let us send someone to ask Director Sun if we should start taking action now." Chapter 74, Confirming Enemy Agents and Discovering the Telegraph. Xiang Nan then went to find Director Sun and recounted Ma Zita's situation. Director Sun frowned and said, "Isn't it a bit forced to claim he is an enemy agent based solely on one reaction?" Xiang Nan took a sip of water, placed the cup on the table, and replied, "It's not just about the reaction. There is also Feng Kongri's testimony and the hair on his doorknob. All these clues combined lead me to judge that he is very likely an enemy agent." Zhang Ping added, "Also, his profile says he is just a teacher, has never served in the military or received any related military training. So how does he have such quick reflexes? No matter how you look at it, he must be hiding something, and based on this, we can arrest him." Director Sun still shook his head and said, "That's not enough. We must be 100% sure before we act." Zhang Ping immediately grew anxious and said, "Director, why are you so hesitant now? You weren't like this before." Director Sun shot him a glare and said, "You fool. What do you know?" Xiang Nan naturally understood why. When Director Sun needed achievements, he agreed to act last time, even without evidence. Now that he had become director, he no longer needed accolades. He just wanted to do a good job as a director and retire smoothly. With this change in mindset, his decisions and character would naturally also change. Xiang Nan thought for a moment and said, "How about this? When Ma Zita and I are drinking together, we send someone into his bedroom to take a look. If we find something, we can directly arrest him. If nothing is found, we could just say a thief broke in." Director Sun suddenly slapped his thigh and laughed. "Hey, Xiang Nan, this method of yours is good. Let's go with Captain Xiang Nan's plan." This method posed no risk for him, so he naturally agreed. Zhang Ping asked in confusion, "Who should we send to enter Ma Zita's bedroom?" Xiang Nan thought for a moment and smiled. "Let's find that little thief Lu Fan from last time." It was Lu Fan who had provided information about the enemy agent, allowing Sun Tianshi to be successfully promoted to director. Therefore, Director Sun had quite a good impression of this kid. He smiled and lit a cigarette, asking, "What has that kid been up to lately?" Xiang Nan thought for a moment and said, "He's still wandering around here, probably back to his old ways." Director Sun shook his head and said, "That kid, go tell him that if he can achieve something this time, I'll let him work in the factory as a temporary worker. Once he has a proper job, he won't need to steal anymore." "Understood." Xiang Nan found Lu Fan, who was loitering near the market, seemingly looking for a target. Xiang Nan approached and patted his shoulder, deliberately using a creepy tone to say, "Hey, what are you looking for?" Lu Fan turned around in shock and replied in a slightly agitated tone, "What are you doing here? I haven't done anything." Xiang Nan, not caring about his tone, waved his hand and said, "All right, I don't have time to chat. I need your help with something urgent." Lu Fan was surprised and said, "Me? What can I help you with? Come on, let us find a quiet place and I'll explain." The two went to a corner, and Xiang Nan quickly explained the situation. Lu Fan listened, both startled and delighted, saying, "Can I really work in the factory?" In this day and age, being a thief wasn't easy. If caught, one could be beaten half to death, and even if lucky enough not to get caught, the stolen goods were hard to sell. So a stable job was very attractive to him. Xiang Nan smiled and said, "The premise of the job is that you need to achieve something. Just tell me if you're willing to help." "Of course, I'll help." "All right, let us proceed according to plan." Xiang Nan's plan was simple. In the evening, he would pull Ma Zita to drink in a small tavern, during which Lu Fan would go to Ma Zita's bedroom to check the situation. Soon it was evening, and Xiang Nan arrived at the tavern again. Ma Zita was already waiting there, and he enthusiastically called Xiang Nan over to sit down. The two chatted and drank, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping brought Lu Fan to Ma Zita's house. Lu Fan casually glanced at the hair on the doorknob, sneered, and said, "Is this a trick?" "It's nothing to me." Zhang Ping, with a strange expression, said, "The main thing is that this knot is hard to tie. Are you sure you can do it?" "No problem." Lu Fan pulled out one of his own hairs and tied a knot identical to the one on the doorknob. Zhang Ping happily patted his shoulder and said, "Good job, kid, you have some skills. Let us go in now. We won't alert the snake." As Zhang Ping opened the door slightly, he was suddenly grabbed by Lu Fan. He asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" "Something's not right. Look inside. There's another thread. Could it be another hair?" "Impossible. How could he tie the thread inside from outside? This might be a trap. Wait, let me cut this thread first." Lu Fan took out scissors from his waist and carefully cut the thread. Then he cautiously pushed the door open, and both of them broke into a cold sweat. Behind the door was a small shelf with a wooden-handled grenade hanging on it. The pin of the grenade was connected to that thread, if Lu Fan hadn't noticed it. The thread would have been pulled by the doorknob, releasing the grenade's safety, and it was obvious what would have happened next. Zhang Ping gasped and said, "That was really close. You're sharp to spot this trap." Lu Fan, still shaken, said, "Bro, we almost lost our lives. That dog is too cunning. Who knows what other traps he has in his house? We need to be careful." The two cautiously entered the house and began searching. After a while, Lu Fan found a hidden door under the bed. He crawled in and opened it, discovering a basement below. Lu Fan went in and soon shouted, "Zhang, we've struck gold. Come down quickly." Zhang Ping followed him in and saw a box full of gold bars. No wonder Lu Fan said they had struck gold. There were at least 100 gold bars in that box. Zhang Ping sternly said, "Do you still want to work at the steel mill? If you want to work there, you have to turn in what we found." Lu Fan, feeling a bit pained, said, "So many if we each take a couple. No one will find out." Zhang Ping shook his head and said, "No way. Not even one can be taken. That's the rule. If you want to be a worker, you have to quit this bad habit." Lu Fan's inner struggle intensified. If Zhang Ping weren't there, he wouldn't even hesitate and would just take some. But with Zhang Ping present, he really didn't dare to make a move. Zhang Ping also found a telegraph machine, and with that, they could definitely catch someone. He led Lu Fan out of the basement and went outside, whistling and waving his hand, prompting the security personnel hiding nearby to all come out. One security guard stepped forward and asked, "How is it? Did you find any evidence?" "We found a telegraph machine. We haven't checked the rest yet. It's certain we can catch someone." "Great, we're going to achieve something again." Zhang Ping waved his hand. "First, arrange for 2 people to continue guarding here. Everyone else come with me." Zhang Ping specifically brought Lu Fan along, worried that Lu Fan might steal something again. The group arrived at the tavern, which was bustling with activity. When everyone saw a group of people suddenly enter, they immediately quieted down. Ma Zita's face suddenly changed. He thought to himself, "Oh no, are they here to catch me?" Just as he was about to stand up, Xiang Nan suddenly grabbed his hand. "Brother Ma, where are you going?" I'm just going to the bathroom." Xiang Nan casually raised his glass and said, "No hurry. It won't be late to go later." Ma Zita tried to break free, but found Xiang Nan's grip incredibly strong. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get away. Ma Zita panicked and quickly pulled out a gun from his pocket. But Xiang Nan's movements were faster. With a swift punch, he knocked Ma Zita unconscious. and the handgun fell to the ground. Xiang Nan and Ma Zida suddenly started fighting, surprising everyone in the tavern. At this moment, Su Huijin also saw the gun on the ground and screamed in fright. Xiang Nan immediately shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. We are from the steel mill security department. This Ma Zida is an enemy agent." As soon as he said this, the people around were even more astonished. Someone whispered, "No way. Teacher Ma is actually an enemy agent? It doesn't seem like it. I'm quite familiar with him. He seems quite mild-mannered. I think this Xiang Nan is very suspicious. He suddenly appeared, and now says Teacher Ma is an enemy agent. Could he be the thief crying, 'Stop the thief'? Very likely." Just then, someone stood up and said, "Don't move. I'm a street office worker, Fan Jinyu. I suspect you are the enemy agent." This Fan Jinyu could barely be considered a villain in the drama Little Woman. He was originally the manager of the tavern and had, in just a few days, pushed Su Huijin out of power completely. He then continued to run the tavern, but it ended up in chaos. The street office staff scolded him and promoted Kai Chuanwu to manager, allowing Su Huijin to return to work. This revived the tavern, making it bustling again. Now, this Fan Jinyu had shifted his target and was eyeing the second female, lead Chun Shiwaru, wanting to marry her. Coincidentally, he had invited Chun Shiwaru to the tavern for drinks today, and with the beauty present, he wanted to show off. Xiang Nan ignored him, picked up the gun, and pointed it directly at Fan Jinyu, saying, "Oh, there is someone who wants to be a hero? If I were really an enemy agent, I could just move my finger and you'd be dead, right?" Fan Jinyu's face turned pale with fear. He hadn't expected such a situation. Indeed, if the other party was really a desperate criminal, he would be dead. However, he had already stepped forward, and if he backed down now, it would seem very cowardly. Chun Shiwaru looked at Fan Jinyu's foolish remarks and sighed with disappointment, shaking her head. "You're such a big fool. Didn't you see how many people came in? These people obviously belong to the security department. They didn't stop Xiang Nan, which means they are together. Do you still think he is an enemy agent?" Fan Jinyu quickly found a way out, wiping his sweat and saying, "So he is from the security department. He should have said so earlier." Xiang Nan, somewhat speechless, said, I already say I'm from the security department? Ma Zida is the enemy agent." Xiang Nan helplessly shook his head and handed Ma Zida over to Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping whispered, he caught a big fish. His basement not only has a telegraph machine, but there are also over 100 gold bars. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was still heard by everyone present. Fan Jinyu's eyes lit up as he asked, "Ma Zida is actually so rich?" Xiang Nan glanced at him and said, "This is stolen money. It's going to be confiscated." Fan Jinyu immediately felt heartbroken. He wanted to pursue Chun Shiwaru because she was wealthy and had assets. If he had known Ma Zida was an enemy agent and had so much money, he would have caught him himself. Fan Jinyu, this fool, had no self-awareness at all. He was a typical case of overestimating himself. He thought he could do everything well, but ended up ruining the tavern in just a few days. He thought it would be easy to catch Ma Zida, but in fact, if he really went to catch Ma Zida, it might not be Ma Zida who would end up dead, but Fan Jinyu. Xiang Nan took Zhang Ping out, while Chun Shiwaru kept staring at him, not knowing what was on her mind. Xiang Nan and the others arrived at Ma Zida's house, and the two guards watching over Ma Zida happily said, "Chief, we made a great contribution. In the basement, there were not only gold bars and a telegraph machine, but also a code book and a contact book. This Ma Zida is a leader with a dozen followers, and all their names and addresses are in the contact book." After hearing this, Xiang Nan also smiled and said, "Great, it seems we made a significant contribution. Zhang Ping, go invite Director Sun over and then call the police. Since we caught enemy agents, we definitely need to report it. After all, they are from the security department. Catching enemy agents is just a side job, and the follow-up matters are not under their jurisdiction." Director Sun arrived quickly. Although he was always seeking stability, who would complain about having more achievements? He went into the basement, looked at the contact book, and happily patted Xiang Nan on the shoulder, saying, "Xiang Nan, you really did it again. You caught a nest of enemy agents. With this contact book, it's very likely we can catch all the enemy agents in the capital. However, such an assertion shouldn't be made too boldly. What if the news leaked and these people escaped? So we need to act fast. I will call Luo Xiaopeng over right now. and then everyone should work hard tonight. Don't rest. Let us catch all the people listed in the contact book. Luo Xiaopeng is the police officer we collaborated with last time when we caught enemy agents. He got a small promotion last time because of this achievement and became a deputy director. If he achieves success again this time, he might directly become a full director. Luo Xiaopeng also rushed over. Upon seeing the contact book, he was so happy he wanted to kiss Director Sunday. Director Sun said, "If it weren't for the fact that we're acquaintances, I definitely wouldn't share this achievement with you. Sun Ge, from now on, you're my real brother." This case was still investigated by Xiang Nan. You should show some appreciation. Luo Xiaopeng turned and smiled at Xiang Nan, saying, "Xiang Nan, why don't you come over to my side? I'll directly give you the position of a team leader. How about that?" Director Sun immediately got angry and said, "Luo, don't go too far. I'm asking you to remember Xiang Nan's achievements, not to steal my people and dig the wall." Luo Xiaopeng didn't mind and waved his hand, saying, "I was just asking, what if he is willing?" Xiang Nan looked at the two and smiled, saying, "I think it's pretty good at the steel mill. I don't want to move for now." Luo Xiaopeng grinned and said, "My offer is always valid. Whenever you come around to it, just come find me. My promise remains unchanged." Director Sun angrily said, "Get lost. Hurry up and get out of here." Luo Xiaopeng laughed heartily and then had people escort Ma Zito away. That night, they used the contact book to catch people from door to door. In one night, all the enemy agents in the capital were caught. The next day, Li Huai received the news. He found Xiang Nan and said, "Well done, Xiao Xiang. You made another contribution. Director Li, your news is really timely. In these times, if you're not well informed, you'll fall behind. If you're slow by one step, you'll be slow by every step. This time, I see you being promoted from deputy director to full director." "Huh, I SNT that a bit too fast, and I'm still so young." "It's okay. Being young is also an asset, and your contribution is too great. It wouldn't make sense not to promote you. If anyone opposes, I will be the first to disagree." And indeed, there were people who opposed. The person opposing was Director Yang. During a meeting to discuss how to commend Xiang Nan, believed that Xiang Nan was too young. Besides, Xiang Nan had already been promoted this year, and promoting him again would be tricky. Li Huai immediately said bluntly, "What is wrong with being young? What if he was promoted earlier this year? Does that mean he wanted to eat dinner tonight just because he had lunch? Is that the same? What is the difference? Besides, is there any regulation that says someone who has already been promoted this year can't be promoted again? Of course, there is no such regulation." Although Director Yang was very unwilling, he had no choice but to yield to the majority and agreed to the request to promote Xiang Nan. Not long after the meeting ended, the broadcast at the steel mill rang again, announcing good news. The fourth team of the security department had made a collective second-class achievement, and everyone received a raise. Xiang Nan was awarded a personal second-class achievement, rising from deputy director to director. As soon as this news came out, everyone was surprised. "I remember Xiang Nan just got promoted not long ago. How did he get promoted again? He has skills. He has made another contribution." Some people jealously said, "What skills? I see he just flattered his way up." Flattering? If it were that easy, I would flatter too. Can you do it? Flattering also requires skills. If you don't do it right, you'll just be kissing the horse's hooves. Everyone was discussing animatedly, and the topic quickly strayed. But Xiang Nan once again became a celebrity in the mill. At this moment, a woman arrived at the steel mill. Chapter 76. Chun Shiwaru comes to seek help. The guard at the entrance asked, "Who are you looking for? Outsiders are not allowed to enter the steel mill." The woman smiled and said, "My name is Chun Shiwaru, and I am the private manager of Chen's clothing workshop. I'm here to find Xiang Nan." The guard at the entrance looked a bit suspicious and said, "You're here to see Chief Xiang?" Chun Shiwaru was both surprised and happy, asking, "Yes, that's him. Is he still the chief?" "You don't know. He was just promoted to the chief of the security department today. He was previously the deputy chief. Didn't he catch enemy agents and earn this promotion?" The guard at the entrance was surprised and said, "How do you know this?" Chun Shiwaru smiled and said, "Yes, I know everything. Please call him. I want to see him." "All right, you wait here." At this time, Xiang Nan was in the security department when he suddenly received a notification that someone was looking for him at the entrance. The messenger even specifically mentioned that the person looking for him was a woman, and she was very beautiful. Xiang Nan felt a bit strange. If it were Wu Qianqian looking for him, She could just come directly. There was no need to go to the entrance. Who could it be? At first, Xiangnan guessed it might be Su Huijin, but when he saw her in person, he was a bit surprised. Boss Chen, what brings you here? Chun Shiuru immediately corrected him, saying, There's no boss now. I'm the private manager of Chen's clothing workshop. Just call me Shiuru. Xiangnan was a bit puzzled. They had just met the night before, so why was she being so familiar today? Chun Shiuru smiled and said, Do you have some time now? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Xiangnan thought for a moment and waved to the guard, instructing, I'll be gone for a while. If someone comes looking for me, just tell them to go to the state-run restaurant in front. Understood. The two went to the restaurant, but it wasn't team meal time, and there were only staff members in the restaurant. When the waiter saw them enter, he directly said arrogantly, It's not mealtime yet. You two should leave. All right. The waiters were really bold at this time. There was even a sign hanging in the supply and marketing cooperative that read, No beating customers without cause. The implication was that if there was a valid reason, customers could be beaten without issue. Chun Shiuru naturally knew how to deal with such people. She took out a cloth ticket and quietly handed it to the waiter, saying, We'd like to find a quiet place to discuss some matters. Please help us? The waiter's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he accepted the cloth ticket. If Chun Shiuru had offered money, it might not have gone as smoothly. In these times, having money doesn't necessarily guarantee you can buy things. What is most important is having tickets. And cloth tickets are second only to meat tickets in demand. Everyone needs clothes, so everyone lacks cloth tickets. Even if you're not in immediate need, you can save cloth tickets for later to exchange for other tickets. The waiter led the two of them to a private room and then whispered, You can talk here until 12 o'clock, but you'll have to leave when it's mealtime. Chun Shiuru smiled and said, Thank you. After the waiter left, Chun Shiuru looked at Xiangnan and directly asked, Section Chief Xiang, are you married? Xiangnan was puzzled by her question and nodded suspiciously, saying, I have been married before. Chun Shiuru silently thought it was a pity. It would have been great if he weren't married. Xiangnan asked in confusion, Why do you want to know if I'm married? Because I want to marry you. Xiangnan was drinking water and ended up spraying it everywhere, coughing continuously. Chun Shiuru immediately softened and helped him pat his back. After coughing for a while, Xiangnan waved his hand and said, I am already married. I know you just said so I am very regretful. Xiangnan said, somewhat frantically, No, we've only met twice. How could you like me? This is too hasty. Chun Shiuru smiled and said, Don't be too narcissistic. Although you look quite good, I wouldn't fall for you so quickly. Xiangnan asked with a strange expression, If you don't like me, why did you say you wanted to marry me right away? To put it simply, I just like that you became the section chief. After hearing this, Xiangnan smiled bitterly and said, Boss Chun, you are really straightforward. If I weren't straightforward, what should I say? I'm infatuated with you at first sight? You wouldn't believe it anyway. I definitely wouldn't believe it. So tell me, what trouble did you encounter that requires my help? You are really smart. I indeed have encountered trouble. It's that man you saw yesterday. He is Fan Jinyu, the public manager of my clothing store, and he is now my biggest headache. It must be said that Fan Jinyu was indeed capable. He had just messed up a small tavern and was dismissed, but in a very short time, he became the public manager of Chunji clothing store again. Xiangnan asked deliberately, How is he making things difficult for you? He wants to marry me and is deliberately showing off in the store, causing hardly anyone to come in now. Xiangnan inexplicably wanted to laugh. He took a sip of water and said, You don't want to marry him. So you want to marry me? Why is that? Because he is old and ugly, like an old man. He is not as good-looking as you, not as handsome. Chun Shiuru was still a face-conscious person. In fact, Fan Jinyu was not unattractive, but his inherent temperament was very off-putting. Xiangnan waved his hand and asked, So, how do you want me to help you? Make him get lost. He can go mess up anywhere, just can't stay in my clothing store. I can't stand him. Xiangnan smiled and asked, Can the director of your street office control him? Of course. He was appointed by our street office director. Xiangnan thought for a moment and said, How about this? I will find a way to get your street office director to meet with me and see if I can persuade him to transfer Fan Jinyu to another place. Great. I'm counting on you for this. Here, as a small token of appreciation, please accept it. After it's done, I will reward you handsomely. Chun Shiuru took out a box wrapped in newspaper and pushed it over to the table. Xiangnan accepted it without hesitation and placed it beside him. Once Chun Shiuru left, he opened it to take a look, Chen Shiweru was indeed generous. It turned out to be 10 small gold bars. Xiang Nin directly stored it in the system space and then left. He sneaked over to the street office in his area, found Director Wang, and smiled. Aunt Wang, do you know the street director over at Qianmen Street? Of course, I know him well. We are old comrades. Hey, why do you ask him? It's like this. A friend of mine is the private manager of Qianmen clothing store. She has had a conflict with the public manager and wants to transfer him. So she's asking for help. Xiang Nin explained the situation where Chen Shiweru asked him for help. Well, that's a bit tricky for me to say, and I can't interfere in matters of other streets. How about this? I can call him over, and you two can have a chat. If you can persuade him, that's your skill. All right, Aunt Wang, please invite him over. Director Wang started making phone calls, and it went quite smoothly. Within an hour, the street director from Qianmen Street arrived. The street director, Lu Chong, was an old acquaintance of Director Wang. As soon as he arrived, he sat down without any preamble and asked, "What did you call me over for?" Director Wang smiled and said, "It's nothing much. It's my nephew who asked you to come." Lu Chong's eyes widened. Your nephew? You're not asking me to introduce a job, are you? No, I'm not asking you to introduce a job. Let me introduce you. This is Xiang Nan, the deputy section chief of the security department at the steel plant. Lu Chong was stunned and exclaimed, "No way. How can there be such a young deputy section chief?" Xiang Nan smiled mysteriously and said, "Aunt Wang, you made a mistake. See, I told you. How could there be such a young deputy section chief?" Xiang Nan then casually said, "As for me, I'm definitely not a deputy section chief today, because I just got promoted to section chief." After hearing Xiang Nan's words, Lu Chong was so shocked he couldn't speak. Director Wang happily asked, "You got promoted so quickly? Did you achieve something big again?" Xiang Nan nodded with a smile. "Yes, Aunt Wang, I recently caught a group of enemy agents." Director Wang had some connections and had heard about the case of Mazida. She suddenly realized and clapped her hands, saying, "Oh, it's that big case that happened recently. It turns out you solved it. You were really impressive." After saying that, she proudly looked at Lu Chong and said, "Old Lucy, my nephew is amazing. At such a young age, he is already the section chief of the security department." Lu Chong looked at Xiang Nan and suddenly laughed, asking, "Do you have a girlfriend?" "My daughter is about the same age as you. How about I introduce you?" Director Wang stifled a laugh. "Haha, you are late. He is already married." Lu Chong sighed helplessly. "Sure enough, good men get married early. Forget it. Let us not mention this annoying matter. Why did you call me over?" Xiang Nan smiled and directly said, "It's nothing major, just about Fan Jinyu." Lu Chong immediately looked a bit pained and said, "Him again? What's the reason this time?" "This time, it's Chen Shiweru who asked me to find you. She wants to replace Fan Jinyu." Lu Chong frowned and said, "Chen Shiweru? Did they have a conflict so soon?" Xiang Nin shook his head and said, "I had heard before that Fan Jinyu had a conflict with Su Huijin at the tavern and messed it up badly. Later, you transferred him to Chunji clothing store. And it seems it didn't take long for him to have a conflict with Chen Shiweru again. If it were just Chen Shiweru saying there was a problem, it might be her exaggerating. But since there was a previous incident, the problem is likely with Fan Jinyu." Lu Chong helplessly said, "But his position is very solid." "What good is a solid position? The higher-ups want to see performance. If the industries under your street office are all in chaos, it will definitely affect your performance." Lu Chong initially wanted to protect Fan Jinyu, but after hearing Xiang Nan say it would affect his own performance, he decisively abandoned Fan Jinyu. He said affirmatively, "I will handle this matter, but I need to find an excuse first." "Isn't the excuse already there? Just go check the accounts at the clothing store." Chen Shiweru said that ever since Fan Jinyu took over, the business at the clothing store has plummeted. If it waits until the year-end dividends and the clothing store can't come up with money, then it will be doomed. Luo Chong couldn't sit still upon hearing this. He stood up and hurriedly said, "All right, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to the clothing store right now." Luo Chong stormed off, while Xiang Nan chatted with Director Wang for a few more minutes before also getting up to leave. Chen Shuiru had been waiting in the clothing store, and when she saw Director Luo arrive, she knew Xiang Nan must have accomplished what he set out to do. Luo Chong wasted no time and directly said, "Take out the account books, let me see them." Chen Shuiru sighed and said, "Director Chen, the account books are not with me. They're with Manager Fan." "Where's Fan Jinyu? It's work hours. Why isn't he here?" "He just went to the street to find you." Luo Chong frowned and said, "What What does he need me for? Hurry up, send someone call him back. Yes. Fan Jinyu came running, dripping with sweat, clearly in a hurry. Director Luo, why are you here? Luo Chong shot him a glance and said, Can I come? No, of course you can come. Enough with the nonsense. Now bring me the account books. I want to check the accounts. Huh? Why do you want to check the accounts now? Stop talking back. I told you to get them. Just bring them out. No need for all this chatter. Reluctantly, Fan Jinyu took out the account books. Luo Chong didn't look at anything else, flipping straight to the page with the revenue, just looking at the revenue. He noticed that this month's revenue had dropped by about 30 compared to last month. Luo Chong was shocked. Fan Jinyu had only been there for a month, and the revenue had dropped so much. This guy's impact was greater than gunpowder. Luo Chong pointed at the revenue and coldly asked, What is going on here? Fan Jinyu, sweating profusely, explained, Director Luo, because this month is the off-season, so it's normal for business to be bad. Qin Shui Ru interjected, That's not right. You're wrong. This time last year was the peak season. How did it turn into an off-season in your mouth? Fan Jinyu glared at her fiercely. But Qin Shui Ru didn't back down and shot a glare right back. She knew it was hard for Director Luo to come and handle this matter, and she couldn't show weakness. She had to drive this rat out. Luo Chong looked at last year's account books and confirmed that Qin Shui Ru was telling the truth. He glared at Fan Jinyu and scolded, Before, you were at the small tavern, and you made a mess there too. You said it was the colleagues' fault, that they didn't cooperate with you. And now, how will you explain it, you fool? Fan Jinyu pointed at Qin Shui Ru and loudly said, It's still her not cooperating with me. She doesn't listen to me. Selfish. One thing is someone else's fault, and another is still someone else's fault. Fine, I'll give you another chance. Tomorrow you go to the adjacent pastry shop as the general manager. I want to see what excuse you can come up with this time. Fan Jinyu panicked upon hearing this and begged loudly, Director, the adjacent shop is just a small store. Its annual revenue isn't even as high as 1 month here. Luo Chong nodded and said, Yes, it is a small store, and there are only 2 employees. If you still can't get along with them, it can only mean it's your problem. My request isn't high. As long as you can stabilize the revenue next door, I won't fire you. If you go next door and still make a mess like before, then don't blame me for being rude. Fan Jinyu wanted to continue arguing, but Luo Chong was no longer interested in listening to him. Once Luo Chong left, Fan Jinyu immediately turned to Qin Shui Ru and angrily shouted, Are you satisfied now? Don't think that by forcing me out, I will submit. Qin Shui Ru calmly replied, Manager Fan, you've got it wrong. I just want you to stay away from me and not discuss me. As for whether you submit or to whom, I don't care at all. By the way, you are no longer the manager of the clothing store. Please leave immediately. I'm not leaving. Director Luo just said for me to go to the pastry shop tomorrow. Today isn't over yet, so I'm still the general manager of the clothing store. All right, if you're not leaving, then I will. Consider this your last day as general manager. I'll come back tomorrow to take over. Bye. After saying this, Qin Shui Ru turned and left. Wanted to find Xiang Nan to thank him properly. She wanted to thank Xiang Nan well. He had solved a big problem for her. She specially bought some gifts and went back to the steel mill. By this time, it was already after work hours. Qin Shui Ru asked the security guard at the door if Xiang Nan was still at work, and when she learned he wasn't off yet, she waited at the entrance. After a short wait, the steel mill rang the closing bell, and workers began to come out one after another. She looked around and spotted Xiang Nan among the crowd. So she waved and shouted, Section Chief Xiang, over here. This shout drew everyone's attention, including Su Demao, who was also in the crowd. He expressed a mix of envy and jealousy, saying, Why does this guy have such good luck, with such a beautiful woman looking for him? Then he saw Xiang Nan's wife was also there, and immediately laughed maliciously, It's over now. His wife is here too. I wonder what will happen when the 2 women meet. The others in the courtyard also noticed and stopped, ready to watch Xiang Nan's joke. However, they were surely disappointed. When the 2 women met, they did not fight. Wu Qianqian also saw Qin Shui Ru and subtly held Xiang Nan's hand, then leaned in to ask him, Honey, who is this? A resident from Front Street. I help her with something, and she might be here to thank me. Wu Qianqian spoke in a jealous tone. Well, she is quite pretty. Xiang Nan smiled and said, In my heart, you're definitely more beautiful. Wu Qianqian snorted proudly and smiled smugly. If it were about other things, she might not be so confident. But when it came to looks, she was confident that she could never lose to anyone. Chapter 78. Qin Huairu's calculating heart. Qin Huairu also spotted Wu Qianqian at this time. Seeing Xiang Nan holding hands with her, she knew she must be Xiang Nan's lover. In this era, people were quite conservative. Unmarried couples wouldn't dare to hold hands so openly. When Xiang Nan walked up to her, Qin Huairu smiled and said, "You must be the younger sister-in-law. You're really beautiful." Section Chief Xiang, I truly thank you for helping me this time. Here is a small gift. Please accept it. Qin Huairu, being a businesswoman, understood social etiquette as a basic skill. Seeing how gracious she was, Wu Qianqian's dissatisfaction quickly vanished. Xiang Nan shook his head and said, "You can take the gift back. I helped you just because I couldn't stand Fan Jinyu, not because I genuinely wanted to help you. No matter what, you helped me, and I still want to thank you properly." Qin Huairu suddenly noticed that many people around were staring at them and realized this wasn't the place to talk. She smiled and said, "It's almost mealtime. How about I treat you all to a meal?" Xiang Nan turned to look at Wu Qianqian, who smiled and said, "It's just a meal, nothing special." Qin Huairu laughed and said, "Yes, it's just a simple meal. Come on, I've already reserved a table. It would be a waste not to eat." Seeing this, Xiang Nan didn't decline any further. As the three of them left, Su Damao shook his head in disappointment and said, "This is boring. They didn't even fight." Just then, someone behind him said, "Wow, that girl is really beautiful. Why don't you go chat with her?" Su Damao turned around and found it was Qin Huairu. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I can't afford to offend him. He's a friend of the section chief. If I upset him, I won't have a good outcome. But Qin Huairu, I really didn't expect you to be so capable, and you even got a job at the steel mill." Qin Huairu, half crying and half laughing, replied, "What capability do I have? This job was arranged for me by that deaf old lady." "No way. Can that deaf old woman really have such a good heart?" Qin Huairu resignedly said, "She wouldn't have such a good heart. She made me write an IOU for 1,000 yuan. How long will it take me to pay that back?" Su Damao was surprised and said, "So much money? That's not right. A job at our factory isn't worth that much. You can get one for 700 or 800. You've definitely been taken advantage of by her." Qin Huairu intentionally didn't mention the matter of support, as she wanted to elicit sympathy from everyone. That way, when she took advantage of others, they would feel a bit embarrassed. Qin Huairu pretended to sigh delicately and said, "I have no choice. If I don't write the IOU, I'll surely starve to death. It wouldn't matter if I starve to death, but my 2 children are innocent. They can't starve to death." Su Damao knew what Qin Huairu was thinking and deliberately snorted coldly, saying, "No matter how pitiful you sound, it's useless. If you want to take advantage of me, it has to be a fair trade. You know that." Qin Huairu angrily shouted, "I don't understand," and then turned to leave. As she walked on the road, she thought about Su Damao, who was as stubborn as a rock, glared at him fiercely, and then quickly returned home. Jia Zhangshi had been waiting at home, and her attitude had improved a lot. When she saw Qin Huairu enter the house, she immediately said, "Huairu, I didn't slack off today. I thoroughly cleaned the house and did the laundry. Check it out and see how it is." Normally, Qin Huairu might have encouraged her a few words, but today she just responded with an aha and sat there in silence. Jia Zhangshi stepped forward, poured a glass of water, and handed it to her, asking, "Huairu, what's wrong with you today? Who made you unhappy?" Qin Huairu glanced at Jia Zhangshi, picked up the cup, took a sip, and said, "Who else could it be but that bastard Xiang Nan? He became the section chief today." Jia Zhangshi was immediately astonished and said, "What? That's outrageous. My son was killed by him, and not only is he fine, but he even got promoted. Laozi, Dongxu, come quickly and see. Our enemy is doing better and better. Why aren't you hurrying up to take him away?" Jia Zhangshi began to cry loudly again. And Qin Huairu said impatiently, "Stop crying. You're too annoying. I'm sad too. Why hasn't our enemy received any retribution? Huairu, I'm really unwilling. Do you think I'm willing? Dongxu was killed by him. I will never forget this grudge in my lifetime. No, I must do something. I can't just watch him live better and better. I want to hate him to death." After hearing this, Qin Huairu also raised her head and said fiercely, "I want to do something too." The two immediately hit it off and began to discuss. Qin Huairu's eyes turned, and she said, "My plan is to temporarily show weakness to him. then take the opportunity to borrow money and grain from him. Now that he's a section chief, his monthly salary is over 100 yuan, plus Wu Qianqian's temporary worker salary. His family's income is the highest in the entire courtyard. Jia Zhangshi said somewhat jealously, "He has so much money and doesn't help us. A widow and her 2 orphans. This little bastard is really heartless." Qin Huairu sneered and said, "Like this, I'll first borrow money from him, then find an opportunity to sow discord between him and his wife. When Wu Qianqian can't stand it anymore and causes a divorce, we'll think of a way to tie him to our family for life, making him work like an ox or horse for us." Jia Zhangshi clapped her hands and laughed. Good. Huairu, you're really smart. This idea is fantastic. Let us make him like Shaju, making him work for our Jia family for a lifetime. Their ideas were good, but whether they could be realized was another matter. Meanwhile, Xiangnan and Chun Shiru had a meal together. Chun Shiru had reserved a table full of good dishes, which the 3 of them couldn't finish. In the end, Xiangnan packed 3 dishes, all meat dishes. Wu Qianqian looked at the packed food happily and said, "Great. Now we don't have to cook for the next 2 days." Xiangnan smiled lightly and said, "That's not necessarily true. Just wait and see. When we go back to the courtyard, these dishes will definitely attract all the beasts to come and cause trouble." Wu Qianqian felt troubled thinking about the people in the courtyard and said, "Why are there so many weirdos in this courtyard? Shouldn't we move somewhere else?" Xiangnan shook his head helplessly and said, "It's not that easy to change houses. Let's just wait and see." Then the 2 of them walked towards the direction of the courtyard together. Chapter 79. Unpleasant parting at the courtyard entrance today. Qin Huairu was unusually waiting at the front door of the courtyard with Yan Bugui. Yan Bugui was somewhat surprised and asked, "Who are you waiting for? Shaju?" But he was fired from the steel mill and is now looking for a job. He doesn't have a lunchbox to give you. Qin Huairu looked at Yan Bugui and said lightly, "I'm not waiting for him." "Then who are you waiting for?" Qin Huairu remained silent, clearly unwilling to answer the question. Yan Bugui sneered and said, "Qin Huairu, do you think I won't know if you don't say? I'll know soon." When it was past 7 o'clock and dark outside, a person slowly rode over on a bike. Yan Bugui, without having seen the person clearly, already knew who it was. He shouted loudly, "Oh, Damao is back. What have you been doing today? Why are you coming back so late?" Su Damao got off work at the same time as Qin Huairu, and she had been waiting here for a long time. Now he had just returned. Su Damao, with a rosy face, said, "I met a friend and had a meal at Dongxu." Yan Bugui looked at the lunchbox in his hand and rubbed his hands, saying, "Hey, is that lamb in there?" Su Damao waved his hand generously and said, "It's what we didn't finish eating. Third uncle, if you don't mind, take it home with you." When Su Damao had a drink, he would become overly generous, and once he sobered up, he would definitely regret it. But at this moment, Yan Bugui was not polite. He stepped forward, smiling, and took it, saying to Mao, "Thank you so much. You're the most promising one in the entire courtyard." Su Damao instantly became even prouder and laughed heartily, "Of course. Just look at who I am. Well, I won't chat with you anymore. I need to go back and rest." Su Damao pushed his bike inside, and Qin Huairu enviously said, "Third uncle, you really have no conscience for just this little bit of meat. How could the most promising one in our courtyard be Su Damao?" Yan Bugui looked at Qin Huairu and said proudly, "I certainly know that. But if saying a good word gets you lamb to eat, would you do it?" Qin Huairu fell silent after hearing this and turned her head away to ignore him. Yan Bugui took the lunchbox home, and soon, the smell of cooking meat wafted from the Yan household. At this time, Shaju also returned, and he was in a bad mood. He had gone out to look for a job today and had been rejected again. Now, every factory in the city knew about Shaju's reputation. As soon as they heard his name, they would refuse him outright without needing to try him out. As for those famous restaurants, their chefs were in a semi-unemployed state and would definitely not hire someone with a bad reputation like him. Shaju still had a few hundred yuan on him, so he was not starving yet. However, he had made up his mind that if he couldn't find a job again, he would go to Baocheng to seek refuge with his father. He Daqing was in Baocheng, and the former Shaju would rather starve than look for He Daqing. But ever since he learned that He Daqing had been sending money, his hatred for He Daqing gradually dissipated. Now that he was in trouble, it was normal to go find He Daqing. Shaju was thinking about his own affairs as he slowly returned to the courtyard. Then he looked up and saw Qin Huairu waiting at the gate. He thought she was waiting for him and felt a bit moved, so he quickly walked over. Sister Qin, you're waiting for me? Qin Huairu felt a bit awkward. She was actually waiting for Xiangnan, not Shaju. However, she didn't want to directly reject Shaju because he still had money on him. Once he ran out of money, she could pretend not to know him then. Qin Huairu smiled and said, I have something to do here. Shaju, have you found a job yet? Not yet. I'll keep looking. If I really can't find anything, I'll go to Baocheng to find my old man. All right, that is also good. You go in first. I have something to take care of. I'll talk to you later. Qin Huairu saw someone riding a bicycle coming from the front. Currently, only 3 families in the 95th courtyard had bicycles, and Su Demao and Yin Bugue were at home, so the one coming over must be Xiangnan. Shaju was initially very happy, but when he saw Qin Huairu looking back, he turned his head and saw Xiangnan riding a bike towards them. He immediately felt a bit angry and sneered. Sister Qin, you're waiting for him? I advise you to give up on that idea. He is already married and would never look at you. Qin Huairu, a bit angry, said, Shaju, don't talk nonsense. I have a legitimate reason to find Xiangnan. What legitimate reason could you have? It's either borrowing money or borrowing things. Only I would keep lending to you. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be that simple. So Shaju wasn't actually stupid. He understood everything. However, when he encountered Qin Huairu, he had no way to counter her. Shaju didn't rush to leave, instead standing by the side, lighting a cigarette, preparing to watch the excitement at the gate. Xiangnan stopped his bicycle, and Wu Qianqian jumped down from the back seat. When Qin Huairu saw Wu Qianqian holding 3 lunchboxes, her eyes instantly lit up. As soon as Wu Qianqian saw Qin Huairu standing at the gate, she realized something was off. Qin Huairu pretended to smile and said, Section Chief Xiang, you're back. She clearly saw Wu Qianqian, but chose not to greet her, as if she couldn't see her. Xiang then looked at Qin Huairu and then at Shaju, smiling as he said, Why are you all standing at the gate? Waiting for someone? Shaju coldly snorted, I'm not waiting for anyone. I just want to see the excitement. Xiang then looked at Qin Huairu again, and Qin Huairu deliberately said, I'm specifically waiting for you here, Section Chief Xiang. Xiang then frowned and asked, Waiting for me for what? Section Chief, our family is in trouble. Qin Huairu had just started when Xiangnan immediately shouted, Qin Huairu, stop right there. Crying poor to me is useless. You've got the wrong person. I'm not Shaju. He might keep lending you money, but I won tea. You can't take a single cent from me. Shaju, with an ugly expression, said, I admit I was foolish before, but I've figured it out now. I won't be like that anymore. During this time, Shaju had endured a lot of disdain and knew who truly cared for him and who just wanted to take advantage of him. He had long seen through Qin Huairu's true nature, so he immediately stated that he wouldn't believe her nonsense anymore. Qin Huairu suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and said, Section Chief, my family is really in trouble. Xiang then angrily replied, What does your family's trouble have to do with me? If your family is in trouble, go to the street office. That's where they can help you. Qin Huairu deliberately let a few tears fall, her eyes red as she said, But you're a cadre. The only cadre in our courtyard. Shouldn't you help our family? Xiangnan sneered and said, Qin Huairu, please understand something. I'm from the security department, and my duty is to maintain safety. If there's a thief in the courtyard, you can come to me, that's no problem. But if you're saying your family is in trouble, that's south the street office's responsibility. Leave professional matters to professionals. Do you understand? After saying this, Xiangnan took Wu Qianqian and turned to leave. Yin Bugue, having finished his meal, was guarding his own door. It wasn't that he didn't want to return to the courtyard, but because 2 people were occupying his spot, he had to stay at his own door. Upon seeing Wu Qianqian also carrying 3 lunchboxes, his eyes immediately brightened. He approached with a smile and said, Oh, Section Chief Xiang is back. What delicious food did you bring back? Xiangnan frowned and coldly replied, What you bring has nothing to do with you. Yin old stingy, stop thinking about my stuff. With that, he took Wu Qianqian and continued walking home. Hearing Xiangnan's cold words, Yin Bugue felt embarrassed and stood there. He wanted to follow Xiangnan to argue, but feared the security department would come, so he could only sigh helplessly and return home. Chapter 80. Time flies 2 years later. Shaju saw Xiangnan leaving with Wu Qianqian without looking back, and he said with a tone of schadenfreude, "See, I told you. He is not like me. You want to be foolish enough not to see Qin Huairu's true nature." Qin Huairu immediately got angry and said, "Shaju, how can you be like this?" Shaju stood firm, glaring and angrily said, "What is wrong with me? What have I done to wrong you? I, Shaju, have seen through your Jia family. Enough. Goodbye. I'm leaving." After saying this, Shaju turned and went back, while Qin Huairu stomped her foot in anger but had no way to counter it, so she could only return in disappointment. Over the next few days, Qin Huairu kept trying to find opportunities to get closer to Xiangnan. However, Xiangnan was nothing like Shaju. He wouldn't give her a chance at all. Every time he saw Qin Huairu approaching, he immediately distanced himself, not even giving her a chance to get close. As time passed, Qin Huairu had no choice but to give up trying to find him. On Shaju's side, after searching for a job in the city for a long time, he found that no factory or restaurant was willing to hire him. He knew his reputation in the city was bad, so he told He Yushui, then left the city and went to Baoqing to seek refuge with He Daqing. He Yushui was now an adult and no longer needed anyone to take care of her. Moreover, she had money and could live better without Shaju around. Jia Zhangshi noticed that Shaju's room was empty and thought about moving in to take over Shaju's house. However, just as she was plotting, someone disrupted her plans. The one who disrupted her was, of course, Xiangnan. He saw Jia Zhangshi trying to pick the lock on Shaju's door and immediately took out handcuffs and arrested her without a word. Xiangnan shouted at Jia Zhangshi, "Jia Zhangshi, you are attempting to commit burglary. Come with me." Jia Zhangshi was instantly scared pale, her legs weak, and she shouted, "I want to go." "Xiangnan, you little beast. Ouch. You're hitting me." The security department's cadre is hitting people. Everyone in the courtyard was watching, but no one spoke up for this shrew. Hearing Jia Zhangshi's outbursts, Xiangnan coldly said, "Stealing from others and then accusing me. That's adding to your crimes. Hurry up and come with me." Jia Zhangshi still wanted to struggle, but Xiangnan took out his service pistol and pressed it against her forehead, angrily shouting, "If you don't behave, I can shoot you dead." Suddenly, Jia Zhangshi was so scared that she immediately became obedient, and a warm stream flowed down her legs, accompanied by an indescribable smell. Someone caught a whiff of the odor, observed carefully, and immediately pointed at Jia Zhangshi, shouting, "Hey!" She peed herself. Jia Zhangshi scared herself into peeing. Jia Zhangshi's face turned red and embarrassed as she said, Can I go home to change my pants?" Xiangnan directly refused. "First, come with me to the security department. Then, I'll have your daughter-in-law Qin Huairu bring you some pants." Jia Zhangshi was taken back to the security department by Xiangnan. When Qin Huairu found out about this, she felt exhausted and helpless. She took a change of clothes for Jia Zhangshi to the security department and pleaded with Xiangnan, saying, "Chief Xiang, please just let my mother-in-law go. She intended to commit theft, and I caught her red-handed. How can I let her go? Besides, what status do you have? If I let her go, will I just let her go?" Qin Huairu said pitifully, Chief Xiang, you misunderstood. I didn't ask you to let my mother-in-law go. I just wanted to know how long she will be detained." Xiangnan snorted coldly and said, "Originally, I just want to keep her for a week since she was caught for attempted theft. But now that she's in the security department, she dares to make a scene and even bit one of my team members. So, I've decided to keep her for a month." That's so long? Chief Xiang, can't you be a bit lenient? Imagine, dear readers, the tone your partner uses to act cute. He. You don't have a partner, right? Qin Huairu began to act cute, try to use the method she usually used to charm Shaju and Li Huai against Xiangnan. However, Xiangnan was someone who had traveled from the future. He had seen it all. Qin Huairu's fawning and coy demeanor only made him feel disgusted. It was like licking an old man's armpit on a hot summer day, 38 or 39 degrees. Disgusting. Xiangnan immediately didn't want to have more interaction with Qin Huairu, and he angrily said, "Qin Huairu, put away that disgusting demeanor of yours. I'm not Shaju. If you keep acting all cutesy, I'll lock you up too." Qin Huairu was startled by Xiangnan's words and could only obediently go back. Jia Zhangshi was indeed locked up for a month, and during that month in the security department, she suffered greatly. Plus, without Yi Zhonghai giving her money for meals, she ate poorly and lived poorly. After a month of confinement, she was released and had lost 20 to 30 pounds. Many people could barely recognize her. After this incident, Jia Zhongshi was much more obedient when she saw Xiang Nan. On the surface, she didn't dare to make a scene in front of him, but secretly, she cursed Xiang Nan a lot. Shaju was no longer in the courtyard, and Su Damao found it boring, so he rarely came back. With many people gone from the courtyard, it became much quieter. Time flew like a swift horse, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 years, many things happened in the courtyard. For instance, Su Damao got married, and, unsurprisingly, his partner was still Lu Xiaoyi. Since marrying into the courtyard, Lu Xiaoyi was targeted by the deaf old lady. Because she was too naive and pure, the deaf old lady could take advantage of her. Also, since Lu Xiaoyi came from a capitalist background, others in the courtyard were unwilling to talk to her. So she had no one to chat with to relieve boredom and could only talk to the deaf old lady, quickly becoming close. The second person willing to chat with Lu Xiaoyi was Wu Qianqian. They both live in the back courtyard, separated by just a wall. However, Wu Qianqian had to go to work during the day, so Lu Xiaoyi could only wait until she got off work to talk to her. Meanwhile, due to the relationship between the two women, Xiang Nan and Su Damao got along reasonably well in these 2 years. Now, the two families even had a common topic. Neither Wu Qianqian nor Lu Xiaoyi was pregnant. In the first year of their marriage, neither Wu Qianqian nor Lu Xiaoyi was too anxious. After all, they had only been married for a year. But by the second year, both began to feel anxious. They both went to the hospital for checkups, but no issues were found with their health. Then they talked to their husbands, urging them to also get checked at the hospital. Xiang Nan went for an examination and found no problems either. The doctors at the hospital told him that this was a normal phenomenon. Some people don't get pregnant in the first couple of years after marriage. So there's no need to worry. When the time is right, children may come naturally. Seeing the hospital doctor say Xiang Nan was fine and that she was fine, Wu Qianqian stopped worrying. However, Su Damao didn't know what was going on. He was probably feeling guilty, so no matter how Lu Xiaoyi urged him, he refused to go for an examination. Su Damao had also been with quite a few women while out in the countryside, but none of them became pregnant. So Su Damao vaguely guessed that there might be something wrong with his body, which is why he refused to get checked, and after drinking outside, he blamed Lu Xiaoyi for the issue. Now, rumors were spreading that Su Damao would definitely be childless in the future. Xiang Nan secretly inquired about the source of the rumors, which turned out to be Jia Zhongshi in the courtyard. As for Xiang Nan, who was also childless, Jia Zhongshi didn't dare to spread rumors about him. She still remembered the terrifying experience of being locked up for a month. She feared that if she spread rumors about him being childless, he would catch her and lock her in a small dark room again. She really didn't want to spend another night in the small dark room. So when Jia Zhongshi spread rumors, she only dared to talk about Su Damao and didn't dare to say a word against Xiang Nan. After Xiang Nan found out the source of the rumors, he just smiled and let it go. Jia Zhongshi was somewhat clever this time. If she had said something bad about Xiang Nan, she wouldn't have had a good outcome. In these 2 years, new people continued to marry into the courtyard, such as Yu Li, who also married Yan Jieqing, and the two moved into the front courtyard's back house. However, since they had only been married for a few months and had no children yet, no one would spread rumors about them being childless. As some people entered the courtyard, others left. Lu Guanxi was one of them. This kid was lucky enough to find a girl from out of town, and after they got married, Lu Guanxi secretly took his wife away to another place and never came back. This made Lu Haizhong so furious that he became even more violent towards his other 2 sons, beating them daily and nearly wanting to beat those unfortunate kids to death. Over these 2 years, Qin Huairu had also been working in the cafeteria's kitchen and had not become pregnant, especially since Jia Dongxu had long been killed by Xiang Nan. Where could she get pregnant? However, because of this, the little girl Huaihua no longer existed. One day, Yin Buge, as usual, stood guard at the gate of the courtyard. Everyone passing by had to greet him, and if someone was holding something, he still tried to find ways to take a small advantage. Just then, someone walked over, and upon seeing him, Yin Bugue widened his eyes and exclaimed, "How come you're back?" Yin Bugue was surprised to see the person before him. It was Shaju, who had returned from Baocheng. Shaju smiled and said, "This is my home. Why can't I come back?" "Third uncle, it's been 2 years since we last met. and you're still here as the gatekeeper. What have you stolen from others today? Yin Bugui suddenly felt a bit awkward, and then angrily said, "You little brat really can't say anything nice. By the way, weren't you working with your dad in Baocheng? Why are you back?" Shaju proudly replied, "Naturally, someone wanted me to be a chef, so I came back. I can't just stay in Baocheng forever. Guess who brought me back? And which factory I'll go to next?" Yin Bugui slightly raised his head and thought for a moment, then said in disbelief, "Shaju, you're not going back to the steel factory, are you?" Shaju laughed heartily and said, "Third uncle, you guessed it right. You are correct." Shaju was invited back by Li Huaid, and the reason was, of course, that the previous chef had left. Now that the disaster year was finally over, resources were more abundant than before, and many restaurants had reopened. Someone had offered a high salary to poach the chef from the steel factory. With no other options, Li Huaid thought of Shaju again, specifically called him in Baocheng, and invited him back to continue being the chef. Naturally, Shaju wanted to return to Beijing as well. He had received a lot of disdain from the widow by in Baocheng. He chatted with Li Huaid on the phone for a short while, and they quickly reached an agreement, so Shaju came back. Chapter 81. Shaju returns to the siheyuan. Shaju stood at the entrance of the siheyuan, feeling a bit sentimental, and said, "It's been 2 years. I, Shaju, have finally returned. By the way, third uncle, has anyone occupied my house?" Yin Bugui secretly whispered to him, "You wouldn't believe it, but that old widow from the Jia family really wanted to take over your house. However, she was caught by Section Chief Xiang at the time and locked up in a small black room for a month, and she finally behaved." Upon hearing this, Shaju's expression became somewhat complex. He shook his head and said, "All right, third uncle, I won't chat with you anymore. I'll head home first. By the way, will my sister come back? Yushui? She has graduated and has been assigned to the textile factory. You should know this, right?" "I know. She called Dad and mentioned it." Third uncle said, "Yushui has a dormitory at the factory and doesn't come back often. Maybe once every 10 or 15 days to clean up the house. By the way, she often cleans your house too, so you can move in directly when you get back." Shaju nodded and then entered the siheyuan. Yin Bugui watched him go in and continued to guard the entrance. Not long after, he saw a figure coming towards him from a distance and was shocked, unable to close his mouth. He thought, "What day is it today? Why is everyone back?" The person he saw was Yi Zhonghai. Although Yi Zhonghai had aged a lot due to the sun and wind over the past 2 years, Yin Bugui still recognized him at a glance. Yin Bugui calculated the time. Yi Zhonghai had been sentenced to 2 years, and now he had just gotten out. Yin Bugui happily greeted him. "Old Yi, you're out." Yi Zhonghai had a complex expression and said, "Old Yin, long time no see. It's good that you're back. Let's go home first." Yi Zhonghai returned home, and soon after, the sound of joy and tears erupted from inside. It was Aunt Jia crying. Her husband had finally come back, and she was so happy that she immediately burst into tears. Jia Zhongshi was also very excited. As long as Yi Zhonghai was back, she had support in the yard. The past 2 years had been very suffocating for her. She had caused trouble, and with Yi Zhonghai not around, no one had spoken up for her. Over time, she naturally became hesitant to cause trouble. Now that Yi Zhonghai was back, she had her protector again. Jia Zhongshi's eyes turned, and she immediately ran to the backyard. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyi was in the deaf old lady's room, chatting with her. As soon as Jia Zhongshi arrived in the backyard, Lu Xiaoyi noticed. Lu Xiaoyi was a bit surprised and said, "Why did Aunt Jia come to the backyard? Oh, how did she get into Section Chief Xiang's house?" The deaf old lady patted her and said, "Don't meddle in other people's business. This woman is unreasonable. If she causes you trouble, you'll have a headache." Lu Xiaoyi directly refused, saying, "No way. I have to stop her. I can't let her steal things from Qianqian's house." After saying this, Lu Xiaoyi ran out despite the deaf old lady's attempts to stop her. The deaf old lady felt disappointed that she couldn't stop Lu Xiaoyi. She had just wanted to sow discord between Lu Xiaoyi and Wu Qianqian. Her plan was to have Lu Xiaoyi see Jia Zhongshi stealing from Xiang's house. And if Lu Xiaoyi didn't stand up to stop it, then Wu Qianqian would think that Lu Xiaoyi and she weren't on the same side. And the two would gradually part ways, leaving Lu Xiaoyi only on her side. However, Lu Xiaoyi did not fulfill her wish and quickly ran out. But it didn't matter. The old lady had plenty of time and means. as long as she put in the effort. There were no friends that couldn't be torn apart. Lu Shaoyi ran to the entrance of Xiangnan's house and shouted, "Aunt Jia, what are you doing?" Jia Zhangshi immediately scolded angrily. "None of your business, you old hen that doesn't lay eggs. Don't meddle." Lu Shaoyi wasn't going to back down and shouted, "Old lady, if you dare to steal, I will tell Section Chief Xiang." Jia Zhangshi was no longer afraid of Xiangnan, so she shouted back, "You dare? Now that Yi Zhonghai is back, Xiang and isn't the biggest in the yard anymore. If you dare to tell him, I'll have Yi Zhonghai kick you out. You dead girl." Jia Zhangshi thought Yi Zhonghai was still the big shot in the yard and could help her settle many issues. That's why she was so arrogant and threatened Lu Shaoyi. However, she overlooked one thing. Yi Zhonghai was no longer the big shot in the yard, and he was also a criminal. Such a person would be spat on when they went out. How could he still dominate the siheyuan? Lu Shaoyi stubbornly stood at the door, not allowing Jia Zhangshi to take anything. Furious, Jia Zhangshi tried to scratch her, but Lu Shaoyi quickly stepped back and said, "If you dare to steal anything from Section Chief Xiang, I'll go to the steel factory and tell him right now. You dare." Although Jia Zhangshi's tone was still arrogant, she was scared. She had no choice but to put down the items and curse as she walked away. In fact, what she took wasn't anything valuable, just a vase that looked nice but was worth very little. Lu Shaoyi saw that she hadn't stolen anything and breathed a sigh of relief. She put the vase back in its place and then went out. Not long after, it was time for the steel factory to finish work. Xiangnan was riding a bike with Wu Qianqian, and Su Damao was also riding a bicycle beside them. The three of them heading home together. When they arrived at the courtyard entrance, Yin Bugue smiled and greeted them. "Guess who came back today?" Xiangnan waved his hand and said, "Came back? That means someone who left the siheyuan has returned, right? It's either Shaju or Hidaching. I guess it's Shaju." Yin Bugue immediately laughed and said, "Section Chief Xiang, you guessed one right. There's another one." "Another one?" Xiangnan thought for a moment and then remembered. He confidently said, "It must be Yi Zhonghai, right? He was sentenced to 2 years, and, calculating the time, it's about right." Yin Bugue clapped his hands and said, "Congratulations, you guessed right again. They both return around the same time." "Really?" Su Damao was suddenly a bit excited and said, "Shaju is back. Hey, our siheyuan is going to be lively again." Wu Qianqian looked at him strangely. Feeling was a bit odd. Why was Su Damao so excited about Shaju coming back? This was because Wu Qianqian didn't know the plot. If she did, she would definitely laugh her head off. Shaju and Su Damao were practically inseparable, just that they were both men. If one was a man and the other a woman, they would be a perfect pair of lively adversaries. The three of them chatted with Yin Bugue for a while and then returned to the backyard. As soon as they got back, Lu Shaoyi quickly ran over and said, "Xiangnan, I just helped you." "Oh, help me with what?" Xiangnan scratched his head in confusion. Lu Shaoyi smiled and said, "Aunt Jia just ran to your house, wanting to steal your vase, and I stopped her." Xiangnan was instantly furious. "What? That old hag? Where did she get the guts to steal my stuff?" Xiangnan was very angry. How long had Jia Zhangshi been honest? She actually dared to come and steal his things again. After putting the bicycle at home, he directly went to the courtyard with handcuffs. Wu Qianqian anxiously followed behind and said, "To scare her this time, don't really arrest anyone. After all, we are neighbors. And if the relationship gets strained, it won't look good for anyone. Face. That's something I give her. Only then can she have face. If I don't give it, where does her face come from? No way. This time, I must teach Jia Zhangshi a profound lesson. Otherwise, she will think she can do whatever she wants again." Xiangnan quickly arrived at the Jia family's door, but the main door was tightly shut. He banged on the door and shouted, "Zhang, Suehua, you old witch, come out." He kept banging on the door. Meanwhile, Jia Zhangshi hid inside the house, too scared to come out or make a sound. The people in the courtyard came out to watch the commotion, and of course, Shaju was no exception. He stood at his door, smiling and asking, "Oh, what happened in the courtyard again?" Xiangnan looked around and loudly said to the others, "This Zhang Suehua really has guts. She actually dared to steal things from my house." The people in the yard whispered, "No way. How can she steal again?" Another person said, "She's been pretty honest lately. Could it be a misunderstanding this time?" Su Damao looked at these people and said loudly, "No mistake. My wife just caught her in the act, and this old hag even threatened my wife. If my wife hadn't blocked her at the door of Section Chief Xiang's house, she wouldn't have put the things down. After hearing this, Jia Zhangshi shouted from inside, Su Damao, you deadbeat. Mind your wife and tell her not to meddle in other people's business, or I'll smash your windows. Xiang Nin immediately roared, You dare to threaten people and smash others' windows? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? Jia Zhangshi, of course, didn't he know who Liang Jingru was? She stubbornly said, Didn't he steal your stuff? I just wanted to help you clean up. Such nonsense. Save it for the kids. I want to believe it. Now, come out immediately. Jia Zhangshi threw a tantrum, saying, I just want to come out. What can you do to me? Huh? Jia Zhangshi, if you don't come out, I'll smash the door. I want to come out. It's unreasonable. Old Jia, Dongxu, come up and see. Xiang Nin is bullying us orphans and widows again. Chapter 82. Jia Zhangshi asks Yi Zhonghai for help. Hearing Jia Zhangshi call for help again, Xiang Nin immediately yelled, Jia Zhangshi, you are promoting feudal superstition again. That's an even bigger crime. This time, a month in the small black room won't be enough. I'll lock you up for half a year. Jia Zhangshi was almost scared to death, stammering, No, I don't want to go in again. With all the noise outside. Yi Zhonghai still shrank inside and didn't come out. An older woman asked in confusion, It's so chaotic outside. Aren't you going to go out and manage it? Yi Zhonghai sighed and said, Manage? Why should I manage? I'm no longer the one in charge. And my current identity is too awkward to come forward. The older woman sighed in relief and said, That's great. Just stay out of the courtyard's mess. We can live our own lives behind closed doors. Yi Zhonghai said sadly, But we still have to worry about our future retirement. Who in this courtyard can help us with that? The older woman mysteriously smiled and said, We already have someone for retirement, and that is Qin Huairu. Yi Zhongkai, not believing it, said, Old partner, how did you do that? The older woman took out a debt note written by Qin Huairu and coldly said, Qin Huairu won't be able to pay this debt even if she dies. With this note, she must support us in the future. Yi Zhonghai nodded in satisfaction and said, Well done, keep this safe, don't lose it. It must be stored well. Don't worry, I've hidden it well. Just then, Qin Huairu returned. Seeing so many people gathered at her door, she immediately felt something was wrong. She walked through the crowd and saw Xiang Nin standing at her door with handcuffs. Qin Huairu's heart sank. She knew Jia Zhangshi must have caused trouble again, and she really didn't want to deal with this mess. But what could she do? She could only brace herself and walk over. Qin Huairu approached, smiling, and said, Section Chief Xiang, what brings you to my house this time? Xiang Nin coldly replied without even looking at her, What else could it be? Your mother-in-law has committed the same offense again. She came to steal things from my house, and now I'm here to arrest her. But she won't open the door. Hurry up and let her out, or I'll smash the door. Don't smash the door. I'll talk to her. All right, I'll give you 2 minutes. If the time is up, I'll smash the door immediately. If the door gets damaged, you'll have to pay for the repairs. Qin Huairu went to the door and said, Mom, you heard that. If you don't open the door soon, they'll smash it. If the door is broken, you'll have to pay to fix it. Jia Zhangshi shouted from inside, I want to pay. You are the head of the household now, so you should pay for the repairs. Qin Huairu immediately shouted, You did this bad thing, so you have to take responsibility. Hurry up and open the door. Let us talk face to face. Jia Zhangshi, hiding inside, yelled, I want to open it. Hurry up and drive him away. Once he leaves, I'll open the door for you. Xiang Nin roared, Zhang Suihua, do you think I'm joking with you? If you don't come out, I'll smash the door down. If I get in and drag you out, it won't be as simple as locking you up for half a year. Jia Zhangshi's voice weakened. How long can you lock me up? A lifetime? Xiang Nin snorted coldly, No need. I can't be bothered to lock you up for a lifetime. I'll send you straight to prison. It's not the small black room of the security department, but a real prison. There are many criminals in there, and if you provoke them, you'll get beaten and won't even have a place to cry. Jia Zhangshi had only been in the small black room of the security department, which was just cold and dark. But a real prison was different. It was dirty and smelly, with bullies among the inmates. Jia Zhangshi was frightened and had no choice but to obediently open the door. Xiang Nin took out the handcuffs and said, Zhang Suihua, you know the drill. Put them on yourself. Jia Zhangshi. Knowing Yi Zhonghai had returned and clearly didn't plan to cooperate, shouted, "Yi Zhonghai, come out quickly and save me." The people around were bewildered. Yin Bugui laughed and said, "I wondered how Jia Zhangshi got so bold to provoke Section Chief Xiang. Turns out it's because old Yi is back." Lu Haizhong, hearing this, was unconvinced and said, "What can he do now that he is back? He is not the one in charge anymore. What can he do?" A neighbor in the courtyard said uncertainly, "After all, Yi Dage has been a big shot. Section Chief Xiang should listen to him, right?" Another neighbor waved his hand. "Listen to him? How is that possible? When Yi Zhonghai was in charge, Section Chief Xiang didn't listen to him, let alone now that Yi Zhonghai isn't in charge anymore. How could he possibly listen?" Jia Zhangshi didn't care about any of this. She was still desperately shouting Yi Zhonghai's name. Yi Zhonghai, of course, knew what was happening outside. He initially wanted to pretend he didn't hear it and ignore it. But since Jia Zhangshi kept calling his name, he couldn't pretend not to hear any longer. Yi Zhonghai had no choice but to come out, awkwardly looking at everyone in the yard and saying to Jia Zhangshi, "What do you want from me?" Jia Zhangshi struggled and said, "You have to save me." Yi Zhonghai shrugged helplessly and said, "How can I save you?" Jia Zhangshi anxiously said, "You need to help me plead my case." Yi Zhonghai thought for a moment and smiled at Xiang Nan, saying, "Section Chief Xiang, how about you let her off this time for my sake?" Xiang Nan sneered and then asked loudly, "Yi Zhonghai, did you report to the street office when you came back?" Yi Zhonghai, confused, replied, "Huh? What do I need to go to the street office for?" Xiang Nan coldly snorted, "Didn't your supervisor tell you when you were released? As soon as you come back, your first priority is to report to the street office. Until you find a job, you need to report daily on what you've done, who you've met, and where you've been." Yi Zhonghai immediately panicked and said, "Huh? I didn't know about that." Xiang Nan looked at him coldly and said loudly, "It's not too late to find out now. This rule has been in place for a long time. It's just that we didn't have any criminals in our courtyard before, so it wasn't necessary. However, now that you're out, this rule can be enforced." The implication of Xiang Nan's words was that Yi Zhonghai was a criminal. By saying this in front of everyone, he effectively trampled on Yi Zhonghai's dignity. After lecturing Yi Zhonghai, Xiang Nan looked around and said loudly, "Everyone needs to understand that Yi Zhonghai has just come out of prison. Although he has undergone labor reform, we don't know how effective it was. So we need to supervise him and care for him together. If he does anything particularly outrageous, we need to help him correct it in a timely manner." Su Damao was very excited and asked loudly from the side, "Director Xiang, are you saying we can supervise him? If he makes any mistakes, can we teach him a lesson?" "Of course, but it can only be a verbal lesson. No physical threats are allowed." Su Damao happily said, "Don't worry, Director Xiang. We're all civilized people. We definitely won't resort to violence." Lu Haizhong was also very happy. He had been suppressed by Yi Zhonghai for half his life in the courtyard, and now he could finally look down on Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai felt very depressed and angry. He had thought that after coming out of prison, he could regain everything he had lost. Instead, he found that even though he was back, he was still at the bottom of the courtyard, and everyone else could look down on him. Jia Zhangshi was also dumbfounded after hearing this. She had originally thought that with Yi Zhonghai back, he could be her support. That's why she dared to provoke Xiang Nan, but now she realized that Yi Zhonghai was nothing now. He couldn't help her at all. Chapter 83. Shaju's Wedding. Yi Zhonghai's heartbreak Qin Huairu could only weakly plead, "Director Xiang, can't you let my mother-in-law go this time?" She definitely didn't mean it. Xiang Nan coldly replied, "Did she not mean it? Do you believe that nonsense? All right, I know how to punish her, Zhang Zuhua. Now, please step aside. I need to take her back." Qin Huairu didn't dare to stop him and could only watch as Xiang Nan took Jia Zhangshi away. Wiping non-existent tears, Qin Huairu walked up to Shaju. She smiled and asked Shaju, "It's been 2 years since we last met. How have you been?" Shaju looked at her and said, "Wow, Sister Qin, you're really something. You were just crying, and now you're smiling at me. Professional actors can't compete with you. It's such a waste for you not to act." Everyone was about to leave, but when they saw Shaju and Qin Huairu, they stayed to watch the show. Qin Huairu's face immediately turned a bit ugly. She could tell that Shaju's words were sarcastic. She forced a smile and said, "Shaju, we used to be so close. Why have you become so distant after 2 years?" Shaju pouted and rolled his eyes at Qin Huairu, saying, "Stop right there. I was a fool before, so I fell for your tricks. But not anymore. I better keep my distance from you, or my wife will get jealous." Qin Huairu, puzzled, asked, "Your wife? You got married?" Shaju laughed heartily and said, "Yeah, I've been married for a year." "What? How is that possible?" Qin Huairu felt as if she had been struck by lightning and couldn't speak for a long time. She vaguely felt that something that originally belonged to her had just been taken away. Su Damao chimed in with a smirk. "Oh, Shaju, I can't believe a woman would actually want to marry you." Shaju, unfazed by Su Damao's teasing, replied, "Of course. Unlike you, who no one wants even now." Su Damao proudly waved his hand and said, "Haha, Shaju, I'm married too. This is my wife, Lu Xiaoa, but I still don't believe you got married. Where's your wife? I haven't seen her." Shaju, now even more proud, shouted to Su Damao, "My wife is pregnant. It's too far to travel, and it's inconvenient to take a car. I want to wait until her pregnancy is stable before bringing her back." Su Damao was immediately dumbfounded and shouted, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You, Shaju, must be lying to me. Hee, I knew you wouldn't believe me. Look at this." Shaju took out his marriage certificate, which looked like a certificate of merit in that era. Su Damao examined it seriously. Shaju's wife's name was Lu Ting, a local from Baocheng, of average looks, not ugly, but not pretty either. Previously, Shaju was a superficial person and would never marry someone who wasn't beautiful. However, 2 years ago, before leaving the capital, he was heartbroken by the beautiful widow Qin Huairu, which taught him that pretty women are not easy to deal with. Qing was still very concerned about his son. After Shaju found a job in Baocheng and got settled, he introduced Lu Ting to him. Shaju successfully married Lu Ting without anyone interfering. Su Damao, seeing the marriage certificate, finally gave up. On the other hand, Yi Zhonghai felt like the sky had fallen after hearing the news of Shaju's marriage. Originally, his hope for old age support was on Jia Dongxu, but he heard that Jia Dongxu had died while he was in prison. So he had placed his hopes on Shaju, planning for him to marry Qin Huairu so that they could take care of him together. But before the plan could be implemented, Shaju got married. What was he supposed to do now? When he returned home, he was still restless. Andy asked what was going on, and Yi Zhonghai explained his plan. Andy looked at him and said after a moment of silence, "Old Yi, the most important thing for us now is not about old age support, but your job. If you lose your job, no one will come to support you. But if you have a job with money, you won't know how many people will rush to help you." Yi Zhonghai immediately became irritable and said, "I don't want those greedy people. I want someone who sincerely cares for us in the future." Aunt immediately fell silent, thinking to herself that Shaju had genuinely cared for them in the past. Yet he was still outsmarted by Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai shook his head and said, "No, I need to go to the backyard to find the old lady and see what she says." As a result, he went to the backyard to see the deaf old lady, who said the same thing as Aunt Yi. She patted Yi Zhonghai on the shoulder and said, "Qin Huairu has an IOU with you now. No matter what, she will take care of you in the future. So there's no need to worry about old age support. The most important thing now is still your job." Yi Zhonghai dismissively said, "I'm a level 8 worker. The steel mill will definitely still want me. Even if the steel mill doesn't want me, other factories will. But you have a criminal record. Everyone takes that seriously now. Even if the steel mill wants you, they won't give you level 8 treatment." Yi Zhonghai immediately shouted in disbelief, "What? Impossible. Can they really demote my rank?" The deaf old lady remained silent. She had already inquired about it beforehand, and Yi Zhonghai would definitely be demoted if he went to the steel mill. Yi Zhonghai was initially skeptical, but the next day, when he went to the steel rolling mill, he faced a setback. Factory director Yang didn't even want to see him. It was a deputy director from the personnel department who met with him. This deputy director directly said, "Master Yi, if you want to return to the steel rolling mill, theoretically, there is definitely no problem. However, your job grade cannot be counted as before." Yi Zhonghai shouted, "I'm an 8th level worker. Are you trying to demote me?" The deputy director waved his hand and said, "Master Yi, things are not the same as before. After you got into trouble and left, Director Yang went to great lengths to find another 8th level worker to come in. So now you are not the only 8th level worker in the factory." Yi Zhonghai was sentenced to 2 years. How could the steel rolling mill wait for him? Therefore, Director Yang worked hard to find someone to replace Yi Zhonghai as an 8th level worker. So now, Yi Zhonghai was not the only 8th level worker in the steel rolling mill, and he had no bargaining power at all. After realizing he was no longer the only 8th level worker, Yi Zhonghai softened his tone. He nervously asked, "What level are you going to demote me to?" The deputy director did not speak, but raised one finger. Yi Zhonghai immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Oh, just demoted by 1 level? That's fine. A 7th level worker is okay." The deputy director shook his head and said, "Master Yi, you misunderstood. It's not just a 1-level demotion, but you will be demoted directly to a 1st level worker. If you rejoin, you can only be a 1st level worker, and you cannot take the exam for 5 years. Can you accept that?" After hearing this, Yi Zhonghai shouted angrily, "Aren't you bullying honest people? I am a dignified 8th level worker, demoted to 1st level? I can go to another factory. They won't be as harsh as you." The deputy director was not anxious at all and gestured for him to leave. "Master Yi, I'm not negotiating with you. I'm informing you. You are now a criminal, not a glorious worker. Even if you want to go to another factory, it won't work. No one in the city will take you." Yi Zhonghai continued to shout, "I don't believe it. I'm going to the repair factory to see if they will accept me." The deputy director didn't even look at him and said, "You can go, but we won't see you off." Seeing the other party so certain, Yi Zhonghai hesitated instead. He quietly said, "Can I go back and think about it?" "Of course, but remember to report to the street office. You are a criminal and must report to the street office every day to report your whereabouts." After hearing this, Yi Zhonghai was very frustrated, and he left the steel rolling mill. Unwilling to give up, Yi Zhonghai went to other factories. At first, when they heard he was an 8th level worker, they were very enthusiastic. However, as soon as he mentioned his name, their enthusiasm immediately disappeared. They directly stated, "You can only work at the steel rolling mill now. Other factories will definitely not take you." Yi Zhonghai asked 3 factories in a row, and none were willing to accept him, a person just released from prison. He finally recognized reality. He could only return to the steel rolling mill as a 1st level worker, with no other choice. After returning to Nanluo from other factories, he went to the street office. Director Wang at the street office saw him and reproached, "Didn't I tell you to report to me immediately when you returned? Why did you come a day later?" Yi Zhonghai smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, Director Wang. I just got back and didn't know." Director Wang asked him suspiciously, "Didn't the prison guards tell you?" They did, but at that moment, Yi Zhonghai was too excited about being released from prison to pay attention to what the guards said. Seeing Yi Zhonghai actively admit his mistake, Director Wang didn't say anything else, just said, "Don't look for work in other factories. Now that you've returned, you can only go to the steel rolling mill and start as a 1st level worker." Yi Zhonghai complained a bit, "But I can't take the exam for 5 years. Isn't that too much? Can it be changed to 6 months or a year?" Director Wang immediately slammed the table and shouted, "No, Yi Zhonghai, don't push your luck. This is the rule. Do you think this is a game? The notification document is right here. Take a good look. The fact that you're getting a job is because of your previous solid skills. Go out and take a look at other criminals. How many of them have jobs after being released?" Yi Zhonghai was immediately speechless and resigned himself to the situation. He returned to the courtyard, and Yin Bugui greeted him with a smile at the door, but he ignored him and went back to the middle courtyard dejectedly. Chapter 84. Shaju's wife comes to the courtyard. Yin Bugui saw him like this and didn't say much. He knew Yi Zhonghai was feeling down, so he didn't want to touch on that sore spot. Just as Yin Bugui sat down, a worn-looking woman from the countryside walked over. He stepped forward and asked, "Comrade, who are you looking for? Is he Yuju from this courtyard?" "Yes, what do you want with him?" "I'm his wife. I came to find him." Yin Bugui was a bit surprised and said, "Oh, so you were his wife? He said you were pregnant and it's not very convenient to travel." Lu Ting waved her hand and said, "Oh, country women aren't that delicate. I'm fine." In fact, Lu Ting heard from He Da-Ching about the previous matters between Qin Huairu and Shaju. She was worried that Shaju would be enchanted by that flirtatious vixen again, so she hurriedly took a night bus over. Lu Ting had a good constitution. Although she was pregnant and a bit clumsy, after sitting on the bus for a whole night, she had no problems at all. Yin Bugui brought her into the middle courtyard, and Jia Zhangshi, with a glint in her eye, deliberately said, "Oh, old Yin, could this be a wild woman you found outside?" Yin Bugui was immediately furious, his face turning red as he shouted, Jia Zhongshi, don't talk nonsense. She is Shaju's wife. What? Jia Zhongshi jumped up after hearing this and shouted loudly at Lu Ting. Hey, you are not welcome here. You shameless woman. Get out of here immediately. She was very clear that if Shaju got married, their future food boxes would be out of the question, and Qin Huairu would no longer be able to suck Shaju's blood. So she had to drive Lu Ting away. Lu Ting was stunned. She looked at Yin Bugui and asked, Sir, is this my husband's mother? Yin Bugui shook his head and said, She is not. She is just a neighbor next door. After hearing Yin Bugui's words, Lu Ting became more confident and sarcastically said, Humph, I thought you were my mother-in-law. I was thinking of being polite to you. Turns out you were just a neighbor. What right do you have to chase me away? We have no ties with you. What qualifications do you have to interfere in my family matters? Jia Zhongshi immediately shouted, We are in the capital, and we don't welcome you country women. Get out of here. Immediately someone said, Hey, that's not right. And Jia, you also came from the countryside, and your daughter-in-law Qin Huairu is also from the countryside. When has our courtyard not welcomed you? Don't be a black pig, not seeing your own blackness. Lu Ting heard this and realized that this shrew was also a country person. Not just her, but her daughter-in-law Qin Huairu was also a country person, which made her feel even more confident. She disdainfully smiled and said, I am He Yuju's legally married wife, with a proper marriage certificate. What identity do you have to chase me away? Whether I live in this courtyard or not is none of your business. Old lady. She was too lazy to talk to Jia Zhongshi. She saw clearly that this was a shrew who would stir up trouble. She turned to Yin Bugui and asked which room was Shaju's and directly pushed the door in. Shaju had a habit of not locking the door. Lu Ting frowned and said, The head of the household is really careless. How can he not lock the door? Yin Bugui smiled and explained, Our courtyard is like this. No one locks their doors. Lu Ting waved her hand and said, That won't do. What if a thief comes to steal? Yin Bugui solemnly said, How could there be a thief? I guard the entrance every day and won't let strangers in. Besides, we have the head of the security department in our courtyard. With him around, no thief would dare come here. Oh, so we have a noble person in our courtyard. Then I can rest assured. Yin Bugui secretly nodded. Although this woman came from the countryside, she really knew how to talk. Moreover, Lu Ting was generous, and Yin Bugui helped her understand the situation of the residents in the courtyard. To show her gratitude, she directly gave Yin Bugui a piece of cured meat. Although it was less than 3 taels, Yin Bugui was still very happy, after all, with this piece of cured meat. Adding some potatoes and cabbage when cooking would provide some grease, saving several days' worth of grocery money. Lu Ting put down her bundle and started cleaning. Everyone in the courtyard saw it, except for Jia Zhongshi. Everyone praised her for being an industrious daughter-in-law. When it was time to get off work, Shaju came back with Qin Huairu. Originally, Shaju didn't want to leave work with her, but they worked in the same cafeteria, so their work hours were the same, and they lived in the same place. Qin Huairu insisted on walking with him. It was useless for him to oppose or run away. As soon as they returned, they found out that Lu Ting had actually come. Shaju was stunned for a moment, then happily said, My wife is here. I told her not to come over first. Why is she here so soon? Qin Huairu was immediately struck like by lightning. She originally wanted to take advantage of the fact that Shaju's wife hadn't come to the courtyard to pull Shaju back to her side and continue sucking his blood. However, her plan hadn't even begun to be implemented before it became unworkable. With no choice, Qin Huairu could only return home dejectedly. Jia Zhongshi, seeing Qin Huairu's disappointment, anxiously said, You need to think of a way to drive that shameless woman away. Qin Huairu weakly replied, Now that it's like this, what can I do? They're already married. Jia Zhongshi's eyes turned, and with a cold smile, she said, You should go find old Yi. He will definitely have a way. With no choice, Qin Huairu went to Yi's house. When she arrived, Yi Zhonghai was smoking. He certainly knew that Shaju's wife had arrived and that she was pregnant. However, what he was most concerned about was his salary. Although he still had several thousand yuan in savings, he couldn't just sit and eat without working. Although being a first-level worker sounded a bit embarrassing, Yi Zhonghai thought about it and decided to go work at the steel factory. At this time, Qin Huairu arrived. And when Yi Zhonghai saw her voluptuous figure, he felt a little hot under the collar, and other parts of his body also started to heat up. Qin Huairu pretended not to see the way Yi Zhonghai was looking at her. She just smiled and said, "Uncle Yi, I haven't had a good chat with you since you came back." A big ant coldly snorted, "Qin Huairu, what do you have to talk about with our old Yi?" Yi Zhonghai impatiently waved his hand and said, "You go check on the old lady and ask her what she wants to eat today." The big ant was quite dissatisfied but still went to the deaf old lady. There was no way around it. After all, she hadn't given Yi Zhonghai a child, so her back couldn't naturally straighten up. The big ant had to leave, and Yi Zhonghai invited Qin Huairu to sit down. The two sat closely together, and Yi Zhonghai's hand unconsciously reached over. Qin Huairu did not move and allowed his hand to touch her. As expected, she was like a washing machine, haha. Of course, their relationship could only go this far. Qin Huairu had long been used to it. At the factory, she had indeed had flirtations with several men. However, the one who truly took advantage of her was only Li Huaid. Chapter 85. Qin Huairu tests Lu Ting. Qin Huairu let Yi Zhonghai touch her for quite a while, then covered her face and whispered, "Uncle, Shaju has a wife now. What should we do?" Yi Zhonghai nonchalantly replied, "Didn't you all live without him for the past 2 years? You still got by. What's the problem now?" Qin Huairu sneered, "But if there are free benefits to take, no one wants to miss out. I still want Shaju to help our family like before. Wendy, do you think that is possible?" Yi Zhonghai thought for a moment and said, "You should first test Lu Ting. If she is as easy to talk to as Shaju, your family will be able to relax a bit." Qin Huairu shook her head and said, "She is pregnant. As a mother myself, I know how she thinks. She definitely won't agree to let Shaju support our family like before. She will think about her child." Yi Zhonghai, hearing this, smirked and said, "You should first test her. If it really doesn't work, we can just not let her be a mother." Qin Huairu looked at Yi Zhonghai in shock. Yi Zhonghai appeared indifferent. He calmly waved his hand and said, "There are quite a few childless people in our courtyard, like Xiangnan, Sudamao, the old lady, and me. So many people have no children, and they are all living well. Having one more Shaju doesn't make a difference." Qin Huairu said in shock, "Isn't that a bit too much?" Yi Zhonghai still had that attitude, chuckling, "If you think that is too much, then don't do it and don't bring it up. Just continue living your hard life. What is the point of telling me this?" Qin Huairu weakly said, "I just want you to help them get a divorce. I really didn't mean to take such drastic measures." Yi Zhonghai sneered. "Once Shaju and Lu Ting lose their child, their relationship will have problems. Their divorce is just a matter of time. If you do nothing and wait for them to have a child, their relationship will remain good. You will be waiting until you die, and they won't get a divorce. Think carefully about your choices." Qin Huairu left feeling dejected and returned home, still silent. Jia Zhangshi immediately asked impatiently, "So, did you come up with a plan with old Yi?" Qin Huairu leaned over to Jia Zhangshi's ear and said, "There's a plan, but it's too cruel." "Cruel? How cruel? We survived through the war years. What kind of ruthless tricks haven't we seen? Just tell me, what do you mean by cruel?" Qin Huairu whispered. "He said that if Shaju loses the child, he will definitely continue to help us." Jia Zhangshi might not be clever in other matters, but she understood this kind of ruthless method immediately. She directly said, "There are many ways to make her have a miscarriage. Do you want to use musk or accidentally bump into her?" Qin Huairu immediately questioned, "Mom, can you afford musk?" "I can't afford it, but the old lady definitely can. She and we're like grasshoppers on the same rope. If you go ask her, she will definitely help. Otherwise, I'll test her first to see if she has any compassion." Jia Zhangshi dismissively said, "There aren't that many fools in the world. You see, Shaju is foolish, but he has woken up over the years. So, don't hold out too much hope." Qin Huairu shook her head and said, "I still want to try. What, she is a good person. All right then, you go ahead. Just so happens that Shaju made chicken soup today. Try asking for some." The aroma of stewed chicken wafted over from next door, and Jia Zhangshi could hardly resist. Qin Huairu got up, took a bowl, and went next door. Shaju's door was closed. She knocked on the door, and Lu Ting asked from inside, "Who is it? Why are you here at this time?" Qin Huairu immediately replied, "Hello, I'm a neighbor next door. My name is Qin Huairu." Hearing this name, Lu Ting immediately became serious. While in Baocheng, She had occasionally heard siheyuan mention this name. It was this widow who had delayed siheyuan for several years, secretly ruining siheyuan's blind dates several times. However, Qin Huairu did not want to marry siheyuan. She just wanted him to keep helping the Jia family. It's truly disgusting how she wants to have it both ways. Lu Ting naturally had no good feelings towards such a person. Lu Ting opened the door and looked Qin Huairu up and down, thinking to herself that she was indeed a beauty. It's no wonder that her man has been thinking about her for so long. She must have some assets. Of course, Lu Ting had never seen Wu Qianqian, otherwise she wouldn't have thought Qin Huairu had any assets. Lu Ting was not a naive and sweet girl. In this day and age, only in big households like the Lu family could you find someone like Lu Xiaoa. Lu Ting came from a rural background. She managed to go to Baocheng to find work on her own and successfully found a job doing odd tasks in a restaurant, eventually meeting siheyuan through He Daqing and successfully marrying him, completing her transformation. Without some skills, she could not have succeeded. Lu Ting smiled and said, "Oh, so you're Jia's sister-in-law. I've heard your name for a long time." Qin Huairu was momentarily stunned when Lu Ting called her Jia's sister-in-law. There was a lot of information in Lu Ting's words. First, she called herself Jia's sister-in-law instead of Sister Qin, reminding her that she was now a widow. Secondly, the fact that she had heard her name long ago indicated that siheyuan must have mentioned her in front of Lu Ting, and it probably wasn't anything good. Qin Huairu also smiled and said, "I heard Lu Mei came to the courtyard, so I wanted to come see. I heard you're pregnant, but I couldn't tell." Lu Ting scoffed and said, "It's only been a little over a month, of course it won't show yet. I still need to learn from you about this. You've already had 2 children. Since Jia Dongxu had been shot dead by Xiangnan long ago, the illegitimate child Huaihua must have been lost. So you must have more experience than I do. If I have any questions in the future, I'll definitely come ask you." Qin Huairu nodded and replied, "Of course. If you have any questions, just find me. By the way, I smell something delicious from your house. Is siheyuan stewing meat?" In the past, Qin Huairu had always directly called him siheyuan, but now, facing this rival, she directly called him Zhuzi. Lu Ting, of course, understood the implication of Qin Huairu's way of calling him, but she pretended not to hear it and nodded, saying, "Yes, my husband is making chicken soup for me, saying it's to nourish my body." The meaning of her words was clear: stewing chicken. Don't even think about it, Qin Huairu, you widow. Don't even think about getting any chicken soup. Qin Huairu had no choice but to use her old tricks, pretending to be pitiful and saying, "Lu Mei, my son Bonging has always had poor health and needs to nourish his body. How about you give me the chicken meat and soup this time?" Lu Ting pretended to suddenly realize and said, "Bonging? Oh, is that the little chubby boy in the courtyard? Oh my, he's grown so strong. Yet his health is still poor?" Qin Huairu lied. "Yes, he's never been very healthy since he was little." Lu Ting turned around and asked, "Husband, has Jia's Bonging's health always been poor since he was little?" siheyuan casually replied, "That kid has never had poor health. He's always been a little troublemaker, climbing trees to steal bird eggs and going to the river to catch fish. He does all kinds of nonsense, from the day he was born until now. I've never seen him go to the hospital once." After hearing siheyuan's words, Lu Ting smiled and said to Qin Huairu, "Why does my husband say something different from you? How about we just forget it? We don't have enough chicken to eat at home. You should go ask someone else." At this moment, siheyuan also shouted from inside, "Sister-in-law Jia, you should go find your respected uncle, Yi. He's a level 8 worker at the steel factory and has plenty of money." Then he said to Lu Ting, "Wife, come in and drink some chicken soup and eat some chicken. Let me tell you, I made this chicken stew really well." "Okay, I'm coming right now." Lu Ting responded to siheyuan and directly closed the door in front of Qin Huairu. Smelling the aroma of the stewed chicken, Qin Huairu felt furious. At this moment, she was determined to get rid of the child between siheyuan and Lu Ting. Chapter 86. Pregnancy. Beware of beasts. Lu Ting returned to the house, picked up the stewed chicken soup, took a sip, and said with bright eyes, "Husband, your cooking skills are amazing. I could eat this every day without getting tired of it." Lu Ting's emotional support was indeed on point, making siheyuan's already small brain feel even smaller, almost turning him into a fool. siheyuan laughed heartily and said, "Wife, I'm glad you like it. From now on, I'll cook for you for the rest of my life. You're so nice." Just as siheyuan and Lu Ting were being affectionate, there was another knock on the door. siheyuan was instantly furious and cursed. "Who is it? So annoying. Can't you see it's mealtime? He opened the door and saw several people standing outside. The leader was Su Damao, followed by Xiang Nan and Wu Qianqian. They had come out of curiosity to see who Shaju had married. They had just returned and heard that Shaju's wife had arrived. So everyone was curious and decided to come over to say hello. Shaju was momentarily stunned to see so many people, then looked at Su Damao and said irritably, Su Damao, why are you knocking on my door for no reason? Su Damao didn't care about his tone and retorted, Humph. You think I'm here to see you? I'm here to see my sister-in-law. Shaju was not to be outdone and said, Get lost. I'm older than you. You should call my wife sister-in-law. Fina. It doesn't matter what you call her. Where is she? Su Damao stopped retaliating because he saw Shaju's wife Lu Ting come out. Lu Ting walked out, smiling, and said, You must be Damao, right? In the past, my Zhuzi was ignorant and had many misunderstandings with you. Please don't take it to heart. Su Damao looked at Lu Ting in shock and said, Shaju, your wife is way more articulate than you. What kind of virtue did you accumulate in your past life to be able to marry her? Shaju also looked proud and said, Of course. Just look at who I am. Being able to marry such a good wife is also my ability. Su Damao immediately teased, Look at your character. Lu Ting frowned and said, Damao, can I make a suggestion to you? Su Damao nodded and said, Sure, sister-in-law, go ahead. Can you stop calling my husband by his nickname from now on? Once he has children, it won't sound good, and it might easily lead outsiders to misunderstand. Su Damao scratched his head with a bitter face and said, Sister-in-law, we've been calling him that for over 10 years. It's not easy to change all of a sudden. Xiang Nan, who was behind, said it does need to be changed. Calling him Shaju does sound bad. From now on, we should all change it to Zhuzi. Lu Ting looked at Xiang Nan and said, Thank you. You must be Section Chief Xiang, right? Zhuzi told me that you're the only cadre in our courtyard. Indeed, the words of a cadre are different from those of us who are uneducated. Lu Ting was really good at talking and particularly skilled in social situations. Upon hearing this, Xiang Nan immediately felt good about her and nodded, saying, We also brought back some marinated dishes. Since sister-in-law is here, why don't we have a small gathering? Let's welcome sister-in-law to the courtyard. Su Damao also smiled and said, I have a bottle of good wine at home. I'll go get it. Shaju pouted and said, Hey, you guys haven't even asked me. I haven't agreed yet. Su Damao wouldn't let go of the chance to bicker with Shaju and immediately looked at him with a sarcastic tone. Oh, Zhuzi, you won't be so stingy as to not treat us to a meal, will you? Lu Ting saw the two about to start bickering again, so she quickly said, Hey, what are you talking about? It's our fortune that everyone can come. Zhuzi, hurry up and cook. Shaju could only helplessly say, All right, I'll go cook right now. The two of them were eating steamed cornbread, but since Xiang Nan and the others had come, they had to cook some white rice to entertain them. Naturally, Xiang Nan wouldn't come empty-handed. He had bought about a pound of marinated meat, all of which was meat. Su Damao also brought a bottle of wine, and Yin Bugui, seeing so much good food and drink, immediately felt a bit greedy. He leaned over and said, Since you all are gathering, I'll come over to join the fun. I also have good wine at home. Let me go get it. Su Damao immediately waved his hand and said, Third uncle, why don't you skip that watered-down wine of yours? It's not quite suitable for a young people's gathering. Shaju also chimed in, Third uncle, I'll invite you and Uncle Lee another time. It's really not convenient today. Yin Bugui felt disappointed that they had refused him so firmly, but he also felt embarrassed to press the issue. Everyone lively entered Shaju's house, eating dishes and chatting. Wu Qianqian suddenly felt nauseous when she smelled a certain aroma, almost throwing up. Xiang Nan asked in surprise, Wife, what is wrong with you? I don't know. I just feel nauseous when I smell sesame oil, she replied. Xiang Nan scratched his head in confusion. No way. You usually love sesame oil. Every time we buy marinated meat, you always want extra sesame oil. I don't know. It just feels particularly disgusting now, Wu Qianqian said, and she immediately felt like vomiting again. She hurriedly ran outside to find a corner and threw up. Xiang Nan chased after her and patted her back, saying, Are you sick? Lu Ting, nearby, laughed and said, Sister-in-law, could it be that you're pregnant? When I was pregnant, I also felt nauseous from certain smells, and it sounds similar to what you're experiencing. Xiang Nan paused for a moment and said, No way. Wu Qianqian, looking a bit confused, replied, I don't know either. Xiang Nan tugged at Wu Qianqian and said, Why don't we go to the hospital now to check? Let us go tomorrow. It's too late today. Wu Qianqian shook her head to refuse. Xiang Nan, however, couldn't he wait and decisively said, let us go, we're going now. I can't wait all night. Saying that, he unhesitatingly pulled Wu Qianqian along. While Xiang Nan left, Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi stayed at Shaju's house. Su Damao wondered, she can't really be pregnant, right? Lu Ting laughed and said, I think it looks like it. Lu Xiaoyi envied and touched her belly, wondering why hers wasn't making any noise. Su Damao felt a bit guilty seeing Lu Xiaoyi's actions. He knew there might be something wrong with his body but didn't dare to check. As long as he didn't go, the one with the problem would either be him or Lu Xiaoyi. The meal was tasteless, and everyone clearly had something on their minds. By 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiang Nan and Wu Qianqian returned. Yin Bugui rubbed his hands and asked with a smile, Oh, Section Chief Xiang, how did it go at the hospital? Xiang Nan happily replied, Confirmed, she is pregnant. The doctor at the hospital said she is just over a month. ISNT that about the same time, Lu Ting got pregnant? About that. Congratulations, Section Chief Xiang. You're going to be a dad. Congratulations, congratulations. Yuli also looked at Wu Qianqian enviously. She had been married for a few months in the courtyard, and her belly was just as quiet as Lu Xiaoyi's. Xiang Nan took out some candy he had won in a lottery before and distributed some to each household, including the Jia family. However, while others received the candy with congratulations, in the Jiazhong family, it turned into a curse. Qin Huairu smiled and accepted the candy from Xiang Nan, saying a few auspicious words of congratulations. Jiazhong sure, however, had a dark face as if someone owed her a lot of money. Once Xiang Nan left, she muttered under her breath, Damn little beast, you can't have children. Even if you're pregnant, you definitely can't keep it. And, in the end, it'll be a corpse for both. Serves you right. Qin Huairu frowned and said, Mom, don't say that in front of Xiang Nan. I know. No need for you to teach me. Jia Zhongshu certainly knew not to say such things in front of Xiang Nan, or her fate would be dire. Since Wu Qianqian was pregnant, Xiang Nan told her not to go to work and to stay home to nurture the baby. Wu Qianqian smiled at Xiang Nan and said, It's not that exaggerated. It's only been a month. I can still work. Xiang Nan seriously replied, No, you stay at home. Don't go anywhere. If anything happens, let Lu Xiaoyi help you with it. Also, stay away from the deaf old lady, Jia Zhongshu, and Qin Huairu. Wu Qianqian was taken aback and said, Are you afraid they'll harm me? Xiang Nan shook his head and said, I'm not afraid of 1,000 dangers, but I'm afraid of the one chance. What if they really have bad intentions? Seeing Xiang Nan so serious, she couldn't help but feel nervous. After thinking for a moment, she said, How about I invite Aunt Wu to stay for a while? Both of their parents were gone, and Aunt Wu was the only relative Wu Qianqian could count on. Xiang Nan took a sip of water and thought for a moment, then said, All right, we just happen to have an extra room. Let Aunt Wu move in. I'll give her 10 yuan a month to take care of you. All right, let us do it that way. Wu Qianqian nodded. The next day, Xiang Nan went to find Aunt Wu and informed her of the news. Aunt Wu was very happy to hear that Wu Qianqian was pregnant. She said, That's great. You two have been married for several years, and finally, you have a child. That's not easy. Xiang Nan expressed his request, and Aunt Wu, feeling a bit troubled, said, I still have a lot of things to do at home. I can't take care of Qianqian. However, I have a niece-in-law who is 30 this year, and she has experience with childbirth. How about letting her come help take care of Qianqian? Sure, 10 yuan a month, including food and lodging. She doesn't need to stay. She can live in the yard next door, going home to sleep at night and coming back during the day. Next door? Is her name Wu Li? Yes, it seems you know her. Xiang Nan nodded. Of course, he knew her. Wu Li's husband, Yang Chong, also worked in the security department, and they only had one daughter. Yang Chong had been hoping for another son, but for some reason, despite trying hard for several years, they hadn't gotten pregnant again. Xiang Nan followed Aunt Wu to find Wu Li and, after explaining the situation, she happily agreed on the spot. Yang Chong only earned a little over 30 yuan a month, making it a bit tight to support the family. If Wu Li could earn 10 yuan a month, their family's life would be much more comfortable. Thus, that day, Wu Li came to take care of Wu Qianqian, making many women in the courtyard feel envious. Why didn't their men treat them so well? Wu Qianqian had just gotten pregnant, and Xiangnin immediately found her a nanny to look after her. If she had a son, who knew how much Xiangnin would spoil her? Since both were pregnant, Lu Ting and Wu Qianqian had many common topics. They would chat in the backyard whenever they had time. With Lu Xiaoyi, Wu Li, and later Yu Li joining in, the backyard became lively. Chapter 87. The Goddess of Fertility? A few days later, Wu Li was boiling water when she suddenly smelled a strange odor and began to vomit. Lu Xiaoyi looked at her and said, Qianqian was like this before. She couldn't stop throwing up. Wu Li, you're not pregnant too, are you? Wu Li was taken aback by Lu Xiaoyi's words and said, no way. I tried for several years before and didn't get pregnant again. How could it happen so quickly? Wu Qianqian laughed and said, why don't you go get checked? What if it's true? Wu Li, half believing, went to the hospital, and to her surprise, she found out that she was indeed pregnant. Wu Li was very surprised. She and Yang Chong had been wanting another son for a long time, and just when they were almost desperate, it suddenly happened. After Wu Li returned, she told Xiangnin that she had resigned from her job and that she was pregnant, so she could no longer take care of Wu Qianqian. Xiangnin could only ask Aunt Wu to keep an eye out for any suitable candidates. However, at this time, a rumor suddenly started circulating outside. The rumor said that Lu Ting was the goddess of fertility, and before she came, Wu Qianqian had not gotten pregnant for 2 years, and Wu Li had not been pregnant for several years. As soon as she arrived, both of them became pregnant. Surprisingly, there were indeed people who believed this rumor. The next day, a woman came looking for Lu Ting and chatted with her for a long time. It was unclear if it was a coincidence, but a week later, that woman actually became pregnant too. This was a big deal. More and more women came to find Lu Ting, all seeking to conceive. Moreover, these people did not come empty-handed. Each brought gifts, which left Lu Ting confused. She did not know what to do and nervously asked Shaju, husband, should I really accept these gifts? Shaju waved his hand casually and said, if they offer it, just accept it. Lu Ting still felt uneasy, though she couldn't pinpoint why. Perhaps it was just a gut feeling. She went to the backyard to find Xiangnan and asked, Section Chief Xiang, you're an official and know a lot. Do you think I should accept gifts from others? Xiangnan looked at her with a strange expression and said, if you trust me, you better not accept them. Lu Ting asked in confusion, why not? Xiangnan said seriously, do you know that your reputation as the goddess of fertility has spread beyond several streets? Wu Qianqian asked in confusion, isn't that a good thing? What's wrong? A good thing? Do you know this promotes feudal superstition? If you're caught, you'll definitely be sent to the countryside for re-education. In severe cases, you might even be executed. Lu Ting's face turned pale with fear as she asked, really? What should I do now? How many gifts have you received so far? Not much. Just some fruits and 2 bottles of wine. Xiangnan nodded and said, now you and Zhu should take what you've received to Director Wang and explain this matter. Remember to be discreet. Don't say anything if anyone asks. Lu Ting nodded and said, I understand, then went home. After she told Shaju about this, he was also startled. They immediately took the gifts and went out. Yin Bugue, who was guarding the door, curiously asked, hey, where are you two going with all those things? Shaju smiled and said, we're going to see my sister. I've been back for so long, and she hasn't come to the courtyard, so I have to go find her. Yin Bugue nodded and said, it's about time you checked on her. Even though you two have separated, you are still siblings. After chatting a bit, Shaju and Yin Bugue went to the street office. After hearing their story, Director Wang clapped and laughed. It seems your awareness as a couple is pretty good. You know to come find me proactively. In fact, I have heard about your situation, and I was planning to talk to you about it, to keep a low profile. I didn't expect you to come first. After hearing what Director Wang said, Shaju broke out in a cold sweat. He secretly thought to himself that Xiangnan was right. His wife's situation could indeed be serious. If it escalated, it could cost lives. He quickly explained, Director Wang, the goddess of fertility thing is really not our doing. It's just a coincidence that others exaggerated it. We didn't intend for this to happen. Director Wang shook his head and said, I've already had someone investigate this matter, and it indeed has nothing to do with you. So you don't need to worry. As long as you don't accept gift from others in the future, this matter will have nothing to do with you. Shaju quickly nodded and said, we only received these fruits and 2 bottles of wine before, and I will hand them over now. Good. Just don't accept anything else in the future. Right? Can I know who is spreading this rumor? Director Wang walked to the door and glanced around the hallway, then said in a low voice, "It's okay to tell you. It's Zhang Siheyuan from your courtyard." Sha Zhu gritted his teeth and said, "It's that old witch again. 9 out of 10 things in our courtyard are caused by her." Director Wang also said angrily, "I know. So I want to take this opportunity to deal with Jia Zhang. Either we make her go back to the countryside or we make her behave properly." Sha Zhu looked at Director Wang and said, "We will definitely cooperate with the street office's tasks." Director Wang, "How do you need us to cooperate?" They discussed the plan, and then Director Wang let them leave. After Sha Zhu and Lu Ting left, Xiang Nan also came out from the back office. This plan was devised by Xiang Nan, and Director Wang agreed to it. Xiang Nan was also the one who discovered who was spreading the rumors, and his goal this time was to thoroughly deal with Jia Zhang. Jia Zhang was spreading rumors about Lu Ting because she had listened to the words of the moralist Yi Zhonghai. Jia Zhang had previously stolen something from Xiang Nan and was locked in a small dark room for a week. The reason for the week-long confinement was that she really didn't steal much, so Xiang Nan felt it was inappropriate to keep her for too long. He thought a week would be enough for her to learn her lesson. Unexpectedly, not long after Jia Zhang was released, she began spreading rumors again. This rumor was concocted by Yi Zhonghai, who wanted to get rid of Lu Ting. As long as the situation escalated, everyone would surely think Lu Ting was engaging in feudal superstition, and if she accepted gifts from others, she would have no way to explain herself even if she had 8 mouths. The street office would definitely come to deal with Lu Ting, and then Yi Zhonghai could step in to persuade Sha Zhu to distance himself from her. As long as Sha Zhu agreed, their marital relationship would come to an end, allowing Qin Huairu to take advantage of the situation. His plan was indeed sinister, but he did not expect that it would be uncovered by Xiang Nan before it even got started. Chapter 88. Jia Zhang spreads rumors again. The malicious intent of the birds Jia Zhang continued to promote Lu Ting's title as the goddess of fertility, and even people from over 10 streets knew about it, prompting some to seek her out. Since returning from the street office, Lu Ting and Sha Zhu insisted that this matter had nothing to do with them, and she firmly refused to accept gifts. However, people still came to give her food and insisted on shaking hands with her, claiming it would bring them good fortune. Many people witnessed this scene, and Yi Zhonghai sneered from inside his house, saying, "This time, I want to see how you escape." He turned to Qin Huairu and said, "You can report this now. This matter has blown up so much that the street office can't be unaware of it and won't ignore it." Qin Huairu nodded and quietly went to the street office to report. Director Wang personally received her and asked nonchalantly, "So what's going on in your courtyard?" Qin Huairu pretended to be serious and said, "Director Wang, I originally thought Lu Ting was a good person, but I didn't expect that just a few days later. She showed her true colors. She publicly claims to be the goddess of fertility, saying that anyone who comes into contact with her will get pregnant. Using this as an excuse, she has accepted many benefits from others. I think this is promoting feudal superstition, which our country must combat. So I came to report this matter to you." Director Wang looked at Qin Huairu's pretentious demeanor and was almost nauseated, but she couldn't confront her directly for now. So she nodded and said, "Qin Huairu, you did well. After work today, I will go to your courtyard. I want to see with my own eyes how this Lu Ting engages in feudal superstition." Upon hearing Wang's words, Qin Huairu felt a surge of joy in her heart and then left. She returned to the courtyard and found Yi Zhonghai, whispering, "Uncle Yi, Director Wang will come over after work this afternoon. Should we let someone perform another act?" Yi Zhonghai nodded, saying, "That's easy. I have a disciple who has been married for several years, but hasn't had children. Why not let him come?" This disciple, named Wang Yaoyang, had lost the master-disciple relationship with Yi Zhonghai after Yi was arrested. Now Yi Zhonghai had become a level 1 worker, while Wang Yaoyang, after following another master, had been promoted to a level 5 worker in just 2 years. Therefore, when Yi Zhonghai approached him, Wang Yaoyang initially didn't want to pay attention to him. However, Yi Zhonghai didn't mention work. Instead, he brought up the topic of children. Yi Zhonghai talked about the goddess of fertility, and Wang Yaoyang was immediately intrigued, asking excitedly, "Is it really that effective?" Yi Zhonghai smiled and said, "Of course. You know our factory's security chief, right? He has been married for 2 years and hasn't had children. But ever since Lu Ting came to our courtyard, on the very same day, the chief's wife became pregnant. Wang Yaoyang exclaimed, "So magical?" Yi Zhonghai nodded. "It's really that magical. I saw it with my own eyes. Don't you believe it?" Wang Yaoyang was tempted. He nodded and said, "All right, I will take my wife there today. That's the right attitude. You should bring more gifts. Sincerity matters." "Master Yi, you're right. I need to prepare some good gifts." Yi Zhonghai smirked coldly to himself and then left. When it was time to get off work, Wang Yaoyang rushed home and told his wife about it. She immediately agreed, and the two hurriedly brought gifts to the courtyard. Coincidentally, two other women had also come to see Lu Ting that day. Lu Ting looked at them helplessly and said, "I'm really not a goddess of fertility. This is just a coincidence. Please, goddess, let us just touch your belly. Just a touch." It was unclear who had said that touching the goddess's belly would guarantee a boy. These two women came specifically for that reason. Lu Ting shook her head, protecting her belly, and said, "I'm pregnant. I can't let others touch it. Please, my mother-in-law said if I don't give birth to a boy, she'll kill me. For my life, please let me touch it." This woman was clearly a bit frantic. Director Wang, hiding in the crowd, frowned, feeling this was somewhat dangerous. At that moment, Xiangnan also arrived, shouting, "Everyone, leave immediately. There is no goddess of fertility here. It's all fake. It's a rumor. No, the goddess is real." "Fine, then I'll clarify this here. Where did you hear this news from?" "From Grandma Zhang in our alley." "Where's Grandma Zhang? Where's she?" A woman in her 60s was brought over by the security personnel. Xiangnan had been tracking Jia Zhangshi for the past few days and had captured several ringleaders of the rumors. Grandma Zhang was brought over, and Xiangnan loudly asked, "Speak, what made you spread this rumor?" Grandma Zhang did not hesitate to betray Jia Zhangshi, pointing at her and loudly saying, "It's her. She told me to spread the rumors." Grandma Zhang showed no hesitation in throwing Jia Zhangshi under the bus. She pointed at Jia Zhangshi and shouted, "She told me there was a goddess of fertility in her courtyard, very effective. She also said that as long as you touch the goddess's belly, you will definitely become pregnant. Moreover, she said the harder you touch, the higher the chance of having a boy." Lu Ting's face turned pale with fear. The motive behind Jia Zhangshi's words was clearly to incite a miscarriage. Lu Ting angrily asked Jia Dama, "I have no grievance with your family. Why do you want to harm me?" Jia Zhangshi, no longer pretending, angrily shouted, "Who told you, you cheap woman, to come to the courtyard? Before you came, we were living well. But once you arrived, Shaju stopped helping our family. Do you know how long it has been since I've eaten meat since you came?" Shaju couldn't help but curse back, "Jia Dama, you're so ungrateful. I helped your family for so long, and now you want to harm my wife and son. You're a real old beast." Although Lu Ting had just become pregnant, her belly did not yet show whether it was a boy or a girl. However, Shaju had already internally decided that this must be his son. Qin Huairu watched this scene with a mix of anxiety and fear. She was afraid Jia Zhangshi would expose her. In fact, the rumor-spreading tactic was devised by Yi Zhonghai, and she had instructed Jia Zhangshi to spread it. Fortunately, Jia Zhangshi still had some sense and did not reveal her. She also knew that if Qin Huairu got into trouble, her two children would be doomed. Xiangnan looked at the crowd and said, "Director Wang, you heard everything, right? Now you can talk about how to resolve this matter." Yi Zhonghai's face turned pale. He knew that with Director Wang's arrival, they were in trouble. However, Director Wang didn't want to escalate the situation. She wanted to be mindful of the impact. She told Grandma Zhang, "You go back first. I will have a good talk with the director of your street office about what you did. If you dare to spread rumors again, your son's job will be gone." Hearing Director Wang's words, Grandma Zhang quickly replied, "I won't dare. I won't dare anymore." Grandma Zhang left in disgrace, and Director Wang loudly addressed the people seeking fertility. "You have all heard it now. This is a scam, a ploy to get you to harm others. There is no such thing as a goddess of fertility in this world. If you can't conceive, go see a doctor." The people seeking fertility left disappointed, and only the residents of the courtyard remained. Director Wang glared at Yi Zhonghai. She knew this matter must be related to him. Director Wang said loudly, "I don't care what some people think. As long as I'm here, don't even think about continuing to cause trouble. Yi Zhonghai, I will report today's incident to the steel mill and the police station. How to deal with you will be none of my business." Yi Zhonghai's face turned ashen, and he didn't say another word. Director Wang shot a glance at Qin Huairu and said, Qin Huairu, this matter is definitely related to you as well, but I'm too lazy to investigate further. I warn you, even for the sake of your 2 children, don't cause trouble for me again, or no one will be able to protect you. Qin Huairu wanted to say something more, but Director Wang had already ignored her. Finally, Director Wang looked at Jia Zhangshi, who still had an indifferent expression. She thought she had just said a few idle words and hadn't caused any bad results. So what could Director Wang do to her? However, instead of arguing with her, Director Wang cut off her escape by saying, recently, there's been strict scrutiny of people with out-of-town residency. If you don't have a proper job, all out-of-town residents must leave the city. Zhang Suihua, I remember you have a rural household registration, right? Jia Zhangshi's face suddenly changed. She wasn't afraid of Director Wang scolding her. After all, she was tough and didn't care about being scolded. What she feared most was being sent back to the countryside, which would be equivalent to taking half her life away. Jia Zhangshi trembled as she said, Director Wang, I'm not feeling well. Director Wang immediately interrupted her. Say no. I see you're in good health. You can still run several streets away to spread rumors. Zhang Suihua, this time I will definitely send you back to the countryside, and no one could stop me. At that moment, the deaf old lady came over, supported by a big ant. When Director Wang arrived, Yi Zhonghai had already sent the big ant to invite the deaf old lady from the backyard. The deaf old lady cautiously said, Little Wang, can we discuss this? Zhang Suihua must know she was wrong, and she won't dare to do it again. Please don't send her to the countryside this time. She's an old woman, and whether she can survive, there is a question. Director Wang didn't even look at the deaf old lady and coldly replied, Old lady, at your age, you should just enjoy your retirement and stop meddling in other people's affairs. The deaf old lady knew she had lost face in front of Director Wang. Being able to say even one word was already her best effort. So she sighed and let the big ant support her back. Chapter 89. Sending Jia Zhangshi back to the countryside. Qin Jingru comes to the courtyard. Director Wang turned to Jia Zhangshi and said, You pack your things now. I will send someone to take you back to the countryside tomorrow. Jia Zhangshi shouted, I want to go back, I want to go back. I'd rather die than go back. It's not up to you. If you don't go back, I'll force you to go. If you dare to resist, I'll have the police arrest you. Qin Huairu stepped forward, tearfully pleading, Director Wang, they're only my mother-in-law and me left in the family. I have to go to work. If she goes to the countryside, who will take care of our 2 children? That is not my concern. You figure it out yourself. If she behaves and doesn't cause trouble, I wouldn't be so unkind. But she has done something disgraceful, and everyone knows it. Now I can only send her back and let her reform well in the countryside. After Director Wang finished speaking, he didn't care how the 2 women from the Jia family cried and turned to leave. The onlookers lost interest and began to disperse. Qin Huairu sought out Shaju, hoping he would plead with Director Wang. However, Shaju coldly said, You all want my children to be without a mother. You have such a cruel heart. Now you're only sending your mother-in-law back to the countryside, which is already quite lenient. Don't bother me anymore. With that, he slammed the door shut. Qin Huairu then went to Xiangnan, but he didn't even open the door. Xiangnan was also scared. This time it was aimed at Lu Ting. What if next time they targeted Wu Qianqian? After thinking for a while, Xiangnan sternly told Wu Qianqian, Stay away from the Jia family, the Yi family, and the deaf old lady for a while. Don't accept anything from them. Wu Qianqian originally thought people couldn't be that cruel, but she had just heard someone say they wanted Lu Ting to have an abortion, so she didn't dare to be careless. The next morning, 2 staff members from the street office came to take Jia Zhangshi back to the countryside. Jia Zhangshi sat on the ground, shouting, I want to go. I want to go. I'd rather die than go. This is outrageous. The officials are trying to force people to death. Come and see. However, this tactic didn't work on the staff. They had seen countless rogues before. One of them coldly said, We are being polite to you now. If you don't leave on your own, we will tie you up and carry you away. You choose. Go by yourself or let us carry you. Jia Zhangshi ignored the 2 staff members, still shouting without any substance. Seeing she wouldn't listen, the staff resorted to their methods. One of them took out a rope and firmly tied her up. In this era, there was no concept of civilized law enforcement. Jia Zhangshi was tied up like a pig. The 2 of them tried to carry her away, but Jia Zhangshi was too heavy. They could only carry her a short distance before becoming exhausted. Fortunately, Xiang Nan thoughtfully brought a cart, and they placed Jia Zhangshi on it. One staff member turned to Qin Huairu and asked, "Does she have her belongings? If not, we will send her back to the countryside right away." Qin Huairu tearfully took out the packed bundle and placed it on the cart. She said to Jia Zhangshi, "Mom, I will come to see you. Don't worry about home." Jia Zhangshi didn't care about home. She was only worried about herself. No matter how much she struggled, she was still tied up and sent away. Qin Huairu returned home in tears, but as soon as she closed the door, she stopped crying. Her earlier tears were just for show, to make others think she was a dutiful daughter-in-law. Now that she was inside and alone, she didn't need to pretend anymore. After all, maintaining the act was tiring. Qin Huairu sat on a stool, frowning and thinking about what to do now that Jia Zhangshi was sent back to the countryside. She still had to work, and it wouldn't do if there was no one to take care of the children. After pondering for a while, she reluctantly decided to ask the big aunt for help with the children temporarily. She went out to find Yi Zhonghai, who nodded and said, "If you want to leave the children here, that's fine, but the big aunt is not in good health and needs to take care of the old lady. If anything goes wrong in between, don't blame me." Qin Huairu thought to herself that she couldn't keep asking the big aunt for help. She considered for a moment and said, "Just trouble the big aunt to help take care of them for these few days. Once I have a break, I will go back to my hometown and bring my cousin over to help me take care of the children." Yi Zhonghai nodded and said, "All right, let us arrange it that way." 2 days later, it was the weekend, and Qin Huairu returned to Kanjiakan. In the afternoon, she came back with a young girl. This girl was Qin Jingru, only 16 years old, far from the age of marriage. Qin Huairu brought her over not to set her up for marriage, but to be a nanny. Qin Jingru was relatively diligent. As soon as she arrived, she started doing housework in the courtyard. Her plan was simple: to work for Qin Huairu for 2 years, and when she turned 18, to find a city man to marry. She still had 2 years to find a city man, so there was no rush. Qin Huairu began introducing her to the people in the courtyard, praising Yi Zhonghai and his wife to the skies. However, when it came to Xiang Nan, Qin Huairu added a lot of negative comments. But when Qin Jingru heard that Xiang Nan was a section chief with a monthly salary of over 100 yuan, her eyes immediately lit up. Qin Huairu glanced at her coldly and said, "All right, you're out of luck. He is already married. You should look for someone else." After hearing this, Qin Jingru was greatly disappointed, but she still liked to hang out in the backyard with the younger women like Wu Qianqian, Lu Xiaoyi, and Lu Ting whenever she had free time. Qin Jingru was of a similar age to them, so she was naturally happy to mingle with them. On the other hand, after work, Yi Zhonghai also went to the backyard. He found the deaf old lady and whispered in complaint, "Old lady, Shaju still doesn't want to talk to me today. What should we do?" The deaf old lady shook her head resentfully and said, "Today, I want to talk to Shaju's wife, and she ignored me too. So, it all comes down to that shameless woman who has led Shaju astray." Yi Zhonghai grinned and nodded, saying, "So, we still need to make that shameless woman have an abortion. Old lady, do you have any ideas?" The deaf old lady glanced at him and said nothing. She turned and took out a sachet from the drawer, saying, "Inside, there are more than a dozen kinds of flower pollen. Girls will definitely like it. You should find a time to give it to the new girl." "What's the use of this?" Yi Zhonghai looked at the sachet in confusion. The deaf old lady whispered, "Those flower pollens don't matter. What is important is that it contains musk. Smelling musk too much can cause a miscarriage. Since this new girl likes to be around Lu Ting so much, she'll be a good scapegoat." Yi Zhonghai immediately slapped his thigh and said, "Brilliant. Even if Lu Ting has a miscarriage, Shaju will only trace it back to Qin Jingru and will never suspect us." The deaf old lady smiled faintly and said, "Now the most important thing is how to discreetly give this sachet to Qin Jingru." Yi Zhonghai stroked his chin and said, "How about I let Xiao Qin deliver it to her?" The deaf old lady shook her head, saying no, that would drag Qin Huairu into it as well. Since you want Shaju and Qin Huairu to be good, you can't let him hold a grudge against Qin Huairu. If Xiao Qin won't do, then who should we find?" she asked. The deaf old lady then shared her plan with him, and Yi Zhonghai nodded, preparing to obediently follow her plan. After dinner that night, Yi Zhonghai went to Qin Huairu's house to chat casually. He pretended to be nonchalant and asked, Huairu, how much do you pay Xiao Jingru each month? Qin Huairu shook her head dismissively, saying, what salary? I feed her and let her live here for free. That's enough. Yi Zhonghai slammed the table and said, Huairu, how can that be? Where can you find someone working without pay? Qin Jingru didn't dare to speak, only looking at her sister Qin Huairu with a pitiful expression. Qin Huairu felt a bit of a headache looking at Yi Zhonghai. She couldn't understand why he was creating trouble for himself. She helplessly asked, Uncle Yi, how much do you think I should pay her? $2, just as pocket money for her, Yi Zhonghai suggested. Qin Huairu reluctantly replied, but I don't have any money right now. Yi Zhonghai smiled and said, I'll lend you some money privately, and then you can give Xiao Jingru her pocket money. That would work. Qin Huairu couldn't understand why Yi Zhonghai wanted to do this, but it didn't seem to have any downside for her. Moreover, even if she borrowed money, she didn't plan to pay it back. So Qin Huairu agreed, and Qin Jingru happily received her $2 of pocket money for the month. Chapter 90. The musk sachet. Yi Zhonghai's scheme was relentless. As soon as Qin Jingru got the money, she wanted to buy something delicious. So she ran to the supply and marketing cooperative. A service staff warmly welcomed her, and if Qin Jingru were from the city, she would have found it strange. At this time, the service staff were all like the old men, with attitudes that were worse than one another. It was truly rare to find someone as enthusiastic as the one who was currently serving her. The staff cheerfully said, what a beautiful little sister. What would you like to buy? Looking at the shelf full of snacks, Qin Jingru felt a bit dazzled. She wanted everything, but realized she didn't have enough money. Just $2 wouldn't last a month. The staff smiled again and said, little sister, how about this? This sachet is only 3 cents, and it smells really good. Wearing it will definitely make you smell nice and look good. However, since Qin Jingru was a foodie, she shook her head and said, but I can't eat this. I don't want it. The staff shook her head and said, oh, you came to the city to find a husband, right? You definitely want to please men. Wearing this sachet will make you smell nice and beautiful. Surely, a man will like you. Qin Jingru was very happy to hear this, but she overlooked something very important. She hadn't mentioned that she was from the countryside, nor had she said she was looking for a city man to marry. How did the other party know this? Qin Jingru took the sachet, inhaled its fragrance, and liked it more and more. She thought that if the sachet were expensive, she might not buy it. But now that it was only 2 cents, it was quite cheap even in the countryside. So, Qin Jingru immediately took out her money and bought the sachet. Everything that happened at the supply and marketing cooperative was of course arranged by Yi Zhonghai. He first had Qin Huairu give pocket money to Qin Jingru. If Qin Huairu was unwilling, he would lend her money to ensure Qin Jingru received it. Once Qin Jingru had money, she would definitely go to the cooperative to buy things. So he spent another $5 to bribe the service staff to guide Qin Jingru into buying the sachet. Therefore, up to this point, Yi Zhonghai's plan was going very smoothly. Next, they just had to wait for Qin Jingru to go to the backyard and spend time with Lu Ting and the others. All they needed to do was wait. After buying the sachet, Qin Jingru also bought some snacks, spending 50 cents in total, and then she happily returned home. The next day was a work day, and all the men went out to work. The women were divided into 2 groups by age. The older ones, like the deaf old lady and Anida, were chatting in the courtyard, while the younger ones, like Wu Qianqian, Lu Xiao, and Lu Ting, gathered in the backyard. Wu Li from the neighboring yard and Yu Li, the wife of Yin Jieqing from the front yard, were also there. They gathered together to make some small toys for the children. Wu Qianqian was learning to make tiger head shoes, and Wu Li, who had made them before, was teaching her step by step. Qin Jingru was also playing with Xiao Dang there. Originally, the relationship between Xiang Nan and the Jia family was very poor, and the 2 families hardly interacted. However, this matter had nothing to do with Qin Jingru, and plus, Xiao Dang was only 3 years old, the age when little girls are the cutest. Therefore, Wu Qianqian didn't say anything when Qin Jingru came to the backyard. Lu Xiao saw the sachet hanging from Qin Jingru's waist and found it a bit funny. Sachets were something that only the young ladies of wealthy families wore in ancient times. However, Qin Jingru was wearing a coarse cloth dress, clearly a country girl, and wearing a sachet made it seem a bit out of place. Lu Xiao laughed and asked, Jingru, is that a sachet you're wearing? Did you make it yourself? Qin Jingru shook her head and said, No, I bought this at the supply and marketing cooperative. It was very cheap, only 3 cents. Lu Xiao immediately frowned, feeling something was off. She casually said, the supply and marketing cooperative sells sachets? How come I've never seen them before? Wu Qianqian thought for a moment and said, I haven't seen them either. Who sold it to you? I don't know. I just came and don't know them, she replied. Was it a man or a woman? How tall were they? How long was their hair? Qin Jingru gestured a bit, and Wu Qianqian suddenly said, Ah, it was Zhang Yu. I don't like her. I don't like her either. Her attitude is terrible. She always looks down on others, as if she's better than everyone else, Wu Qianqian added. Qin Jingru was surprised and said, No way. I think she's quite nice. She was very enthusiastic towards me. The others looked at each other, and Yuli said with a strange expression, No way. Her attitude is the worst among all the service staff. I've never seen her smile at anyone. Yeah, she hates people from the countryside the most. How could she have a good attitude towards you? That's not right. She was clearly very nice to me. The others shook their heads, not understanding why Zhang Yu's attitude would change. Lu Xiao took the sachet from Qin Jingru and examined it, saying, This is made with good silk thread. Although it's not new, it's not cheap either. Just the labor cost alone must be at least $1 or $2. Qin Jingru was astonished and said, Ah, so expensive? But I only gave 2 cents. A few people increasingly felt something was off, but they couldn't pinpoint what it was. Lu Xiao sniffed the sachet and frowned, saying, This scent is so familiar. Wu Qianqian smiled and said, You are a young lady from a wealthy family. You must have smelled many kinds of fragrant powders before. Lu Xiao shook her head and replied, No, I didn't smell this scent in the powder. Rather, I encountered it in medicinal herbs. How could that be? This is just fragrant powder. Don't rush. Let me think. After a long while, Lu Xiao suddenly exclaimed, Ah, I remember now. This is the smell of musk. Musk? Is that the stuff from deer? Yes, this stuff is quite valuable. It costs $10 for just 1 gram. What? So expensive? Jingru, are you sure you only paid 2 cents for this sachet? Yes, she really only charged me 2 cents. Now, Qin Jingru also looked puzzled. She didn't understand why the sachet was so cheap. In this era, knowledge was not interconnected. In later generations, anyone who had watched palace drama would know that musk could cause miscarriage. However, in this era, those who were not in the medical field wouldn't know this common knowledge at all. The deaf old lady knew this information because she had also participated in family feuds and had witnessed someone miscarry and die due to musk. Now, these people didn't know the inside story and were just wondering why the sachet was so cheap. Lu Xiao couldn't figure it out either. She shook her head and returned the sachet to Qin Jingru. They chatted for a while longer when suddenly Wu Li's face turned pale. The others were surprised, and Yuli asked in confusion, Sister Wu, what's wrong? Wu Li, looking pale and sweating, said, I feel very uncomfortable in my stomach. Wu Qianqian exclaimed anxiously, What? No way. I heard the doctor say the first few months are very dangerous. You can't run around. Hurry, go lie down in my room. Several people hurriedly helped Wu Li into Xiangnan's house and laid her down on the bed. Wu Qianqian told everyone, All right, let's not crowd around here. Let her rest in peace. They all stepped outside, leaving Wu Li alone in bed to rest, since she was far away from the sachet containing musk. After resting for a while, Wu Li felt a bit better. Then she bid farewell to everyone and went home to rest properly. Chapter 91. Revenge is best served cold. When Xiangnan returned home after work, Wu Qianqian recounted the events of the afternoon to him. Xiangnan immediately sensed something was wrong. Being from a later era, he quickly asked, Qianqian, are you sure the sachet contained musk? Wu Qian shook her head and replied, It was Xiao who said that. I don't know if it's true, but what's wrong with musk? Why are you suddenly so serious? Xiangnan said coldly, Musk can cause miscarriages. You mentioned Wu Li feeling uncomfortable in her stomach later. I suspect it's because of this. Wu Qianqian was taken aback and exclaimed, How could that be? Is Qin Jingru trying to harm someone? Xiangnan shook his head and said softly, Qin Jingru is just a tool. How could a country girl know that musk can cause miscarriage? The sachet only cost 2 cents, which clearly indicates someone deliberately sold it to her. Wu Qianqian questioned, Who could it be? Xiangnan replied firmly, In our courtyard, the only person who knows this kind of knowledge besides that deaf old lady is no one else. Is she trying to harm me? Xiangnan thought seriously for a moment and said, I think their target is most likely Lu Ting. Of course, if they could cause you to miscarry, I believe she would be pleased as well. But Lu Ting and I are fine. Everyone's constitution is different. You and Lu Ting are young and strong. Short-term contact won't be a problem, but over time, issues will arise. Wu Li is older than you, and her body is weaker. She almost had an accident after just a short contact. After hearing Xiangnan's analysis, Wu Qianqian's face turned pale with fear. Xiangnan comforted her by holding her hand and said, "All right, don't be afraid. Since I've discovered this, I will definitely not let them succeed." Wu Qianqian suggested, "Shouldn't we avoid letting Qin Jingru come over in the future?" Xiangnan smiled and said, "It's fine. I'll have her remove the musk and replace it with other fragrant powder, so it won't affect you. She's just a young girl, without any malicious intent. She was just used by some wicked person. What about that deaf old lady? How could she be so bad?" Xiangnan's gaze sharpened as he said, "How many people who have survived from the war years are simple? All right, I've got this. I won't let that old witch harm anyone." Wu Qianqian nodded and leaned against Xiangnan's embrace, feeling an unparalleled sense of security resting against his chest. Soon it was night, and Xiangnan went out to use the bathroom. A cold wind blew by, and although Xiangnan was in good health, he couldn't help but shiver. It was already the end of the year, so such cold weather was normal. He glanced at the deaf old lady's room, and the lights were already off, indicating that she had fallen asleep. Xiangnan snorted coldly. He never let revenge wait overnight. Although the old lady's target was likely not Wu Qianqian, it still almost affected her, so he had to retaliate. In fact, he didn't do anything else but poured a small basin of water in front of the deaf old lady's door. After about 10 minutes, a thin layer of ice formed in front of her door. Next, all he had to do was wait. The next morning, before Xiangnan got up, he heard a scream from outside. The deaf old lady had fallen to the ground, wailing continuously. Second aunt, who woke up earlier, came out and asked, "Oh dear, old lady, what happened to you?" The deaf old lady immediately bit back, saying, "You pushed me. You must compensate me." Second aunt felt very wronged and replied, "That's unfair. Old lady, when I came out, you had already fallen. You can't blame that